Transcending into the world of pirates, I have become the most formidable intern of the Roger Pirates. At the tender age of merely 8, one could achieve a stalemate with the formidable Rayleigh, the embodiment of the underworld. It is solely because I have awakened my innate observation haki, enabling me to flawlessly replicate every skill I behold. Possessing strength that far surpasses that of the giant race, effortlessly overpowering the prince of the giants, Loki. Upon learning of the proximity of the Roger Pirates, I swiftly gathered my scant belongings and raced towards the dock. The Roger Pirates disembarked one after another at the dock to replenish their supplies. Two little fellows meander through the midst of the grand multitude, appearing utterly out of place. One boasts a mane of fiery red, while the other possesses a nose adorned in the same vibrant hue. Whom are you referring to as the one with the red nose? If you dare, say it once more. The young Bakey is seething with rage, his face flushed crimson. No one has mentioned your red nose, Bucky. Shanks leapt down from the gangplank, expressing a hint of exasperation. Even in silence, one can perceive. Is your observation of the world tinted with a crimson hue? No, that's not right. Surely someone must have mentioned it. This feeling cannot be mistaken. Bucky clenched his fists and shouted loudly. Then he glanced around, only to suddenly spot a figure racing towards him from a distance. Hey, is that you, you brat? Ha ha ha. Sassy and indifferent. Shanks. I greet you with laughter. As I rush towards you. Numerous crew members at the dock, including Roger, Riley, and Jabba, observed this farcical spectacle with amusement. What is this? Though Baji is unaware of how I came to know his name, he is displeased with my familiarity. Do I know you? You come up and act as if you are indifferent to Dinah. He blushed as he imitated me, causing Shanks to burst into hearty laughter, while his companions couldn't help but lean into each other, sharing in the joyous mirth. Do not speak in such a manner. Baki. With audacity, I stand before a vessel filled with the finest masters of a new world. Unfazed and still smiling. My observation haki does not deceive me. Surely, we shall become good friends in the future. The vice-captain, Rayleigh, upon hearing these words, narrowed his slender eyes. Has he awakened the observation haki at such a tender age? It appears to be quite a remarkable kind as well. Is it akin to Riderfield? Roger remarked with an air of intrigue, resting his hands on the edge of the boat as he turned to me and inquired, Youngster, what brings you here? Indeed, it is solely for the purpose of joining your esteemed ranks. I am well aware of the demeanor of these formidable individuals, and I speak with a smile. Little rascal, why must you insist on boarding our vessel? Roger inquired with a smile. I happen to know the standard answer to this. Ha, of course, it is to turn this world upside down in sheer idleness. Hearing me utter these words with a youthful innocence, Roger and Riley first exchanged a glance, then burst into hearty laughter simultaneously. They recalled the scene of their initial encounter, which was also the very reason for the establishment of the Roger Pirates. In me, they saw a reflection of their former selves. Ha ha ha. If you fear not for your life, then boldly embark upon the vessel. Roger, with a casual disposition, granted my request with a mere wave of his hand. Swayed solely by a moment's connection, Rayleigh rarely posed any questions, allowing the captain to act with impunity. Jabba and the others nearby were somewhat perplexed, sensing the abruptness of the situation. Hey, it seems our ship is rapidly turning into a haven for little demons, doesn't it? There are crew members who simply shrug their shoulders, dealing with a capricious captain. In the Roger Pirates, the crew is well aware. In everyday life, one may engage in light-hearted banter and indulge in jovial drinking, yet the commands and decisions made by the captain must be unconditionally accepted by all. This is also Roger's personal charm. I mused that he is indeed a man who captivates even the Golden Lion. His charisma is undeniable. Thus, I embarked on the ship of the Pirate King as an intern. In the blink of an eye, days have slipped by. To speak candidly, although I had long steeled myself for it, life upon the sea has proven to be far more tedious than I had ever envisioned. As I gaze into the distance, all that meets my eyes is an expanse of cerulean sea. Occasionally, the marine creatures that surface are swiftly entranced by the overwhelming presence of the vessel. The interminable banquets and the seemingly endless cleaning truly dampen one's spirits. Were it not for the company of two companions who can engage me in conversation and alleviate my boredom, I fear I would have succumbed to despair long ago. OSS. Why are you being so lazy again? Lying on my bed? The cabin door was suddenly flung open. Buggy burst in, seizing my collar with fervor, and exclaimed with fierce indignation. Do not be so serious. Is it not acceptable if I offer you a little reward for your efforts? I was swayed by him, feeling unsteady and wobbly. Yet, I do not mind in the slightest. On the contrary, I take out several bills from my pocket and, with a smile, slip them into his pocket. Upon seeing the money, Buggy's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he immediately released his grip. I tidied up my collar, stifling a chuckle within. It seems that on this vessel, only Buggy truly resembles a genuine pirate, greedy, cunning, and fiercely loyal. Whenever I spend a little money, I can effortlessly manage him, allowing myself the occasional indulgence of a leisurely sleep-in. At that moment, a youthful voice resonated from outside. Ows, Buggy, come out and begin your training. Upon hearing that sound, I was instantly filled with exhilaration and sprang to my feet, rushing towards the door. Buggy wore a look of despair, clearly lacking any interest in exercising. He lagged behind us, dragging his feet, and called out, Wait for me, you two. As we made our way to the stern of the ship, we encountered several robust men sprawled on the ground inebriated. Such scenes have long ceased to astonish us. Resting from the push of the narrative, we each selected our weapons from the storeroom. Buggy chose a throwing knife, Shanks took up a rapier, while I hesitated momentarily before grasping a firearm. This is a choice I have made after careful consideration. After all, the competition in the realm of swords and blades is exceedingly fierce. From the Golden Lion to Roger, and onward to the future of Zorro, aspiring to make a name for oneself in the swordsmanship community is no small feat. I shall refrain from sharing my thoughts. The challenge is exceedingly formidable. I have resolved to pursue a path that is less competitive, aspiring to become the foremost firearms magnate in the world. After all, I am inherently endowed with the power of observation. Moreover, my yearning for firearms enhances my affinity for this path. It is undeniably the most suitable route for me, and there are relatively few competitors on this track. Jesus, Usopp, and Van Oka. At most, I would add a Ben Beckman. The competition is significantly less intense. I am confident in my abilities. Once I develop the Conqueror's Haki, defeating a vice admiral with a single shot should be well within my grasp. However, ideals are abundant and vivid, while reality is stark and unadorned. At present, I remain merely a child, innately endowed with the perception of sight and awareness. Although Riley may be considered a misguided mentor, he should still be capable of imparting some fundamental knowledge. Following this, we embarked on our maiden lesson after boarding the vessel. Riley took a sip of his drink and addressed us. Martial arts form the foundation of all combat techniques. Regardless of whether one wields a blade or a firearm, formidable reflexes and an air of dominance are essential. He gazed at the weapons in each of our hands and inquired, What is it that you wish to learn? He continued, If I possess the knowledge, I shall impart it to you. Shanks declared without a moment's hesitation, I wish to master the art of swordsmanship. Then let it begin today. Rayleigh chuckled softly. From this day forth, let us strike 5,000 times each day. First, let us master the fundamental grip of the sword. Buggy chose a dagger, and Rayleigh instructed him to begin his practice with the art of wielding it. When it was my turn, Riley inquired, What would you like to learn? Without hesitation, I replied, I wish to master the art of Conqueror's Haki. Upon hearing this, Raleigh nearly spat out his drink, shaking his head in resignation. You little rascal. Such advanced techniques require at least the qualifications of one possessing the Conqueror's Haki. I remain unconcerned and continue to inquire, if I possess the power of Conqueror's Haki, would you be able to teach me? Raleigh casually replied, Why not? Thus, we commenced our most fundamental training. I bear the weight of a massive iron plate, prostrating myself on the ground to perform push-ups. All the while, I do not neglect the training of my observation and perception. In my awareness, Shanks is fervently wielding his sword, dripping with sweat. Buggy was secretly slacking off. Shanks's progress was visibly remarkable. Truly a genius in swordsmanship. As I discreetly observed his movements, I began to emulate his technique and commenced my own sword training. From the vantage point of the watchtower, Bidem observed my performance and remarked with a smile, This lad is somewhat extraordinary. He was pilfering the hard-earned skills that Shanks had mastered after swinging his sword 5,000 times. After 1,000 imitations, I have mastered the art. Though the breadth of my perception may be limited, The depth of my scrutiny is unparalleled. No subtle change can escape my keen observation. In the days that followed, I shifted my focus towards physical training. Although I cannot compete with those prodigies, my learning efficiency is twice that of theirs. Time slips away swiftly. It has been 2 months since I departed from my hometown. My life is both fulfilling and unremarkable, consisting solely of daily cleaning and attending banquets. It is about exercising the body and cultivating an aura of dominance. Until one day, I suddenly perceived something soaring through the distant sky. Buggy rushed to the edge of the cabin, exclaiming, "It's a cannonball!" I swiftly drew my long rifle from my back, aiming at the dark spot in the sky. Captain Roger appeared at an indeterminate moment, grinning at me from the bow of the ship, inquiring, "Young lad, can you hit it?" I pursed my lips, aligned the sights with the dark dot, pulled the trigger, and hit the mark. Yet, contrary to my expectations, the shell did not explode in midair, but instead continued its ominous trajectory towards us. Captain Roger bellowed with fury, "Divine shield!" A flash of blade gleamed. Shells detonated in midair. The sky appeared to be torn asunder. I was taken aback by the sheer shock of the blow, my scalp tingling with astonishment. In my mind, I thought, this technique is worth mastering. Yet, before I could fully comprehend the situation, Shanks and Buggy swiftly pulled me back behind the crew. Captain Roger let out a hearty laugh as he unsheathed his sword, declaring to his crew, "Prepare yourselves to confront the Navy." The voice of Carp echoed from afar, "Roger, surrender at once." Roger responded with a hearty laugh. "That simply won't do." The ensuing chase and the flurry of entangled exchanges left me utterly mesmerized. I ascended the observation platform. I greeted Uncle Bidem. Bidem smiled gently, "OSS, this time we are not dealing with mere underlings. You must exercise caution." I nodded slightly and peered through the scope towards the distant warship, where I discerned the figure of Kuzan. Silently, I retrieved a sea stone bullet and took aim at him, then pulled the trigger. A shot of fate was unleashed. With a sound that rends flesh and bone, Kuzan is struck by a bullet and slowly sinks into the depths of the sea. I smirked, pondering to myself, is this an instinct inherent to men? Their perceptions, sights, and targets seem invariably misaligned. The pursuit gradually intensified, prompting my decision to withdraw from the high-stakes arena. I stealthily retreated to the confines of the cabin, for I had yet to fully develop my potential. Upon encountering the relentless assault of the Haki-infused attacks, I find myself in a perilous situation where a mere touch could spell my demise. The slightest graze results in injury. Meanwhile, Shanks on the deck remains eager for action, while Buggy desperately attempts to pull him away, seeking refuge. I stealthily approached Shanks from behind, raising the butt of my gun and delivering a powerful strike to the back of his head. Shanks subsequently rolled his eyes and collapsed onto the ground. I nodded in satisfaction at Buggy and said, "Let us go. Let us go." I dragged him back to the cabin. Buggy stared at me in astonishment and murmured, "You are truly remarkable." As I chuckled softly, I grasped Shanks' collar and made my way towards the cabin. Post-war, we traversed the uncharted waters of a new world aboard the R.O. Jackson. At the command of Captain Roger, the crew embarks once more on a grand feast, the reason being celebrating our successful evasion of Carp's pursuit. A grand feast is underway. Oh, how joyous it is! The deck is alive with exuberance. The crew raised their glasses in hearty laughter, the atmosphere resounding with exuberance. In the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed, during which I had been engaged in relentless training with Shanks. At this moment, I observed Shanks, who was diligently performing squats with a barbell on his shoulders, and kindly advised him, "Please, do not exert yourself in such a manner. The balance between work and rest is indeed of paramount importance. Fool! First, set down the iron on your back." Shanks bellowed. Even someone with such a good temperament as he cannot help but be provoked by me. I find myself at a loss for words, resorting to an awkward smile as I continue to bear the weight of the heavy steel and perform one-handed push-ups. "Could you two monsters not remain quiet for a moment?" The nearby Buggy overheard our conversation and turned crimson. He can only manage to perform bicep curls with a small dumbbell at this time. Do not speak of my monstrous physique, even Shanks can effortlessly surpass him. It is from this provocation that Shanks begins to grow exponentially stronger. In addition to my physical training, I have also achieved considerable results, to the extent that even Baki, the master of idleness, has found himself increasing the intensity of his workouts. There have been numerous complaints regarding this matter. The days that followed were rather monotonous. My daily joys have become few and far between. I engage in activities such as reading newspapers, fighting, training, and fishing. However, my desire to learn is boundless, and my passion for fishing makes it challenging to carve out time to indulge in it. But this does not deter me. OS, have you not yet reeled it in? Baki rests beside me, gazing as I sit quietly with my eyes closed along the edge of the boat. The training session is about to commence, isn't it? Upon hearing these words, I gently opened my eyes, having just been practicing to expand the range of my observation haki. The faint crimson glow dissipated from the pupils. Rest assured. When have I ever failed to catch a fish before training? Yet, Shanks has already commenced. Very well, I understand. I let out a sigh and resolutely drew a pistol from my waist. Have you ever heard of the American fishing technique? The sharp and crisp sound of gunfire echoed, followed by the emergence of several fish bellies rising to the surface, wreathed in wisps of smoke. With a swift flick of my fishing hook, I immediately ensnared these unfortunate souls, tossing them into the fish basket. I carried it on my back and made my way toward the cabin. As I departed, I heard, "Baki, wait for me." On the deck, a group of rugged men eagerly gathered to witness the duel between Raleigh and me. How long do you think OS will endure this time? Last time it lasted for a minute. This time, it should be at least a minute and a half. I would venture to say it might be 2 minutes. Are you ready for the next round, everyone? Do not compel me to strike you, Sabo. Aboard the Roger Pirates ship. Everyone is so bored that even such bets ignite their enthusiasm. I donned a shrunken black military uniform, bearing a dark firearm upon my back, standing at the ready as I gazed intently at Raleigh across from me. He stood there with an air of nonchalance, yet an immense pressure emanated from him, enveloping me. Indeed, it is none other than the formidable Raleigh. Just by observing his stance, one can discern the terrifying strength he possesses. In an instant, my figure flickered and vanished from sight. In an instant, it vanished. When did Ossi consume the devil fruit? Buggy and Shanks appeared utterly bewildered. They are aware of the scheme I orchestrated in collusion with Uncle Bidem. It is known that Captain Roger lost a wager involving a devil fruit. However, I did not seek monetary gain, I merely accepted that fruit. According to Raleigh, the fruit is said to be named the teleportation fruit. It is not so. Roger suddenly appeared behind them, gently patting their heads and smiling as he said, "You must have seen each other before." He continued, "You must have seen each other before." With a playful touch to their heads, he remarked, "Ours is using the Navy Type 6, isn't he?" Shanks and Buggy stared in disbelief, fully aware that the 6 styles were indeed an advanced application of martial arts. Or rather, it is the formidable aspect of preschool education. However, the issue lies in the fact that this represents one of the quintessential skills of a naval officer, a skill I mastered at the tender age of 9. As expected. When I reappeared behind Raleigh, I delivered a swift kick directly to his kidneys. Zyakasan. Do not hold it against me. However, just as I was about to reach it, I abruptly withdrew my foot and swiftly distanced myself. Raleigh slowly turned his head, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. Why did you pull back at the last moment? I cast an irritated glance at him and remarked, "It's nothing, merely a sense that if this continues, something quite unpleasant may occur." In a fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of my leg fracturing. Embracing a mindset of cautious belief, I instinctively drew my legs closer, seeking to rediscover that sensation. The world of knowledge and experience is exceedingly advanced at times, it may hinder your personal growth. Young one, Raleigh spoke with a smile. Suddenly, it appeared before me. What? My observation haki issued an urgent warning. Yet my body was unable to keep pace. The only way to hone my skills is through relentless combat. To possess a monstrous instinct for combat. To harness a power of greater sophistication. Thus, when confronted with Raleigh's sudden onslaught, I comprehend that evasion is utterly futile. Rather than enduring a beating, I stand firm. Fueled by determination, I unleash the recently acquired technique of armored haki, resolutely believing that I can withstand even the slightest kick. Evening. OSS. You have finally awakened. I slowly opened my eyes. Gazing at Shanks and Buggy, who stood by the bedside, it took me merely 2.5 seconds to grasp the situation. Once again, I succumbed to slumber, lulled by Uncle Rayleigh's gentle kick. Should I commend Lele Sang for his formidable foot strength, or shall I attribute his ability to fall into slumber to this absurd skill as a passive trait? If I wield another iron block, I shall resign myself to being a mere dog. I silently vow. Hey, Ace, are you truly alright? Shanks and Buggy gazed at me with genuine concern. After all, they clearly witnessed the dark, purplish hue of the armament Haki on Raleigh's feet after I fainted. Even Roger was drenched in cold sweat, questioning whether Rayleigh had been too heavy-handed. Although I am a monster, after taking such a solid kick, I ought to be laid up for a few days, don't you think? They cannot fathom how I have endured. Furthermore, as my good brothers, they are also concerned about any potential issues with my health. I stretched my limbs, reassuring myself that all was well. How long have I been asleep? I pondered. Surely it hasn't been an entire day. I carried on as if nothing were amiss. It was only upon touching my chest that I gasped in a sharp intake of breath. How it hurts! Shanks and Buggy, upon witnessing my expression, mistakenly believed that my injury had resurfaced. They hurriedly supported me, urging me not to overexert myself. Take it easy, Os. Indeed, they insisted, if you are hurt, you ought to rest properly, you fool. I fumbled to unfasten the buttons adorning my chest, revealing a patch of darkness upon my torso, my lips twitching ever so slightly. When did you master the use of armament Haki? Shanks exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape. The frustration is palpable. Are you a fool? The frustration is palpable, are you a fool? This is clearly a bruise. Haha, I see now. Shanks, belatedly aware, bursts into laughter. It turns out I misread the situation. You truly infuriate me. Bucky simply cannot tolerate Shanks for this very reason. He often fails to grasp the subtleties of others' conversations, yet he remains unfazed, watching him lose his temper with a calm demeanor. I watched the spectacle with hearty laughter, and once their quarrel subsided, I artfully interjected, wrapping my arms around their necks, do not be angry, Bucky. Let us dine together. Then I shall grant Ace a favor, not out of regard for you, Shanks. Since Roger was diagnosed with an incurable illness, he resolved to journey to the ultimate island. The voyage of the Roger pirates seems to have entered a fast-forward mode. In merely 2 years, they traversed east and west, tirelessly scouring the world in pursuit of the true history. 2 years have swiftly passed. The latter part of the New World. The Sea of Ed War. OSS. Your bounty has been issued. A lively banquet is in full swing on the deck. Baki, brimming with excitement, rushes over, exclaiming joyfully, almost stumbling in his haste. Upon hearing the news, all the crew members were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, they raised their glasses in unison, gesturing towards the long-haired youth amidst the crowd, engaging in a lively cacophony of voices. Prosperity has arrived. Let us celebrate the bounty placed upon OS. Shall we host another grand feast? The sea breeze gently caresses the deck, causing the young man's long hair to sway softly. I approach Baki with a bottle of juice in hand, pushing through the crowd. I cast an exasperated glance at this assembly of banquet enthusiasts. My head is under a bounty, and yet, can such matters serve as justification for your revelries? Do not utter such disheartening words. Ishio Weiwen. Osu. Shanks seems to quite enjoy this ambience. Laughing as he patted my shoulder. Tweet. I truly find myself at a loss with you all. I chuckle softly. Then take the bounty notice from Baki's hands. The most prominent photograph featured is from a naval battle in which I once participated. OSS. Is it true or false? 130 million. Baki has always been low-key. Moreover, the actual situation is not particularly impressive. At present, it has yet to attract the Navy's attention. Thus, I am quite astonished by my bounty surpassing 100 million. Although this is partly attributed to the notoriety of the Roger pirates, I must admit that my penchant for engaging in ambushes on the battlefield does incite considerable animosity. Even during each pursuit by Carp, a curly-haired Navy officer persistently seeks to trouble me. Nevertheless, the bounty exceeding 100 million still speaks volumes. This signifies that, despite being merely 12 years of age, I am already recognized by the world government as a formidable pirate of considerable threat. Shanks also expressed his agreement. While I may sometimes be exasperating, I am indeed a formidable opponent worthy of recognition. However, the two still wished to convey something further. Yet I was abruptly interrupted by a sudden movement of my hand. I turned my gaze towards the heavens with an unexpectedly serious expression, leaving the two children somewhat bewildered, prompting them to glance upward as well. As he gazed intently, Buggy discerned an anomaly. Several dark specks gradually emerged from the clouds, confirming his suspicions that escape was indeed futile. I removed the black firearm from my back. Tendrils of darkness slowly enveloping its body. A terrifying crimson light igniting within my eyes. Ed Warsea Battle. Chapter 10, What Head is Blown? The Golden Lion Head. An attack. As Buggy gazed nervously at the descending pirate fleet, he shouted out in alarm. But his voice soon faltered as a large hand rested upon his head. It was Captain Roger. Calm down, Buggy, prepare for battle. Raising his gaze, he was met with Roger's ever-composed visage. Sasaki, don't ignore me. Shiki. Roger. Amidst the fleet of numerous warships. On the bow of the lead vessel, adorned with a golden lion's head, stood a man with flowing blonde hair, a true pirate indeed. Just from a distance, Booz could sense the overwhelming presence of a top-tier powerhouse, the former commander of the Rocks Pirates, one of the three great overlords of the New World, the Golden Lion. Shiki. I have uttered this countless times, Roger. With his cape billowing and a cigar clenched between his teeth, Shiki spoke with grandiosity. Despite our many grievances in our youth, let us put them aside. With your knowledge of the destructive weapons capable of annihilating the world, combined with my forces and plans, we shall undoubtedly dominate the world, becoming my left. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot abruptly interrupted Shiki's speech. Who dares to interrupt the governor's address? They shall surely face death. The crew members of the Flying Sky Pirates broke into a cold sweat, quickly glancing towards the source of the gunfire. Alas, is it really impossible? A sigh escaped Roger's lips, and in the next moment, a pitch-black bullet, still spinning, struck Shiki's armed face, only to fall slowly into the sea once its momentum was exhausted. Shiki's words were abruptly halted, veins bulging on his forehead as his gaze swiftly locked onto the figure beside Roger, a young boy in military attire with tousled hair, the muzzle of his long gun still emitting wisps of smoke. You bastard! Seeking death! Fearful and furious shouts erupted from the Flying Sky Pirate fleet, clearly indicating that this act had gravely offended the governor's authority. However, those who dared to shout, under SS Observation Haki, were unable to escape the impending slaughter. With red light flashing in their pupils, they were met with the glint of crimson gun muzzles. The future-seeing armament Haki bullets, unless one S Observation Haki surpassed Usa's, could only rely on an even stronger armed color to withstand them. Non-commanding pirates were dispatched with a single shot each. Ha 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 ha. This is my answer, Shiki. Captain Roger exclaimed, laughing heartily at the scene before him. Clearly, upon hearing this, Shiki's anger intensified. So you mean for me to kill you here? You intend for me to crush all of you? The first shot of the war had been fired by us, leading to an exceptionally fierce battle. OSS initially discharged several rounds from his black gun, and when a multitude of enemy vessels drew near, he boldly unsheathed the long knife at his waist. In an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving many henchmen oblivious to his presence until they suddenly found themselves with multiple wounds. However, it wasn't long before a higher-ranking officer approached. A remarkably robust man, likely the captain of the Flying Sky Pirate crew, confronted OSS. Clearly, OSS's memory of unfamiliar faces was rather poor. That young scoundrel dared to engage Captain Dark, he would undoubtedly meet a brutal demise. Although the surrounding pirate henchmen dared not approach OSS, they were undeterred in boasting about their officers, for the stark contrast in size was evident, a diminutive figure of 1.60 m against a towering 4-meter giant. Yet, Dark, facing OSS, was not so at ease. He sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from this seemingly insignificant boy. In your future, the word victory does not exist. OSS held his black blade with one hand. Despite his youth limiting his mastery of Haki, he could still manage a basic application. His pursuit of thrill and combat aimed to refine his Haki further and to carve his name upon the seas. He sought to claim fully what Captain Roger had promised to the world: wealth, fame, and power. Suddenly, the entire deck began to cave and roll, sending countless pirate henchmen flying. Dark, enveloped in a gleaming aura of Haki, charged at OSS with a powerful punch. As the thick smoke dissipated, the anticipated scene of overwhelming force was starkly contrasted by the sight of the seemingly frail figure in military attire, who stood firmly in place. OSS merely enveloped his hand with Haki, successfully blocking the tremendous blow. Impressive power, yet your speed resembles that of a snail. OSS's voice dripped with disdain, and his haughty tone swiftly shattered Dark's composure, pushing him into a frenzy of reckless aggression. Surprisingly easy to handle, OSS mused, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The foes he relished confronting most were those who resorted to frenzied, futile attacks. Nonetheless, OSS acknowledged that Dark's mastery of Haki surpassed his own. Thus, when OSS desired to strike, he would engage in a flurry of punches; when he wished to evade, he would deftly maneuver out of reach, allowing his own mastery of Haki to grow. On the other hand, Dark was filled with frustration, nearly on the verge of losing his composure. He had anticipated that dealing with a mere boy who had offended the governor would earn him accolades while avoiding confrontation with the monstrous members of Roger's pirate crew an easy task. Or so he thought. To his dismay, this opponent was far more tenacious than expected, and the taunting only added to his irritation. Damn it! As Dark unleashed another punch, he felt the sensation of striking something solid, accompanied by a thundering sound. Just as he began to revel in this feeling, a wave of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. How is this possible? This overwhelming strength cannot belong to a mere boy. Once his fist was grasped by Ossi, Dak realized with dismay that he was utterly immobilized. The opponent's strength far surpassed his own. With a look of astonishment in his eyes, Dak observed Ossi's expression, which was one of utter boredom. Your purity is still too low. Your progress in Haki is lagging behind even the beating from the captain of the ship, Lungfog Pirate. Ossi scoffed, using an unfathomable force to swing Dak around, causing the surrounding lackeys to gasp in shock. Dak gritted his teeth, attempting to stabilize himself, but found it impossible as he was flung into the air, spinning wildly. With a sudden release, Dak was hurled onto another ship, only to be met with a fierce axe strike from Jabba, toppling him to the ground. After tossing Dak away, Ossi decided to cease his assault. Noticing that most of the nearby minions had been cleared, he effortlessly utilized the moonwalk and shave techniques to return to the bow of the R.O. Jackson. Shanks and Buggy were on board, standing back to back as they confronted the encroaching pirates. One sword style, black light. A streak of black blade flashed through the air as Ossi wielded his dark sword, carving through the throngs of adversaries and breaking through to reunite with the two. Wonderful! It's Ossi. Ossi, come over here. The battle was fierce, and despite the elite prowess of the Roger pirates, they found themselves somewhat overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught. The combatants aboard the ship struggled to manage the three young ones, while Buggy appeared fierce yet inwardly panicking. At that moment, as Ossi arrived, he seemed to emanate an aura of brilliance. Chapter 11, The Conqueror's Haki or the luck of the Conqueror. Buggy yearned for us to come to their rescue, but alas, Us had his own matters to attend to. My apologies, Buggy, but I have other obligations. You and Shanks must hold on a while longer. With a pat on Buggy's shoulder, Us vanished from the encirclement, cutting his way through the fray. Wait, hold on, how infuriating. Buggy, on the verge of tears, could only grimace as he and Shanks fought and retreated together. They were not monstrous beings like Us. Despite being merely 12 years old, their combat prowess, though commendable, was inadequate against the overwhelming number of elite pirates. Shanks, however, remained unfazed. After bidding farewell to Us, he once again clashed with the advancing pirates. Don't let your guard down, Buggy. The enemy is upon us. How infuriating. Meanwhile, in the main battlefield of the Ed War, Roger and Sky unleashed their Conqueror's Haki in a fierce clash, a cascade of black and crimson lightning enveloping the arena, as if the very sky were being torn asunder. Some of the weaker pirates dared not approach the battlefield, for the sight of their fallen predecessors served as a stark warning. The intensity of their duel was palpable. Divine avoidance. Lion's thousand cuts. The two swords clashed, and Us, who had come to observe, dared not blink, fixated on the blades that never truly met. No matter how many times he witnessed it, the sheer force of their prowess left him in awe. Conqueror's Haki entwined. Oz felt overwhelmed, enduring the residual might of their formidable Haki as he spectated. Channeling his Observation Haki to the fullest, he absorbed this innate gift, and for the first time, he acknowledged a sense of fear. This was not a weakness of spirit or will, but rather a primal instinct of living beings in the face of death. He understood that if he dared to approach even a few steps closer, regardless of his robust physique and dual Haki, he would be utterly obliterated by such overwhelming power. Yet, Oz did not retreat. He recognized the gamble he was taking, but evidently, he had wagered wisely. In the face of such monumental terror, one often finds the capacity to transcend their limits. Perhaps due to his proximity, his body began to manifest numerous wounds, even the armament Haki failing to provide adequate defense, as blood seeped from his orifices. However, Oz did not dare to withdraw, for to retreat would mean a lifetime of regret. To cower in fear of another's conqueror's Haki would render him incapable of awakening his own, according to his understanding of this formidable force. Henceforth, he would be condemned to a life of mediocrity, barely achieving the level of a vice-admiral. How could he then maintain his facade, or seek joy? He refused to become someone who could be effortlessly dispatched with a single strike of Haki, falling short of even admiral standards. Unable to stand firm against Shanks in the future, shaken by his conqueror's Haki. In his past life, he had languished in the depths, never able to rise. In this lifetime, having finally discovered his talent and the opportunity to grow stronger, he was determined to become the strongest man in the world. The most ostentatious individual. The freest soul. He desired for his very name to instill dread, causing all who heard it to break into a cold sweat. It was this singular thought that filled his heart, empowering Ossi to face the onslaught of two titans of Conqueror's Haki without hesitation. Boom! As Shiki and Roger reveled in their battle, a youthful yet domineering will surged onto the battlefield, capturing their attention with a flash of black and red lightning. Shiki and Roger widened their eyes in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter. Kid, it seems you two have ambitions to fulfill. Join me, and I shall overlook that previous shot. Not a chance, Shiki. This child is one of the future's hopes of a new era. In the distance, Rayleigh and the other cadre engaged in combat felt the intensity of this pure conqueror's will, and smiles spread across their faces. Among them, Buggy appeared the most astonished. His hair dancing in the tempest of this aura, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? Ossi has awakened Conqueror's Haki? Incredible! Shanks, however, remained quite composed. Genuinely delighted for his friend's progress. Yet, they were oblivious to a seemingly inconspicuous pirate among the crew of the Flying Sky Pirates, who was holding up a den mushy. On the other end of the line, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, a voice echoed. To awaken Conqueror's Haki at such a young age, this kid from Roger's crew likely possesses potential rivaling that of the current Roger. I know this guy. From behind Vice Admiral Garp, a voice chimed in, startling Garp from his slumber. What? Has it finished? Garp exclaimed, observing Garp asleep once more. The current Marine Admiral Sengoku clenched his teeth, ready to explode, only to be restrained by Fleet Admiral Kong. Speak carefully about the soldiers aboard Garp's ship. Kuzan, sitting behind Garp, stood up, teeth gritted as he gazed at the den mushy, focusing on the young soldier in military garb radiating black and red lightning. Slowly, he retrieved a bounty notice, detailing the target, daughter Ossi, age 12, adept in dual and even triple Haki, proficient in marksmanship and hand-to-hand combat. With an exceptionally high mastery of Observation Haki, potentially one of the inheritors of the great pirate Roger's legacy. If the preceding information had been acquired through years of battle and financial resources, the last statement was purely personal grievance. He, a natural type ability user, still bore the scar on his thigh that never fully healed, nearly transforming from a future Marine Admiral into a future Marine warlord. Such a young prodigy must be stifled in its infancy. Upon hearing Kuzan's words, Fleet Admiral Kong furrowed his brow tightly. The number of genius monsters among pirates was increasing, posing a significant challenge to the Navy, especially when considering crew members of a great pirate like Roger, now confirmed to possess Conqueror's Haki. If he were to mature and master Haki infusion, the thought of another pirate of Roger's caliber emerging in the future filled Kong with a sense of pressure for the Navy to come. Has that young lad with the gun aboard Roger's ship grown to such an extent now? The naval hero Carp mused while savoring his rice crackers. Ah, my beloved Senbei. Carp. Sengoku let out a deep sigh. One by one, they refused to serve my purpose. Then perish. Do not boast, Shiki. Bang, even with the awakening of his Conqueror's Haki, the undeniable truth remains that Ors is still a mere child. Roger had no choice but to shield him behind himself. With a mere flick of a sword, the residual force sent Ors flying once more. Regaining his composure, Ors refrained from recklessly returning to the fray. Instead, he gracefully stepped forward, employing the moonwalk to approach Shanks and Buggy. Upon seeing Ors, Buggy was visibly elated. Ors. There are too many enemies, what shall we do? Worry not, Buggy. Ors shook off the raindrops from his blade, gazing at the turbulent sky as if a storm were brewing. You possess the same Conqueror's luck as Shanks and me. Chapter 12, well done, Buggy, don't lose face as if to validate Ossi's words. A tempest brewed ominously on the horizon. What? Before such formidable forces of nature, even the so-called dominators of the New World must yield. Countless ships, manipulated by the powers of the flotation fruit, were swept away by the storm and tsunami, and the mighty Captain Shiki was not spared either. Engulfed by the raging waters, he found himself powerless as the helm of a ship came hurtling towards him. Set sail. Everyone. The Oro Jackson, crafted from the resilient atom tree, remained remarkably sturdy, and with a cadre of formidable warriors clearing the path, not even the tsunami could hinder the advance of the Roger pirates. This scene left Buggy and Shanks momentarily dumbfounded. Suddenly, the kitchen door was flung open by Buggy. The already battered door now appeared even more precarious. Ossi! Buggy exclaimed. His face flushed with excitement and disbelief. Is what you said true? That storm that saved us was indeed a result of my luck? Ossi, who was stealthily indulging in a feast in the kitchen, with a piece of meat in one hand and a milk barrel in the other, had devoured a mountain of food without any visible bulge in his abdomen. His observation Haki had already sensed Buggy's presence, so it was no surprise to him. He merely found it amusing that Buggy truly believed in his own fortune. Perhaps there was some truth to Buggy's luck with the Conqueror's Haki, otherwise it would be implausible for him to ascend to the ranks of Warlord and even Yonko with such lackluster strength. However, Ossi believed that their miraculous escape from this battle was more a testament to the fateful luck of Captain Roger's heir, with Buggy's influence being merely supplementary. Nonetheless, Ossi remained tactful, as Buggy was one of his few close friends. Of course, Buggy. The mere fact that you've managed to stay on this ship and survive numerous fierce battles speaks volumes, Ossi said earnestly. Yet, Buggy was indeed a true man. Recalling a phrase he held dearly, will your lives not cry out? This spirit, regardless of his power, qualified him as a true pirate. Upon hearing Ossi's words, Buggy fell silent for a moment, unsure if Ossi was genuinely complimenting him. However, after a brief reflection, he chose to trust Ossi. Despite his often teasing and provoking nature, Buggy believed he understood Ossi well. He would never deceive his friends. In times of peril, it was often Ossi who came to his aid, unlike Shanks, who would trick him with false treasure maps, leading to numerous brawls, though Buggy had never won a single one. Upon contemplating this, he felt a surge of happiness, the corners of his mouth curling upwards involuntarily. He decided to sit down and indulge in some leisure time with Oz. Among the entire crew, he found himself most inclined to be in the company of Oz. Shanks was exceedingly exasperating, and the other crew members placed greater emphasis on the more talented Oz and Shanks, which at times made him contemplate relinquishing his dreams. Only Oz had a charming way of speaking and never irritated him. Though he occasionally asked for assistance with tasks, he always rewarded him with maps of treasures and riches, affirming his worth and capabilities. Truth be told, in Buggy's eyes, Oz was his truest friend. Speaking of which, aside from juice, Oz had an affinity for milk as well. Buggy rubbed his red nose and took a sip from the milk barrel, discovering that aside from a hint of sweetness, it lacked any remarkable allure. Curiously, he inquired of Oz, this? To be honest, I'm not particularly fond of it. Then why do you drink so much? Buggy asked, somewhat incredulous. Because drinking milk helps you grow, Oz replied with a chuckle. I still want to reach 3 meters tall, otherwise, when battling the sea monsters, I would have to look up at them, and that would be quite embarrassing. Is that truly the reason? Buggy exclaimed. Of course. Yet, my favorite is still orange juice. Oz and Buggy clinked their cups together and continued to gulp down their drinks. With a determined grip of his fist, Buggy suddenly stood up. Excitement radiating from him as he looked at the somewhat bewildered Oz. Oz, once I become a great pirate, I shall treat you to the finest orange juice in the world. As he made this proclamation, a hint of embarrassment flushed his face, yet he feigned composure. Anxiously gazing at Oz, ha ha. That sounds splendid. Buggy, you will undoubtedly become a remarkable figure that astonishes the seas. When I fall from grace, I shall seek refuge with you, Oz laughed joyfully. Buggy, however, took this seriously and readily agreed. Rest assured, Oz, the position of my first mate will always be yours. Buggy declared, though inwardly, as he recalled the prowess of Oz and Shanks, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. These two were exceedingly promising, and he questioned whether he truly deserved to harbor such dreams. The two of them lay back, heads resting on their hands, eating and chatting until evening fell. It was not until the ship's cook, sensing something amiss, stormed in with a mop, gritting his teeth, that he finally dragged the two slacking off. However, upon seeing the satiated Oz, who appeared unchanged, and Buggy, who had unwittingly ballooned into a round shape, he was left speechless. Oz's monstrous constitution allowed him to digest anything immediately, but Buggy, what was he doing indulging so frivolously? With no other choice, Oz had to carry him back to their quarters. After bidding Buggy farewell, Oz finally had the opportunity to return to his dormitory and wash off the grime stained with the blood of battle. Yet, as he relaxed, he felt an itch in his head, an incessant desire to unleash his Conqueror's Haki. When he first mastered the moonwalk, he would dash about in the air daily, relishing the exhilarating sensation of flight. However, the incessant sound of his feet striking the air eventually provoked Uncle Jabba, who, exasperated by the noise, delivered a blow to his head that left a lump. Given that it was now evening, indulging in reckless displays of Conqueror's Haki could potentially result in a violent confrontation. Therefore, Osu decided to forego such antics. Yet, gazing into the mirror, he beheld his scarred physique, pulsating with latent power. The dark hue of his armed Haki enveloped his arms, subtly reflecting the light within the room. Once he reached Wano country, he intended to observe the flowing cherry blossoms there and compare the external manifestation of Haki taught by Uncle Rayleigh. Ultimately, he aspired to master the art of Haki binding. As Osu admired his formidable strength, he meticulously strategized his ascent from the mid-tier ranks to the vice-king level, and ultimately to the king. To this day, due to his monstrous physique, conventional training had become insufficient to facilitate his rapid growth and strength. Its effects had dwindled to nearly negligible. Henceforth, he would have to rely on the passage of time, natural development, and the tutelage of more powerful individuals in advanced Haki to sustain such a swift progression. However, if pressed to articulate it, there was indeed another means to augment his strength. Osu cast a glance at the small treasure chest beneath his bed. Chapter 13, Shanks. What face do you have? Not a single hair to speak of. Within lies the very devil fruit I acquired 3 years ago, the superhuman-type teleportation fruit. In the original narrative, it belonged to Van Augur, the sharpshooter of the Blackbeard pirates. This fruit is undoubtedly well suited for a marksman. However, for OS, it represents far more than mere assistance for snipers. When progress seems futile, he might contemplate consuming this space-related devil fruit. Upon awakening its full potential, it could yield remarkable surprises, such as teleporting all enemy attacks miles away, swiftly vanishing to achieve an ethereal state immune to all assaults, or effortlessly transporting fruit users into the sea. Even the bounce fruit can inflict pain. Why shouldn't the teleportation fruit be capable of such feats? OS perceives that while Zoan-type fruits possess undeniable strength, Paramecia-type fruits are equally formidable, particularly those involving conceptual abilities. As for why he refrains from consuming it now, OS is biding his time. He harbors a concern regarding a particular hypothesis, whether, before the right moment, the user of a devil fruit might be rejected by the final island. In the original storyline, Buggy inexplicably fell ill just before reaching the island, thus missing the great treasure, a fate that did not befall anyone else. The most significant distinction between Buggy and the others is that Buggy is a user of the chop fruit. Hence, Os dares not take the gamble, after all. The fruit is not going anywhere. He is not pressed for time, and these 2 years can be devoted to honing his haki. For as Master Kai has stated, haki surpasses all else. Os would not forsake his foundation to become a fruit user who appears formidable yet crumbles under the pressure of haki. Consider Kid, who, with his awakened electromagnetic cannon, can easily inflict significant harm on an emperor, obliterating fleets with a single shot. Yet, if his haki does not keep pace, he might find himself swiftly dispatched by Shanks, who can foresee the future, effortlessly evading with a single, precise strike. 30 billion berries would vanish as easily as a chicken. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Os will never abandon the cultivation of haki. He aims to master the world's hardest armament haki, to foresee further into the future, and to possess a conqueror's haki that rivals none. Sailing alongside the Roger pirates is currently the fastest way for him to enhance his haki, a path reminiscent of Shanks' rise. Knock, knock. In a moment of distraction, a series of knocks echoed. Is that Uncle Bidem? A peculiar red light sparkled in Os's eyes as an image of a plump figure opening the door flashed before him. Dressing hastily, Os opened the door to find none other than his sharpshooting mentor, Bidem, the marksman of the Roger pirates. Os, still awake? Bidem inquired, holding a long, bandage-wrapped object. He casually patted Os on the shoulder. Os nodded and invited him inside. What brings you here? I have come to extend my heartfelt congratulations to you, Os. The prowess of the Conqueror's haki is not a gift bestowed upon just anyone. With a cheerful demeanor, Bidem directly handed over an object to Os. One must commend Bidem for his dedication as a mentor, diligently imparting the knowledge of observation haki and advanced sniping techniques to Os, truly deserving of the title of master. As Os took the item, he immediately discerned its nature. It was a long rifle, quite weighty. As he unwrapped the layers of bandages, he was astonished to reveal a sleek, jet-black sniper rifle, striking in design, with both the barrel and scope crafted from the finest materials. Remarkably, the entire weapon was forged from sea prism stone. Astounded, Os found himself at a loss for words. He had anticipated becoming a fruit user, capable of both offense and defense while mastering the art of sniping, yet, how could he reconcile this with the limitations of his teleportation abilities? Indeed, it was a fine weapon. Observing Bidem's eager expression, Os felt reluctant to voice any dissatisfaction. He resolved to adapt, possibly wrapping the rifle in bandages for ease of use. Moreover, the quality of the rifle was undeniable. A seasoned marksman would recognize that achieving precision at several kilometers was well within reach, especially if the bullets were enhanced with haki or fruit abilities, theoretically allowing for even greater distances. Of course, I invested a considerable sum for this rifle, Bidem chuckled heartily, clearly delighted to see it find a worthy owner, for Os was deserving of such a treasure. It was rare for a sniper to possess the Conqueror's haki, and in many years, Os stood as the sole exception, with a future brimming with potential. Lacking the haki himself, Bidem understood he could never ascend to be among the world's most formidable snipers, but Os held that promise, making this gesture an investment in the future of sniping. I had intended to present it to you tomorrow, but seeing that Shanks was still awake, I thought you might be as well, hence my visit today. Upon hearing Bidem's words, Os, who had been toying with his new weapon, paused momentarily, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. What has that fellow Shanks been up to at this hour? Perhaps it is due to you, Bidem replied, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Seeing you easily defeat the enemy ship's officers of his age might have stirred something within him. He then burst into laughter, considering Shanks, who had been raised by Captain Roger, a prodigy regarded as the successor to Roger's legacy. In a certain light, with Os surpassing Shanks, one might even argue that Bidem had outstripped Roger. It seemed Shanks possessed a heart of a true warrior as well. This is, in fact, quite normal. When Shanks first boarded the ship, he had already received the straw hat from Roger, which instilled in him a nascent mindset of superiority, coupled with the expectations of being the next king. The emergence of Ace, undoubtedly, placed a ceiling on Shanks, who, despite being invincible among his peers, found himself overshadowed by Ace, who had grown up in a humble town. It was akin to a prodigious heir being outperformed by a child of fortune. Does this not imply that the will of Captain Roger ought not to be inherited by him, and that the straw hat does not rightfully belong to him? Shanks found this unacceptable, and even though Ace bore no ill will towards him, the inherent disparity compelled Shanks to compare himself, yearning to reclaim his status as the MVP among the trio. After Ace awakened his Conqueror's Haki during the day, Shanks resolved to intensify his efforts that very night. Come on, Ace, one misstep and you might surpass me. As for Ace's remark about Tama, he felt no significant pressure, after all. He had no intention of inheriting any will or becoming the Pirate King. His curiosity about the One Piece stemmed purely from sentiment and intrigue. If he truly desired to become the Pirate King, it would be a simple matter upon Roger's demise. He could retrace the steps to Raftel with the Eternal Pointer and declare that he had discovered the great treasure. However, he did hold strength in high regard. He could not simply run away if Shanks, known for his meddlesome nature, thwarted his attempts to amuse himself. While Shanks may have an impressive reputation among others, before him and Buggy, he felt utterly insignificant. Chapter 14, Will you be the next strongest in the world? Barrett, after the Battle of Ed War. The Roger pirates experienced a brief period of tranquility, save for bang! Barrett's reckless behavior persists. Despite knowing he is outmatched, he continues to fight valiantly. This stubbornness can only be deemed foolish. OS felt this sentiment aptly applied to Barrett in the present moment. What led this man to believe he could defeat Roger? A mere boy of less than 20 years, especially when he had yet to master Haki and charged forth only to be cut down in an instant? Over time, the crew grew accustomed to this spectacle. Everyone assumed this farce would continue until one fateful island landing, when Barrett was once again sent flying by a single strike. His usual demeanor altered, as if he had resolved something significant. Only OS noticed this change. Are you leaving, Barrett? OS munched on a piece of ham, leaning against the doorframe. Observing Barrett as he packed his belongings, which amounted to little more than a few articles of clothing, a couple of headphones, and some treasures, Barrett turned to face OS, who had earned his respect. Roger's days are numbered, and I have lost any hope of surpassing him in this lifetime. It is time for me to depart. What are your plans? OS inquired, though he already anticipated Barrett's choice. As the final boss of the theatrical version, Barrett's prowess was indisputable. He could indeed be described as a versatile warrior. Time and again, he faced the Navy's extermination orders, earning the moniker of the Devil's progeny. Even Luffy in his Gear 4th appeared feeble before him, and he toyed with the supernovas as if they were mere playthings. Yet, what struck OS most was Barrett's overwhelming mastery of armament Haki, which could cover half the area of an island. Unfortunately, he had strayed down an erroneous path. Fixated on studying colossal fusion giants, opting for size over strength, and became nothing more than a target for others. Had he devoted his efforts to Haki rather than grandiose giants, he would have at least ranked among the Yonko. What are your plans? Barrett pondered. I suppose I must first grow stronger. And afterward? To challenge the next strongest in the world, Barrett declared with conviction, casting a glance at OS that left him momentarily speechless. Will you become an existence that surpasses Roger, OS? You wouldn't mean to? OS raised an eyebrow, a nagging sense of unease creeping in. He regretted coming to bid Barrett farewell. I can see your spirit and talent are undoubtedly on par with anyone else. Once you take the stage in this world, perhaps we could have another bout. Hey! I have no desire to bear the burden of Captain Roger's legacy. You should seek out Shanks instead. Barrett did not respond. Yet OS could discern from his gaze that his resolve had not wavered. However, with Captain Roger gone, why would he seek trouble with me? Although OS felt that he had the potential to become one of the strongest individuals in the world, it did not imply that he relished seeking trouble. His acquaintance with Barrett, albeit brief, did not warrant killing him merely for the sake of challenging oneself. Winning such a confrontation would only lead to incessant entanglement. Much like Barrett's persistent presence aboard Roger's ship, with minor challenges every 3 days and major ones every 5, which would become utterly tiresome. After a brief conversation, Barrett chose to depart once they reached the shore, surprisingly without any attempts to retain him, including from Captain Roger, who merely observed his departure. OS, too, felt no inclination to dissuade him, as Barrett had never truly aligned with him. His belief in absolute personal strength contradicted the ideals of everyone on the ship. making their eventual separation inevitable. Furthermore, even if Barrett had chosen to stay, the crew would have disbanded in 2 years regardless. Rayleigh stood at the ship's edge, watching Barrett's silhouette fade into the sunset. Despite the moment's inherent melancholy, it was abruptly interrupted by Os's query, "Vice Captain, when will you teach me the Conqueror's Haki? You little rascal." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh was instantly devoid of any pleasant emotion, looking at Os with a touch of exasperation, regretting his earlier jestful agreement. "Such power lacks technique, Os, you need to cultivate your Conqueror's Haki to a sufficient intensity." "What? How can I achieve that intensity?" "As your strength grows, so too will your presence. It is still too early for you. There have been prodigies who awaken Conqueror's Haki in their youth. But how many have mastered its application at such a tender age?" Os found himself at a loss for words, reflecting that indeed, it seemed to be the case. Whether it was Doflamingo, Ace, Yamato, or Katakuri, many had awakened their abilities even earlier than Os, yet none had mastered the technique by middle age. In the New World, while numerous strong individuals wielded Conqueror's Haki, only a select few could execute its advanced applications, suggesting that such power truly hinged on innate talent. After a prolonged silence, Os finally relinquished the fantasy of mastering the technique by the age of 12. Nevertheless, Rayleigh didn't entirely dismiss him. He went on to explain how. Once Os's Conqueror's Haki reached sufficient levels, he could intertwine it with his body or weapon much like armament Haki. The crux of it was that while he could impart the technique, the execution would ultimately depend on Os's own capabilities. Interestingly, the lesson also encompassed techniques related to the use of God's avoidance, showcasing the synergy between Conqueror's Haki and the swordsmanship of great swordsmen, which held significant learning value for Os. Meanwhile, not far off, Buggy and Shanks observed the exchange, noting Os and the vice captain discussing matters beyond their current grasp. At that moment, they shared a peculiar thought: would they ever truly catch up to Os? "What are you two staring at?" Oss observed as the two approached, embracing their necks with camaraderie, and inquired with a smile, "What's the matter?" "It's Captain Roger," they replied, urging us to hasten our supplies. "We are to set sail for our next destination." "Where to?" "Wayno country." "Wayno country. Have we unknowingly navigated this far?" It seemed that the end was indeed drawing near. "My time is limited, OSS." Behind the trio, Captain Roger approached with a smile, affectionately ruffling the hair of the three apprentices. His words bore no trace of the weariness or despondency one might expect from a man facing death. "Let us explore the islands of the second half of the New World. Perhaps we shall encounter unexpected wonders." OSS was rendered speechless, for the truth was that Roger had, within his dwindling time, discovered individuals and places capable of unraveling the mysteries of the historical texts. Perhaps it was all the guidance of fate. Chapter 15, Flowing Sakura. The arrival of Watashi. Indeed, life upon the vast ocean is protracted. Although Monkey D. Luffy has traversed the world in mere months, the Roger pirates do not possess such a clear objective. Much of their time is spent on the journey itself. One might even assert that Roger is the true child of destiny, inadvertently gathering all the requisite conditions for reaching the ultimate island. In contrast, less fortunate pirates may spend a lifetime searching for the buried location of the historical text and the means to interpret it. A year has swiftly passed. In the year 1496 of the Sea Circle calendar, the now 13-year-old Os has begun to emerge prominently, yet he pays little heed to this. Instead, another matter captures his attention. "Hey, Buggy. Great news, I've grown to 2 meters tall." "Are you an idiot? This is hardly the time to be fixating on that," retorted Buggy, who at 1.45 m looked up at Os, towering significantly above him. "We are in the midst of battle." "Ha ha ha. I know," Os replied cheerfully, casually tilting his head to evade a few bullets aimed at him, before joining Buggy's side. With a swift motion, his arm enveloped in a dark hue of Haki. He placed it near Buggy's temple. A bullet struck his hand, ricocheting off and clattering to the ground. "Be careful, Buggy," Os chuckled. It was only then that Buggy, realizing how close he had come to death, gaped in horror, his eyes bulging, nearly losing his composure. I almost died. Buggy. Despite being a user of the split fruit, which grants immunity only to slashing attacks, knew well that a bullet to the head would mean certain demise. Patting Buggy on the shoulder, Os leaped towards the edge of the ship, his observation haki spreading forth, allowing him to discern the specifics of the two approaching warships in the distance. They didn't even deploy a vice admiral to deal with us. What have these Navy men done to offend such powerful figures? With one hand gripping his gun, his gaze shifted toward Captain Roger at the bow of the ship. Many crew members, including the Straw Hat crew, watched Os's actions closely. Os is increasingly capable on his own, they mused. Since Os awakened his Conqueror's haki, he has shown an avid enthusiasm for battle. In his own words, he seeks to engage in as many direct confrontations as possible, believing it beneficial for the advancement of his haki. After all, victory and fierce combat serve as the finest training for the spirit. Such has always been the nature of the path to supremacy. It is precisely due to Os's shift in style that within the subsequent year, his bounty has continually escalated, now reaching an impressive 500 million berries. Leave it to me, Captain Roger, they are merely a bunch of Navy grunts. Initially, Roger had not intended to intervene. But upon hearing Os's words, he sheathed his sword and turned his gaze toward the distant island shrouded in waterfalls, Wano country. Strike swiftly, Os. We are about to make landfall. Understood. Os raised his formidable rifle, his formidable observation haki sweeping repeatedly over the two warships situated 100 meters away, rendering all steel and iron defenses before him as inconsequential. This was a manifestation of a new application of his observation haki, akin to a god's perspective. Almost reminiscent of X-ray vision, similar to a mental web. Adjusting his breath, a sudden crimson light ignited in Os's eyes, as explosive scenes flashed before him. The foresight of the future had ceased to be his pursuit, he was now striving to glimpse an even more distant future. With a sharp crack of gunfire, a pitch-black armament haki-infused bullet nearly vanished into thin air, a faint sound of sonic boom reverberating in its wake. After a brief silence, a thunderous explosion erupted, resembling a chain reaction. Amidst the wails and cries of anguish, a colossal steel warship began to tilt slowly, descending into the depths of the sea. This spectacle evidently startled the sailors aboard the adjacent ship, leaving them dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. How could one discern the location of the ammunition depot from several hundred meters away? Surely, this must be a trick. How could such a thing be possible? The rear admiral aboard the neighboring vessel, witnessing this scene, felt an inkling of despair. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, shouting orders to his men, retreat. Change course. Such a monster was not something they could confront. He immediately commanded the ship to turn, but it was evident they failed to realize that for a formidable warrior, a few hundred meters was no different from being within arm's reach. Someone is charging towards us. The target is too swift, I cannot see clearly. It's Black Gun Os. Observing Os soaring through the air, the members of the Roger pirates were not surprised, they all leaned over the ship's edge, waiting for the inevitable confrontation. Meanwhile, the surviving sailors aboard their warship breathed a sigh of relief upon noticing that the R.O. Jackson had no intention of approaching them. After all, they were the Navy of the New World, and the commanding officer of the two ships, Rear Admiral Tesreau, was clearly no novice. Faced with this recently renowned young pirate, he held dual haki with confidence, believing he could stall Os for some time. If they could hold out for a moment longer. Once the warships were at a distance, they could surely overpower one man collectively. Black Gun Os. If you possess the courage, come at me. However, just as the sailors, who believed they had evaded peril, were beginning to revel in their relief, their smiles froze abruptly. To perish with a smile was the greatest mercy I could bestow upon you. Unbeknownst to them, Os had already materialized on the deck, casually flicking the blood from his blade and turning to gaze at the head of the rear admiral, who still bore a smile. It was hardly unexpected, after all. He had foreseen this moment before drawing his blade. The surrounding Navy personnel, much like the swift transformations in a Peking opera, swiftly shifted from expressions of astonishment to those of despair. Os, with an air of nonchalance, dispatched them one by one. Perhaps struck by fear, two of the Navy officers even scurried into the kitchen. Hey, Navy, one should be prepared for the possibility of death before engaging in battle. Cowardice is not to be tolerated. OS showed no mercy. Had he been a feeble pirate, he would have faced a lifetime in prison, for he was no saint. Yet a surprising boon emerged. The sword of this naval rear admiral appeared to be of exceptional quality. Its black patterned blade, elongated and heavy, bore a straight form unlike most samurai swords, devoid of unnecessary embellishments, resembling more a cane sword. In general, it bore some resemblance to the gambler's weapon. Yet it was longer and more ornate. OS may not have been familiar with renowned blades, but he sensed it was certainly superior to his own mundane longsword and sufficiently lengthy to serve his towering height of 3 meters. With his newfound trophy in hand, OS gracefully returned to the Aro Jackson, eager to observe whether the flowing techniques of the haki that Vice Captain Rayleigh had recently imparted differed in any significant way from those of Wano country. Chapter 16, A Flaw Revealed. Marco, is this the land of Wano? After disembarking, the crowd began to explore the ancient isle. Only OS looked on excitedly into the distance, where a red glow erupted. Is it here? Hey, OS, where are you going? As OS suddenly leaped onto a nearby hillside, seemingly observing something, Shanks, donning a captain's hat and squatting while nibbling on chocolate, inquired with a raised head. Following closely behind was Buggy, who, lacking OS's exaggerated observation ability, resorted to a telescope to scrutinize the horizon. Suddenly, he shouted, "Captain Roger! It's the Whitebeard pirates, right across the island." In contrast, Roger showed little reaction to this revelation, merely laughing heartily. "Well then, let us have a battle." Just then, a figure approached swiftly. "Captain, a samurai is charging towards us," OS calmly remarked, not reacting as dramatically as Buggy, recognizing the identity with a mere flicker of perception. It was none other than Kazuki Odin. A waste of a good hand, just a hot-headed fool of a samurai. With a swift strike of his sword, Odin knocked 2 of Roger's crew members to the ground. Witnessing this, Rayleigh and Jabba promptly drew their weapons, ready for combat. Just as strong as the rumors suggested. "Stop him, Rayleigh. Let us proceed with that." "Wait a moment, Jabba, Rayleigh." Meanwhile, Roger, brimming with excitement, dashed past the two, exclaiming, "We can't let you get hurt." In truth, it was merely his own desire to fight. OS chuckled, though his gaze remained fixed on the impending clash between Roger and Odin. His observation haki enveloped both fighters. He was determined not to miss a single detail. Roger charged forward with a grin, dark red lightning coalescing around his blade. Goddess avoidance. Such exquisite mastery of Conqueror's haki. Watching Odin being sent flying by a single strike, OS reveled in the lingering sensation of the Conqueror's haki. Having witnessed it multiple times, he gradually began to grasp the essence of this powerful technique. It was akin to what Rayleigh had imparted to him. Rather than the indiscriminate release of Conqueror's haki that incapacitated lesser foes, this technique concentrated power into a singular point, unleashing an even greater force. In his prime, Shanks employed a similar methodology, condensing his Conqueror's haki into dark red lightning, which even a vice admiral would find overwhelming. And a general would be significantly weakened in its presence. However, unlike armament haki, this form does not possess a tangible entity that can be concentrated at will. A year had passed, and as OS gazed at the dark red arcs generated from the friction in his palm, he realized he had only scratched the surface of its mastery. All eyes were fixated on Odin, who had been sent flying for 100 meters, only coming to a halt after crashing into numerous trees. Yet, only a select few, including OS and Roger, were gazing at the sky, where an immense aura was rapidly approaching. "It's coming, it's coming." OSS widened his eyes, fixating intently on the towering figure approaching from the distance. A titan of exaggerated robustness, with golden locks, a white cloak, and that iconic crescent-shaped white beard, Edward Newgate, the world's strongest man. He charged directly towards Roger, who did not shy away, enveloping his blade in an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki, cleaving upwards with fierce determination. The blades did not even make contact. Instead, they engaged in a contest of will, their haki intertwining, producing incessant arcs of crimson lightning. The terrifying shockwaves from their clash sent everyone else sprawling, threatening to rend the very heavens as the clouds dispersed across the vast sky. Even as OSS yearned to experience the intensity up close, he could not withstand such overwhelming force and had to anchor himself to a distant ancient tree that had not been uprooted. As for Buggy, Shanks, and the others, They had long been whisked away by Rayleigh, distancing themselves from the battlefield. Confronted with this formidable display of power, OSS boldly unleashed his own Conqueror's Haki, attempting to master the swirling energy around him. What an amusing little brat! Whitebeard noticed the resilient youth nearby, his lips curling into a smile. Is he one of your crew, Roger? Roger laughed heartily, indeed. This lad is quite the monster. Envious, Newgate? Oof. My sons shall never be outdone. Their banter exchanged, the two men held their ground for a fleeting moment before erupting into laughter, setting their weapons down in a formal greeting. Leave all your belongings behind. With the captain's command, the pirate crews officially commenced their battle. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a remarkably skilled sniper perched on a distant tree had already raised his rifle, a glimmer of red light flickering in his eyes. A flaw has been revealed, Marco. Bang! OSS was the one stealthily taking a shot in the shadows. Having just felt the might of the Haki clash, he realized that participating to confront minor foes would no longer elevate his own prowess. It was akin to having tasted gourmet fare and now lacking the desire for coarse sustenance. Moreover, OSS understood that the mundane skirmishes and killings could no longer enhance his Conqueror's Haki. His growth could only stem from two avenues, allowing his age to nurture him, enhancing his mental and physical attributes, or confronting those who possessed a greater Haki than his own. Thus, he returned to his former expertise, taking shots from the shadows. As for why he refrained from targeting Whitebeard directly, OSS had indeed entertained that notion. However, despite peering into the future countless times, the outcome remained consistent: failure. Failure. And more failure. Alas, it seemed that such a formidable opponent was beyond his reach for now. Reluctantly, OSS settled for a secondary target, aiming his sights on the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Phoenix, Marco. As Marco unfurled his wings, poised for a charge, a single shot shattered his dreams of piracy. His wings swiftly retracted into his human form, collapsing to the ground, utterly immobilized. Fortunately, he narrowly avoided being trampled by his comrades rushing from behind. Was this Sea Prism Stone? With his gunfire striking true, Us had no expectation of remaining concealed any longer. He boldly revealed himself, leaping down from the branches above, with his ebony firearm slung over his shoulder. A young soldier with dark hair emerged from the shadows of the trees. Gradually, he drew forth the long sword he had previously confiscated from his belt. The sound of metal resonated, his arms enveloped in a pitch-black Haki, which then delicately coiled around the blade, revealing even streaks of crimson lightning upon closer inspection. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were filled with fury. How despicable, a sneak attack! Conversely, the crew of the Roger Pirates appeared unfazed, acknowledging the presence of Us with a sense of familiarity. It was hardly surprising, given his notorious style. Despite his emergence, Us clearly showed no interest in the younger members of the Whitebeard Pirates. His gaze was fixed solely upon one individual, one of the two possessors of Conqueror's Haki within the Whitebeard Pirates, Kazuki Odin. Chapter 17, Beneath the Prison. Am I not supposed to explode when you approach? With oars striking first, a chaotic battle commenced. However, due to Marco's early exit and Or's unexpected intervention, the Roger Pirates held the advantage overall. Moreover, within the white group, only Odin could be considered a formidable force, while Rayleigh and his companions, each proficient in Conqueror's Haki, could easily contend with the opponents using but a mere finger. Thus, rather than a fierce battle, it resembled a sparring session. Ors, though somewhat lacking in strength, displayed his remarkable brute force and finely honed dual Haki. Despite being at a disadvantage, he managed to hold his ground against Odin for a time. Ors began to comprehend why there are numerous situations in the world of pirates where seemingly weaker parties can achieve a semblance of balance. Perhaps one side is indeed weaker, but as long as they are not overwhelmingly powerful, they can easily engage in prolonged skirmishes. Truly, everyone is a veritable tank. Furthermore, compared to the extraordinary Conqueror's Haki wielded by Captain Roger and his crew, Odin's abilities were somewhat inferior, and the level of his Conqueror's Haki did not rank among the world's elite. While Ors might not be able to defeat Odin, he could still use this opportunity to hone his skills, enduring a bit of pain in the process. One sword style, sizzle. A rich layer of armament haki enveloped the blade, intertwined with strands of Conqueror's haki, with Or's monstrous strength and swordsmanship augmenting his strike. The terrifying power of his slash even seemed to tear through the air. This was Or's first time unleashing his full might, his gaze constantly peering into the future. Extreme, black light. Odin, taken aback by Or's sudden display of power, refused to back down. His mastery of armament haki, even surpassing that of Or's, enveloped his dual blades as he charged forward to deliver a decisive strike. Two-sword style, the soul of the samurai. In an instant, the two clashed, their overwhelming force causing the very ground beneath them to fracture. While it did not reach celestial proportions, it stirred up clouds of dust and debris, creating an astonishing spectacle. Onlookers, still engaged in their brawls and basic attacks, were momentarily stunned. Are you two genuinely serious? After just one exchange, Ors furrowed his brow as a flash of red light erupted from his eyes. How could this be? I clearly dodged. The next moment, a mouthful of blood spewed forth from Ors, frightening the somewhat beleaguered Buggy and Shanks from afar. Despite his body showing no visible wounds, he was still coughing blood. This scene had already unfolded the instant Ors engaged. However, he quickly understood, is this flowing cherry blossom? Thanks to Ors' extraordinary physical constitution. Even after taking a hit from the flowing cherry blossom, he did not immediately lose his combat capability. After all, he had managed to evade most of the attack through his observation haki, with his body only suffering from a degree of internal damage that he had not anticipated. With a physique comparable to a young Whitebeard, it would not be so easy for him to fall. Flowing cherry blossom? An internal damage that moves. Ors meticulously reflected on the sensations he had just experienced, his observation haki scanning Odin behind him repeatedly, attempting to activate the armament haki enveloping his own hands. Though Uncle Raleigh has imparted his teachings, it becomes evident that true combat serves as a catalyst for rapid advancement in mastery. That strike was indeed formidable. In truth, the pain inflicted upon Yutian by that blow was no less than that experienced by Os, as his block was entirely anticipated by Os. The blade struck directly against his chest, leaving a long, gaping wound from which blood flowed freely. Facing an adversary capable of foreseeing the future is thoroughly confounding. Unless one's strength is overwhelmingly superior, one must brace for the inevitability of continual injury, for no matter how one attempts to defend, the relentless force of time will unveil one's intentions. The ensuing battle followed a familiar pattern, although Yutian's raw power surpassed that of Os. He found himself at a disadvantage against the bizarre observation haki and monstrous strength. Yutian even felt that, in a mere test of strength, he might fall short. Furthermore, as their Conqueror's haki clashed, Os was persistently endeavoring to master the intertwining of flowing Sakura and Conqueror's haki, resulting in a reciprocal enhancement of their abilities. With every encounter, he grew stronger, exhibiting remarkable endurance. It was the first time Yutian felt so thoroughly constrained, even during his swift demise at the hands of Whitebeard and Roger. He had not experienced such a sensation. Gradually, the armament haki that previously allowed him to inflict damage upon this individual was now being countered effectively by Os. And after 2 days of intense combat, Yutian found himself utterly drained of all his resources. Having adapted, he could no longer assist Os in becoming stronger, rather, he had to guard against Os's perplexing slashes and sporadic black shots. Uncle Jabba. Switch it up. After exchanging blows with Yutian once more, Os chose not to retaliate with a black shot but instead summoned reinforcements. Truly, Os was extraordinary. Jabba, who found the task of dealing with a group of underdeveloped youngsters tedious and constrained by the inability to truly harm them, suddenly felt invigorated by Os's summons. His face brightening with a smile. Leave this to me. Before Yutian could utter a word, Os executed a swift maneuver, instantly vanishing from sight, only to be replaced by a burly man wielding dual axes, charging forth. Finally, he had found an opponent of equal caliber, and the two commenced an intense exchange of blows. Os, not one to remain idle, observed Shanks and Buggy struggling in their skirmish. With a powerful push off the ground, he propelled himself to their side. The Whitebeard crew captain facing them suddenly felt an unsettling chill run down his spine, a sense of foreboding washing over him. With a swift motion, he swung the iron chain in his hands, launching a massive iron ball towards his rear. However, the anticipated sound of shattering did not occur. Amidst the smoke, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a tall figure emerged, effortlessly clutching the enormous iron ball. How is this possible? He caught it bare-handed. Turning his gaze towards Buggy and Shanks, their faces now adorned with delight, they exclaimed, "Wonderful, it's OS." It seemed as though Buggy and Shanks had found their pillar of support, cautiously retreating to OS's side. "Be careful, Buggy." Shanks, observing the two individuals adorned with bruises. OS furrowed his brow, and a crimson light suddenly erupted from his eyes, swiftly scanning the encroaching crew members of the white group. Simultaneously, his longsword and spear began to envelop themselves in a formidable aura, albeit with a hue distinct from before, a slowly undulating, scarlet manifestation of his might. "Your future holds no promise of victory," OS declared as he launched into action. His spear unleashed bullets at an unimaginable velocity, scattering in all directions. Each projectile adorned with a flowing red aura, rendering evasion impossible. This was the shared sentiment among those targeted, particularly the adept users of Observation Haki, who could only attempt to cloak themselves with their own defensive aura. Even the seasoned crew members struggled, while the trainees fared far worse, each sustaining injuries, with many rendered incapacitated by strikes to their limbs. Among them, a particularly stout individual suffered grievously, narrowly avoiding a strike to the neck, only to be hit on the shoulder, collapsing to the ground in a pool of blood, wailing in agony. The flowing Sakura technique was exceedingly challenging to fully defend against. If one could not evade, the internal damage inflicted was immense, proving to be lethally effective. Even OS, with his extraordinary physique, found himself spitting blood after a mere graze. A handful of resilient souls dared to press forward despite their injuries, yet OS was no fragile long-range shooter. None of those who approached could hope to gain the upper hand. With the trifecta of foresight, extraordinary strength, and flowing Sakura, who could withstand my close-quarter assault? Chapter 18, Come Dip the Beans, Oz. Thus, the great battle raged on for 3 days. And the formidable prowess of the Oz monster earned the acknowledgement of all members of the white crew, dark and powerful, undeniably exceeding all expectations. Fortunately, by the 4th day, both sides finally agreed to a ceasefire. They began to exchange resources and treasures from their respective ships, akin to street vendors bartering their wares. The intense combat and formidable learning had also rendered Oz somewhat weary. He now required time to gradually hone his skills and reflect. However, he held little interest in the exchanges, as his possessions amounted to merely a single devil fruit along with some daily earnings in berries and treasures. After wandering for quite some time, he traded a portion of his treasures for sea stone with the white crew, which would prove convenient for crafting bullets or other uses. "Are you two going to just stand there like fools?" Oz reclined against a fallen log behind the two, observing the pair with their hands on their hips and a smug expression. "They've been staring at us the whole time." "Is that so?" Across from them, the down little horse sat cross-legged, bandaged, alongside the similarly wrapped black fatty, Marshal D. Teach, the future Yonko, the rebellious Blackbeard. Yet, the gaze of the two seemed less focused on Buggy and Shanks, and more intently fixed upon Oz, who was indulging in food. "Are those fellows apprentice pirates?" Teach inquired seriously, scrutinizing the trio. "Indeed, they've been with the Roger pirates for quite some time," Marco replied, having been an old crewmate of Whitebird's from the beginning. He was somewhat familiar with the members of Roger's crew and had been aware of the trio's existence for quite a while. However, he had not anticipated that the one with black hair would possess such extraordinary strength, far beyond his expectations. How could it be? That monster is merely an intern on Roger's ship. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Teach's forehead, the wound on his left shoulder still throbbed painfully. The internal damage far more severe than it appeared. The other two, seemingly unimpressive, how could there be such a stark disparity in strength? The initial encounter with Oz had left a significant psychological shadow on him, as the overwhelming power displayed by Oz was indelibly etched in his mind. While the two were scrutinizing the trio, the three were equally observing their opponents. "Hey, Oz, Shanks, have you noticed?" That guy hasn't seemed to sleep at all during the ceasefire these past 2 nights. "Why, does not sleeping make one formidable?" "Not at all. I've heard he has never slept a wink since birth. That's a genuine monster." Upon hearing these words, Oz's attention diverted entirely to another matter. Buggy seemed to have been fixated on Teach for 3 days, an unsettling thought indeed. Regarding the individual known as Blackbeard, OS seems neither to harbor disdain nor affection for him. After all, in a strict sense, Blackbeard's avaricious and lascivious nature, coupled with his treacherous steeds, aligns more closely with the conventional perception of piracy. In contrast, figures like Roger and Luffy resemble adventurers cloaked in the guise of pirates. The reason OS recently took aim at Teach was to gauge his abilities, for leaving a scar on the face of the adult Shanks is no trivial feat, however. From that shot, it appears that the current Blackbeard is merely a fledgling. OS has no interest in intimidating children indefinitely. He shifts his gaze toward the pinnacle of a towering tree, where Roger, Whitebeard, and Odin are engaged in deliberation, occasionally embroiled in heated exchanges. OS even observes the fracturing of space. It seems the journey is indeed on the brink of countdown. Slowly swallowing a sip of juice, OS ponders. So, has Odin officially joined the Roger Pirates? As the Roger Pirates set sail once more, Buggy gazes incredulously at the warriors aboard the ship, asking, well, it's more or less true, I suppose, as they've essentially borrowed him from Whitebeard. OS's reaction is rather subdued, on the contrary. He sees an opportunity to further inquire about Ryuki. Although he feels that the Ryuki he has clandestinely learned should be akin to the authentic version. Consulting the original source would provide a more comprehensive understanding. What if there are intricate techniques he has yet to grasp? With his sword in hand, OS gradually approaches Odin, who is at the center of the banquet. He slowly unsheathes his weapon, startling Odin and the crew. The atmosphere becomes tense, yet contrary to their expectations. OS does not intend to initiate a confrontation. Why do you all stare at me? I am here to inquire about Ryuki. Odin exhales in relief, genuinely wishing to avoid further conflict with this mischievous youth. Continuously missing his strikes while receiving blows in return is nothing short of torment for him. The application of Ryuki's Busashoku Haki is certainly teachable, especially since they will be comrades henceforth. However, upon asking OS about his mastery of Ryuki, Odin finds himself perplexed. OS merely extends his fist, layers of crimson Busashoku Haki beginning to spread across his surface like flowing water. With a distant wave, the bottle in Odin's hand shatters into a myriad of pieces. Pray tell, is there anything I need to improve upon? OS smiles, completely shedding the terrifying visage he once bore in battle. I discovered this during the skirmish a couple of days ago. Hearing this, Odin opens his mouth. Yet words escape him, for he possesses nothing further to impart. What OS demonstrates is the truest form of Ryuki's Busashoku Haki. And he even harbors doubts about whether OS had already mastered it, perhaps toying with him. After all, is there truly anyone in this world who progresses at such an astonishing rate? Is he even human? In the silence that envelopes Odin, OS finds himself subjected to a cold dismissal. What? It is merely a matter of having been irked by your foresight of the future a few times. Yet you hold such a grudge, how petty. You have employed this tactic to vex so many others, why is it that only Utian expresses such discontent? Shouldn't you reflect upon your own actions? After finding no answers to his inquiries, OS, under the curious gazes of his crewmates, quietly withdrew from the center of the banquet. Perhaps, at times, exceptional talent can lead to isolation. In his moment of helplessness, OS decided to seek out his two close friends. Utilizing his observation haki, he discovered the pair at the stern of the ship, diligently engaged in rigorous training. To be honest, the training results of these two were no longer beneficial to OS. The knowledge acquired from Rayleigh and Roger had spoiled his appetite for training, thus, attempting to pilfer Shanks' techniques through observation haki now held no value for him. Therefore, he deemed it more prudent to take a break and focus on extending the duration of his foresight from 3 seconds to 4 seconds rather than pursuing anything else. However, he did not anticipate that upon his arrival, Buggy would merely greet him before returning to his leisure, while Shanks was invigorated. Upon setting down his dumbbells and looking at OS with a face full of delight, he drew his sword with fervor and exclaimed, "Let us engage in battle, OS." OS? Chapter 19, Apologies, but I possess no smaller shorts than these. Before OS could respond, Buggy leaped up, his mouth agape in an exaggerated expression. Shanks! What are you thinking? There must be limits to your bravado, how could you possibly contend with OS? Although his words were somewhat hurtful, Buggy's remarks forced Shanks to acknowledge the stark disparity in strength between himself and OS. At the tender age of 13, OS had begun to brush against the threshold of Conqueror's Haki, while Shanks, despite exerting every ounce of effort, could only faintly sense a hint of power, without the ability to actualize it. Yet, there are times when one must summon the courage to confront challenges in order to grow stronger. A knowing smile crept across OS's face. Shanks was treating this as a learning experience. Indeed. The most effective way to enhance one's abilities is to engage in combat with those who are a tier above oneself. This way, one avoids the futility of overwhelming victories while steering clear of the hubris that comes with insurmountable gaps in power. Since you possess such determination, then let us proceed. As OS gazed at the shorter Shanks, inspiration struck him, igniting a playful spirit. He recalled the scene from several years prior when they had dueled, famously uttering, "Apologies, but I have no smaller knife than this." However, after searching high and low, all he could find was a long spear and a sword, with no small dagger in sight. After much contemplation, OS cleverly utilized his combat ingenuity and found a substitute on the clothesline at the stern of the ship, a pair of large shorts. OS. Shanks stepped forward, gripping his sword, his voice brimming with youthful exuberance. "Is it any wonder you are destined to be one of the future emperors? You naturally possess the courage to challenge stronger foes. Accept my challenge." Ignoring Shanks's fervent declaration, OS strolled leisurely to the clothesline, retrieved his freshly washed underwear, and, under the bewildered gazes of Buggy and Shanks, whipped it around before twisting it into a rope-like form. Then, with a resounding clang, an obsidian hue of Haki enveloped it. Haki, had I known it would be wrapped in this, perhaps I should have embedded it within my very being. Apologies, but I possess no smaller shorts than these. Initially, Shanks was filled with excitement, immersed in thoughts of the impending battle, constantly pondering how to exploit OS's weaknesses. However, upon witnessing OS hardening a pair of shorts with Haki, preparing to engage him in combat, he found himself unable to maintain his composure. "But how dare you, OS? Have some limits to your disdain for others. Last time it was a small knife, and now you've resorted to shorts. This is utterly ridiculous." As companions who have fought side by side for 5 years, he is well aware of OS's prowess. Whether it be marksmanship, hand-to-hand combat, swordsmanship, or Haki, OS is adept in all forms of combat, exhibiting remarkable mastery. Each time he encounters a different adversary, he instinctively employs the most suitable fighting technique, even in unarmed combat. He has witnessed OS enveloping his fists in Haki, utilizing his immense strength to break through encirclements, and has often sought advice from the martial arts experts aboard the ship. But now, facing him, OS casually resorts to hardening a mere pair of shorts? Shanks receives a critical blow of disbelief. Is this OS's twisted sense of humor? Or does he truly believe that a pair of shorts is the most fitting defense against him? What a jest! In facing me, even if you refrain from employing your prideful marksmanship and monstrous strength, at the very least, you should wield the long sword at your waist, you scoundrel. Clutching his long knife, Shanks seems to channel his determination. The swordsmanship inherited from Roger is unleashed with precision. His fierce gaze belies his youth, for he is acknowledged as the next generation's king by Roger himself. Though he may not possess the same abnormality as OS, he stands out among his peers. The glimmer of sword light begins to emanate from his blade, signaling his impending mastery of the sword. A commendable technique indeed. OS remains unmoved, not even activating his foresight, but relying solely on his instinctive combat sense as he observes the charging Shanks. This nonchalant demeanor inadvertently instills a sense of illusion in Shanks. He feels he can strike. There lies a possibility of victory. Even you, OS, are not entirely invincible. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberates throughout the arena. Under the watchful gaze of Buggy, Shanks's fierce and full-force slash unexpectedly strikes his shorts. A look of astonishment suddenly crosses Shanks's previously confident visage. When did he block that? Even Buggy, observing from the sidelines, is taken aback. With his mouth slightly agape and a serious expression, Shanks gazes up at OS, only to catch the hint of a mischievous grin and an amused glint in OS's eyes. That was close, he almost didn't react in time. OS, reveling in his wicked sense of humor, grins widely. Shanks's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. It seems that Shanks, after all, is still lacking. He is no match for him. Buggy interjects at the opportune moment, his intentions unclear, whether to persuade Shanks to concede or to stoke the flames further. As expected, Shanks's face reddens even more. Veins bulge on his forehead, and a dark haki begins to manifest along his blade as he turns once more to strike at Os. Clang! Another round of metal clashing ensues as Os once again deflects the blow with his shorts. Following this, a cacophony of such sounds fills the air as Os skillfully retreats while wielding his oversized shorts. With haki enveloping them, they serve as a formidable black blade. The kind that has faced off against the four emperors. In contrast to Os's apparent nonchalance, Shanks is on the brink of breaking down. Realizing he cannot even cut through a pair of shorts. Could it be that the haki on my blade is but an illusion? The once learned sword techniques were unleashed by him one after another, a frenzied flurry of blades slicing through the air. Yet the once promising slashes seemed to transform into mere jest before the ever-dancing pair of shorts. They could not penetrate the defense at all. Even chipping the edges of the blades, while the shorts remained as formidable as ever, seemingly capable of enduring through the ages. Gradually, anger gave way to impotence. Although Shanks had surpassed his previous limits in the fiery heat of battle, he remained utterly powerless against the figure of Ors. Until, with a rumble, Ors's stomach made a sound gurgle. Apologies, but let us conclude our sparring for today. Shanks, taken aback by these words, barely registered them before Ors suddenly vanished from sight. A gust of wind rushed past his head, and he thought, could it be? No. I cannot be knocked out by undergarments. Shanks was filled with resistance. Yet found himself helpless as a black rod surged towards the back of his head with a sharp crack. Regrettably, he had not finished his thought when Ors's rod struck him, and before Buggy's astonished gaze, Shanks slumbered once more. A large, crimson bump swelled upon his head. And Buggy winced at the sight. Shanks had indeed progressed in strength amid adversity, but at what cost? A lifetime of embarrassing tales. Chapter 20, Os, indeed. I am a fortunate dog. Shanks swore that if he ever challenged Os again, he would be a dog. Wincing in pain, he lay on the bed. The swelling at the back of his head throbbing painfully, causing him restless nights filled with complaints about Os's heavy-handedness. However, Os appeared to take little heed of Shanks's grievances. Shortly after Shanks awoke, he brought Buggy along to pay a visit. Don't be so petty, Shanks. Getting beaten can be a form of growth, and besides, it wasn't intentional. Os remarked, nonchalantly resting his chin on one hand while the other gnawed at a large meat leg. Indeed, Os has helped you master the armament haki, has he not? Buggy chimed in. With a smile, Os feigned innocence, though in truth, it was quite deliberate after all, if he did not strike now. It would be a different story 20 years hence when Shanks's might would be far more formidable, boasting Conqueror's haki at its pinnacle, Observation Haki, foresight. And a crew rivaling even Roger's. The dirt he accumulated now would make their future encounters all the more entertaining. Yet, Shanks seemed oblivious to Os's well-meaning intentions. Sulking like a petulant child as he turned his head away, ignoring Os. However, in doing so, he inadvertently bumped the swelling on the back of his head, causing him to grimace in pain once more. Stop sulking. Meat, will you eat it? Os queried, observing Shanks, who had been unconscious all day yet still in a huff. I'm not hungry, Shanks retorted defiantly. Really, you won't eat? No. Then I shall consume it, the kitchen is devoid of provisions. And we must wait until tomorrow when we dock to resupply. Upon hearing this, Shanks clenched his teeth. I'm not hungry, do as you wish. The sounds of grumbling stomachs echoed, and Os and Buggy struggled to suppress their laughter, causing Shanks's face to flush with embarrassment. He could only express his displeasure through gritted teeth. Enough of your prattling. If I say I want to eat, then I want tea. Even if I starve and am devoured by the sea kings. Very well, then I shall leave it here. You can eat it when you feel hungry, Os replied. Observing Shanks's unwavering refusal to turn his head, he exchanged a knowing glance with Buggy, who understood instantly. Indeed, Shanks, you should rest for a while. As they approached the door, they opened it but did not exit. Instead, they closed it again, creating the illusion of having left. Shanks, having been caught off guard by his lack of observation haki, turned around to reach for the meat as soon as he heard the door close. The enticing aroma had been torturing him, and he had merely been holding out. Now that he believed the two had departed, he could finally satisfy his hunger. Puff. What he did not anticipate was that just as he turned to grab some meat, preparing for a hearty feast, he was interrupted by a bout of suppressed laughter. Shanks, astonished, whirled around to face the door, only to discover two figures grinning mischievously at him. His face flushed a deep crimson, akin to that of a monkey's rear. "You two rascals! Ha 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 ha!" During the voyage with the Roger pirates, he undeniably experienced a rather intriguing journey, which has had to concede. At the end of the year 1496 in the sea calendar, since Kazuki Oden had boarded, the Roger pirates had directly returned to the Grand Line. Following the interpretation of historical texts, they traversed the Doldrums, the Sky Island, Water 7, and the Bridge Kingdom. Along this route, they encountered numerous marvels and delights. Everyone thoroughly relished the pleasures of this journey. Ho ho ho, ho ho ho. Even with the impending farewell looming, Us still felt a sense of joy. This youthful experience would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. After a brief stay at Sabaody Archipelago, they set sail towards Fishman Island. Us had initially wished to witness the fabled auction house, the slave market, and the celestial beings protecting the animals of the archipelago, perhaps even ride the bubble car. Alas! Captain Roger's illness could not be postponed, leading to a regrettable departure. Particularly, as they passed through one street, those scantily clad, pitiable girls had beckoned to him more than once. Having spent years with a rugged crew, despite the presence of Lady Timeas on board, she was still a married woman. Recently a mother. Us declared, a crew member's wife is off limits. Now entering his adolescence, Us often felt an impulse to use his treasures to aid these fallen maidens. However, he was pulled back by both Buggy and Shanks. Sigh. Waiting it out would have to suffice, at worst. He could revisit once the pirate crew disbanded next year. After glancing back several times with reluctance, Us finally resolved to return to the ship. The Oro Jackson, now fully coated, glided slowly towards the ocean depths. It is worth noting that while Roger and Oden listened to the voice of all things, Us attempted to perceive it as well, yet heard nothing, leading him to ponder whether this ability was innate rather than a function of observation haki. Otherwise, a combatant of his caliber should not have been incapable of hearing it. Finding himself bored, Us sat at the edge of the ship, continuously fishing with his Conqueror's haki. This discovery thrilled him. From now on, he would not have to worry about starving at sea. With a mere glare, a multitude of fish would float belly up, ready for the taking. Even the formidable sea kings would be rendered motionless in the presence of high-level Conqueror's haki, paralyzed with fear, making them easy prey. After about half a day's time, a beautifully crafted underwater island emerged before everyone's eyes. Os had lived in the New World since his youth. Yet this marked his inaugural visit to the realm. Upon disembarking, Roger and his companions were soon greeted with enthusiastic hospitality from the newly appointed King Neptunus. Such warmth was to be expected, for he was one of the sovereigns of the New World, and they could hardly afford to offend the diminutive Fishman Island. During their stay, they encountered a small shark human named Charlie, who happened to be Arlong's sister and an NPC from Fishman Island renowned for her divination skills. However, Os was indifferent to her abilities. After all, whether it concerned glimpses of the immediate future or visions decades hence, he believed no one could rival his expertise. It was merely a matter of prophesizing, such as the birth of Shirahoshi. Upon their return to the New World, the year had progressed to 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar. This year was significant, as it coincided with the Roger pirates' arrival at Raftel, marking the completion of their momentous circumnavigation of the globe. It also represented a fortuitous time for Os, who had effortlessly benefited from the journey. Chapter 21 Arrival at Raftel. Preserving an eternal log indeed, altering history is not a simple endeavor. Aus squatted next to the ailing Buggy, shaking his head in disappointment. Despite his conscious reminders to Buggy about the importance of a healthy diet and regular exercise, as their voyage neared its conclusion, Buggy succumbed to illness. Aus felt powerless in this situation. He could not risk Buggy's life by compelling him to continue the journey. As in the original narrative, Shanks voluntarily chose to remain behind to care for Buggy. Aus understood that as long as Buggy refrained from disembarking forcefully, he would recover after a few days of rest on the island. Thus, Aus did not harbor excessive worry. After bidding farewell to Shanks, Aus realized the imminent arrival of their final moment. The novice protection period was drawing to a close. During these days, he sought out Jabba and Rayleigh with increasing frequency. eager to absorb as much knowledge as possible to equip himself for his future adventures across the seas. If not for his concern that an encounter with Roger before reaching Laugh-Tale might precipitate an untimely farewell, AUS would have relished the opportunity to engage in a formal battle with a formidable opponent like Roger, an experience that would illuminate the disparity between him and the pinnacle of the world without the risk of mortal peril. Regrettably, the chance eluded him. As Uncle Jabba completed the final drawings, AUS gazed at the island marked as the ultimate destination, his heart swelling with excitement. Upon reaching the island, AUS and the crew advanced forward, with Roger leading the way. As they looked around, laughter erupted among them, realizing they had indeed arrived early. AUS harbored many speculations, but upon witnessing the reality, he could not help but smile knowingly. So this is One Piece, that crafty Oda. As the ship gradually departed from Laugh-Tale, AUS sat at the stern, holding a peculiar object resembling a bracelet, adorned with several glass spheres, within which 3 pointers resided. Roger stood at the ship's edge, gazing at the island receding into the distance. "Captain, may I record a pointer? I hope you do not mind." AUS spoke openly, without any ulterior motives, observing Roger's contemplative demeanor. He had prepared himself for rejection, yet to his surprise, Captain Roger had no objections. "That is fine. But you wouldn't let that thing circulate freely, would you, AUS?" "Merely a keepsake," AUS replied with a smile. Much like their jovial departure, the return journey was filled with laughter and merriment. The crew did not allow the conclusion of their voyage to dampen their spirits. Yet, AUS felt a tinge of melancholy within, for he knew that the day of parting was fast approaching. Lying silently along the ship's edge, AUS tossed the eternal log pointer into the air, catching it repeatedly. Observing his despondence, Jabba approached, newspaper in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other. "AUS, would you care for a drink?" As he beheld Uncle Jabba extending his hand, OS, who typically abstained from alcohol, found himself momentarily taken aback, and, in a rare display, accepted the drink. They clinked their glasses together. The taste was truly bitter. The men of the sea, it seems, must partake in libations to truly embody their bold spirit. Though OS expressed his bewilderment, he nonetheless raised his glass to Jabba once more. The bottle was nearly emptied after just a few sips, and they cast it carelessly into the ocean. Jabba then handed OS a small piece of paper, saying, "Here. This is my life card. If you ever have a change of heart and come to appreciate the allure of drink, feel free to seek me out." OS chuckled lightly, replying, "You may be waiting a long time for that day." He had not anticipated that, on the verge of parting, the usually stern figure aboard the ship, one of the few strict guardians within the Roger crew, could exhibit such a playful side. Yet, OS welcomed it. He would enjoy visiting Uncle Jabba in the future, especially since he was eager to explore Elbaf and witness how Jabba managed to tame a wild female giant. Moreover, it piqued his curiosity how Jabba could leave behind a legacy of giants. Was it possible that he had somehow entered their realm? OS felt a stir of excitement. Elbaf was certainly on his agenda. The journey back and forth would take roughly 10 days. As they approached their destination, OS stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the island gradually materializing in the distance, flanked by Utian, Rayleigh, and Roger, with Roger towering at nearly 2 meters and 70 centimeters. OS felt he was hardly more than a child in comparison. "OS, do you remember what you said when you boarded the ship?" Rayleigh asked, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Of course, OS replied, for he would never forget, even if his words had been uttered merely to secure passage. "In truth, I once conveyed the same sentiment to Rayleigh. Logically, you are the one most suited to inherit my will. Yet, I have an inkling that you are not a man to simply adhere to the whims of fate, OS." Roger chuckled, ruffling OS's hair, though his words bore a weight of contemplation. OS did not dispute this, he simply nodded in silence. "I have a keen eye for people. Which is precisely why I have chosen to set aside Shanks and Buggy while bringing you along, OS. You are not one to wait for this world's call. And your talents and strength remind me of a figure I must regard with caution, a former ruler of the seas, rocks. Thus, consider this a favor to me. OS, entrust the future of the world to hope, just as you witnessed at Laugh-Tale." OS was taken aback by the depth of Roger's insights, realizing that the carefree captain possessed such profound foresight. The hope for the world? Contemplating the new era for which Captain Roger would sacrifice his life. Os remained silent for a long while. "I understand, Captain, and I promise you." To be candid, he had never contemplated supporting a world government to govern the globe. Nor did he harbor any interest in toppling the old order. His sole desire was to attain absolute strength, to engage in pursuits he cherished, and to live freely in this world, unshackled by any rules or forces. He lived solely for himself, embracing joy in whatever form it manifested. In other words, his shoulders were indeed ill-equipped to bear the heavy burdens bestowed upon him by this world, and he would never sacrifice his life to advance the course of history. Upon hearing Os' agreement, Roger felt a surge of joy, as if he had relinquished a tremendous weight from his heart. He turned to reminisce with Rayleigh about their youthful days. And before they realized it, the ship had docked. From a distance, Os spotted the exuberant Shanks, and he promptly called Buggy over. The two erupted in cheers, with Buggy leaping forward to embrace Os' shoulders. The group engaged in lively conversation, but soon, amidst their cheerful exchanges, Shanks suddenly burst into tears, interrupting the joyous atmosphere of their reunion. Os did not eavesdrop on their conversation. Yet he could surmise that Roger had likely informed him of the impending dissolution of the pirate crew. Chapter 22 Farewell, Roger's Pirates. The subsequent events unfolded much like Us had anticipated. Since the return from Raftel, Roger had officially been bestowed the title of Pirate King, and countless newspapers clamored to broadcast the news. In an instant, the Roger Pirates, a mere crew of 30, found themselves at the zenith of global attention. The status of Us and his fellow crewmates soared, as they were now the crew of the illustrious Pirate King, endowed with wealth, fame, and power. Numerous pirates flocked in hopes of vanquishing Roger to seize the legendary treasure, and even the Navy was not exempt, dispatching elite fleets to scour the seas for the whereabouts of the Roger Pirates. At the pinnacle of their notoriety, on an ordinary twilight, all members of the Roger Pirates gathered on the deck, where Captain Roger stood before them, smiling as he delivered his final address. Reflecting on it now, it is indeed miraculous that I, facing the end, have managed to reach this point. My gratitude to all of you is immeasurable. Upon hearing these words, even the most serious crewmate, Jabba, could not help but feel a tinge of shyness, leaving even Us somewhat embarrassed. Gazing at his crew, Roger felt a profound sense of satisfaction, yet the words he needed to say were unavoidable. Gradually, he composed his smile and said, "Now, I must speak." All present stood at attention, looking at the Pirate King who had journeyed alongside them, as he joyfully announced, "The Roger Pirates are hereby disbanded." At last, the disbandment had come, and Us felt a mix of nostalgia and reluctance, as the ship sailed past Fishman Island towards the Four Seas. Their first destination was the South Blue, where Roger would disembark first. That evening, the Roger Pirates held a grand feast, reveling in the moment, for such occasions were fleeting. Despite the desire to prolong their voyage, the winds of the sea ultimately guided the R.O. Jackson to its destination, South Blue, Batarilla Island. Roger, carrying a single bag and medicinal supplies, disembarked, and tears flowed freely from all. Even Us could not contain a few silent tears. Farewell, Captain Roger. After the departure, under Rayleigh's leadership, the crew continued their journey towards the New World in Wano. However, to everyone's astonishment, the second to disembark was not Yuta, but Us. On the path to the New World, while docked at Sabaody Archipelago, no one anticipated Us's sudden decision to leave the ship. "Hey, Us. Why are you in such a hurry to disembark? Why not stay with me and Shanks?" The one who wept most bitterly was Buggy, nearly smearing his tears on Us. Us had his own reasons. "I apologize, Buggy, but I wish to grow in the paradise for 2 years before embarking on my official journey. However, do not worry, it won't be long before we meet again. My observation haki will not deceive me." "What do you mean by observation haki?" "Your perception, too, can only glimpse 30 seconds into the future." Although Buggy speaks thus, deep within, he harbors a genuine respect for Ace's wishes. With tears streaming down his face, Ace bids farewell, bearing a small bundle and some treasures, alongside his own blade and firearm. Before parting, he hesitates momentarily, casting a glance at Yamato, and offers a reminder, not for his sake, but for the bond forged over the past year aboard the ship. "Hey, Yamato, strength is always the solitary solution to problems. The cunning of pirates far exceeds your imagination. What are you suddenly rambling about?" Yamato, perplexed, fails to comprehend Ace's words, yet Ace provides no further explanation, merely waving his hand as he takes leave of everyone. Ultimately, he harbors a certain disdain for Yamato, and his warning arises solely from a sense of camaraderie. Otherwise, upon first encountering Momonosuke, he would have had no qualms about disposing of the brat. Yamato's demise is entirely a product of his own choices. Ace refrains from interference. However, he certainly intends to stir up some trouble in Wano country, for he is guided by whimsy. He muses that should he incapacitate Momonosuke, he would undoubtedly make a more suitable shogun, free from the burdens of desire, allowing him to focus on governance. After all, the Kazuki lineage has another heir in Hiyori. So he feels no guilt towards Yamato. With a twisted sense of humor, Ace watches as the Oro Jackson, the ship he called home for 5 years, gradually descends towards Fishman Island. Farewell, Roger Pirates. Ace believed himself mentally prepared, thinking that the devil fruit might indeed be difficult to consume. Yet he never anticipated it would be this repugnant. It was worse than an old woman's foot binding cloth smeared with rotten eggs, left to ferment for 3 days and nights. Initially, Ace had planned to sandwich the teleportation fruit between slices of bread and gulp it down in one go, but his curiosity got the better of him. After all, he would only have this singular experience in his lifetime. After taking a bite, he found himself retching by the roadside, staring into a trash bin for what felt like an eternity, before resolutely swallowing the remaining fruit whole. Despite its size, he recalled that even Buggy had managed it years ago, so he exerted only a modicum of effort to consume the rest. Though the fruit's flesh had vanished from his mouth, the lingering taste, so foul it seemed to taint his very soul, still left him feeling queasy. He decided it was time to find something palatable to eat. With his belongings slung over his shoulder, Ace journeyed onward while experimenting with his newfound ability. In a remarkably brief span, he fully adapted to the power of teleportation. How intriguing! As he strolled nonchalantly along the street, Ace moved like a specter, each step propelling him dozens of meters away, evoking the essence of the notorious rogue, Yuan Tiangang. However, OS is not particularly familiar with the Shambadi archipelago. Each visit has been marked by a lack of thorough exploration. While his perception through Observation Haki offers some awareness of the terrain, he has long forgotten the specific functions of each district, despite the explanations provided in the original work. After navigating through the twists and turns, OS finds himself standing before a vibrantly colorful neighborhood. He squints in silence, pondering if this is the design of fate. Observing the revelers within, alongside the flamboyant beauties, he can deduce the nature of this place without a hint of doubt. Particularly through his Observation Haki, he perceives the fierce clash between beauty and the beast within the rooms of the buildings lining the street, prompting him to exclaim in astonishment. Having spent so long aboard Roger's ship, surrounded solely by seasoned men, he has never encountered such sights. Oh my! Who would have thought that someone of your stature would grace this place? Chapter 23, The Red Light District. As the year 1497 drew to a close, mere months before Captain Roger's surrender, former members of the Roger Pirates disembarked, retreating into obscurity in the archipelago of Sabaody, amidst the vibrant Red Light District. As the majority returned home after a day's toil to relish in tranquility, the atmosphere here was just beginning to pulse with life. Within the opulent confines of a central edifice, a long-haired youth clad in a trench coat reclined on a chair, eyes closed in repose, one hand cradling the back of his head, exuding an air of utter relaxation. Behind him, a young girl with silvery hair delicately extended her slender fingers, her luminous eyes fixed intently upon his face as she meticulously massaged his temples. The youth's expression bore a hint of pleasure, and beside him rested a pitcher of juice. With a mere gesture, a raven-haired girl would promptly feed him, while in moments of respite, she would stretch her long, fair legs to serve as armrests for his convenience. Observing the youthful visage of the long-haired lad, the silver-haired girl noticed his brow slightly furrowing. After a moment's hesitation, she leaned closer, whispering softly in his ear, "Lord OS. Is there something that displeases you?" "Nothing at all," he sighed suddenly, merely lamenting how fleeting moments of joy tend to be. As the time for diligent training had once again arrived, the man before her, indulging in life's pleasures, was none other than OS, who had disembarked over a month ago. OS gently extricated himself from the ministrations of the girl, rising to sit against the slender thigh of the raven-haired companion. Before him lay a black blade and a long spear, both impeccably maintained by the young maidens. Oh dear, Lord OS. Have these two girls failed to attend to your needs? At that moment, the sound of the door creaking open announced the entrance of a young matron. Elegantly attired in a fitted dress that accentuated her alluring figure, her long legs captivatingly visible. Upon seeing OS upright, she immediately inquired if he was dissatisfied. Noticing the tension in the two maidens attending to him, OS merely shrugged, "Not at all, Mrs. Sammy. I simply wish to stretch my limbs." Mrs. Sammy, taken aback by his words, momentarily froze, then, with a hand to her cheek, revealed a sultry smile, her complexion flush with a hint of color, her eyes seemingly conveying, "At last, you have come to understand. Since you are in such a mood, I shall arrange a room for you." Ah? OS blinked, quickly realizing that Sammy had misconstrued his intentions. "No. Little 6 and little 7 are doing splendidly, but let us postpone this matter for a couple of years." Although his body had already developed the requisite capabilities at this tender age, he had no desire to indulge excessively at 14. Fearing it might compromise his strength and potential in the years to come. Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi, names bestowed upon them by OS, found their fates intertwined with his since Mama Sammy, the matron of the red light district, entrusted them to him in her quest to curry favor. Indeed, their destinies lay firmly in OS's hands, their identities bound to the name he granted. The red light district, also known as the pleasure quarters, serves as a haven for many. The proprietor, Mama Sammy, is a self-made woman who has taken in numerous wayward girls and unfortunate souls, managing the area through her own efforts. However, her burgeoning enterprise attracts attention, and with growth comes a plethora of challenges, oppressive taxes imposed by the world government, and scrupulous naval officers exploiting their power, and marauding pirates disrupting the peace. This relentless onslaught of threats made Sammy acutely aware of her vulnerability in the face of overwhelming force, a poignant reflection of the plight of the weak. Acknowledging this harsh reality, she swiftly altered her strategy, seeking a formidable ally to safeguard her interests. Sacrificing a significant portion of her profits seemed a far better fate than being completely devoured. This was the wisdom of the marginalized. OS, freshly departed from the Roger Pirates, appeared as if sent by Providence to fulfill her needs. Following amicable negotiations, a man of sheer strength and a woman in dire need of protection effortlessly forged a partnership. OS agreed to serve as her shield, and in return, she offered to allocate 50% or more of her net profits as remuneration, granting him access to her business ventures without charge. Thus commenced a period of unparalleled indulgence for OS, who was enveloped in the luxurious services arranged by Sammy. The delights he experienced nearly swayed his resolve, tempting him to forsake his past and remain in this paradise indefinitely. Yet, reason ultimately prevailed. He recognized that the lavish treatment stemmed from his reputation and prowess, an original crew member of the Pirate King, a notorious figure with a bounty in the hundreds of millions from the New World. To squander his abilities in such a state would be sheer folly. Consequently, aside from occasional visits to the red light district for relaxation and nourishment, OS dedicated the majority of his time to training on a deserted island. Although it lay some distance from the Shambadi archipelago, for OS, who could teleport with a mere blink, the journey was trivial. As he honed his skills, focusing on two primary pursuits, conquering the will of the Conqueror and developing his fruit powers, he anticipated a future where he could traverse any distance with ease. As long as he hones these two grand projects to perfection, OS envisages that he will soon catch up with Captain Roger. Naturally, he will not neglect his swordsmanship and marksmanship either. Such a celestial existence, however, is merely the norm in OS's life. He raised his head and downed the remaining juice in a single gulp, wiping his mouth as he stood up. Having grown to over 2 meters tall, he appeared quite imposing in the eyes of several beautiful women, for they understood that, compared to wealth and territory, this seemingly youthful lad was the very foundation of their standing. The gaze that Sammy cast upon OS was imbued with the primal desire of the feminine for a formidable masculine presence. The stronger the woman, the more pronounced this instinct. OS gently patted the heads of the two young maidens as he made his way toward the door. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, feel free to reach out to me," OS said with a smile directed at Sammy. Chapter 24, The Mastery of Conqueror's Haki. In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle, in the heart of a deserted island, a man stood alone, bare-chested. His profound gaze carried an innate air of disdain, while his perfect visage was marked by solemnity. With raven-black, tousled hair loosely tied at the back, Os attempted to steady himself after placing down a small hill, wiping the fine beads of sweat from his brow. He had been hurling these hill-like boulders as part of his training to master his strength. The essence of his exercise involved tossing these colossal stones from one side of the island to the other, then teleporting to catch them before returning the throw. The distance had to be precise, too far or too close, and if he failed to control his Conqueror's Haki, the boulder would shatter into fragments, forcing him to restart. Os endeavored to utilize this method to harness his innate superhuman strength and the ever-evolving Conqueror's Haki that came with his growth. The results did not disappoint him. He genuinely felt a burgeoning mastery over his own power. Once more, he declared, wiping away the perspiration as he took a slow, deep breath, his aura steadily rising. As the Conqueror's Haki surged forth, Os prepared himself, adopting the stance of the fishman karate's Tenko was Hanquin, a technique he had learned from his companion, the fishman Sanbel aboard the ship. As his mental focus intensified, the previously dispersed field of Conqueror's Haki began to constrict, becoming increasingly dense. The potent energy radiated dark red lightning, which gradually coiled around his fist, ultimately transforming into a manifestation of black-red thunder. With a series of crackling sounds, Os compressed the energy until he could no longer contain it, and then unleashed a single, devastating punch. The solitary peak that remained in the center of the deserted island crumbled beneath the weight of his fearsome black-red thunder, disintegrating into powder with a single strike, leaving behind merely a 10-meter-wide pit where once a grand mountain stood. What sheer might! A smile broke across Os's face, the exhilaration sending tingling sensations through his scalp. A pleasure surpassing even that of a soothing massage. After months of arduous training, he had finally mastered the art of Conqueror's Haki. In high spirits, Os found the subsequent training tasks to be relatively straightforward, focusing on the proficient mastery and development of his teleportation fruit abilities. His training consisted mainly of combining his teleportation capabilities with combat experience, as well as experimenting with teleporting various objects. Only after exhausting himself would he occasionally take time to fish or peruse newspapers, hobbies fostered since his youth. As time passed, the day of Captain Roger's execution drew near. A moment he could not afford to miss. After concluding an exhaustive day of training, buoyed by his recent mastery of Haki, Os indulged in a greater feast than usual. As he stuffed food into his mouth, he also scanned through the latest news, seeking reports on the Roger pirates. After all, with the captain now crowned as the Pirate King, it was only fitting that his bounty would rise accordingly. Byru. Os felt a tinge of curiosity. Yet his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sudden ringing of a phone. It was a call from Sammy. The Surpassed archipelago, a lawless zone, island number 17. Within a bustling tavern, pirates from all corners of the world congregated, boasting, gambling, and seeking information. As a gateway to the New World, the Surpassed archipelago was often teeming with a diverse array of individuals, newcomers eager to venture into the New World, human traffickers hoping to profit from the chaos, and bounty hunters living off rewards. Naturally, there were also the failures. Those who had been vanquished in the New World and sought to scrape by in the lower tiers, exemplified by Toripole and others who returned, disheartened, in search of their lost glory. At that moment, within the opulently decorated VIP room of the tavern, a tense standoff was unfolding. Among the guests, a burly man clad in golden armor stood beside an ugly man wearing sunglasses, who was holding a plum blossom cane and shamelessly sneezing, laughing with a sinister chuckle. "Ah, Miss Sammy, we have certainly prepared the goods, it's simply that the ship is still en route. I trust you don't mind?" "What? You took our money and now claim the goods are in tea here?" One of Sammy's subordinates found this utterly absurd, unable to contain his disbelief. Those who engaged in such dealings were rarely virtuous, and the rules of the underground world dictated a strict exchange, money for goods. Torpal's approach, collecting payment upfront while delaying delivery, was akin to a blatant act of thievery, essentially conveying, "I'm robbing you openly, what are you going to do about it?" Sammy, capable of expanding her business before Os joined her, certainly had her own muscle, though they operated in the shadows. Faced with such brazen insolence, even Sammy, usually adept at concealing her emotions, could not mask her fury. She promptly ordered her subordinates to encircle the two men. No one leaves without seeing the goods. As the boss and a formidable figure, Sammy's presence was commanding, her beautiful phoenix-like eyes glaring at the two men, who remained unresponsive. Ha. It seems Ms. Sammy is contemplating a black market deal? Despite the guns aimed at him, Toripol appeared unfazed, grinning defiantly as if to say, I have you right where I want you. You're the ones engaging in black market dealings. Sammy's anger surged within her. And she was about to command her subordinates to act when unexpectedly, the adversary struck first. Suddenly, the ground quaked violently, causing the entire VIP room to sway. Inside, Sammy's seemingly fearsome henchmen were rendered helpless by the tremors, unable to steady their weapons, and in their panic, they clung to one another, only to tumble to the ground together, swallowed by the earth, leaving only their heads above the surface to gasp for air. As she observed her subordinates suddenly ensnared by the earth, Sammy's face turned a ghostly white with fright. However, she swiftly regained her composure. So, you are users of the devil fruit powers? Ha ha ha, you guessed correctly, but alas, there is no reward. Just then, a woman clad in scant attire burst into the scene. Upon witnessing the altercation between the parties, she appeared somewhat flustered. Sammy, with a grave expression, gazed at her subordinates, a sense of foreboding gnawing at her heart. What has transpired, Ari? The woman, known as Ari from the red light district, gritted her teeth and spoke with a tremor in her voice, tinged with the threat of tears. A multitude of raucous pirates have invaded the district, and the taverns, restaurants, and casinos have all been assaulted. We are utterly outmatched. Several of the leaders have already been slain for their resistance. At these words, Sammy's face, already pale from distress, grew even more ashen. She immediately turned her gaze towards the smiling Toripol. The outbreak of conflict and the simultaneous attack on her enterprises could hardly be mere coincidence. Chapter 25 Apologies, young sir. Whom do you intend to slay? The Shambadi Archipelago, the red light district. What should have been a vibrant neighborhood filled with laughter now finds itself devoid of its usual ambience, flames rage uncontrollably, and the sound of weeping fills the air. This is a no man's land, the ideal breeding ground for the grey market, yet it is precisely due to this that order is utterly absent. Neither the Navy nor the world government dares to impose any form of regulation here. Within the red light district, countless women eking out a living huddle in their homes. Trembling with fear, cautiously observing the violence and bloodshed unfolding on the streets, their heavily made-up faces marred by terror. Murder, arson, and assault, the marauding thugs who burst onto the scene, seem capable of any atrocity. These brazen individuals boast of their allegiance to the Don Quixote family. At the helm are several figures known as cadres, possessing formidable and peculiar powers, who swiftly dismantle all armed resistance within the district. Previously, they wreaked havoc in the North Sea, committing unspeakable acts while expanding their influence in the underworld. Now, they are preparing to advance into the New World. This time, they have set their sights on a lucrative target, a woman who commands a substantial market, with the red light district as her primary domain, known as Mama Sammy. She not only holds a considerable market share but also possesses exclusive resources in human trafficking and intelligence. Most importantly, she is a soft target, easily malleable, making her an irresistible prize for the burgeoning Don Quixote family. They have granted Sammy a day to contemplate her options, allowing her to mull over the situation carefully. Should they seize her without bloodshed, they would prefer to avoid unnecessary expenditure of resources. In the red light district, a beleaguered Sammy repeatedly dials her communication device, surrounded by a gathering of her trusted aides. From the balcony of a high-rise, she can witness the surging tide of thugs outside. The cadre members of the Don Quixote family lurking menacingly in the distance, and the infamous newcomer to the underworld, the night demon, Don Quixote da Flamingo. This North Sea newcomer has issued her an ultimatum: immediately surrender her business and territory, or he will personally annihilate the entire red light district and establish the largest slave market and auction house in the Shambadi archipelago. Gazing at the unanswered calls on her device and the increasingly anxious expressions of her subordinates, the weight of pressure on Sammy's heart is palpable. Beep 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 click. Suddenly, a connection tone breaks the tension, instantly revitalizing everyone present. A celestial voice. Moses, Sammy, what is the matter? Lord Asta. You finally connected, Sammy exclaimed, nearly bursting into tears, her tone tinged with relief and even a hint of flirtation, leaving her aides in stunned silence. Is this truly the proud and formidable Madame Sammy? Now, in this state, one might vividly describe it as reminiscent of a little girl who has been bullied, seeking her parents for intervention. In contrast, the phone bug transformed into a figure resembling Os, displayed a demeanor of calm indulgence upon hearing these words. My apologies, I was engrossed in training, I shall return at once. On board the Flamingo pirate ship, a petite maid delicately swayed a goblet filled with blood-red wine, making her way towards the imposing figure at the bow of the ship. This was a man draped in a pink cloak, with haughty golden hair standing defiantly, and beneath his sinister sunglasses lay a gaze that could not be ignored. Yet, his arrogant expression revealed him to be a rebellious spirit. He gazed longingly at the island known as the gateway to the New World, recognizing it as a lucrative locale. Whether it be a casino, an auction house, or the trade of slaves, all promised exorbitant profits. It was a waste of potential to let those women merely play house. Doflamingo's lips curled into a slight smirk, the lenses of his glasses reflecting a chilling glimmer, as if surveying his possessions. So, Doflamingo, shall we send our subordinates into action now? That woman seems rather unyielding, a certain grotesque man with a large nose, who had previously threatened Sammy, inquired with a wicked grin as he edged closer. Hey, sensing the man's approach, Doflamingo's smile vanished, his brow furrowing. You're getting too close, Toripole. You're nearly rubbing your snot on me. He, the sooner we deal with this, the sooner we can set off, right, Doflamingo? Didn't you mention wanting to witness the execution of the Pirate King at Lodetown? Toripole continued to stoke the flames, having long been irked by Sammy's proud and composed demeanor. Just the owner of a mere red light district? She is nothing but a clever woman, what right does she have to bargain with the illustrious Don Quixote family? Doflamingo is destined to become the king of the world. In truth, Doflamingo did hold his family in high regard. Such trivial demands required only a moment's consideration before he acquiesced with a wicked grin. Indeed, then let us eliminate those troublesome women at once. Dealing with a minor faction in the Surpassed archipelago was hardly a daunting task for him. Soon, he would witness a momentous occasion. And he did not wish to squander time. However, given the implications for business expansion and his foray into the New World, it was worth his personal involvement. Once he established a foothold in the Surpassed archipelago and expanded his underground operations throughout the paradise and the New World, he would possess ample leverage to reclaim Dressrosa. As he contemplated these plans, Doflamingo stepped lightly, and nearly invisible threads extended outward, connecting to the clouds above, akin to walking in the air. As a pink figure glided effortlessly through the sky. Under the command of the officials, all the henchmen of the Don Quixote family collectively ceased their rampage and, with a clamor, surged towards the red light district. The women watched in terror as this group encircled the entire block. Leading them were the officials, each with a distinct appearance. While at the forefront stood a tall man clad in sunglasses, a rebellious smirk playing upon his lips. Having contemplated for long enough, it seemed that the situation would inevitably turn chaotic, compelling me to eliminate you all. Just as he was poised to give the order for his subordinates to unleash carnage, the atmosphere abruptly fell silent, eerily so. Excuse me, my friend. Whom did you say you intended to kill? Chapter 26, OS Rescue Thud. Thud. As a series of crisp footsteps echoed, the thugs on the periphery of the crowd seemed unable to withstand the mental strain, their mouths agape, eyes rolling back as they collapsed to the ground. Akin to wheat bowing in the wind. In the center of the district, within the building, as if sensing this terrifying aura, Madame Sammy, accompanied by her subordinates and young ladies, hurried out onto the balcony, their faces alight with astonishment as they scanned the surroundings. Who is it? Show yourself! Barked Diamante, one of the executives of the Don Quixote family, his voice reverberating as the others frantically searched for the source of the footsteps. What a joke! This aura? Among those present, the most formidable figure, possessing the Conqueror's Haki, was Doflamingo, who felt the dreadful presence acutely. Veins throbbed on his forehead as beads of cold sweat streamed down. The sky was filled with a swirling tempest of black and crimson lightning, accompanying those footsteps. As if treading upon the hearts of men, instilling an unshakable terror and panic in their minds. Yet, chillingly, despite hearing the footsteps clearly, no one could discern their origin. Until the sound grew increasingly distinct, allowing all to finally glimpse the figure approaching from afar. Amidst a litter of fallen soldiers, a tall man clad in military attire strode forward, predominantly dressed in shades of black, with a sword and gun as his most distinctive marks. The elongated silhouette, enveloped in black and crimson lightning, advanced slowly yet gracefully, each blink bringing him closer at a terrifying pace, resembling a specter from the depths of hell. Upon seeing this figure, Sammy, who had been tense to the utmost, finally relaxed, her body slackening so abruptly that she nearly lost her balance. Saved only by the steadying hand of a subordinate beside her. "Ah, madam, seeing Lord OS arrive has made your legs unsteady," teased Airy, her loyal aide of over a decade, causing Sammy to blush slightly. "Only you would say that." Of course, Sammy was not alone in her excitement. "Oh, Lord OS has arrived. So handsome, I want to bear your children, Lord OS." In an instant, the once quiet red light district erupted as if the chaos had never occurred, countless women who had been hiding now peering out from the windows, screaming and cheering, as if to release all the grievances they had just endured through their fervent welcome for Lord OS. In stark contrast, the members of the Don Quixote family wore expressions of utmost dread. Damn it, where did this formidable figure come from? They had been investigating Sammy's background for years but had never heard of such a personage. Amidst the jubilant cheers of women in the red light district and the scrutinizing gazes of the entire Don Quixote family, OS strolled leisurely into the depths of the crowd, facing no opposition whatsoever. Wherever OS tread, the only sounds that echoed were those of bodies collapsing to the ground. Even the elite and the officers were not exempt. Thus, by the time OS reached the front of Doflamingo, the vast Don Quixote family had only him standing tall, an unmistakable contrast. Doflamingo had lost all semblance of his former arrogance and clamor, his silver teeth clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, and his pupils trembled beneath his sunglasses, staring in disbelief at the man before him who bore a smile. How could such a figure possibly appear in this paradise? With flowing black hair and a distinctive black military uniform, armed with a blade and a firearm, his seemingly gentle yet handsome visage was graced with eyes that looked down upon all with disdain. A member of the Roger Pirates, with a bounty of 1.09 billion berries, black gun, Dodoru OS. What a farce! OS slightly curled his lips into a smile, despite the mirth on his face. His eyes were filled with an air of indifference. Towering at a height of 2 meters and 6 centimeters, he looked down at the still youthful Doflamingo, leaning slightly forward, his pupils igniting with a crimson glow as he fixed his gaze upon the trembling orbs behind the sunglasses. "Who do you intend to kill?" The calm yet domineering tone, coupled with an overwhelming aura of terror, left everyone present in a state of prolonged unease. In the face of imminent danger, witnessing their half-boss's grand and commanding entrance, the male employees in the tavern casino felt a rush of exhilaration, while the girls in the red light district were nearly fainting, filled with a profound sense of security within their fragile hearts. "Ah! Did you see that? Shao-Chi, our master has arrived." "Yes, yes. I knew Lord OS would come, he is so handsome." Besides Sammy, although OS did not cast a glance in their direction, the two young maids were still excitedly waving their hands. As OS's dedicated maids, Xiao Lu and Shao-Chi had long been awestruck by his strength and charm. Their hearts molded into the shape of OS. During the chaos, they steadfastly believed that Lord OS would certainly arrive to drive away those ruffians. For this reason, had it not been for Sammy's timely intervention with those questioning OS when the telephone snail failed to connect twice, the two young maids might have drawn their guns to confront the skeptics. Faced with such a multitude of onlookers and threats, Doflamingo found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. After all, he was a wielder of Conqueror's Haki and was not reduced to silence. Suppressing the cold sweat on his brow, he gritted his teeth and spoke, "Black Gun, what brings a man like you to this place? Even as a member of the Roger Pirates, your meddling is rather excessive. Do not forget, Roger has just been apprehended by the Navy. And yet you dare to appear so brazenly under the watchful eyes of the world government. Allow me to remind you, my surname is Don Quixote." Upon hearing this, a broader smile spread across OS's face, yet his eyes betrayed no trace of mirth. "So, Doflamingo, is your confidence derived from the entity you refer to as the world government? Or do you truly believe that those swine would choose to wage war against me simply due to your demise? Do you even believe that yourself?" OS fixed his gaze on him, striking at the heart of the matter. "You are nothing but a worthless wretch cast out from Mary Geos." Silence. OS's words ultimately shattered his composure, veins bulging on his forehead, rage and humiliation causing him to forget the disparity in power before him and his trepidation towards the Roger Pirates. "What gives you the right to judge my life? You wretched creature? The shadows of his childhood were a lifelong torment, and when this veil of shame was ruthlessly torn away, he could no longer maintain his sanity. Ultimately, you are merely a 15-year-old brat. Chapter 27, The Don Quixote Family, Defeated. Despite being daunted by the overwhelming presence of the Conqueror's Haki unleashed by us, what truly instilled fear in Doflamingo was not the mere boy, 3 years his junior, but rather the potential remnants of the Roger pirates lurking behind him. Though the pirate king Gol D Roger had been captured, the formidable crew under his command had not encountered any misfortune. The current strength of the Don Quixote family remained woefully inadequate to contend with such formidable adversaries. Yet, this 15-year-old youth was reluctant to accept defeat. He believed that if he eliminated all witnesses, no one would know of his involvement. This inflated sense of confidence could not solely be attributed to Doflamingo. Having grown accustomed to the four seas, he failed to comprehend the true terror of the formidable beings within the New World. Yet, he was warned not to be too arrogant. The same terrifying aura erupted with a thunderous force as clusters of Conqueror's Haki clashed, radiating black and red lightning in a web-like pattern. However, compared to Ossi's Haki, Doflamingo's presence appeared somewhat juvenile and reckless. His Conqueror's Haki revealed more of a sinister and violent nature, as if it harbored a deep-seated resentment and hatred towards the injustices of the world. With a slight curve of his finger, delicate yet sharp threads emerged from the tips, as fine as a hair. To the onlookers, these threads were nearly invisible. Only a faint glimmer of cold light reflecting from them. Initially deemed worthless, the abilities of the string fruit had been refined into lethal weapons capable of slicing through steel. Without hesitation, Doflamingo launched a deadly strike aimed directly at Ossi's neck, who appeared to remain unfazed, calmly observing Doflamingo's ruthless assault. Die! You are merely a fortunate soul riding the winds of fate. What right do you have to stand before me? A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Doflamingo's eyes as the nearly imperceptible thread sliced through the air, their dark sheen augmenting their deadly potency. Even in a world of despair, Doflamingo, empowered by his Haki, was undeniably a paragon of excellence in this paradise. Above, the women observing the unfolding drama were struck by terror. Lord Us! No! In their eyes, Us seemed completely oblivious to Doflamingo's ferocious attack, standing frozen in place, allowing himself to be mercilessly cut down. Some, overwhelmed with fear, had even closed their eyes, trembling as they shielded their faces, dreading the sight of their heroic figure bathed in blood. Little Six and Little Seven were on the verge of losing their composure, nearly rushing forward, but were held back by Sammy. Yet, she too felt her pupils trembling, her attention firmly fixed on the unfolding situation. She understood that should Os fall, the wrathful Doflamingo would not spare anyone present, all would be sacrificed to quell his fury. As the anxious crowd watched the center of the arena, seemingly foreseeing a scene drenched in blood, no one noticed the look of uncontainable astonishment that crossed Doflamingo's face. What was happening? Why was there no familiar sensation of flesh being sliced? The towering man before him seemed to momentarily transcend reality, entirely disregarding his lethal strike. His fierce expression froze in disbelief as he beheld the unmoving figure of Os, who bore a slight, mocking smile, as if everything that had transpired was merely a jest played upon a fool. Os extended a hand towards the black thread that had just pierced through him, grasping it with a gentle yet decisive grip. With a subtle exertion, a sound akin to the effortless snapping of uncooked noodles echoed. In the face of Os's flowing strength, the razor-sharp lines crafted by Doflamingo's feeble armament Haki crumbled effortlessly. At this moment of Doflamingo's mental disarray, a dark, lustrous hand surged forth, wielding an incomprehensible strength that could effortlessly lift him by the neck without the slightest resistance. Clearly, this scene profoundly shocked Doflamingo's arrogant heart. The shift in offense and defense occurred with startling suddenness. The hundreds of women in the surrounding red light district gazed in awe at Os, their mouths agape. Even Sammy, who had been clutching a cigarette, found it falling unnoticed to the ground. For at this moment, Os had finally become serious. His long black hair danced without a breeze, and a thunderous cacophony erupted, far more intense than when he first appeared. A vibrant crimson lightning crackled throughout the arena, clashing like celestial thunder against the surrounding buildings, stirring clouds of dust into the air. The tangible presence of Conqueror's Haki enveloped the area, a technique that Os wielded as a means of overwhelming pressure. In the midst of this clash of Haki, Doflamingo, already at a disadvantage, felt his aura being crushed under an unimaginable weight. The immense pressure rendered him unable to even contemplate resistance, his worldview undergoing a profound transformation. What a farce! How could the disparity be so vast? A stream of crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, cascading down his chin and pooling upon the ground. In defiance of succumbing to the overwhelming aura before him, Don Quixote da Flamingo would rather shatter his own teeth than acknowledge the terror that gripped his heart in this moment. The force was so formidable that even though Oz consciously avoided the young women of the red light district, the residual power emanating from him compelled these individuals to kneel, trembling uncontrollably in the midst of this torrent of dark crimson thunder. Standing resolutely amidst this chaos was a singular figure, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the abyss, boldly unleashing the full extent of his formidable presence, unrestrained for the first time. Oz contemplated whether such an overwhelming display of Conqueror's Haki was excessive for someone of his age. This formidable aura would undoubtedly create an insatiable craving for dominance in others. While he lamented his own strength, Oz did not diminish the pressure he exerted, the Conqueror's Haki entwined with his monstrous might, even at less than a tenth of his full force, was enough to produce a chilling crack from Doflamingo's armament-hardened neck. Under the dual assault of suffocation and mental strain, the renowned newcomer of the North Sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, ultimately succumbed, his neck tilting as he lost consciousness. Thus, in the archipelago of Sabaody, the notorious pirate Don Quixote da Flamingo, leader of the Don Quixote family with a bounty of 340 million, met defeat at the hands of the Black Gun-Oz. Chapter 28, An early meeting with Captain Roger at Madame Sammy's villa, within a lavishly adorned room. Elegant and soothing music fills the air as dancers clad in scant attire gracefully sway. They move their waists with abandon, their eyes shimmering like water, striving to capture the attention of the man amidst the revelry. Yet, Os seems oblivious to these dancers, who serve merely as a backdrop. Before him, a telephone insect buzzes incessantly. Leaning back with his legs crossed on the plush sofa, Os chuckles, pouring a hefty jug of juice into his mouth, instantly replenishing the sugars expended during his recent training. The call connects. "Hello, Buggy, don't interrupt." Initially, the telephone insect bore the distinct features of a red-haired individual, but soon transformed into a figure with a red nose. "OS. At last, I've reached you. How have you been lately? Pay no mind to Dayton, Buggy." "I'm perfectly well, of course." "That's splendid. By the way, when Shanks and I escorted everyone off the ship, quite a lot transpired. We practically explored the entire New World." Reclining comfortably on the opulent sofa, Os crosses his legs, indulging in a massage from Xiaolu while allowing Xiaoqi to dab his mouth, all the while listening to Buggy's recounting. He dismissively waves his hand, prompting the girls in the room to exit one by one, leaving only two young maids to attend to him quietly. The maids, understanding and respectful of their master's conversation, remain silent, feigning ignorance of the dialogue. Moreover, the older gentleman entrusted us with the duty of seeing Captain Roger off for the last time. As the conversation shifted, it inevitably veered towards the somber topic of Captain Roger's execution. Buggy spoke with a heavy heart. "We just returned Uncle Bidem to his homeland, and in a few days, Shanks and I will pass through the Sabaody archipelago before heading to Log Town. Will you be going, Os?" Os nodded affirmatively. "Of course. I shall not miss the opportunity to meet Captain Roger one last time." A mischievous smile crept across his lips as he added, "However, there will surely be numerous naval officers stationed there, perhaps even an admiral. You and Shanks must take care." "Ha!" On the other end of the line, aboard the Oro Jackson with only Rayleigh and two others, Buggy's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. "The Navy? When Roger's crew sailed?" "My impressions of the Navy were quite vivid, especially that boisterous, iron-fisted scoundrel. Even when Captain Roger was around, that fellow was a source of great annoyance. If a higher-ranking admiral or even a fleet admiral were to arrive, without the crew of the Roger pirates, I would undoubtedly find myself imprisoned in the underground dungeons." "Vice Captain Rayleigh, I believe you should accompany us. There are indeed Navy personnel present." Buggy immediately sought a solution, his face a mask of despair as he pleaded with Rayleigh. "Rest assured, Buggy, the Navy will not lay a hand on you." Rayleigh smiled knowingly, fully aware that Us was intentionally teasing Buggy, yet he had no intention of exposing it. Roger had risked his very life to secure the removal of all his crew members from the world government's bounty list. How could it be? Captain Roger. He has done so much for us. Upon hearing these words, Shanks and Buggy couldn't help but feel a tinge of moisture at the corners of their eyes. Moved by their captain's ultimate sacrifice. No, Uncle Rayleigh. Oos, his eyes twinkling with mirth, drained the last drop of juice from his cup. Gently stroking the soft white fur of little 7's head, he spoke slowly. The bounty revocation that Captain Roger fought for does not extend to these two who never made it to Laughtail. Moreover, even if the bounties are rescinded now, should any trouble arise again, they might very well find themselves targeted once more. Upon hearing Oos's words, Buggy, who had just felt a surge of emotion, now found his heart sinking once again. However, Oos's subsequent remarks offered him a modicum of comfort. But you two, Buggy and Shanks, need not worry too much, after all. You don't even have a bounty. Unless you encounter someone familiar, you are unlikely to be recognized, ha ha ha. Oos's ruthless jest left Shanks and Buggy momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to feel amused or dismayed. They stood awkwardly, concerned about attracting the Navy's attention, only to realize that the Navy had long since dismissed them from consideration. Well, aren't you concerned? I saw that your bounty recently skyrocketed to $1 billion. That's a fifth of Captain Rogers. You must be quite the target, Shanks remarked, shifting his focus to Oos's predicament after resolving his own concerns. After all, during those earlier days, Oos had crossed paths with numerous Navy officials, even capturing the attention of that infamous Garp. If the higher-ups in the Navy decided to target him, it would undoubtedly pose significant trouble, even for someone like Oos. To this, Oos remained largely unconcerned and decided to divulge his situation to them. You needn't worry about me. In fact, after disembarking, I consumed the devil fruit that Captain Roger had bestowed upon me. With the powers of the strongest observation haki and the ability to teleport, I can traverse any corner of the world with ease. Upon hearing this, Buggy and the others exchanged glances, taken aback. On one hand, they were astonished that Oos had actually eaten a devil fruit. On the other hand, as Oos had stated, the combination of future sight from observation haki and teleportation made it hard to envision a scenario where Oos could be captured or defeated. Not to mention his already terrifying innate strength and talent. After a lengthy conversation, during which they reminisced and made plans for their next meeting, they finally ended the call with the snail. Once the conversation concluded, Oos sat quietly on the sofa, his back resting against the soft cushions, lost in thought. He had just come up with an idea, to pay an early visit to Captain Roger. In truth, the propaganda disseminated by the world government regarding the so-called impregnable fortress of Impel Down is perceived by Os as rather unremarkable. In the face of his foresight and teleportation abilities, even the naval headquarters is no more than a sieve to him. Should any signs of discovery arise, Os is confident he can retreat before high-level combatants can react. Even if an admiral were to personally block his path, he believes he would not easily be defeated. If he chooses to leave, none can impede him. However, should the adversary not be of admiral caliber, it would merely be a matter of a single bullet composed of sea prism stone. Acting upon his thoughts without hesitation, he has never been one to dwell on uncertainties, and he possesses unwavering confidence in his abilities. Os slowly rises, gently lifts the chin of the young maid beside him, and calmly instructs. Confine Don Quixote da Flamingo and those few officers with sea prism stone, and I shall address them upon my return. Additionally, inform Lady Sameth that I will be out for a while. She may reach me through the phone bug if necessary. As you wish, Master Os, she replies obediently. Chapter 29, Rear Admiral Os on a splendidly sunny day. The bustling archipelago of Chambody is teeming with numerous visitors from all walks of life. Amidst this vibrant crowd, the embodiment of justice, the Navy, is not to be overlooked. A squad of patrolling sailors traverses the streets, and when confronted by the occasional pirate gang, they choose to turn a blind eye. The unspoken agreement here is that as long as the pirates refrain from causing trouble, the Navy is disinclined to intervene. Particularly after the widely circulated news of the capture of the pirate king, Roger, the audacity of pirates upon the seas has considerably waned, providing a welcome respite from conflict for these junior sailors. Alright, our shift has concluded for today. Everyone, prepare to return to headquarters. Oh, wonderful. Finally. I can enjoy a moment of rest and perhaps catch up with my wife and children. Why the rush to get back? Let us wait for the bonuses and revel together. Ah, that might not be appropriate. Come on now. Under the blazing sun. A naval warship set sail for Marine headquarters at Marineford, amidst the lively chatter and laughter of the young sailors on deck. In the adjacent galley, a tall figure sits relaxedly at the dining table, legs crossed, undeterred by the noise from outside. The occasional rocking of the ship does little to unsettle his composure. Draped in a nearly 3-meter-long naval cloak, he exudes a commanding presence that complements the military uniform beneath. The ornate shoulder insignia, adorned with intricate designs, signifies distinction, an emblem recognized by any aspiring sailor within the Navy, representing the rank of Rear Admiral. It turns out this individual is a Rear Admiral. OS savors a piece of steak, while two young sailors stand anxiously by, their eyes fixed ahead, unable to suppress their salivation at the aroma of the dish. Come in. OS calls out slowly, his voice, though soft, carries an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, a somewhat timid figure cautiously peeks in, a wrinkled face adorned with an ingratiating smile. Before fully entering the room. Rear Admiral Allen, I apologize for the intrusion. I come to report on the work progress. The newcomer, small in stature, rubs his hands nervously and speaks flatteringly, then turns serious as he addresses the two young sailors. You two may leave. Yes, sir. Colonel Dick. Though the two young sailors harbor disdain for the behavior of their superior, they dare not show it, departing with solemn expressions. Is there something you wish to discuss? OS couldn't help but feel a chuckle rising within him, yet his ability to maintain a composed demeanor prevailed. Faced with the overtures of the naval officer before him, he embodied the gravitas befitting a superior naval officer. In truth, OS's display perfectly aligned with Dick's internalized image of high-ranking officers, freshly instated at the naval headquarters, imposing, tall, and exuding an air of authority. Consequently, with mere fabrications of a name and a backstory, coupled with the grand cloak he had acquired years ago after defeating a naval rear admiral, Dick was utterly convinced of his identity as Rear Admiral Allen of the naval headquarters, who had separated from his subordinates during a mission and was now set to return home on a favorable vessel. Reporting, Rear Admiral Allen. I have completed the announcement of the patrol mission's conclusion and arranged all necessary tasks for our return journey. Dick reported with utmost seriousness. Even as OS continued to savor his steak, seemingly indifferent to the details of the report. This scene did not escape Dick's keen perception. It was evident he was in the presence of a true naval rear admiral. That disconcerting air of ease emanating from OS suggested that nothing in the world could perturb him. To someone of such seasoned experience, a mere patrol mission must have seemed as trivial as a child's game. How else could one attain the rank of Rear Admiral? This was no ordinary position, 1 step away from Vice Admiral, 2 from Admiral, and 3 from Marshal. In the presence of such a figure, he felt compelled to present himself well. Observing OS relishing his steak, Dick, with notable emotional intelligence, retrieved a cherished item from the depths of the kitchen's safe, a bottle of exquisite wine from the land of fine vintages. Rear Admiral Allen. This is a rare wine I chanced upon, hailing from the land of fine wines. I hope you find it to your liking, he said, bending slightly in a show of deference as he uncorked the bottle and poured it into a nearby goblet. Oh, how thoughtful of you. The meal is rather dry, OS remarked, his eyes momentarily glinting with interest. After a brief pause, he took a hearty sip, finding it rather delightful. Indeed. This wine is exceptional. It possesses none of the bitterness common to typical wines, but rather a sweet, fruity essence and a rich aroma. I find it quite enjoyable. OS complimented sincerely. Although it was wine, it diverged from the rum and beer he had previously consumed. This one was genuinely pleasurable, albeit prohibitively expensive. While he had amassed a considerable sum in Samina, such extravagance could not be sustained easily. 1 bottle could vanish in just a few sips, costing 100,000 berries. Perhaps it would be more prudent to conquer that wine-producing nation, then he could enjoy it without the burden of payment. After all, what pirate truly pays for their purchases? Ah, as long as you enjoy it. If you fancy it, I can bring more in the future, as I shall certainly rely on your support going forward, Dick responded. His heart swelling with joy at the compliment, promptly pledging his unwavering loyalty, hoping that OS would look favorably upon him in the future. Upon hearing these words, Austin immediately burst into laughter, sketching out large pancakes as if they were free of cost. Dick, overwhelmed with joy, felt a surge of happiness. "Rest assured, Colonel Dick. I shall certainly advocate for you to the esteemed generals of the warring states, as well as to Chief Crane. Do you still fear a lack of promotion opportunities?" Ah ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Dick was so eager to express his loyalty to Austin that he would have willingly laid bare his heart. He attended to Austin like a devoted servant. However, for Austin, who was accustomed to the service of petite maids, he found no interest in such an unattractive individual and dismissed him with a casual excuse. In truth, this drunken buffoon of a naval officer, if only he had devoted his thoughts more to the pirates rather than currying favor with superiors and oppressing the common folk, would surely have recognized that the commander he revered most was, in fact, a notorious figure on the wanted list, Black Gun Daughter Austin. Chapter 30, Major General Ossis Day Tour of the Naval Headquarters at the Naval Headquarters in Marineford. The patrol vessel commanded by Colonel Dick gradually returned and anchored in the port. Oblivious to the presence of dignitaries he sought, Ossi quietly vanished into the ship without anyone noticing. Strolling upon the grounds of the naval headquarters, Ossi ambled with his hands tucked in his pockets, feeling as if he had returned home. Indeed, Marineford was teeming with formidable individuals. Within the expansive realm of Ossi's observation, several powerful auras akin to those of Rayleigh and Captain Roger emanated from the main building. In terms of sheer strength, Ossi realized he would not gain any advantage, especially since figures like Garp and Sengoku were likely still present in the headquarters. However, Ossi had no intention of causing a ruckus. His plan was to discreetly find a warship bound for Impel Down, the notorious prison, and blend in unnoticed. After all, Marineford was in close proximity to the underwater fortress, and it was home to the most elite and numerous forces of the Navy. The number of captured pirates was indeed vast. Thus the vessel he sought was not necessarily one tasked with transporting the most dangerous criminals. Many of the prisoners in the first and second levels of Impel Down were merely minor characters with bounties in the tens of millions of berries, requiring no vice-admirals to accompany them or warden oversight. After scanning the vicinity of the naval port with his advanced observation Haki, Ossi found no ships transporting prisoners. He decided to wait, confident that within the expansive naval headquarters, there must be at least one vessel heading to Impel Down. Although a direct assault on the prison was not out of the question, having Navy support would undoubtedly facilitate the journey, much like how Monkey D. Luffy concealed himself beneath the skirts of the Empress. If all else failed, he could resort to his own formidable abilities to teleport inside. With this thought, he chose to leisurely wander through Marineford. Perhaps it was due to the 2 handfuls of his hair he had tousled upon disembarking, resulting in the appearance of bangs. But as he walked, he received numerous salutes rather than cries for battle. "Good afternoon, Major General." "Hello," Ossi replied, nodding to the nearby soldier. This was already the 10th soldier who had saluted him. Is it not true that in the world of the Pirate King, everyone is brawn over brains? A mere change of hairstyle and attire could render one unrecognizable. As OS strolled through the island, universally recognized by pirates as a forbidden territory, he discovered that it was not the colossal military base depicted in comic books. Rather, it was merely a segment of Marine headquarters, serving as a place of official naval operations. Additionally, the area housed numerous naval families and ordinary residents, complete with residential buildings, marketplaces, restaurants, and taverns. In fact, with the naval headquarters nearby, this could be deemed one of the most habitable cities for common folk that OS had ever encountered. Unlike other nations or islands, which, despite their prosperity, could swiftly descend into chaos upon the arrival of a particularly ruthless pirate, this locale seemed to thrive in relative peace. As evening approached, in a restaurant within the residential area, several sailors, having completed their duties or tasks, gathered in small groups, their camaraderie evident as they shared meals and indulged in a few barrels of beer. Their laughter echoed through the air, the clinking of glasses punctuating their revelry. One young sailor, clad in a naval vest, exhaled contentedly after finishing an entire barrel of beer, a broad smile illuminating his face. They engaged in light-hearted banter, grumbling about the intensity of their recent work, relishing this brief moment of relaxation amidst their exhausting routines. With only a week left until the anniversary of Pirate King Roger's execution, the headquarters had mandated a state of heightened alert. Honestly, one young sailor remarked, There's no need for all this tension. What of the Pirate King? He was captured by Vice Admiral Garp. We have our naval heroes. As they continued to discuss current events, their spirits buoyed by the drinks, they even began to jest about the orders from headquarters. Just as one sailor was about to voice another thought, a comrade, who had been drinking nearby, inadvertently glanced toward the entrance of the restaurant. Suddenly, as if witnessing something extraordinary, he spewed forth his beer in surprise, causing annoyance to the soldier doused in the frothy beverage. What are you doing? Be quiet. Before his companion could finish, the startled sailor instantly snapped to attention, sweat trickling down his brow as he fixed his gaze ahead. Perhaps noticing the confusion among his fellow comrades, he shouted, "Good afternoon, Major." At this utterance, even the slowest of the group comprehended the gravity of the situation. A flurry of soldiers hastily rose to their feet, disregarding the fallen stools beneath them, standing at attention with military precision. Panic spread among them. What a calamity to criticize headquarters orders, only to be caught in the act by a major. The fear of being accused of undermining military morale loomed large, especially for the sailor who had been the most boisterous just moments before, now regretting every word. Standing before them was the figure who had come to dine in the civilian area instead of the officers' mess, a major who could only be OS. He felt somewhat exasperated. He had merely come for a meal, yet here he was, caught in this unexpected predicament. Please continue with your meal, I don't require your attention," he offered with a hint of bemusement. "Ah, yes, sir." Observing that OS disregarded their intentions, he proceeded directly to the front desk to place his order, subsequently settling by the window to admire the scenery. The soldiers exhaled a sigh of relief, cautiously taking their seats. It was only after confirming that OS had no intention of causing them trouble that they finally relaxed and resumed their meal. Thank heavens! They had encountered a lenient commander. How fortunate! Indeed, I had anticipated punishment. I had heard that some officers, such as Major Sakaski, are exceptionally strict. However, having been stationed at headquarters for so many years, I seem to have never encountered this major. How peculiar. What are you talking about? I find this general to be quite familiar, as though I had seen him not long ago. Yes, I share that sentiment. It feels as if we crossed paths recently. Yet the memory eludes me. As the group engaged in conversation, their words were captured by OS without fail. Perhaps they had seen his bounty notice, he speculated. Yet, from the outset, their perceptions had been misguided, projecting their recognition of him onto his naval identity, which naturally rendered them unable to identify the corresponding individual. However, even a mere deckhand like myself has entered the public's consciousness. Captain Rogers' emergence into a new era indeed casts a profound impact. Chapter 31, The Evil Pirate and the Beautiful Navy. If there are no warships heading towards Impel Down today, I might as well teleport there, although the chances of being discovered would inevitably increase. As dawn broke, the lively atmosphere of Marineford began to emerge. At a breakfast shop on the bustling streets of the residential district, OS was quietly contemplating his next move. After finishing dinner the previous night, with nowhere to go, he had employed his observation haki to scan the officers' quarters and ended up spending the night at the residence of a single brigadier general who was out on a mission. Who could have imagined that in the very heart of the Marine headquarters, Marineford, where elite forces from across the world converged, a pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion could live so openly? It was indeed a case of darkness under the lamp. As OS savored his breakfast, two formidable presences suddenly emerged in his vicinity, one of which was rapidly approaching. What was happening? Had he been discovered? Maintaining a calm facade, OS continued to eat his wontons, appearing merely as an unassuming passerby with slightly above average height and good looks. To avoid being greeted repeatedly by the lower-ranked soldiers today, he had deliberately left his navy cloak behind and donned a different outfit. Despite having traveled so ostentatiously the day before without raising suspicion, today, in his low profile, he was almost immediately detected? OS felt a twinge of confusion as he finished the last bite of his wonton, and a peculiar crimson light flickered in his eyes, revealing the truth. "Excuse me, sir, may I see the sword you carry?" A voice rang out from behind him. He slowly turned his head to find a woman with long black hair standing there. However, what first caught his eye were her long, bare legs, adorned with a striking black spider tattoo on her left thigh, adding an element of contrast and wild beauty. Judging by her appearance, Os's experience in the red light district suggested she ranked at least as high as the top courtesans under Sammy. And the navy cloak draped over her shoulders only enhanced her allure. Was it a clash between the evil pirate and the beautiful navy? Os's thoughts began to wander. He could suggest this new venture to Sammy the next time they met. Surely, it would be a lucrative endeavor, provided they weren't apprehended by the navy. However, to speak seriously, he did recognize the naval officer before him, Brigadier General Guillaume. Os admired her stunning figure for a moment before shifting his gaze to the figure behind her, only to swiftly retract his attention. "Hey! You bastard, your disdain is too obvious." The man, Khaki, clearly infuriated by Os's dismissive glance, felt a surge of unease. Especially with Os's undeniably handsome features even concealed behind sunglasses. He bared his teeth and shouted in indignation. "Khaki!" Guillaume exclaimed disapprovingly, causing him to instantly become more subdued. She then turned her attention back to Os. "I apologize, sir, for my companioness' rudeness. I merely wished to inspect the sword you carry." "This sword?" As Os observed that they seemingly failed to recognize him, he exhaled in relief while silently reflecting on the fact that a mere change of attire could render one unrecognizable, a truth applicable in any circumstance. It was, in truth, not entirely their fault. Guillaume and Khaki were merely suffering from face blindness. Ever since Os was issued a bounty during his time fighting with the Roger pirates, he had seldom appeared in public. In the later stages of their voyages, during the few significant confrontations with the navy, Os had merely acted as a hidden hand, rarely drawing his sword, thus evading particular attention. In truth, he remained a formidable swordsman. Years had passed, and Os had grown significantly taller, his demeanor having transformed considerably as well. Were it not for his black military uniform and the distinctive black gun slung across his back, who would associate a man over 2 meters tall with the child who once stood barely over a meter? Indeed, in order to maintain a low profile, Os had deliberately donned clothing and sunglasses for this outing, even leaving behind the black gun gifted to him by Master Tam, opting instead for a long knife and some belly. On the high seas, many could recognize individuals clad in military attire, brandishing black swords and guns. Yet few could identify a man in a trench coat, with a knife at his waist and sunglasses adorning his face. Observing that the two failed to recognize him, Os felt justified in his decision to change outfits the previous night. He had wagered that among the throngs in Marineford, it was unlikely every officer would know him. As he anticipated, the reality aligned with his expectations. "This is an unexpected discovery. Do you recognize this blade?" Os inquired, generously handing the knife to Khaki under her watchful gaze, confident in his ability to reclaim it at a moment's notice. "Indeed." Guillaume, oblivious to Khaki's peculiar demeanor, examined the blade closely upon receiving it. It was unmistakably the great blade, 21 work, the shadow of the Dark Crow. This blade had once belonged to a rear admiral of the navy, who had vanished alongside it after an encounter with the Roger pirates in the New World. To find it here was truly astonishing. "From where did you acquire it?" Guillaume inquired earnestly. Fortunately, like most, he instinctively believed that no pirate would dare to brazenly appear in Marineford, thus dismissing any suspicion regarding Os's identity. Os scratched his head, pondering how to explain that he had slain the admiral and claimed the sword as his own. "I purchased it from a merchant I happened upon." This was a fabrication. "I see." Guillaume seemed to accept this explanation, for after all, many years had elapsed, and the tale could have wandered far and wide. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed his lips together and earnestly requested, "I have a rather bold favor to ask." Guillaume stepped forward abruptly, grasping Os's hand with conviction, his entire demeanor earnest as he leaned closer, his large eyes fixed upon the sunglasses shielding Os's gaze. "I hope to procure the long knife you possess, as it once belonged to a hero who sacrificed for justice." She endeavored to sway the other with love and a sense of morality. "After all, as a resident of Marineford, you would surely understand." "Do not be so close, Guillaume." Akaji, witnessing such a scene, felt his teeth nearly shatter from frustration and could only urge from the sidelines. How infuriating! Were it not for his position as a naval commander, bound by military discipline that forbids him from laying hands on ordinary residents of Marineford, he would undoubtedly intervene. How enviable. As for the protagonist, thus, at that moment, his eyes betrayed no hint of emotion. The proximity of Guyon's delicate form and the faint outline of her bosom elicited not a flicker of response. Not even a blink behind his sunglasses. How absurd to think one could procure my prized weapon with mere words. Do I appear foolish? Having already indulged in the tender embrace of beauty, even in his adolescent years, Us possessed a remarkable immunity to the charms of women, honed through countless encounters. I am afraid this is my private collection. Surely, the Navy would not resort to coercive tactics, would they? Certainly not, but it is not for sale. Chapter 32, Ignoring the Young Marine. Kuzan, I implore you to reconsider. I refuse to sell. Os pondered silently, wondering if there was a similar superstition in the world of pirates, questioning whether it was an ill-fated day for venturing outside. How could merely descending to the ground for breakfast lead to entanglement with such enthusiasts of fine blades? He could not profess to be a grand swordsman himself, for that would only invite further scrutiny. Yet, to assert that he was merely a collector would likely be perceived as a wasteful dismissal of such treasures. How vexing! Had he known, he would have preferred to teleport directly to Impel Down and disguise himself as a guard to infiltrate. Alas, Guyon, Khaki, I finally found you. Just as Os was becoming thoroughly exasperated, a familiar voice echoed from the other side of the street. Upon hearing that voice, Os gazed skyward inside. Indeed, it was ill-advised to venture out. In such a vast marine ford, he had unexpectedly encountered an adversary. Ha! It is Major Kuzan. Please hold on, I am currently. Guyon and Kuzan were old acquaintances from the Naval Academy, so his appearance was not unexpected. She greeted him and was about to explain her busy schedule when an abrupt chill enveloped her, the creeping frost leaving her momentarily bewildered. Was it truly necessary? Was it merely a delay in attending a meeting? Daughter Os. To her surprise, Kuzan seemed disinclined to acknowledge her, instead casting a menacing glare toward her side. His expression ominous. It was the first time Guyon had witnessed the usually laid-back Kuzan display such seriousness. What? Are you referring to me? Os continued to feign innocence, donning an expression of utter naivety. Ha! Do you think just because I changed my attire and donned sunglasses, I would not recognize you? What a joke! You rogue! My animosity toward you has never waned. Having pursued the Roger pirates alongside Karp for many years, Kuzan could be deemed the Navy's most familiar with Os. And he had been the target of OSS schemes more times than anyone else in the Navy. Consequently, during pursuits, unless engaged in boarding battles, Kuzan felt it prudent to avoid appearing on deck, all to guard against this rascal. If one were to claim expertise in foreseeing the future combined with the potency of Haki-infused sea prism stone bullets, Kuzan would assert that no one could rival him. As the murderous intent materialized palpably, Os sighed and removed his sunglasses, revealing a serene and flawless smile. Ignoring the young marine, the youthful ice of the sea. In the fleeting moment of removing his sunglasses, a chilling fist loomed larger in his eyes, a pitch-black embodiment of justice, derived from the teachings of Garp, heading straight for Os's face. Yet, the black fist failed to erase the faint smile adorning Os's visage. As the punch landed, a thick mist enveloped the arena. But those present were adept practitioners of observation haki, fully aware of the unfolding events. At that instant, both Guyon and Kaji finally grasped the situation. The tall figure clad in sunglasses was, astonishingly, a pirate. Had he vanished in an instant? Such speed, could it be the shave technique? Kaji analyzed calmly, while Guyon's face flushed with indignation, realizing she had been outwitted by a pirate at Navy headquarters. Anger surged within her, prompting her to draw her renowned blade in preparation for combat. If it were merely the shave, he could not have evaded the tracking of observation haki. It must be a devil fruit ability. Hey, you two, be cautious. This fellow is not to be trifled with, Akiji warned his companions, as ice rapidly spread from his form. That man had once been a member of the Roger Pirates. Though reluctant to acknowledge it, that scoundrel's strength was sufficient to rival a young Roger. A wielder of all three types of haki, a master swordsman, possessing extraordinary observation haki, an unknown devil fruit user, and a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion black gun OS. Akiji's expression turned grave, despite his disdain and anger towards Os's actions. He could not deny that this man was worthy of being his nemesis, much like Roger's pursuit of Admiral Garp. The current Akiji was not the same man who had become a mere shell after the O'Hara incident. He embodied the principle of burning justice. Encountering such a passionate youth was a predicament for OS, who felt cornered. It seemed he could no longer linger, he needed to extricate himself swiftly. With this thought, OS's figure inexplicably appeared behind Guillaume. "Pardon me, Miss Navy, could you return my sword?" As he spoke, before he could finish, Guillaume, having sensed his presence with her observation haki, acted without hesitation. With a sudden surge of power from her slender waist, she executed a swift and precise draw. Her blade slicing through the air like a cold shooting star, leaving deep fissures in the ground. Upon confirming OS was a pirate, the previously amiable and gentle female Navy officer transformed into a battlefield blood-red rose, ready to spill blood at the slightest misstep. A master swordsman at such a young age? What a formidable woman! Whoosh, in a blink, OS's towering figure had once again materialized behind her. His pristine trench coat and composed demeanor indicating that the previous lethal strike had barely grazed the edge of his garment. Instead, OS seized her wrist with a simple grip, applying a slight force to effortlessly restrain the arm of Dion, who wielded the knife. The manifestation of his terrifying strength was accompanied by a faint sound reminiscent of cracking bones, causing the delicate hand that held the raven to tremble and loosen its hold, while an unmistakable expression of agony emerged on Dion's face. The exquisite blade returned to its rightful owner, albeit he was not truly the original owner. "Cursed pirate! Do not lay a hand on Guillaume." As OS appeared behind Guillaume, a furious roar erupted not far from him, akin to the clarion call of one charging forth in love. The figure of Kaki collided with purpose, his fist enveloped in a dense coating of haki. He glared at Guillaume, who was ensnared by OS, his eyes ablaze with fury. Guillaume, witnessing Kaki stepping forward, felt a flicker of hope. The sheer magnitude of his strength was staggering. If Kaki could hold him off, even for a fleeting moment, she was confident in her ability to find an opportunity to escape. Die. Well done, Kaki. Alas, I cannot fathom the fervor that drives you. In an instant, a flowing layer of crimson haki enveloped OS's feet, executing a swift and lethal strike. Time seemed to freeze as that Blackfoot miraculously appeared before Kaki's chest. What? Kaki's instincts screamed a warning, yet he could not react in time. Then, with a thunderous sonic boom, the terrifying strength and swirling haki intertwined, relentlessly impacting the corpulent body. Consciousness faded almost instantaneously. Kaki's robust form was propelled away with an astonishing speed, even greater than when he charged in, crashing through building after building. Under Guillaume's despairing gaze, he ultimately collapsed, eyes rolled back, amidst the ruins, rendered unconscious. Chapter 33: An Intern invades the Navy headquarters? Powerful. Overwhelmingly powerful. This was the first impression of Dion, and it is no wonder that Kuzan would be so wary of this man, who appeared to be quite young. In terms of sheer dominance and martial prowess, he even surpassed everyone present. Ah, please do not pretend I am invisible, Black Gun. As the moment arrived when OS was nearly sent flying, a man, enveloped in frost, made his move, attempting to seize OS's retreat. Crystals of ice proliferated in the air, freezing the moisture around them, forming resplendent ice blossoms. OS, caught mid-kick, was instantaneously encased in a colossal ice sculpture. Your mobility is indeed peculiar, OS. But while you are attacking, you must surely possess a tangible form, unless you continuously evade. Should you teleport, you would be unable to strike. If you do not teleport, you will inevitably be frozen by me. To be fair, OS conceded that Kuzan indeed possessed a certain innate talent for combat. Achieving this level of prowess had even sullied the edges of his attire. Within the transparent, crystalline ice, OS remained frozen in a kicking pose, resembling a statue. At that precise moment, Dion, enduring the pain of a dislocated hand, forcibly withdrew his wrist from OS's grasp and retreated a few steps to Kuzan's side. As expected from a crew member of the Pirate King Roger, he was utterly powerless to retaliate. Dion, gripping his sword with one hand, gazed solemnly at the striking man encased in ice, pondering whether the ice could truly hold him indefinitely. Kuzan, in agreement, continued to emanate waves of cold from his hand, fortifying the ice's stability while fixating on the figure within. Seizing the opportunity, Dion adjusted his stance, recalling information about Os. He had previously heard Sister Crane mention him. He was a figure highlighted by the steel-boned Air Marshal as one of the Navy's significant future threats, with his bounty continually elevated. Back then, she believed that Os was merely a young man riding on the coattails of the Pirate King's crew, lacking substance. Among the new generation of strength, she considered herself and her peers, trained under Zephyr, to be geniuses on par with any of their contemporaries, such as Sakazuki, Borisolino, Kuzan, and herself. Yet, upon encountering this so-called newcomer from Roger's ship, she realized the vastness of the seas. If memory serves correctly, he is only 15. Younger than all the newly appointed Navy officers. What was I doing at 15? Perhaps not even a swordsman yet. This monster must be left in Marineford today. Guion gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Who do you intend to leave behind?" What? Who could have anticipated that in the mere blink of an eye, the figure encased in ice would vanish entirely? A chilling sensation swept through their bodies, prompting the two to instinctively strike behind them, only to find nothing but empty air. Os, with a swift motion, appeared atop a distant residential building, lazily resting his elbows on the balcony while observing the two below, who stood as if facing a formidable foe. His expression remained serenely unchanging. "Hey, you two," he called out, "why not just pretend you haven't seen me? I'm merely here as a tourist, not causing any trouble. Even when dining, I pay my dues, contributing to the GDP of Marineford, wouldn't you agree?" Of course. The response from Os was met with a chilling barrage of ice from the furious Kuzan. Black Gun Os. Do you take Marineford for what it's not? This is the Navy headquarters, a bastion of justice. It is not a place where pirates can come and go at will. Guion exclaimed with righteous indignation. Though internally he recognized the extraordinary mobility of his opponent, compounded by the difficult-to-counter high-level observation haki. With just the two of them, capturing such an elusive adversary seemed an insurmountable challenge. Thus, albeit somewhat underhanded, they resolved to employ provocation to stabilize Os until the reinforcements from Sengoku and Garp could arrive, thereby increasing their chances of subduing him and consigning him to the depths of the underwater prison, alongside his captain. As a member of the Pirate King's crew, is evasion all you can manage? Answer me. Duther Os. Guion shouted, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had just been effortlessly subdued. In response, Os merely smiled. He could easily discern the baiting tactic at play, yet he found himself intrigued by the challenge. He wondered whether a prospective future Marine Admiral could truly provide him with an exhilarating confrontation. Thus, he extended a hand, beckoning slightly with his fingers. Indeed. It has been quite some time since I engaged in a direct confrontation. Why not both of you come at me? I believe we might conclude this battle before Garp arrives. Os's words unveiled the schemes of the girl, igniting her indignation. Beside her, Kuzan was equally incensed by Os's arrogant demeanor. "Do not be so overconfident, Black Gun," he retorted, and in an instant, ice crystals surged anew from his form, forming colossal ice spears that propelled forward with tremendous force, closely followed by razor-sharp sword-like blasts of ice. Meanwhile, on the periphery of the battlefield, numerous junior officers sensed the unfolding situation and rushed to provide assistance. After swiftly arranging for the evacuation of the residents, they were astounded to discover that the individual engaged in combat with Admiral Kuzan and Commander Guion was none other than a pirate listed on the wanted posters. They quickly joined the fray. However, faced with Kuzan's already heated ice attacks, they found it impossible to approach the high-stakes battle, forced instead to observe from a distance while simultaneously contacting the Naval Headquarters Command Center. Beep 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 click. Here lies the battlefield of the warring states. Is there something amiss? The esteemed General Sengoku learns that in the southern district of Marineford, Major Kuzan and Commander Guion are engaged in fierce combat with the remnants of the Roger pirates, urgently requesting reinforcements. What? Of all times? It had to be when Admiral Kong is away on official business at the Holy Land? These scoundrels. Upon hearing this, Sengoku, who was previously engrossed in his duties, rose abruptly, shattering the desk before him. How audacious are these pirates? How dare Roger's crew intrude upon the Navy headquarters, still clinging to life? Is it Rayleigh or Jabba? Neither. It is Black Gun Daughter Os. Black gun? At this revelation, Sengoku faltered, momentarily taken aback, if memory serves. That young lad was merely an intern of the Roger Pirates, how could he possibly have the audacity? Chapter 34, The Alliance of the Golden Lion. Assault on the naval headquarters? With a resounding series of knocks, the turmoil of battle finally unfolded within a confined space once Ost ceased his deliberate evasion. The frigid air and swirling smoke mingled, ascending towards the heavens. The once clear sky gradually succumbed to a somber gloom. Turning once more, Ost unleashed a barrage of immense black sword energy, intercepting all incoming assaults. He then cast his gaze skyward, where the ominous clouds loomed, heralding the approach of a tempest. Ost, is this your doing? The two inquired gravely, noticing the strange phenomena above. Could you refrain from placing all the blame on me? This is certainly beyond our capabilities. It appears a noteworthy figure is arriving. A terrifying crimson glow erupted, and a look of surprise crossed Ost's face. Upon further reflection, he deemed it inevitable. Indeed. With Captain Roger on the verge of execution, the time has come. Witnessing such a historic moment would not render the journey in vain. It seems your scheme is destined for failure. An extraordinary individual is approaching the naval headquarters. Ost sheathed his sword with intrigue, nonchalantly teleporting to the plaza before the naval headquarters. Who else would dare invade Marineford? Wait a moment. Gion attempted to pursue but was halted by Kuzan's hand on her shoulder. Confused, she turned to see Kuzan, rooted in place, gazing gravely at the sky above Marineford. Following his line of sight, Gion looked upward, instantly breaking into a cold sweat, her pupils trembling uncontrollably. What, is this possible? Is it a meteor? No. It seems to resemble an island? In the sky, colossal stones resembling islands broke through the clouds, descending toward Marineford. The two could no longer concern themselves with Ost. Nor could the high-ranking officers of the Navy focus on the chaos erupting in the residential areas. They were about to confront an immense crisis capable of submerging all of Marineford beneath the waves. The Golden Lion Shiki was attacking. Though it felt exaggerated. The power being displayed was undeniably overwhelming. Perched atop the naval headquarters building, Ost beheld the apocalyptic sight of islands raining down, drawn by the law of gravity. Hurtling towards Marineford. Nearly all senior naval officers, including several familiar faces, were executing moonwalks, exerting every effort to confront this impending disaster. Garp, Sengoku, Tsuru, Akainu. The disparity in power was significant, yet not insurmountable. After all, even a youthful version of Garp possessed the strength to obliterate an island with a single punch. Not to mention the formidable admirals and those specializing in large-scale area of effect attacks. Despite shattering the vast majority of the islands, it was estimated that nearly half of Marineford would be devastated, excluding the naval headquarters building where Ost currently resided. As the clouds shifted, a torrential downpour ensued, heralding the arrival of a mysterious figure floating in the air. Sitting atop the naval headquarters, Os, the Golden Lion, glanced at the golden silhouette not far away and greeted it, "Ha?" Upon hearing the voice, Shiki, who had stormed into the naval headquarters in a fit of rage, paused. Turning to the source of the sound, there sat a figure clad in a trench coat, observing him with an air of indifference. "It's you! I remember you. The little monster from Roger's ship," Shiki exclaimed, surprised to see a familiar face. "Hey, little brat, are you here for Roger too?" Os hesitated, wanting to clarify that he had not come to rescue Roger, fully aware that Captain Roger had willingly surrendered. However, he indeed had come for Roger, intending to infiltrate the Navy to visit Impel Down. "Well, sort of," he replied. "Ha ha ha ha. Those who possess the Conqueror's Haki are all alike. Roger could never be captured by mere naval scum, nor should he die in disgrace in the weakest East Blue. Join forces with me, little brat, and let these Navy fools witness the terror of great pirates." Just as Os was about to respond, his observation Haki sensed an imminent danger. "What do you pirates think the naval headquarters is?" Boom! Accompanied by a blinding red light, a tempest of black and red thunder erupted. A burly man, his fists radiating terrifying Conqueror's Haki, charged directly at Os. The sheer power was something Os had felt from a distance numerous times. But this was the first time it was aimed at him. There was no Captain Roger to shield him now. As the rooftop shattered under the force of the man's punch, the residual shockwaves rattled the dark clouds above, stirring a tempest. Unruly. I am a young man of the new era, Carp declared. Unbeknownst to him, Os had swiftly moved to the side of the Golden Lion, utilizing the continuous movement of the warp fruit to navigate the skies almost as if he were suspended in mid-air, hands casually tucked in his pockets. Observing the imposing figure on the naval headquarters rooftop, whose fists crackled with black and red lightning, Os felt a twinge of fear. After all, this was a top-tier powerhouse. His own haki seemed inadequate in the face of such royal strength. Presently, he was not confident in facing that punch head-on. Ha 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 ha. Carp. Have you become too old to move? Missing a punch on a little brat? It's time to go home and retire. Shiki derisively taunted as he witnessed Carp's failed strike. Meanwhile, among the crowd of Navy personnel below, several were raising snail cameras, capturing the moment of Os and the Golden Lion standing side by side in the sky. Observing this, Os felt a sense of helplessness. He had merely come to witness the spectacle, yet here he was, inadvertently cast as an accomplice. This truly feels like having yellow mud fall into one's pants. It's not feces, yet it might as well be. Lowering his gaze, he beheld an overwhelming array of naval officers, admirals, vice-admirals, rear-admirals, and countless naval soldiers. This assembly rivaled, if not surpassed, the scale of the Marineford War. After all, during that conflict, the formidable Carp and Sengoku, along with 2 admirals, rendered little impact, merely coasting through while only a Kainu and a handful of vice-admirals exerted themselves. Now, however, they faced the full might of Sengoku and Carp, alongside numerous naval leaders and the future 3 admirals. To be frank, even Ossi contemplated a hasty retreat. Yet, gazing upon this unprecedented grandeur, he conceded that, despite a hint of overambition, he felt an undeniable itch to act. With a thought, he resolved to proceed, ready to withdraw if circumstances turned dire. After all, after such a lengthy period of training, he was genuinely eager to discover the limits of his abilities. With Carp and Sengoku supported by the Golden Lion, he decided to give it his all and venture forth. Chapter 35, A Clash of Dominance. Confronted with this epic spectacle, Os couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration coursing through his veins. Following the entrapment of Carp and Sengoku by the Golden Lion, Os was now poised to confront the formidable might of the entire Navy, albeit without the presence of the higher-ranking admirals. Nevertheless, the remaining forces were nothing short of formidable. Comprising 3 distinguished natural-type Navy officers, Gion, Dalmesia, and Fire Mountain, alongside a multitude of elite commanders and countless Navy soldiers. As the relentless rain poured down and fierce winds howled, whipping Os's cloak and Shiki's grand robe, the 2 notorious pirates, both with bounties in the 10-digit range, found themselves in an unlikely alliance. They were about to face the overwhelming might of nearly the entire Marine headquarters. Listen, kid, if you dare to hold me back, I'll make you regret it. Shiki, the Golden Lion, proclaimed with a cigar clenched between his teeth, a brazen grin plastered on his face as he threatened Os. As long as you can keep Sengoku and Carp occupied, we won't lose. Os responded with a calm smile. He was confident that, as long as he wasn't up against someone vastly superior, he could at least hold his own, if not win. Clearly, the young recruits of the Navy were still not equipped to overpower him decisively. In the face of such immense pressure, even against foes who vastly outnumbered them, the duo exhibited a remarkable composure, engaging in casual banter. However, the vast throng of Navy personnel on the ground harbored a different sentiment. To them, these 2 seemed utterly deranged. The mere presence of 2 pirates with 10-digit bounties was enough to instill a sense of dread among many of the new recruits, whose knees weakened at the thought of the devastation those titans could unleash with a mere flick of their wrists. Were it not for the presence of high-ranking admirals, they might have retreated long ago, leaving them only to bolster their courage through conversation amidst their rising panic. I've seen the bounty of Black Gun Daughter Os from the Roger Pirates, and the legendary pirate, Sky Admiral Golden Lion Shiki. Are these 2 notorious powers truly joining forces? Such formidable pirates must surely meet their doom. In stark contrast, the admirals and higher-ranking officers of the Navy remained considerably more composed. After all, the balance of power appeared to favor the Navy. Yet, given the notorious reputations of the Roger Pirates and the Golden Lion Pirates, even they dared not let their guard down. A moment's negligence against foes of such caliber could indeed spell their demise. Bolstered by their overwhelming numbers and the confidence instilled by their commanding officers, the spirits of the Navy soldiers remained high. Not a single soldier faltered in their resolve as they rallied together, their voices rising in a resounding chorus, reminiscent of the fervor seen during the war at the summit. The clamor was indeed deafening, the fervor of the soldiers inexplicable. They were but a horde of mere foot soldiers. Os looked upon the frenzied ranks, their attacks ineffective, their aim misguided, posing no threat to the two who commanded the skies. One could only wonder what fueled their enthusiasm. Perhaps the standards for valor in the world of One Piece were rather low. Thus, he resolved to clear the field. Hovering in the heavens, Os surveyed the endless expanse of the Navy forces, his expression void of sadness or joy, replaced solely by contempt for the insignificant. In an instant, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, expanding relentlessly around him, enveloping nearly half of Marineford in a shroud of dark crimson energy. Waves of black and red lightning erupted from Os, rampaging as if heralding the apocalypse, an oppressive force indiscriminately sweeping away all in its path. Thud, thud, thud. The minds of countless Navy personnel were battered as they succumbed to the overwhelming presence of his Conqueror's Haki. Many could not endure even a second, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, their eyes rolling back. Even the commanding officers struggled to maintain consciousness, half-kneeling, gasping for breath. In the sky, the figure radiating black and red lightning loomed like a demonic deity, casting a watchful gaze over all. Ha ha ha. No wonder Roger praised you so, possessing such spirit at such a tender age. However, the era of my kind is far from over, the sea is not yet ready for the likes of you. In the next moment, a gold and red Conqueror's Haki surged forth from Os, even more potent than the dark crimson before it. Under this dual-layered pressure, only the most formidable minds remained conscious, as the true contest of prowess was about to commence. Damn it! Marineford is not a playground for you to rampage at will. With a voice filled with fury, a figure leaped before Os and the Golden Lion, radiating a blinding, sacred golden light. The great Buddha fruit user, Admiral Sengoku, enraged, unleashed a terrifying shockwave. Great Buddha, shockwave. The blinding golden light approached, yet the two in the sky remained unfazed, one fearless, the other already prepared. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, a flicker of crimson flashed by, a scene that could not evade Os's observation. Lion, thousand cuts. The clash of their exaggerated attacks reverberated through the air, a terrifying aftermath echoing in the sky. A hand and a sword engaged in an endless struggle. And it was evident that Sengoku alone could not suppress the Golden Lion at this moment. Since Shiki dared to show up today, he had no fear of death. Soon, Carp also swung his fists, joining this high-stakes confrontation. Such a battle, unless one side exhausted their stamina, would show no signs of conclusion. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, centered around three individuals, relentlessly annihilating the earth and sky. In the heart of the plaza, the remnants of the Navy, led by three formidable nature-based creatures, observed this battle in which they could not intervene. After all, these young men, barely in their 20s, had only graduated from Naval Academy 2 years prior and had yet to reach the zenith of their powers. As they gazed skyward at the climactic confrontation, a tall figure with hands in pockets slowly approached from the far end of the square. Without any warning, a beam of laser light shot forth from the crowd of Navy personnel, swiftly targeting the man's head. An ambush is not a commendable habit, thought Borsalino. With a smile, he neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the beam to advance toward him. Then, to the astonishment of the Navy, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Borsalino appeared to be devoid of physical form, as the beam passed through his head at the moment of impact, leaving him completely unscathed. Chapter 36, Us vs. The young three admirals. Could it be that the Observation Haki has completely captured me? Remarkably formidable, akin to a beast, Black Gunus. At that moment, among the naval commanders, a rather disheveled man clad in striped attire and draped in a navy cloak emerged, his demeanor as unsettling as his words. He was Vice Admiral Borsalino, wielder of the glint fruit. In response, Us merely smiled with keen interest and remarked, "Well, I have long grown accustomed to being called a monster. So, are you all planning to join forces against me, this so-called monster? How amusing." You are a grave threat to the world, and the Navy need not concern itself with morality in dealing with you. Great fire. Sakazuki, uninterested in Us's words, refrained from further dialogue. In an instant, his entire being transformed into searing magma. Fumes of sulfur erupted from him, and thick, viscous lava rolled in waves, emanating a crimson glow from his clothing. The fist, ensconced in leather gloves, gathered power comparable to a volcanic eruption, swelling with intensity. Even from a distance, a wave of heat surged forth, causing Us's long hair to dance wildly in the steam. The mightiest of all fruits, the magma fruit? Indeed. It possesses the capability to launch hundreds of tons of volcanic rock thousands of meters into the sky, making such explosive power unsurprising. However, this technique is not without its drawbacks. It is rather sluggish. Unlike the glint fruit, which boasts extraordinary mobility, or the ice fruit, known for its extensive range, the magma fruit, while unparalleled in offensive strength, suffers from an alarming wind-up time. In the face of Us's foresight, this fearsome buildup of fiery energy had no chance of landing a hit. The advantages of the natural type are indeed remarkable, a fact Us could not deny. Yet, certain superhuman types, which involve concepts of rules, must transcend them. Us could easily evade this attack, but doing so would contradict his desire to unleash his true potential. After all, encounters with opponents of his caliber are rare, others are either too weak or overwhelmingly strong. To this day, Us had never engaged in a thoroughly exhilarating battle at full strength. This lack of experience could be detrimental to his future growth in Conqueror's Haki. Thus, facing Sakazuki's colossal magma fist, Us's eyes sparkled with a crimson light, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Clearly, what he foresaw in the future aligned closely with his expectations. With a clang, confronted with such terrifying magma, Us slowly clenched his fist, and the flowing armament Haki instantly enveloped it. The naval commanders, who had strategically positioned themselves to avoid the searing lava, watched in disbelief as their pupils constricted. What is this? Is he truly intending to collide head-on with Sakazuki? Such audacity! Even with the power of armament Haki, which theoretically could inflict harm upon the corporeal forms of nature-type users, the sheer ferocity and searing heat of this force would undoubtedly sear his hand to the bone, despite any protective measures he might employ. That arrogant youth! However, it was evident that Os's true prowess far surpassed their expectations. In the next instant, dark crimson lightning surged forth from the surface of his flowing Haki, overwhelming the battlefield with an oppressive aura that cracked the very earth beneath them, as if this force, merely existing in the world, carried an inherent terror. That impudent boy! This aura instantaneously captured the attention of the three combatants embroiled in a chaotic struggle from a distance, halting the fierce battle for a fleeting moment. How could this be? At the tender age of 15, he wields the Conqueror's Haki? Sengoku's eyes sparkled with fierce intensity, his gaze betraying the presence of blood vessels. Ha ha ha. Truly, as Roger described, a monster. That lad with the gun possesses the qualifications to challenge the world at such a young age. Karp bellowed with laughter, proclaiming that they should leave him here forever. Hey! You two dared to divide your attention in battle? You clearly do not regard me highly. I am the Golden Lion. After all, it was evident that Karp and Sengoku's exchange had enraged this lion, amplifying the pressure exponentially. Even Karp and Sengoku appeared solemn in the face of this power, let alone the still youthful Akainu, who was barely in his 20s. What? This Conqueror's Haki? Akainu felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his brow, quickly evaporated by the torrent of magma. He steeled himself, summoning all his strength. The explosive power of the magma fruit now came to the fore as his colossal lava fist surged towards Os. In response, Os unleashed a full-powered flowing cherry blossom Haki-infused punch, the two forces colliding in a cataclysmic clash that instantly melted the ground into liquid. Boom! The two forces remained locked in a stalemate. Strangely, the previously anticipated searing heat that could dissolve flesh and bone seemed unable to directly touch Os's fist. Before the fist emanating dark crimson lightning, there appeared an invisible barrier, preventing the magma from penetrating directly. Akainu's expression turned ghastly, and the assembled Navy personnel stood in disbelief. This is the true power of Conqueror's Haki, Akainu. Including the eruption power you take pride in, it seems rather trivial in my eyes. The black and crimson lightning flickered incessantly above his clenched fist. Os was fixated on the force of the lava's eruption, and with a slight crouch to gather strength, an overwhelming might surged from his waist. Under the astonished gazes of the surrounding navy, the earth within 100 meters instantaneously sank, as if unable to bear the weight. The terrifying recoil enveloped the ground, and the exaggerated display vividly showcased the sheer power at play. In an instant, the figure, entwined with black and crimson lightning and an air of dominance, broke through the essence of the lava giant's fist, appearing before the unsuspecting Sakazuki. This figure resembled the demon king from the depths of hell, with a scarlet glow flickering incessantly in his eyes. A formidable aura surrounded his fist as he gathered his strength. In a heartbeat, Sakazuki's chest caved in, entangled by the flowing currents of cherry blossom and the color of an emperor, rendering him incapable of elemental transformation for defense. As he took the brunt of that monstrous punch, his wretched appearance was even more exaggerated than when he was reduced to a pulp during the Marineford War. Observing Sakazuki rolling his eyes and spewing blood, Os contemplated delivering a final blow. However, the other Navy members were not mere decorations. Beams of laser light surged forth, accompanied by a deluge of glaciers, compelling Os to retreat swiftly beyond the attack range. Yet, the black and crimson lightning upon his fist did not dissipate. Beneath the tempest, the proud figure clad in a trench coat stood resolute, with long hair and the hem of his coat billowing in the wind. His handsome visage retained an air of serene confidence, as he gripped the haki tightly. The crimson light in his eyes, which pierced through the future, never waned. With just this one individual, despair took root in the hearts of all the young Navy members of Marineford. So, who shall be the next? Chapter 37, Os, Divine Refuge. The cold wind intertwined with the torrential rain swept across the ravaged battlefield, where a singular, imposing figure stood unwavering, instilling fear in the hearts of all naval officers, rendering them hesitant to act. With just a surge of energy, the ground sank 100 meters. Amidst the defeated monsters littering the terrain lay Sakazuki, his formidable haki of both armament and conqueror swirling around him. The invincible aura, though intangible, weighed heavily on every naval officer's heart, including Kuzan and Borsellino. Kuzan gazed in stunned silence at the man he had long yearned to capture. He could easily rely on his exceptional observation haki and fruit powers to outmaneuver them, yet he had granted them an opportunity for a direct confrontation. However, no one dared to feel confident, nor could anyone claim they could withstand those black and red iron fists. Even Sakazuki, the strongest in offensive power, could not do so. As for a surprise attack, such intentions were mere fantasies in the presence of those eyes capable of piercing through the future. Moments later, a cough echoed across the field, and from the giant pit, a figure clad in a red suit staggered to his feet. Blood still lingering at the corners of his mouth, it was the jail dog. It must be said, this fellow possessed remarkable resilience. Yet the pain etched on his face and the bloodstains at his lips revealed the significant damage inflicted by that recent blow. He remained in a wounded state. And with Sakazuki's resurgence, the previously stifling atmosphere among the Navy shifted instantly. Is this the Red Admiral? Hey! What are you hesitating for? No matter how formidable the opponent, as Navy officers tasked with safeguarding these seas, we must exert our utmost efforts. Even if it means facing death. So be it. Observing his comrades, who were teetering on the brink of despair, Sakazuki's expression turned grim, his furious reprimands resonating powerfully. This rekindled the fighting spirit in many naval commanders who had lost their resolve, causing them to grit their teeth and raise their weapons once more. Simultaneously, a chilling aura and dazzling light erupted across the battlefield, as everyone began to unleash their full potential. Witnessing the Navy's future leaders brimming with combat spirit as if from a cinematic spectacle, Os couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. For a fleeting moment, he believed he could dominate the entire scene. Yet it was evidently not that simple. Heroes abound like fish crossing a river. While Os may stand out, he could not eclipse the brilliance of others. In the Navy headquarters, devoid of cowardly deserters, there truly were no weaklings. As he regarded the multitude of warriors adorned in Navy cloaks, Os reciprocated the respect of battle with an exuberant smile. The red light sparkled in his eyes as he slowly shed his coat, revealing a physique imbued with explosive power. Adorned with a few scars, yet they were few in number, for he had seldom been injured, thanks to his innate monstrous observation haki. In his hands, The dual-colored aura entwined around the spectral raven, one fist clenched tightly while the other wielded a blade. This battalion of naval officers was worthy of his utmost effort. Gradually, he raised his left thumb, appearing to give a thumbs up from a distance. Amidst the throng of Navy personnel, he scrutinized each figure, ultimately locking his gaze on the curly-haired man who often found himself in his crosshairs. Here it comes. What? The subject, Kuzan, was momentarily stunned as the chilling frost within him reacted to this gesture. It became evident that when someone aims their thumb at you, it may not necessarily be a compliment, it could very well be a targeting signal. From Kuzan's perspective, those crimson eyes, once fixed 100 meters away, suddenly closed the distance, now glaring directly at him. The motion of the hand had transformed, as the long blade, surrounded by black and red lightning, descended with lightning speed. What madness is this? As Oster's blade fell, a terrifying sword aura accompanied by an overwhelming presence cleaved into Kuzan's frostbound form. The strike was too swift, catching him utterly off guard. Even as Kuzan instantaneously activated his elemental transformation, a vivid crimson wound emerged before him, which swiftly froze to staunch the bleeding. Oster intended to strike again, but a laser-like beam of intent shot toward his nape. Rather than face it head-on, he deftly evaded, turning to strike with his blade against the incoming molten attack. The scenario had shifted from the earlier expansive clash with Sakazuki. The Navy was now executing a coordinated onslaught. Had it not been for the fleeting glimpses of future events that danced before his eyes, Oster might have been overwhelmed by the relentless barrage. Yet, possessing the powers of foresight and teleportation, invincibility was inevitable. He deftly maneuvered, teleporting away from the encroaching glacial terrain, remaining unfazed amid the assault from the naval forces. With sheer strength and indomitable will, he dispatched any who dared to approach, crashing through their ranks. He turned, his blade clashing against the sudden emergence of the Amaterasu sword, evading the shadowy hound while delivering a powerful punch to Sakazuki's chest. Despite the disjointed interplay between his foresight and physical reactions, Oster bore the marks of battle, stripes of pain adorning his form. Yet, this sensation of growth and strength intoxicated him, the visceral exchange of blows becoming an addiction. His scarlet gaze swept over everyone present. Do you wish to join the dance? Though Oster's body accumulated wounds, burns, penetrations, and frostbite, the numbers of the Navy visibly dwindled. After all, not everyone possessed the resilience of an ox. The majority of the youthful commanders, after sustaining a single blow, would inevitably succumb to incapacitation, much like their predecessors. Gradually, only 4 figures remained on the battlefield, continuing to fight with unyielding spirit. The 8 Shakoyada no Kagami. As Oz swiftly shifted his form, a crimson glow flickered in his eyes, the trajectories of each luminous projectile vividly manifesting in his mind, allowing him to evade them with impeccable precision. However, upon instantaneously materializing at a certain gap, he felt the ground beneath him to be unnaturally smooth, a chilling aura coiling around his feet. Utilizing the openings created by the beams, he was compelled to retreat to a designated position, preparing to unleash a freezing attack. A commendable strategy indeed. Oz observed his right foot, now encased in ice, with a calm demeanor, the crimson light in his eyes shimmering. Clearly, he had foreseen this moment. Yet, this was also one of the characteristics of widespread assaults. To avoid freezing meant having to endure the luminous projectiles. Gazing at the naval soldiers on the ground, afflicted by the beams, Oz recognized their desperation. At the very moment he became ensnared in ice, a charged molten fist surged towards his face. Yet, this time, it was accompanied not only by this formidable strike but also by a blinding ray of light and an enormous icy bird radiating a frigid chill. In the face of these 3 lethal assaults, Oz exhibited no sign of panic. Rather, the smile on his face deepened, intrigued. Very well, I shall engage with utmost seriousness. The Conqueror's haki in his grasp continually contracted, gradually enveloping the entire blade of the Dark Crow. Prepare yourself for this. Divine Evasion. Chapter 38, The End of War. OS's escape. Faced with the lethal strikes of the 3 nature element users, OS refrained from forcefully teleporting away, as he wished to test his own limits. Divine Avoidance. As the ruthless words escaped OS's lips, an overwhelming chill surged through the air, enveloping the 3 assailants. The black and crimson blades, infused with a tangible aura of Conqueror's haki, combined with the monstrous strength of a figure reminiscent of a demon, cut through the atmosphere with a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. The black-red lightning, intermingled with elemental ruptures, illuminated Os's exhilarated visage, and the sheer magnitude of the power, coupled with his familiarity with it, compelled Warring States and the others to glance sideways in astonishment. Was that Roger's divine avoidance? It bore a striking resemblance, though its potency was not quite as exaggerated. Ha ha ha, what a promising little brat! Is this the extent of the new era's navy? Shiki mocked mercilessly. Although he had little regard for Roger's crew, he preferred to witness the Navy's humiliation over anything else. How could these fools hope to capture that rascal Roger? I concede that you three future admirals possess the qualifications to engage me, Os thought as he wielded his sword, divine avoidance, cleaving through the calamity-inducing elemental attacks. His eyes sparkled with delight as he pointed his blade at them. Come now, try to kill me. Os's contemptuous demeanor visibly enraged the trio. Their bodies radiating exaggerated natural power, altering the surrounding environment dramatically. In full force, they wielded enough might to permanently reshape an island's terrain and climate. As both sides erupted with their utmost strength, Os acknowledged that he indeed felt a hint of pressure. He could confidently suppress one adversary, manage two with relative ease. But three truly forced him to barely maintain his undefeated stance. This was, of course, in light of his possession of two invincible abilities. No wonder Oda once remarked that no one could defeat two admirals alone, such a combination of resilience, mastery of Haki, and catastrophic elemental destruction rendered it nearly impossible to overcome two or more opponents without a distinct advantage, such as overwhelming strength or a uniquely potent devil fruit ability. Gazing at the array of wounds adorning his body, Os comprehended that this was his current limit. Nevertheless, he yearned to challenge those boundaries, believing that this could be the opportunity for his Conqueror's Haki to ascend to greater heights. This was the fundamental reason for his choice to engage in this battle. He refused to believe that, having inflated his spirit to the point of challenging three admirals, he could not eventually grow strong enough to ascend to the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki. He envisioned a future where he and Shanks would appear together in a grand spectacle, both unleashing their Conqueror's Haki in a striking display. There was nothing to fear, whoever faltered would face embarrassment. He had no intention of lagging behind Shanks in wielding this formidable weapon of power. Shanks? Merely a bothersome little brother. The fierce battle rages on. A contest of exceptional skill measured by the passage of days. After 5 relentless days and nights of combat, even the monstrous Os, with his extraordinary constitution, begins to feel the strain. His body, riddled with wounds both new and old, bears the marks of conflict. Some injuries have formed thick scabs, while the future of the three great admirals is no less dire. Their bodies are marred by injuries that rival Os's, nearly covering them entirely. Had it not been for their elemental transformation, which occasionally mitigates some damage, their plight would have been far worse. Borisolino's glasses were shattered long ago, and this perpetually relaxed and cunning old monkey has lost several teeth amidst the fray, his body displaying numerous footprints and lacerations. Beside him, Sakazuki fares little better. After receiving a direct blow from Os, his reflexes visibly diminished. Without the protective layer of magma enveloping him, he would undoubtedly appear battered and bruised. However, the most grievously affected among them is Os's primary target, the old iceberg, who finds himself in a wretched state. Beyond the ghastly wounds on his face and body, his left leg has contorted into an irregular shape, as if fate has dealt him a cruel blow, though fortunately, it remains intact, wrapped in an exalted bandage. It should heal within 10 to 15 days. This is not due to their inadequacies, rather, Os is simply too formidable. With only a slight deficiency in battle experience, he possesses virtually no weaknesses. His mastery of physical combat, swordsmanship, and Haki consistently places him above them, complemented by the elusive abilities granted by his teleportation fruit, making it exceedingly difficult to inflict damage upon him. Adding to his ferocity is the increasingly chaotic and potent Conqueror's Haki, which he wields with his blade, delivering blows that grow more painful with each encounter. Fortunately, even the longest of battles must eventually reach a conclusion. At the opposite end of the chaotic battlefield, the three warriors of the bygone era quickly determined the outcome among themselves. The demise of Shiki and Roger heralds the dawn of a new era of peace, one that our Navy shall never allow to be disrupted. Carp. Following the final strike of the fist, the galaxy impact, The proud and defiant Golden Lion ultimately fell. Perhaps the helm above him hindered his strength, or perhaps his resolve to fight head-on rendered him outnumbered. In the end, Shiki succumbed, stripped of the capacity to retaliate after being shackled with sea prism stone. Almost simultaneously with Shiki's fall, Os felt a chilling tingle at the nape of his neck. His body bristling with alarm as his observation Haki sensed impending danger. In an instant, the formerly engaged Os executed an ultra-long-distance teleportation, vanishing from sight. Boo, ha ha ha. You dodged quite swiftly, little rascal from Roger's ship. A fist, radiating an intense crimson glow, descended where he had just stood, fracturing the earth for 1,000 meters around. The three heavily wounded admirals were forced to retreat under the impact of the residual force. The assailant was none other than the man who had repeatedly pushed Os's captain to the brink, the Navy hero, Monkey D. Carp. As he beheld the formidable Carp, whose fist had shattered the earth for kilometers, Os couldn't help but feel a few beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. With Captain Roger absent, was he now to be bullied as an intern? Mr. Carp, this hardly reflects the conduct of a righteous navy, he remarked. I have long warned you, Os. At that moment, Sengoku, who had yet to exit his Buddha form, joined the fray, solemnly admonishing Os, against scoundrels like you. The Navy has no need to uphold any sense of morality. Is that so? Then, as a pirate, is it not natural to flee when faced with an insurmountable navy? Os retorted nonchalantly to Sengoku's outburst, smiling at the others. He had realized the moment he witnessed the Golden Lion's defeat that it was indeed time to make his escape. He had relished the fight and made his mark. If he lingered any longer, he would surely find himself imprisoned alongside Captain Roger. Wait. Sengoku's face flushed with anger upon hearing this. Could it be? You scoundrel! His ire stemmed not from mere indignation, but from the knowledge that with his nearly insurmountable abilities, if Os chose to flee, there was practically no one who could hinder him. Yet, such an outcome would tarnish the reputation of the entire Navy at Marineford. To exacerbate the situation, a flock of seagulls, cameras in tow and bags slung over their shoulders, soared overhead, snapping photographs incessantly. Os flashed a smile at the lens and waved at several Navy personnel. Then, amidst the explosions and billowing smoke from their furious onslaught, the figure of the black gun Os vanished into thin air. Chapter 39, The Future King? A shocking revelation. On the day following O's escape from Marineford, the eruption of the Marineford invasion campaign struck like thunder from a clear sky, completely upending the recently tranquil seas. Global public opinion began to stir fervently. As one of the three great overlords of the New World, the audacity of the formidable Gold Lion Shiki to single-handedly infiltrate Navy headquarters, while astonishing to the masses, was not beyond the realm of reason. It is indeed customary for such notorious pirates to engage in increasingly reckless endeavors. However, the emergence of the name, Black Gun, Doflamingo O captivated the attention of countless nations and factions worldwide. The wanted poster read, Black Gun, Doflamingo O. A former member of the Roger Pirates, proficient in the three types of Haki, suspected possessor of the Paramecia, teleportation fruit, abilities. One of the masterminds behind the Marineford invasion campaign, with a bounty of 649 billion berries, a criminal of the most heinous nature. This name, which had previously circulated only within a confined circle as that of a young intern on the Roger ship, instantaneously transformed into that of the most sought-after pirate supernova, nay, it transcended the mere designation of supernova. According to an exclusive report from the World Economic Journal, this young lad aboard Roger's ship may have already attained the strength to rival the highest military might of the world government, the Marine Admirals, a king of the younger generation. Cultivated by Pirate King Roger, poised to dominate the forthcoming era. The next generation's monarch. At the Sabaody archipelago, within the red light district that had begun to rebuild and resume operations, the once vibrant splendor was gradually being restored. Madam Saimi. There's news about Lord O. The two mascots of the red light district, O's dedicated maids, Xiaolu and Xiaoqi, excitedly dashed into Saimi's office, so overwhelmed with exhilaration that they neglected to knock. Startling Saimi, who was sipping her tea. Bouncing with glee, they placed the newspaper on the desk and exclaimed, "Quick, look. The newspaper says Lord O fought against the Navy headquarters and the top military power, and then left in style." Yes. Yes, now the whole world is saying that Lord O is the king of the next era. So handsome, truly worthy of being Lord O. Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi gazed at the newspaper with hearts in their eyes, their pride and satisfaction even surpassing that of O himself. Yet, the two naive young maids were unaware of the profound impact this news had on Simi, who had navigated the dark underworld and witnessed the true realities of life. As she took the newspaper and scrutinized each word, disbelief and shock were evident on her face, her delicate pupils trembling incessantly. She had considered the possibility that Lord O might indeed be formidable, but never anticipated such an extraordinary level of strength. If the report held any truth, then perhaps it was not mistaken. Lord O truly possesses the qualifications to vie for the title of the world's strongest. As summarized at the conclusion of the report, Black Gun, Os, a despairing genius with a monstrous physique and the formidable wielder of the three-colored haki, possesses an unparalleled devil fruit ability that grants him absolute combat dominance. Suspected to be nurtured by Roger, he stands as a leading figure of the new era. Endowed with extraordinary strength. Given the spirit and potential he has demonstrated, it seems he will wield absolute supremacy over the world's top powers for at least the next 3 decades. In the first half of the Grand Line, on an uncharted island, a magnificent colossal ship is docked. Not far from the pier, in the forest, 3 individuals are gathered, roasting the wild beasts hunted on the island. Rayleigh. Shanks. This is monumental news. As they momentarily rest on their return journey to Sabaody Archipelago, suddenly, Buggy excitedly rushes over from the beach, clutching a newspaper and shouting. The news about OS is astounding. A major event. Really? Let me see. Upon hearing this, Shanks leaps to his feet and quickly snatches the newspaper from Buggy's hands. As he reads, his eyes sparkle with excitement. As expected of OS. What a spectacle, causing a ruckus at the Navy headquarters. Buggy, unable to contain his glee, responds, right? Everyone's saying that Captain Roger was defeated and captured by the Navy. OS has truly avenged us. The two engage in fervent discussion and promptly run over to Rayleigh, who is still grilling meat. Rayleigh, observing the two impetuous youths, merely smiles and accepts the newspaper. A single glance elicits a look of astonishment on his face. The front page features a large photo captured by the messenger bird that day, depicting OS with his bare torso, wielding a long blade. His long hair flowing in the wind, covered in wounds, yet smiling as he gazes intently at the 5 Navy officers, Admiral Sengoku, Navy hero Garp, and the 3 natural-type monsters among the rear admirals. In addition to the extensive praise and accolades for OS, the article includes illustrations of him single-handedly battling the future 3 admirals. The visuals depict OS, entwined in black and red lightning, fiercely engaging with the 3 natural disasters without losing ground. It is conceivable that as the military ranks and combat prowess of those 3 young Navy officers continue to ascend, the value of this image will only increase. In facing such an exaggerated ensemble and managing to retreat unscathed after causing chaos, it truly evokes nostalgia. Just from the techniques displayed in the photograph, Rayleigh can discern that these are indeed among Roger's renowned skills, now flourishing in OS's hands. Moreover, regarding the evaluation of Us, gazing at that imposing figure, he seemed to glimpse a reflection of Roger in his youthful days. However, Roger at that time was not 15, but rather 25, a remarkably formidable young man. Rayleigh mused, yet he pondered the true intention behind Us's actions. Could it genuinely be merely to vindicate Roger? Simultaneously, high above him, pell down, seated cross-legged among the clouds, was casually captured a passing newsbird. After purchasing a newspaper with the coins from its pouch, he promptly released it. Upon perusing the contents, he could not contain himself. A mixture of incredulity and amusement washed over him. That Morgan's fellow, in the nascent stages of his venture, was willing to say anything for the sake of sales, nearly proclaiming us as the future king of the world. The selection and layout of the photographs, though none were fabricated, misleadingly portrayed the narrative, suggesting that Us single-handedly orchestrated the invasion of Marineford, while the Golden Lion merely played a supporting role. Whether it was a one-man battle against 3 generals or Us employing his formidable haki, it all exuded the impression of a protagonist facing a formidable antagonist. Nonetheless, Us reflected upon his initial motivations for venturing to Marineford. It was certainly not to seek the limelight. Even his inclination to engage in combat arose from the atmosphere. Driven by an urge to test his full strength and bolster his resolve, a thought that materialized later on. observing the bounty notice bearing his name, emblazoned with exaggerated accusations. He felt a twinge of exasperation. They even went so far as to create a separate layout for his wanted poster. While being assigned such grand titles did not greatly concern us after all, no one could truly harm him, he nonetheless felt the weight of the orchestrated narrative. When he eventually encountered Morgans, he would undoubtedly hold this foolish bird accountable. Chapter 40, Infiltration of Impel Down. Have you heard about the Battle of Marineford? Indeed. Word has it that the legendary pirate, Captain Shiki the Golden Lion, is to be escorted here imminently. To which level, you ask? Are you daft? Naturally. It is to the 6th level, Infinite Hell. That is true. Beyond the Gate of Justice stands a cylindrical structure, the majority of which lies submerged beneath the waves. 2 gatekeeping guards engaged in mundane conversation, one of whom was on the verge of dozing off, suddenly perked up at a faint sound. What was that noise? Upon hearing the exclamation, the drowsy guard jolted upright, nearly losing grip of his firearm, which he fumbled in the air before finally securing it in hand, hastily aiming behind him. However, upon glancing back, he found nothing but the sturdy, unyielding door, still firmly shut. What are you doing, you fool? Surely there are limits to your jesting. But I distinctly heard footsteps. The guard began to doubt himself. Could it be mere hallucination? At that moment, just beyond the gates of Impel Down, a man with a bare torso, adorned with numerous gruesome scars and a sword slung at his waist, strolled leisurely past. This was Ors, having bypassed the outer layers of security, arriving here through a swift aerial teleportation. It is difficult to fathom that within this stronghold of the world government, one of the 3 great gates that strike fear into the hearts of countless pirates and is reputed to be an impenetrable prison, a notorious pirate who had recently infiltrated the Navy headquarters could wander so freely, having breached both Marineford and Impel Down. He surely wouldn't be making a detour to Judicial Island, would he? Though he mused on this, the guards there were hardly a challenge, even for someone as fresh from the seas as Luffy. Ors had little interest in such trivialities, merely considering it a casual visit. Yet, truth be told, Impel Down was indeed vast. Merely on the 1st level, the expanse was nearly beyond the range of Ors' observation haki, resembling a small town in its enormity. However, he had no intention of lingering on this level. As he traversed, Ors sought the optimal location to teleport downwards. He could not simply teleport haphazardly into the midst of the guards, even though he was confident in dispatching these minor foes. If he were to reveal himself, he might attract a swarm of pursuers. After all, Impel Down is a confined space, and should he provoke a throng of adversaries seeking their demise, he would jeopardize his meeting with Captain Roger, not to mention contend with formidable foes like Magellan. The gentle patter of footsteps resonated faintly through the notorious Impel Down. Yet the presence of a stranger inevitably captured the attention of numerous inmates confined within their cells. They beheld an individual neither clad in the garb of a guard nor that of a warden, striding confidently past them. In an instant of disbelief, a fervent desire for survival erupted amongst the prisoners. Hey! You there, kind sir, I implore you, take me with you. I have buried treasures outside. And I am willing to do anything, just take me alone. You little brat. Release me at once, or I swear I shall end you. The air was thick with threats and desperate pleas, a cacophony that seemed to threaten to upheave the very foundations of Impel Down. Os's countenance darkened as he glared at the prisoners, his body crackling with dark crimson lightning. Silence! He commanded, his voice resonating with authority. In an instant, silence enveloped the world. The previously frantic pirates fell lifelessly to the ground, their eyes rolled back in defeat. After all, they were mere fodder. Unworthy of confinement beyond the 1st level, none possessing bounties exceeding 100 million. Notably, even the surveillance snail affixed to the wall succumbed to Os's overwhelming presence, sparing him further trouble. With an exaggerated sweep of his observation haki, Os glimpsed the depths below, traversing multiple levels with seamless, instantaneous movement. Even when encountering patrolling guards, he deftly maneuvered through their blind spots, or rendered them unconscious with a mere flicker of his Conqueror's haki, becoming a specter within the depths of the underwater prison. Continuing deeper, he reached the 5th level of Hell, where his haki detected a familiar presence, the future warden of Impel Down, the current deputy warden, Magellan. Upon sensing this individual, Os abruptly retracted his perception, his eyelid twitching in irritation. The source of his discontent was Magellan's unfortunate predicament at that moment. The scene was so distasteful that OS felt his observation haki had been sullied. Fortunately, after several swift maneuvers, OS ultimately arrived at his destination, the 6th level of Impel Down Infinite Hell. Upon reaching this tier, he refrained from lingering. For those imprisoned here were renowned pirates whose legacies echoed through history, possessing bounties exceeding 100 million was merely the baseline for them. Such formidable individuals could not be subdued by mere Conqueror's haki. To ensure that their presence did not impede his meeting with Captain Roger, OS focused his observation haki directly on the cell where Roger was confined and promptly teleported there. In the darkest solitary cell at the deepest part of Infinite Hell, devoid of any light, a robust figure sat cross-legged. "So, you have arrived, OS," Roger intoned. His ability to hear the voices of all things allowing him to recognize OS's presence even in the pitch blackness without the aid of observation haki. With the sound of friction, a flicker of flame illuminated the confines of the cell, casting a dim yellow light that revealed an extraordinarily handsome visage, none other than OS. Is it truly so torturous here that not even a sliver of light is permitted? Ha ha ha, what can one do? They only provide a single meal each day. Had I known, I would have surrendered later, ha ha ha. Observing Captain Roger, shackled and yet still so carefree, OS couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. "Hey! OS," Roger said, a smile gracing his face, laced with a hint of suggestion, "did you bring any wine? It has been ages since I last indulged." "None." "What? You must be jesting. Please, don't tease me." At these words, Roger's countenance soured, wailing like a child. Witnessing this scene, OS finally revealed a mischievous grin. "Well, actually, I did bring some." Chapter 41, Oh no! Have I become a remnant of the old era? In this cramped cell, an elderly man and a youth sat opposite each other, encircled by the flickering light of a small oil lamp. The dim glow wavered throughout the room, and for the first time in days, Roger revealed a smile. OS took out 4 bottles of rum from his bag, opening each one with a flourish. Initially, he had no intention of drinking, but considering Captain Roger's impending journey, he found himself willing to indulge. "Come now, Captain Roger. Though I'm not particularly fond of it, I shall make an exception and drink with you this once," OS declared grandly, feeling a surge of masculine camaraderie. However, to his surprise, Roger looked at him disdainfully upon hearing this. "If you don't like to drink, you might as well leave it all to me. I barely have enough as it is." This old fellow, should one call him immature or merely a genuine drunkard, was being rather stingy. A frown creased OS's brow. But fortunately, after some persuasion, Captain Roger relinquished 1 bottle. OS then retrieved several wrapped bone-in meats from his bag, for in just a few days, he would face execution. Even if it wasn't a feast, it would serve as a final farewell meal. To his delight, Roger appeared quite pleased. Gazing at the bounty of alcohol and meat before him, he was evidently joyous, though the shackles on his wrists hindered his movements. "Shall I assist you in removing those?" OS offered. "Oh? Is that possible?" Roger replied with a grin. Weakened by illness and prolonged hunger, he lacked the strength to even exert his willpower. Observing this scene, OS felt a pang of discomfort, but with a gentle touch of his power, the sturdy shackles shattered into fragments. 2 individuals who had once stirred the very seas now shared jovial conversation, feasting on meat and drinking wine. This moment transported OS back to the days of carefree joy aboard the R.O. Jackson. "OS, how is everyone faring now?" Roger asked. Meat in one hand and rum in the other, his face flushed with merriment. "Uncle Rayleigh has safely returned everyone to their hometowns, free from naval pursuit and bounties. I've heard they are all doing well." "Is that so?" Roger responded, satisfied, and took a hearty swig of rum. Pleased that he had successfully negotiated with the world government to cease the pursuit of his crew. "However, although my bounty was rescinded, I got into a scuffle at Navy headquarters, and now I'm wanted for over 2 billion berries," OS added, observing Roger's delight. "Put. Cough, cough." Upon hearing this unexpected twist, Roger couldn't contain himself, spraying his drink everywhere. Just as he was about to scold OS for being such a troublemaker, he realized he had wasted yet another sip of his precious liquor. "My rum!" Roger exclaimed, mouth agape, spiraling into lament over the lost beverage. only to brighten again when OS graciously offered him the remainder of his own drink. Indeed, Shanks and Buggy mentioned that they would attend the execution in 2 days. And I shall accompany them. Shanks and Buggy, you say? At the mere mention of these two youngsters, a nostalgic expression graced Roger's face. As he turned to OS and cautioned, "They are the hope of the new era. OS, you must look after them for me." "Ha? Am I not part of the new era as well? Why should I take on this responsibility?" OS replied, bewildered, feeling it unfair. "The new era? Have you not already witnessed the One Piece?" "We arrived too early, and thus have lost our qualifications," Roger stated matter-of-factly. "Wait." OS sensed a peculiar shift. Momentarily dazed. Was he not still a young man? Amidst the excitement and nostalgia of sailing together, he had inadvertently aged himself by joining the crew on Raftel. Oh no! Had he become a remnant of the old era? OS stood there, momentarily stunned, and after a while, he began to comprehend the implications. It seemed he would not be eligible for the upcoming contest of 12. Although he was not particularly invested in that. The sudden shift to being considered an elder still felt strange. He had scarcely begun his adventures on the high seas, yet here he was, relegated to the status of someone expected to retire from the fray. Well, it matters little. After all, he had no aspirations of becoming the Pirate King. His ambitions lay elsewhere, so it was of little consequence. Coming to terms with this thought brought OS some relief. He could still indulge in his escapades. That evening, the two engaged in a myriad of discussions, contemplating the world government, reminiscing about past maritime experiences, and speculating on the future direction of the world. After a satisfying meal and drinks, it was finally time for OS to take his leave. Yet, as he was about to depart, a thought struck him. And he turned to look at the man who had dominated the seas for a lifetime. "Hey, Captain, I recall you having a wife and children, correct?" "Oh? How do you know that?" Roger responded, somewhat taken aback. "Did you forget?" "My observation Haki," OS chuckled. "Ha ha ha, indeed, I almost forgot. What a remarkable ability." "Then would you like me to help look after them?" "You must understand that the world government and the Navy will never let them be," OS stated calmly. His gaze fixed intently on Roger. "Ah, no need to worry, OS, I have entrusted them to Garp, right?" OS turned around, gazing earnestly at the ever-optimistic man before him. He acknowledged that Roger was indeed a commendable captain, a great pirate endowed with ambition and spirit. However, he was undeniably a failed husband and father. Though OS felt he lacked the authority to judge Roger's choices, as a former apprentice who had benefited from his kindness, he could not help but feel concerned. With just Garp, a vice-admiral, what chance did he have to oppose the entirety of the world government and the Navy? Do you truly believe that your so-called camaraderie can persuade Garp to betray the Navy? Presently, she is nothing more than a defenseless pregnant woman. As OS's inquiries echoed, Roger fell into silence, the familiar smile that once adorned his face now extinguished, leaving him speechless. Witnessing this unfamiliar version of Roger, OS exhibited neither sorrow nor joy. "Before continuing, after all the care you have bestowed upon us over the years, I shall ensure that mother and child are settled in a safe haven. Naturally, I shall not meddle excessively in their lives. As for the path the child wishes to pursue in the future, let that be a decision for him to make." With that, OS glanced at the unresponsive Roger, who remained bowed in silence, before swiftly exiting the cell and stepping outside. Just as OS was on the verge of disappearing from Roger's line of sight, he perceived a faint whisper within his observation. "Thank you, OS." Chapter 42, The price of an easy victory at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the chilling currents of the high sky swept past. Yet they bore little consequence for OS. He was resolutely heading toward the South Sea, though he had no desire to rush. After all, only 2 days remained until the execution. He recollected that shortly after the execution, the Navy had traced the faintest of clues to the island of Batalila in the South Sea, where Captain Roger's wife, Portcas D. Lucio, had been compelled to delay giving birth by over a year to evade naval scrutiny, ultimately succumbing post-delivery. In light of this, OS had no choice but to act preemptively. With his ability to teleport at remarkable speeds, reaching the South Sea would take merely a few hours. If all went smoothly, he would arrive in time for the final execution. Batalila Island, South Sea. It was a beautiful land, or at least OS deemed it a fitting place for romance. Love, in its essence, often blinds us, and young maidens in the throes of infatuation frequently find themselves enamored with the gallant men of the sea. Yet Lucio understood that although Roger loved her, a man of his stature could never be shackled by love, especially when his time was short. His love for her was profound, but his passion for the ocean and his dreams eclipsed it. Despite this, Lucio was willing to ensure the continuation of his lineage for the man she adored. Standing on the precipice, Lucio gazed out at the sea, the gentle breeze caressing her hair. She looked at Roger's wanted poster, and memories of their intimate moments flooded her mind. If they were to have a son, he would be named Ace; if a daughter, she would be called Anne. These were the names Roger had once promised. Yet he would never have the chance to meet his children. "Please accept my condolences, madam," a voice interrupted Lucio's reverie. And she turned cautiously to find a tall young man clad in black military garb standing beside her. Panic surged within her. Her initial reaction was one of exposure. Given Roger's notorious reputation, neither pirates nor the Navy would overlook his bloodline. She had to flee. "Do not be alarmed, madam. I am not a villain. Captain Roger is concerned for your safety and sent me to assist you." Roger? Perhaps it was the weight of the name, or perhaps OS truly bore no ill intent. But Lucio hesitated, remaining rooted in place. After all, as a pregnant woman, what escape could she hope for from a tall and imposing man? Observing that Lucio had chosen not to flee, though her expression remained wary, OS felt a twinge of frustration. How could he prove his identity? If only he had requested Captain Roger to pen a letter or some form of verification. After a moment of contemplation, inspiration struck him. He produced his own wanted poster and held it before Lucio, pointing to the section that detailed his identity. "Madam, you can see for yourself." Lucio, noticing the earnestness in his tone, turned her gaze toward the indicated section of the newspaper. "Regardless of life or death, heinous crimes?" Upon reading the description, Lucio's wariness intensified as she scrutinized the man before her, the so-called criminal. "OSS. I pointed to the wrong place." "OSS. A member of the Roger Pirates?" Perhaps sensing the confusion in Lucio's eyes, OSS rubbed his head, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, he had forcibly boarded the ship halfway through, benefiting from the era's fortunes alongside Roger, and now found himself in a position of passive advantage. He was bound to pay some price for it. Unlike Roger's other crewmates, who followed him out of camaraderie or the pursuit of dreams, their relationships were founded on equality. The Roger Pirates were not a family defined by bloodlines; they bore no obligation to care for the widow and children left behind by Roger. Whether due to ignorance or indifference, they could not be faulted. Their primary task, entrusted by Roger, was to guide those destined to inherit his will to Laugh-Tale at the appropriate time, rather than those who inherited his bloodline. However, OSS was different from Shanks and Buggy. As youngsters, they received undeniable guidance and protection from Captain Roger after boarding the ship. Under such circumstances, Shanks and Buggy, as hopeful candidates for the new era's pursuit of One Piece, considered their commitment to this new age as the best form of gratitude. Shanks inherited the straw hat, carrying forth Roger's will, and held the potential to reach Laugh-Tale at the right moment. Even if he could not, he would maintain the balance of the sea, paving the way for the next inheritor of Roger's will. Buggy, as one of the potential seeds of the new era, received little hope from Roger. And his training was not extensive, thus, the two could somewhat balance each other out. Only OSS did not belong to either of these categories. He was both a remnant of the old era and a young man living in the new. Roger had never demanded anything of him. On the return journey from Laugh-Tale, realizing that OSS's greatest aspirations were joy and freedom, he did not even mention the request to safeguard the inheritors of his will, merely asking him to pass on the world's hope to others, with no further demands. It was this awkward position that led OSS to feel compelled to do something. After all, he did not inherit any will, yet he enjoyed the power and benefits without reservation. Therefore, ensuring the well-being of Roger's wife and children was the only way he could think of to repay Roger. Indeed, before his departure, Captain Roger entrusted him with the care of Lucio, as he could not rest easy. A faint smile adorned OSS's face as he uttered a kind-hearted lie without a trace of pretense. It was precisely these simple words that shattered Lu Jio's final defenses. Tears cascaded down like pearls from a broken string, as her forehead rested against Oss's shoulder, biting her lip, still clutching the newspaper announcing Roger's impending execution. The significant age difference between them was apparent, and she had loved Roger out of love, thus respecting his dreams and choices. Yet, this did not mean she was indifferent to that love. Upon realizing that Roger remained deeply concerned for her and her child, Lu Jio harbored no doubts and chose to place her trust in his crew member, Os. She was willing to depart with him, for both she and her child required a secure environment. Os, as a member of Roger's crew, appeared remarkably dependable. Without further delay, the two proceeded. After all, Os needed to return in time for the execution. Accompanying Lu Jio back to the cottage, he swiftly gathered a few belongings and effortlessly lifted a rather substantial package. As Os surveyed the surroundings, his gaze fell upon a somewhat dusty blade nestled in the corner, the sword of Roger, one of the 12 great blades, known as Ace. "If you desire, I can offer it to you," he said. Lu Jio, having noticed this moment, smiled and replied, acknowledging that she had no use for it. Roger's relics were not limited to this single item, and now Os was their sole reliance, being a member of Roger's crew. Extending a gesture of goodwill would bring her a sense of peace. Chapter 43, Dare to Refuse, The Nation Falls, smiley face. Approximately an hour later, two figures, one large and one small, emerged from the quaint little house. Lu Jio glanced back at the abode that held precious memories with Roger, her eyes flickering with nostalgia. They had indeed spent a splendid time here. Bearing the enormous burden upon her shoulders, Os, standing nearby, refrained from urging her onward. "Let us depart, Os-san," Lu Jio said, turning around with a gentle smile after a brief pause. Perhaps Ace's gentle yet shy demeanor would be a legacy from his mother, Os mused, returning her smile with a nod. It must be said, Lu Jio had an astonishing number of belongings. Anyone less robust might have struggled to carry them. She seemed intent on bringing nearly everything associated with Captain Roger: bowls used for shared meals, a pair of pants that Roger had washed but never had the chance to wear, and Roger's captain's hat. Indeed, if Lu Jio were not so infatuated, it is unlikely that a middle-aged man like Captain Roger could have captured her heart. Although the cottage was situated by the sea, it was not in close proximity to the bustling docks. As they walked, Os observed the many residents going about their lives. Soon, the Navy would arrive for a search, and the risk of exposure was significant. If they strolled through the area brazenly, their striking figures would undoubtedly attract attention. With Os's towering stature, it would be nearly impossible to go unnoticed while he bore luggage nearly as tall as himself. He was not concerned about the trouble that might come to him, but rather the potential danger that could befall Lu Jio. Perhaps sensing the slight narrowing of Os's eyes, Lu Jio was taken aback, her expression filled with suspicion. Could it be? Os-san, are you preparing to eliminate everyone to erase our traces? The latter part of her thought remained unvoiced. Yet the notion had startled her. That would not be necessary, Os chuckled, questioning his own brutality. With a surge of his Conqueror's Haki, a powerful aura radiated outward, causing those nearby, whether engaged in work or dining, to lose consciousness, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed to the ground. Thus, unimpeded, Os and Lu Jio made their way to the docks. If they maintained a straight course, they should arrive in 2 days, Os estimated. Upon reaching the docks, they were greeted by a multitude of ships, predominantly merchant vessels, alongside a few luxurious yachts likely belonging to noble families visiting for the splendid vistas of Batalira Island. Os-san, which ship is here to take us away? Lu Jio inquired, noticing Os had paused at the dock. How about this one? Ha? Lu Jio was momentarily bewildered, as it seemed Os was asking for her opinion. Had no arrangements been made beforehand? Why did it appear they were selecting a vessel on the spot? Well, considering you are with child, let us choose the most opulent one. Accompanied by the bewildered Lu Jio, Os carried their luggage and confidently made his way to the grandest and most luxurious ship at the dock. He readily ascended the gangway, but it wasn't long before a guard noticed them. Hey! Who are you two? This is the royal vessel of His Majesty the King of the Solilan Kingdom. You commoners, but before he could utter another foul word, Os swiftly lulled him into slumber. Once aboard the ship, Os quickly attracted the attention of the ship's guards. Under the leadership of the captain of the royal guards, they surrounded the two uninvited guests. A figure clad in armor stepped forward, brandishing a spear, and demanded, "Who are you?" Luju felt a twinge of anxiety, yet Os remained unperturbed, exuding an air of confidence. He was not afraid of the weapon, after all. He was certain he could resolve the situation before anyone could fire a shot. However, he pondered for a moment and, with a smile, produced a folded piece of paper. Extending it forward. "This is my identification." The captain of the guards hesitated, momentarily taken aback. The mention of identification made him wonder if this person was a high-ranking official from the world government seeking to hitch a ride. After all, the Solilan kingdom was a member of the world government. If that were the case, it would be permissible to accommodate him. Albeit they would have to wait for the king's return from his excursion. With that thought, the captain accepted the paper from Os and slowly unfolded it. Only to find the words "wanted notice" emblazoned across it. The captain experienced a brief mental freeze upon seeing the wanted notice that bore an identical likeness to the man before him. As he read the astronomical bounty amount, his mind nearly exploded. This was none other than the infamous figure making headlines in the newspapers recently. Veins of crimson began to creep into his pupils, and cold sweat began to pour down his brow. You. How about it? Can we depart now?" Os inquired with a gentle smile, resembling a casual traveler. He leaned closer, whispering into the captain's ear, his voice like that of a devil's, "Should you dare refuse, I will ensure your entire nation is wiped clean." Upon hearing this, the captain turned pale. He had no doubt about the veracity of Os's words. After all, this was the notorious pirate who had single-handedly obliterated the legendary naval headquarters and still roamed free. "Notify all crew members, set sail immediately. But His Majesty has yet to return." "Less chatter." The captain, now visibly shaken, kicked the dissenting crew member to the ground and aimed his weapon at the captain's head, demanding an immediate departure. As for the king, left stranded on the island with no means to return home? For the sake of the entire nation, he would have to endure a little hardship. Upon witnessing this scene, Os nodded with satisfaction. To some, a bounty notice might signify a threat to personal safety, yet Os held a contrasting view. He perceived it as a makeshift identification, occasionally serving as a pass, proving to be quite convenient. The luxurious vessel was soon set into motion, with the chief of security thoughtfully preparing the most exquisite royal suite for Lujo, which left her feeling somewhat bashful. For she had come to realize that this ship was, in fact, commandeered. Indeed, one could not deny the caliber of the Pirate King's crew. Fortunately, Os did not intend to remain aboard this ship all the way to the Sabaody archipelago. He decided to part ways with the cruise liner in the nearby waters of the archipelago. After all, he was wary of allowing those aboard to discern the true destination of his disembarkation. Before his departure, he casually secured several treasure-laden chests, not that he lacked wealth, but rather as a means to provide Lu Jiu with living expenses. As he observed the cruise liner gradually receding into the distance, he retrieved his transponder snail and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Sammy? I am currently on Tamayara Island, please send a ship to fetch me." Chapter 44, Dying in Bed is the Greatest Tragedy. The islands of the Gamboge archipelago have finally welcomed us back. As the vessel under Sammy's command gently approached the shore, Os disembarked with Lujo. This port directly connected to Area 17, surrounded entirely by Sammy's enterprises, devoid of any idle bystanders. Upon their return, Os encountered several familiar faces. "Hey! Os!" Before Os could utter a word, a figure dashed towards him, the most conspicuous feature being that bright red nose, Baki. Ignoring Dana, Baki exclaimed. Seeing this familiar figure brought Os immense joy. Not only Baki, but also Rayleigh and Shanks followed closely behind. Os had previously shared his address with them. "How cool, Os! We've all read the reports about you." Shanks approached to greet Os, beaming with enthusiasm. "Well, that was merely a coincidence," Os replied, feeling somewhat awkward. After all, the newspapers had exaggerated considerably. It was one thing to be scrutinized by strangers, but it was truly embarrassing in front of acquaintances. Rayleigh, with a proud smile, patted his shoulder, observing Os. who once struggled to withstand a single round under his guidance, now standing as an independent pirate. Reflecting on it, it seemed like only yesterday that the bare-chested, long-haired boy had declared his desire to join the Roger Pirates, eliciting a sense of nostalgia. By the way, I almost forgot to introduce you, this is Lujo. Given her status as Captain Roger's wife and the fact that she was carrying his child, Os deemed it essential to introduce her. However, before he could elaborate, the trio gazed at him in astonishment, particularly upon noticing Lujo's slightly protruding belly. Os exclaimed. "Hey! Os!" Baki, somewhat exasperated, wrapped his arm around Os's neck and whispered, "I know you're quite interested in the red light district, but this is moving a bit too fast, don't you think? You've only just disembarked a few months ago." Shanks, though silent, shared a similar expression of surprise as he looked at him. Even Rayleigh appeared concerned, remarking, "If you indulge yourself at such a young age, the road ahead may not be long for you, Os." Hearing their comments, Os's face contorted in frustration. "What are you all talking about? This is Captain Roger's wife. And she carries his child." His words momentarily stunned the trio, plunging the air into an awkward silence. After a lengthy pause, they exclaimed, "What?" Without lingering further, after entrusting Lujo to Sammy and Rayleigh for care, the three promptly set off towards Log Town. On board the passenger ship, they marveled, who would have thought that Captain Roger had a wife? "And why did he entrust you with her care, Os?" In the restaurant, three individuals dined together, engaging in a heartfelt reunion. Shanks, taken aback by the unexpected appearance of Captain Roger's wife and child, inquired with surprise, while Buggy, equally curious, turned his gaze towards us. "Well, it was during my visit to Impeldown to see Captain Roger that we discussed this," Us replied after swallowing his noodles. Buggy nodded in understanding, exclaiming, "So that's it. Wait, are you referring to the underwater prison, Impeldown?" Shanks, too, was astonished, his mouth agape, while Buggy's eyes bulged in disbelief. "What else could I mean? Is there another Impeldown?" Us chuckled lightly. "Are you an idiot? It's only natural to be surprised. That place is an underwater prison, infamous for housing countless sea monsters, a hell from which escape is deemed impossible." Buggy exclaimed, slightly flushed. "Do you think everyone is a monster like you? No. You are the monster among monsters." Us, however, remained unfazed by Buggy's outburst. While he might be the first, he was certain there would soon be a second, his former ally, the Golden Lion, Shiki, with whom he had fought alongside not long ago. The three friends, reunited after a long separation, had much to discuss. Yet, as their conversation progressed, it inevitably turned to the grim purpose of their gathering, Captain Roger's impending execution. With the introduction of this somber topic, the atmosphere grew heavy, save for Us, who continued to stuff his mouth with food, seemingly unaffected by the matter at hand. Shanks, wearing a troubled expression, could not help but ask, "Us, aren't you saddened by this? After all, Captain Roger is about to be executed. Just a year ago, we were all sailing freely on the sea." Us shook his head. "Of course, there is a sense of loss. But, more than that, I feel happiness. Captain Roger died for his dream. Is there anything more romantic than that on the sea? In fact, if he were to suffer and die in agony from illness, that would truly sadden me." At this, both Shanks and Buggy were taken aback, recognizing the validity in Us's words. Yet, despite their agreement, they could not shake the inevitable sorrow that lingered. To assert that Us felt no sadness would be disingenuous. After all, he had been cared for by Roger for many years, and genuine emotions were undoubtedly present. However, having witnessed Captain Roger's execution countless times in his past life, Us's anticipation of this event dulled the emotional impact significantly. Due to their engaging conversation, time aboard the ship passed rather swiftly. By the following morning, the trio finally set foot on the soil of Log Town. The execution was scheduled for the morning, and they managed to arrive just in time. Speaking of which, Os, Shanks, have you noticed the considerable presence of the Navy in the vicinity? Buggy remarked, casting his gaze upon several naval vessels docked at the pier, as well as the sailors meandering through the streets of Log Town, his voice tinged with apprehension. "It's nothing to worry about, Buggy, after all, you have no bounty on your head," Os replied with a faint smile. He observed the bustling crowd around him: pirates, townsfolk, nobles. In this small town of Logtown in the East Blue, one could encounter nearly every type of person. The Navy could not possibly conduct a large-scale operation here. Should chaos erupt, the execution, which the Navy and the world government deemed of great significance, would become a source of ridicule worldwide, disseminated through the whispers of the Den Mushi. Such an occurrence would be utterly intolerable. Chapter 45, Join the 7 Warlords. Captain Gol D, Roger, has organized a grand funeral for himself. The trio strolled along the streets, their unmistakable pirate attire prompting many civilians to hastily step aside. However, the congestion in Logtown had reached an absurd level. Despite their efforts to evade, it was inevitable that some would be jostled. OSS, leading the way, suddenly felt a collision against his leg. Looking down, he discovered it was a small child with white hair. He seemed somewhat familiar. OSS squinted, stroking his chin. Meanwhile, the little one, having bumped into OSS, was now sitting on the ground, cradling his head, tears glistening in his eyes, a large red bump prominently displayed on his forehead, a sight that elicited sympathy. He felt as though he had not collided with a person, but rather a wall of steel. "Hey, little one, what is your name?" OSS inquired, bending down to gaze at the reckless child. "Why should I tell you, you pirate?" The child, seemingly stubborn, faced the towering figure with defiance, despite the evident pain he was in. "He's just a kid, let us move on, OSS. Buggy interjected, feeling that conversing with such an unlikable child was a waste of time. All right, OSS replied softly, then smiled at the little one, who was glaring at him with clenched teeth. He extended a hand and gently pressed it against the large bump on the child's forehead. "Ah! It hurts, it hurts." The little one instantly burst into tears, rolling on the ground in agony. OSS couldn't help but laugh even more, continuing onward with the others. "Well then, until we meet again, smoker. Why do you know my name? How infuriating, it hurts." Observing OSS's mischievous antics and the young smoker with his throbbing forehead, Shanks adjusted his straw hat, an inexplicable glint in his eyes. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if he were witnessing his younger self in OSS. "OSS, you haven't changed a bit over the years. It was just a little joke." OSS chuckled wickedly. At that moment, in the execution square of Logtown, a diverse throng gathered, comprising renowned pirates from the New World, fledgling revolutionaries, and local residents drawn by the spectacle. Everyone formed a massive circle, collectively facing the enormous platform at the center of the square, eagerly awaiting the arrival of a historic moment. In a corner of the square, a voice crackled, "Bring report, as you anticipated. The trace of black gun has been found in Logtown, accompanied by." At this point, the figure holding the snail phone abruptly paused, his expression turning stiff. This piqued the curiosity of the other end. "Who else?" The snail phone displayed a serious face, demanding an explanation. However, at this moment, the man in the suit had no time to respond, for he noticed a towering figure looming before him. Cold sweat instantly drenched his body. "Excuse me. Were you just calling my name?" Turning around, he was met with a handsome face bending down to scrutinize him. Despite the gentleness of the smile, an icy chill enveloped the man, rendering him oblivious to the warmth of his surroundings. "I apologize, it seems my observation skills are rather acute. If you call my name, I will certainly notice." With a casual kick, he struck the man in the abdomen. The suit-clad individual, who had just attempted to draw a weapon, turned pale and collapsed, spewing bile. OS did not concern himself with the fallen man. Instead, he retrieved the communicator from his hand. "Moses, may I inquire why you are investigating me?" Observing the distinctive features of the bearded figure with a scar on his forehead projected by the communicator, OS smirked, arching an eyebrow with intrigue. "Sir Wokuli of the Five Elders. In the Red Soil continent, within the Holy Land of Mary Geos." The room symbolizing the highest power of the world government was occupied by 5 figures, either seated or standing, all bearing solemn expressions as they gazed at the communicator positioned in the center of the table. Suddenly, the respectful and tense demeanor previously simulated by the communicator shifted. Its eyes emitted a burst of red light, replaced by a cynical grin. "Black Gun, Dotal OS, how did you come to know our identities?" The first to inquire, in a moment of astonishment, was Saturn Wokuli. "Well, perhaps I foresaw the future and heard your introduction," OS replied nonchalantly, fabricating a response that invoked his observation skills. Following this statement, a brief moment of astonishment passed among the five as they exchanged glances. Observation skills. Indeed, a glimpse into a distant future. Let us speak plainly, our time is valuable. The world government intends to recruit you as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What are your thoughts on this? 7 warlords? Holding the communicator, OS paused momentarily. He had initially presumed that the world government sought to capture him, possibly setting a trap. He never anticipated that he, one of the half-culprits behind the destruction of Marineford, would receive such an invitation. The thought alone struck him as amusing. Oh. Is that truly acceptable? I recently invaded Marineford and am currently a formidable adversary of the Navy. If I were to be integrated into the world government's framework, what would that mean for the Navy's reputation? The Navy's reputation is of no consequence. Before OS could finish, Saint Satan interjected. The communicator immediately transformed, depicting an elderly man wearing a flat cap, his expression grave. We have conducted thorough investigations and analyses regarding you, Black Gun. Your abilities and talents pose a formidable threat to the world government. The fruit of your powers, which is nearly impossible to capture, coupled with your monstrous aura, renders any notion of the world government allowing such a threat to exist simply for the sake of the Navy's reputation utterly implausible. This predicament is unavoidable. Upon first learning of OSI's renown and exploits, the elders did consider deploying CP0 for assassination and pursuit. However, after meticulously analyzing all available data and battle records pertaining to OSI, they lamentably concluded that such an endeavor is nearly unattainable. As OSI's age and strength continue to ascend, the probability of success diminishes to an infinitesimal degree. Should they provoke OSI? Even the mere capability of instantaneous movement to launch relentless assaults on allied nations in various branches of the Navy would suffice to inflict grievous damage upon the world government's dominion. Thus, despite their frustration and reluctance, they must find a way to placate this creature, with whom they are utterly ill-equipped to contend. Even if it means overlooking past grievances and extending an olive branch. Chapter 46, Buggy and Shanks in Summary. Due to their assessment of the existing threats and latent capabilities posed by OSI, they even cast aside any lingering doubts regarding OSI's potential arrival at Laughtail. After all, if OSI's destruction were to be permitted, the world government's grasp over the seas would undoubtedly be plunged into a perilous state, at which point Lord M. Contemplating this dire consequence, the 5 elders found themselves bereft of the authority and arrogance they typically exhibited before their subordinates and the Navy. Beads of cold sweat forming on their brows, their pupils trembling uncontrollably. Thus, in their discourse with OSI, they refrained from displaying any semblance of superiority. They were seasoned politicians, cognizant that pride is the most futile of human attributes in the grand scheme of the world. So, what considerations shall we entertain? They awaited OSI's response in silence. A clean slate, a pirate sanctioned for legitimate plunder? Such a proposition was indeed tantalizing, yet I must decline. A faint smile graced OSI's features, only to be abruptly followed by a twist. What? The 5 elders, feeling as though they had been outmaneuvered, furrowed their brows and exchanged glances. Whether it stemmed from self-interest or the dignity of the world government, this response was the last they wished to hear, anger and discontent flickering in their eyes. After a prolonged silence, the cold voice of Saint Vacheli emanated once more from the Den Mushy, daughter OSI. You must understand that even if we cannot deal with you directly, your enterprises and acquaintances on Sabaody Archipelago live under the watchful eye of the government. What had failed to persuade through allure now pivoted to coercion. They found themselves powerless against OSI, yet through the intelligence gathered by their espionage, they knew that figures such as Sammy on Sabaody shared significant ties with him. If they could manipulate these connections, even the mightiest could be compelled to acquiesce. Much like Roger and Whitebeard, who were known for their deep sense of loyalty. From future actions, it became clear that the world government often employed such tactics, akin to using Ace to draw out Whitebeard. And from the intel, OSI's relationship with the women of the Red Light District, if it could be leveraged. Go ahead. Do as you please. You may kill at your discretion. OSI's sudden declaration interrupted their thoughts. What? Saint Vachali's expression stiffened. While some of the elders wore expressions that suggested they had anticipated this, the Den Mushi before them still bore a smile. Yet perhaps it was a trick of their imagination, as an undercurrent of chill seemed to linger. Those individuals from the red light district are merely my instruments for profit. Do as you wish, but should you provoke my ire, I shall uproot every naval branch in the New World, followed by the abduction of celestial gold. And then obliterate the allied nations. Osi's expression remained largely unchanged, still adorned with a subtle smile, his tone as casual as one discussing mundane matters. Yet the gravity of his words left the 5 elders momentarily speechless. Useless. Such emotional manipulation is utterly futile against us, and they swiftly reached this conclusion. The negotiations fell into a stalemate, yet Usa's subsequent words seemed to serve as the final veil to cover their repeatedly slapped faces. In truth, you need not cast me as your principal adversary, Us lamented, shaking his head in resignation. These cunning old men are indeed tiresome, their tactics are always so predictable. He had no desire to prolong this exchange, as the execution was imminent. I harbor no interest in overthrowing the world government, nor in figures such as Amsama, Joy Boy, the Void Century, or the D. I engage in actions primarily for the sake of whimsy and enjoyment. Although this uncertainty may appear threatening to you, as long as the world government is willing to extend me some courtesy, I too am inclined to reciprocate. Click. The communication device was severed. On the other end, within the realm of power, the 5 elders were engulfed in a prolonged silence, their expressions heavy with an indelible gravity upon receiving this explosive information. Don Quixoteus. Where did he acquire this knowledge? Did Roger divulge it to him? Perhaps not, it could have originated from the final island. A troublesome individual. It seems we will face complications ahead. However, he displays no overt hostility, perhaps at times he could be of use to us, allowing for some concessions in certain matters. Agreed. Agreed. The 5 elders engaged in discussion, ultimately resolving the world government's stance towards us appropriate tolerance and concession. This was the most astute course of action that these politicians could devise at present. Hey, Us, over here. Where have you been? Shanks and Buggy had already squeezed to the front row, greeting the tardy Us. Nothing much, just made a phone call. Don't wander off, Captain Roger will be out soon. The 3 settled at the front as time ticked away, drawing closer to the execution hour. During this interval, Us spotted several familiar faces. The sharp-toothed, demon-like Moria, who had yet to become the notorious pirate glutton, was instead ambitiously aspiring to become the pirate king, a notion as found somewhat presumptuous. The cold sweat king, Monkey D. Dragon, observing from a distance in his green cloak, bore no traces of the recent defeat inflicted by Carp. The still youthful and fair-skinned Mihawk, the future world's greatest swordsman, was also present. Don Quixote da Flamingo, who should have been here, remained confined due to the scolding he received from us and was unable to attend. And then, At that moment, Us noticed a figure, somewhat familiar yet uncertain. With his slicked back hair, a prominent scar across his face, and draped in a coat. These characteristics unmistakably align with a particular individual. However, who is this captivating beauty? Standing not far from him is a woman of striking allure. And Os is almost unable to recognize her. Could this truly be the infamous Lao Sha? Her voluptuous figure and icy demeanor are striking. That scar does not mar her beauty but rather lends her an air reminiscent of a queen of the underworld. It appears to be true. Crocodile has indeed sought out Ivankov for such a procedure. The moment Os lays eyes on Crocodile, a mischievous spirit stirs within him once more. What if Ivankov had not performed the surgery on Crocodile? Crocodile? Or perhaps, what if he had done this for someone else? Os is taken aback by his own wild thoughts, finding them utterly outrageous. Hey, Os, why are you daydreaming? He feels a gentle nudge and instinctively turns to his 2 close friends, Baji? Shanks? Chapter 47 Farewell, Eternal Pirate King. Os was startled by his own thoughts. In truth, if one were to delve into this perspective, the possibilities would be boundless. Not only that, but even figures like Luffy, Zoro, Akainu, Akiji. Or if one were to expand their thoughts to the older generation, Whitebeard, Garp, Rayleigh, Jabba. A shiver ran down Os's spine. The betrayal of one's own masters and ancestors was simply grotesque. Os dared not entertain such thoughts any longer, fearing that further contemplation might turn towards himself. Striving to purge these filthy ideas from his mind, Os finally regained a semblance of clarity. Regardless of other circumstances, at least Crocodile had not undergone a gender transformation. Os found her current appearance rather pleasing. Resolute in his decision, Os's spirited enthusiasm re-emerged. How could he thwart Crocodile from seeking Ivankov's assistance? Ideas began to take shape in his mind. Perhaps noticing Os's gaze, Crocodile, who had yet to consult Ivankov, furrowed her brows and cast a cold glare at Os. In Os's view, if she were male, there might have been some semblance of intimidation, however, faced with this version of Crocodile. Os felt a wicked sense of amusement bubbling within him, a desire to toy with her fate. Crocodile, intriguing indeed. Fortunately, this brief interlude did not cause any disruption. Moments later, the distant crowd erupted in a cacophony of noise. Through his observation haki, Os distinctly sensed the presence of that man. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by slow yet powerful footsteps, all eyes were drawn to the source. With 2 guards parting the way and 2 squads of soldiers escorting him, a figure clad in deep crimson captain's attire, hands shackled, gradually emerged. His steps were firm and steady, as though he were not facing death but rather confronting it with a tranquil yet spirited demeanor. Captain Roger. Upon sighting this man, both Buggy and Shanks gaped in astonishment, their expressions alight with emotion, their eyes fixated on this towering figure. They watched as Captain Roger ascended the platform alone, tears streaming uncontrollably down their faces, despite any preparation they might have made. The moment they beheld this figure, their hearts were instantly enveloped by profound sorrow. This was destined to be a remarkable individual. Below the stage, even the most defiant of the new pirate generation, upon witnessing Roger's unwavering smile in the face of his impending demise, were rendered speechless by his formidable presence, silently bidding him farewell. As for Os, he stood transfixed, his gaze somewhat vacant as he stared at the figure on the platform, about to face execution. He had thought that after witnessing this iconic scene numerous times, he would be immune to its emotional weight. At the very least, he believed he would not react as painfully as Shanks and Buggy did. Yet, as Os stretched out his palm to behold the crystalline droplets resting upon it, the sensation was utterly dissimilar to what he had anticipated. Hey, Os. Be cautious not to catch a cold without your shirt on, let us disembark and procure a couple of garments together. Ah, how well Os understands me. I did mention that a little alcohol has no detrimental effect on the body, cough cough. Do you wish to envelop your weapon with the color of armament? Allow me to instruct you, observe closely. Truly, Os is remarkable. To elevate Os's bounty, let us host a banquet. Thank you, Os. Scenes of memories unfurled like a film in his mind. In the face of life and death, Os felt both elated and sorrowful. The joy stemmed from Captain Roger departing with grandeur, pursuing his dream without regret, while the sorrow lay in the eternal loss of a revered captain and a mentor who had bestowed kindness upon him. Bearing a smile that seemed imperishable, Roger sat cross-legged upon the platform, his eyes devoid of any fear of death, resembling a true, victorious sovereign. Just before the execution commenced, someone could no longer contain their impatience. They excitedly shouted the famous inquiry, "Pirate King! Where have you hidden the treasures you found? Surely you have acquired it. That legendary treasure, the one and only One Piece." "Silence!" bellowed the executioner, yet this could not stifle Roger's final words. With an audacious grin adorning his face, his resounding voice echoed throughout the square, and even through the transmission of the Den Den Mushi, it resonated across the globe. "Do you desire my treasure? If so, I shall grant it all to you. Seek it out, in the Grand Line. I have placed everything in this world there." Upon the utterance of these words, the entire assembly fell into a brief silence, stunned. No one paid heed to the figure pierced by the long blade, blood slowly seeping and spreading. The world erupted into madness, fervently abuzz with the existence of the great treasure. Amidst the fervor of ambition and the cheers of setting sail, only 3 figures silently gazed upon the bowed head, tears cascading like a breached dam. Especially Os, a remnant of the bygone era, as an omniscient being, is indifferent to who ultimately discovers Laugh-Tale or who possesses the treasures of the world. He understands that this man, who boasts of fame, wealth, status, and indeed everything the world has to offer, disembarked with merely a small bundle, living alongside Nika with only a single pair of trousers to change into. Refusing to part with his captain's hat even after all those years. "Oh, Captain Roger, what a fellow you are." Once, OS had heard numerous doubts cast upon Roger. Some claimed that the era of pirates he initiated led to a surge in their numbers upon the seas, wreaking havoc far and wide. However, having traveled the world and witnessed the myriad of nations, OS comprehended that even had Captain Roger not raised his voice, countless wars and thievery would still plague the world. This was the inevitable consequence of the 8 centuries of decaying rule by the celestial dragons and the world government, the oppression by the aristocracy, and the chaos instigated by ambitious malcontents. Conversely, the commencement of this great pirate era heralds the emergence of true successors who can inherit the will of Captain Roger and even Joy Boy, ultimately liberating the world. Roger may not fit the mold of a conventional hero, yet he undeniably embodied the essence of a great captain and a true hero, and for OS, this understanding sufficed. At that moment, the sky darkened ominously, as if the world mourned Roger's passing. Raindrops fell softly, while Shanks lowered his straw hat, weeping silently. Buggy, in stark contrast, displayed his grief flamboyantly, his mouth agape in sorrow for their captain, tears streaming down his face. OS, however, slowly raised his gaze to the heavens, fixating on the brooding clouds, as streams of water flowed down his face, rendering it indistinguishable whether they were tears or rain. Clouds thickening? What a jest! Anger flickered in his eyes, and his expression turned frightfully cold. Captain Roger's demise was not a matter of sorrow, it represented his ideals and convictions. With hair billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, OS slowly drew forth the long blade from his waist. A torrent of Conqueror's haki surged forth like lightning, instantly igniting chaos and astonishment among those present. Countless eyes widened in disbelief, gazing at the figure crackling with dark crimson electricity, while Buggy and Shanks stood frozen, recognizing the blade as belonging to Captain Roger. With the sword pointed skyward, he resembled a man who once stood against the world, invoking the heavens. In an instant, amidst the myriad astonished gazes, the sky split apart. Rays of sunlight streamed down once more, illuminating the radiant figure that departed with a smile, resplendent in glory. Chapter 48, Divergence. The formal conclusion of the old era. The execution has concluded, marking the official end of a legendary era. Mourning is the greatest tribute one can pay to the departed. However, OS did not dwell on this, nor did Shanks and Buggy. They had long since prepared themselves mentally. Captain Roger would not wish for the youth of the new era to remain burdened by his departure. The gathered crowd began to disperse gradually. Yet a few figures lingered in the square before the execution platform. They recognized OS's silhouette, the infamous, Black Gun, OS, who had recently invaded the Navy headquarters. Some regarded him with wariness, others with curiosity, some sought to provoke him, while others gripped their blades with fierce intent. This clearly illustrated the profound impact of OS's recent display of power on their hearts, especially the young figure bearing the black sword, whose eyes shimmered with a fierce combat spirit, akin to discovering a rare treasure. Under ordinary circumstances, OS would have relished the opportunity to engage playfully with these future powerhouses, perhaps teasing the young eagle or playfully nudging the young crocodile. Yet at this moment, his mind was elsewhere, still fixated on Captain Roger's lifeless form. Slowly, he withdrew a transponder snail from his pocket. The sound of the ringing echoed, click. OS, with an impassive expression, addressed the transponder snail to the outside world. No one knew whom OS was speaking with or what was communicated. It was only after the call concluded that the Navy headquarters received a supreme order from the world government: hand over Roger's corpse to Black Gun, OS. He was the foremost criminal responsible for the destruction of the Navy headquarters, a universally acknowledged enemy. To relinquish the body to this Black Gun was a daunting prospect for the Navy. In the Marshal's office, Marine Marshal Sengoku's expression darkened as he responded to the transponder snail on the other end. Mind your words, Kong. The Navy's dignity was merely a facade, a mere vassal of the government. The five elders' stern stance rendered Sengoku speechless, as several attempts to protest were quelled by the icy gaze from the opposite end of the line. Ultimately, he could only begrudgingly accept the order. The command was relayed down the ranks, and though there was confusion, no one within the Navy dared to defy it. Black Gun, OS? What could he possibly intend? That man of the Navy and the world government personnel were still present. Did he wish to ignite war once more? How audacious he is! What a formidable man! However, contrary to their expectations, both the Navy and the World Government's guards could only watch in stunned silence as that tall, imposing figure ascended the platform step by step, not daring to intervene. Even the generals within the Navy could only glare at OS with fury. All who witnessed this scene were left in disbelief. OS did not acknowledge them, he simply ascended the platform step by step. Then hoisted the blood-stained corpse of Captain Roger over his shoulder. He cast a fleeting glance at the crowd below before turning away, vanishing from sight along with the lifeless body. Indeed, his fruit ability had not yet developed to the extent that it could facilitate the instantaneous transport of living beings. But with Captain Roger now deceased, there were naturally no constraints. As the protagonist departed, the remaining individuals in the square gradually dispersed. Buggy and Shanks, after fruitlessly searching for OS, accompanied each other toward the outskirts of Rogue Town. However, along the way, the two, who had always shared a close bond, found themselves embroiled in a quarrel. Buggy, glaring at the nonchalant Shanks, shouted, "Shanks, you promised that one day we would sail on our own ships to Laugh-Tale." Shanks, maintaining a calm demeanor, lowered his head slowly, the straw hat obscuring his eyes, yet he offered Buggy an unexpected response, "Yes, but I've changed my mind. I'm not planning to go just yet, but I will continue to be a pirate." He then extended an invitation to Buggy, saying, "Come with me, Buggy." Upon hearing this, a wave of anger and betrayal washed over Buggy, and he glared at the composed Shanks, forcefully swatting away his outstretched hand. "You coward! Fool! It turns out only OS can truly be called the king of the next generation. Captain Roger misjudged you." Buggy still could not comprehend why Captain Roger had not chosen OS as his successor, and now, he was utterly disillusioned with Shanks. "You haven't forgotten, have you? You lost my treasure map. From now on, we are enemies." With that, Buggy resolutely turned and fled from the sorrowful scene. Watching Buggy's retreating figure, Shanks stood still, frozen in place, contemplating. It could be said that the two were indeed stubborn to a fault. Had Shanks merely explained that now was not the right time and that they could go later, Buggy might not have left in a fit of anger, feeling that Shanks had betrayed Roger's legacy. The result was that two childhood friends, once inseparable, could now go for over a decade without seeing one another. Buggy was always so impulsive. At some point, OS appeared beside Shanks. Observing Buggy's departure, he chose not to intervene. Men of the sea each have their choices. As a good friend, OS would not impose his will. When Buggy eventually gathers himself, OS would naturally be there. For he was indeed quite intrigued by the notion of becoming the next king. "I understand, Shanks, that this is not the opportune moment, however." Us paused for a moment, turning his gaze toward Shanks' resolute eyes, a familiar smile gracing his face once more. "How can you be certain that you are the right person? The future pirate king could very well be Buggy, after all." Yet, Us had no intention of playing the mediator. If Buggy were to indeed ascend as Shanks' vice, would the formidable Buggy the Clown still exist in the future? Buggy has never lacked the potential to become a king. Each individual embarks on their own chosen path in life, embarking on unique journeys. In truth, even before the disbandment of the Roger Pirates, the trio of the old era had already parted ways. They seem to have drifted apart, having once shared joyous moments together, but now no vessel exists to accommodate them. It is time for them to go their separate ways, such is the nature of life. A quote from the chief, moreover. They will eventually encounter each other again upon the vast seas, and that reunion is bound to be quite intriguing. On this very day, Us, Shanks, and Buggy formally bid farewell, setting forth on their respective voyages across the ocean. End of the Old Era Chapter 49, the selection of the 7 warlords and angel investors after the execution concluded. It took approximately an hour for us to successfully return to the Sabaody archipelago. Unlike his departure, he returned alone. Upon entering the central hall of the red light district, he opened the door to find not only Sammy, but also Little 6, Little 7, and the presence of Roranoa and Rayleigh. "Us, you're back!" Little 6 and Little 7 exclaimed as they eagerly bounced towards him. Us smiled, affectionately ruffling their hair, and greeted everyone before plopping down onto the sofa, crossing his legs. "Hey, I watched the live broadcast of the execution. Roger's corpse," Rayleigh remarked, clutching a bottle of wine. His curiosity piqued about how Ossi managed to acquire the body from the world government and what he ultimately did with it. After a moment of contemplation, Ossi deemed it a matter he could share, as it was no great secret among those present. Well, I merely struck a deal with the Gol D. As for Captain Roger's remains, they have already been cremated, and the ashes scattered into the sea. I see. Rayleigh nodded at this revelation. A hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes, it indeed seemed a fitting resting place for Roger. As for Ossi's mention of a transaction with the Gol D, Rayleigh had no inclination to inquire further. Sammy and the others felt the same, their curiosity about such high-profile matters piqued yet restrained. Adhering to the principle of knowing when to ask and when to refrain. That evening, in a former prison cell previously used to detain rebellious female slaves, the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed through the hollow corridor. This sound jolted Don Quixote da Flamingo, who had been perusing the news, into alertness, as he recognized it instantly. This cadence was unlike that of the usual meal deliverers, he was far too familiar with it. In recent days, it had haunted his nightmares. The accompanying sense of impending doom intensifying with each echoing footstep, causing him to awaken breathless time and again. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he clenched his jaw, yet he dared not allow even a vein to bulge. Surprisingly, they haven't subjected you to any personal punishment these days? A teasing tone emerged, and before he knew it, Ossi had taken a seat at the edge of his bed, curiously examining the newspaper da Flamingo had just been reading. Reading the news is a commendable habit, Ossi commented. Unfolding the newspaper to reveal a recent edition titled Execution of Captain Roger, the Dawn of the Great Pirate Era, featuring a chilling photograph of Ossi, bearing Roger's remains. Gazing down from a platform. Who is this photographic genius capturing me looking so dashing? I do not earn my keep through my looks, he mused. Observing the relaxed posture of Ossi, casually reading the paper as if da Flamingo were of no concern to him. Gulp. A sound of nervous swallowing echoed in the silence. Despite Ossi's seemingly easygoing demeanor, the mere sight of this formidable figure left da Flamingo rigid with tension. A suffocating sensation lingering in his chest that disrupted his breathing. The more he perused the newspapers in recent days, the more he was struck by the horrifying realization of the terrifying entity he had offended. This being brazenly intruded upon the Navy headquarters. Hailed as the king of the next generation, and acted with impunity beneath the watchful eyes of the Navy and the world government. Yet, they dared not retaliate. For he posed an immense threat, a monster poised to reign over the seas. Black gun, Don Quixote Os. Indeed. It is only a creature of such near-regal stature that could possess an overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, capable of crushing opponents with a single clash, leaving no room for rebellion. Only primal fear within. In da Flamingo's eyes, Os had now undeniably joined the ranks of the world's strongest. For only by succumbing to such a being could he find some semblance of solace for his spirit. To lose is not a reason for collapse. Losing to the weak is. Rest assured, I'm not here to kill you. Os perused the latest newspapers, and though his gaze did not settle upon da Flamingo, he could sense, through his observation haki, the depth of his anxiety. Was it merely a single, overwhelming defeat that left him with such psychological scars? After all, Shanks had endured countless such encounters without his resolve shattering to this extent. It was no wonder he could ascend to the status of one of the four emperors, bearing the trials with remarkable composure. Upon hearing Os' words, da Flamingo began to regain his composure. Indeed, if Os had wished to kill him, it would have been a trivial task for such a monster. There was no need for idle chatter, unless Os was the type to derive amusement from his plight. He furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the relaxed figure before him. Is it really necessary for someone of your caliber to bother with a nameless pawn like me? You are hardly a nameless pawn, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Os chuckled as he folded the newspaper, and in the blink of an eye, stood before da Flamingo with his hands clasped behind his back, a serene smile gracing his lips. To be defeated by me does not diminish your strength, on the contrary. I see great potential in you, and I am willing to invest in your ambitions. His gaze bore into da Flamingo's taut expression, the celestial dragon abandoned by the Holy Land, who had witnessed the hellish trials of humanity, now awakened to the Conqueror's Haki, fully matured. Surely, many intriguing developments would unfold. Allow me to lend you a helping hand. And do remember to express your gratitude afterward. The corners of Osi's mouth curled upward, his gaze reminiscent of a cat eyeing its prey. What could this creature possibly intend? Even the typically arrogant and defiant Doflamingo felt a pang of unease deep within. Slowly, he retrieved a snail phone from his pocket. Byru, Byru, Byru. Click. A figure of authority materialized on the screen, its cold eyes fixed ahead. What brings you here, Ossi? If there's something to discuss, let us be concise. It is only because of you that we have made time for this. The moment Doflamingo heard the voice emanating from the snail phone, his pupils trembled violently. Ossi, with an incredulous smile plastered on his face, could hardly believe his ears. How could this be possible? Those voices were etched in his memory for eternity. The very voices that signified the death sentence of his identity as a celestial dragon, the voices of the Gol D. And now, they were conversing casually with a pirate? His worldview shattered and began to reshape itself. Faced with such towering figures, who seemingly held dominion over the world, Ossi spoke nonchalantly. It pertains to the matter we previously discussed. The conditions for the exchange of Captain Rogers remains a symbol of our peaceful coexistence. I have already identified one of the candidates for the Warlords of the Sea. Chapter 50, Oth, Entering the Fray. In Mariewa, the Holy Land of Power. The 5 individuals representing the pinnacle of authority in the world bore solemn expressions as they fixated on the telephone bug resting upon the central desk. Upon hearing Oth's words, they exchanged glances and slowly nodded in agreement. In their eyes, there was no cause for concern regarding the list Oth had provided or his loyalty to the world government. Even the most obedient wolf is still a beast, and it pales in comparison to the Navy, their loyal hound. What they truly required was the deterrent force of those notorious pirates among the 7 warlords of the sea. For it would aid the world government in governing these vast seas more effectively. Naturally, it would be most advantageous if Oth, hailed as the next generation's king upon the seas, could join their ranks. Regrettably, he had recently declined their offer. So, let us hear what you have to say, Oth. After all, having once served aboard Roger's ship, we hold some regard for your judgment. Who is the man that has caught your eye? After a brief silence, Saint Satan was the first to inquire. Upon hearing this, Don Quixote Doflamingo momentarily tensed. Only to observe Oth speaking leisurely, you should be quite familiar with this individual, Don Quixote. At the mention of this surname, the Gol D were taken aback. Celestial Dragon? Don Quixote Doflamingo. The Gol D exclaimed in astonishment, their expressions reflecting shock and confusion. Oth laughed and remarked, indeed, it is that little brat whom you expelled from the Holy Land, who has now become a wielder of Conqueror's Haki. I fail to comprehend your rationale in relinquishing a kin endowed with such power. Only to assign an admiral to protect those who merely ride upon the backs of slaves. Oth intended to continue his jest, but before he could utter another word, the Gol D interrupted him with cold voices. Matters concerning the celestial dragons are of no concern to you. Let us now discuss the affairs of that young Don Quixote. The usually reserved and stoic Nasashir, holding his sword, spoke coldly. After all, this is a family matter for the celestial dragons, even if they have erred. It is not for outsiders like Oth to judge. No, one must say that the celestial dragons can never be wrong. You must understand, Oth. The position of the 7 warlords of the sea is reserved for those formidable pirates who can instill fear across the oceans. Don Quixote Doflamingo? We have indeed heard of him. Perhaps possessing some notoriety in the North Sea, but in the grand expanse of these oceans, it is far from sufficient. Indeed, to them, an 18 or 19-year-old ruffian from the North Sea, regardless of his influence in the underworld, remains inadequate. In their estimation, he must possess a notable achievement to showcase, such as having faced an admiral or clashed with the 4 emperors. Surely, you ought to afford the young man a chance, wouldn't you agree, esteemed Gol D? Regarding the reason for this refusal, Os naturally anticipated it. However, with his wisdom, he had already devised a countermeasure. Is it not fame and deterrence you seek? How simple it is. What if I were to guarantee it? If I were to declare to the media and newspapers that the notorious pirate, Don Quixote Doflamingo, was narrowly defeated by my subordinates and managed to escape unscathed? Upon hearing these words, not only was Doflamingo, who had previously been swiftly defeated, taken aback, but even the seasoned and worldly Gol D were momentarily stunned. Could this approach truly be employed? To toy with those of the sea as one would with the inhabitants of Wano? Yet, despite their astonishment, upon further contemplation, they found, with peculiar expressions, that it might indeed be feasible. With OS's status as a member of the Pirate King's crew, coupled with the astonishing achievements that had shaken the world, a few embellished details in the newspapers would suffice to deceive the entire globe. Even the original owner of the title had now consented. Who could challenge that? Having resolved the issue of qualifications, the Gorosei briefly conferred and, in principle, agreed. However, one of the Gorosei, PYTH, cautioned, OS. Since you are willing to stake your reputation as a guarantee, we have no objections. Yet, you must understand on these seas, the warlords of the sea, as a nominal counterbalance to the navy and the overlords of the New World, cannot afford to be defeated. This implies that should Doflamingo fall, it would not only tarnish the dignity of the world government but also your own reputation. Do you comprehend this? This message was conveyed with utmost clarity. To put it more bluntly, if Doflamingo lacked the requisite strength to ascend to such heights, yet was forcibly placed there, it would only result in a loss of face for all involved. However, this concern was of little consequence to OS, for he knew that this phoenix, born from wrath and hellfire, still held potential. Having served as a warlord for so many years without issue, it was only when the protagonist arrived that he was ultimately vanquished. Although this was partly due to his own inadequacies, it could also be viewed as a narrative twist. And he was still quite competent as a subordinate. Given your skepticism, shall we make a pact? OS narrowed his eyes and smiled, inviting further discourse. A cold voice responded. If Doflamingo loses his position due to defeat, then let me assume that qualification. Surely, such a bargaining chip is substantial enough? By placing himself in the fray, OS's proposal elicited an immediate acceptance from the Gorosei, without even a discussion. This transaction appears to be a venture devoid of loss. If Doflamingo remains steadfast, with the assurance provided by us, then this banner shall undoubtedly remain unyielding. Conversely, should he falter, the inclusion of us among the 7 warlords, coupled with other formidable figures of this elite group, will undoubtedly transform into a formidable force capable of challenging the dominion of the New World. Such a development would be, without question, a significant boon for the authority of the world government. Click. After consenting to this matter, the snail phone was swiftly disconnected. The once bustling cell fell into an eerie silence, illuminated only by the flickering glow of a dim candle, casting shadows upon the anxious, perspiring profile of Doflamingo, the protagonist of the recent conversation. The events that transpired felt surreal, as if woven from the fabric of a dream. How could this be possible? In mere exchanges, a maritime titan was elevated by the world's most eminent elite, effortlessly akin to lifting an ant. Likewise, should there be a desire for obliteration, it could be executed with the same simplicity as crushing an insect. Observing the man who calmly retracted the snail phone into his embrace, his demeanor as tranquil as still water, Doflamingo acknowledged that he was witnessing, for the first time, what true power truly signifies. Chapter 51. I hope you can restrain your anger, Lord OS, in mere words. The appointment of a position within the 7 warlords of the sea for Don Quixote Doflamingo marked a pivotal moment that could alter the course of his destiny. However, for OS, it was merely a trivial move in his grand strategy. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps it was the gradual rise of his audacity or the continuous expansion of his power that rendered the ability to manipulate the tides of the ocean a mere trifle. The favor that Doflamingo owed him? Let him repay it over a lifetime. As night descended, the bustling atmosphere of the red light district reached its zenith. Within an opulent private room, OS shed his outer garments and entered the VIP area of the bathing center, of course, the legitimate kind. Let no one harbor misguided thoughts. The steam enveloped him as he found himself in the heart of this luxurious chamber, which was typically off limits to the public. In the warm embrace of the hot spring, a tall figure reclined at the edge, arms outstretched in relaxation. Shortly after, 3 silhouettes stealthily entered the scene. Sammy, clad in a delicate, airy garment, gracefully knelt by the pool's edge, her gentle hands providing a soothing massage to OS's shoulders. Xiaolu and Xiaoqi, adorned in refreshing swimwear, submerged themselves in the spring, playfully serving OS delectable treats and chilled beverages, respectfully feeding him. I am quite satisfied, OS remarked, enjoying the soft, white waters. Observing Sammy and the two girls devotedly attending to him, he felt a warmth in his heart and a sense of delight, smiling as he praised them. It was indeed exhausting to frolic all day. During his time sailing with Captain Roger, he had witnessed the true nature of these waters, not merely a journey of leisure and adventure, but a battleground where pirates clashed unabashedly over islands and territories. The world government's corruption and oppression, alongside the self-proclaimed nobility's rampant tyranny, left the common folk struggling in the margins. It was only due to his strength, coupled with the protection of the mighty Roger pirates, that he had never personally tasted the malice of these seas. Yet, since parting from the ship, Os had to rely solely on himself. Although he managed to sustain a decent existence with his considerable prowess, he knew that the machinations of deceit and rivalry awaited him. Whether confronting the Gorosei or those so-called overlords of the sea, the only places that truly felt like home to Os, apart from the old mayor's residence and the Roger pirates, were likely the territories of the girls he sheltered on Sabaody Archipelago. Despite their devoted service stemming from his strength and a hint of charm, it was his relentless dedication that forged such power. He cherished this sanctuary of tenderness. As Os displayed a relaxed and contented demeanor, Sammy continued to massage his temples, her face reflecting a hint of hesitation, her eyes glimmering. "If you have something to say, do not hesitate, we are already well acquainted, are we not, Sammy?" Such fleeting emotions and expressions were, of course, impossible to evade Os's keen perception. Upon hearing Os's sudden inquiry, Sammy's gaze darkened, and she dared not conceal the truth. "It is nothing, Lord Os. I was merely contemplating that Doflamingo. From my years of experience in business and my keen insight into human nature, I can assure you he is certainly not one to exhibit loyalty to others. Moreover, he possesses a kingly aura akin to yours. I have no doubt that with your strength, you fear nothing, however. I am apprehensive that he may turn out to be a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing." Ever since Os decided to release Doflamingo, she had harbored an unsettling feeling. One that peaked due to a minor incident. Following a conversation known only to them. Amidst the incredulity of the red light district and the tearful lamentations of the Don Quixote family as subordinates, Os emerged from the prison, leading the long-imprisoned Doflamingo, and publicly declared his release. This action undoubtedly incited dissatisfaction among the women and girls who had suffered at the hands of the Don Quixote family's minions. Yet they were willing to suppress their emotions for Os's sake. Of course, Os was mindful of this, to prevent disheartening these lovely girls. He leaned down with a smile and whispered into the silent Doflamingo's ear, "You should understand what to do, right? Doff?" Upon hearing these words, Doflamingo seemed to awaken from his stupor, his eyes obscured by sunglasses revealing no discernible expression. After days of confinement, he was finally stepping outside into the warm sunlight. Yet he felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him. Under Os's mischievous gaze, the once arrogant golden-haired youth no longer bore his trademark audacious grin. After a brief pause, he silently approached the prisoners of the Don Quixote family. The equally liberated Torpole and the others, upon seeing Doflamingo stride towards them, initially believed their young master had negotiated terms with the Black Gun Os. Although uncertain of the conditions exchanged, they felt relief at the prospect of freedom. "Hey, Doflamingo. We can finally." Torpole stepped forward, eager to voice his thoughts, but the taciturn Doflamingo disregarded him entirely, striding directly into the crowd behind him. These were the family henchmen and minions who had previously instigated riots in the red light district, now similarly imprisoned and awaiting Os's decree. Albeit with far less favorable treatment than Doflamingo. Having endured severe mistreatment, the sight of their young master approaching ignited a spark of hope in their eyes. Truly, he was the king they had chosen. How splendid! Finally liberated. Yet, just as the smiles of joy graced their faces, a sense of unease began to creep in. They soon found themselves engulfed in confusion, their perspective shifting. "This is my body?" In the fleeting moment before decapitation, their consciousness lingered, but before they could grasp the reason, their awareness plunged into eternal darkness. This is destined to be a massacre, where even some of the pawns who have followed him for many years are silenced by Doflamingo, strangled by silken threads. Sammy and her companions stood in stunned silence. Witnessing this horrific scene, even the women who had suffered at the hands of thugs found the brutality excessive. Those of a more timid disposition covered their mouths and began to retch uncontrollably. Only Sammy, despite her discomfort, fixed her gaze intently on the silent Doflamingo. And what followed left her utterly astonished. After eliminating all participants except for the higher-ups, Doflamingo astonishingly broke into a smile. This sight struck Sammy as far more chilling than any expression of fury. She watched as he addressed Ossi, bowing his head with a smile. His eyes concealed beneath his sunglasses. I hope you can quell your anger. Lord Ossi. Chapter 52, Being defeated by Os is, in fact, a form of glory. A beast that possesses the capacity for restraint instills greater trepidation than the hunter itself. This was Sammy's immediate perception. Yet, this sentiment was solely her own. If one were to consider Os's perspective, it would translate to a barking dog does not bite. Should it dare to bark, its teeth would be forcefully removed. Strangely, it seems rather rhythmic. Moreover, it cannot truly be likened to a dog, for it bears the color of a conqueror, at best. It could be described as a rebellious flamingo. Of course, prior to releasing this flamboyant creature, Os ensured it was securely tethered. A portion of its lifecard was withheld. No matter how far it might flee, it would be futile if Os willed otherwise. Fear not, Os gradually reclined his head backward, resting it upon the soft, pristine surface. Gazing upward with a smile at Sammy's delicate visage, with a gun pointed at its head, even a wolf may be rendered a mere dog. Not to mention, it was a weapon that defied the constraints of space and speed. Conversely, as an angelic investor, Os had also indulged this individual with a taste of sweetness, such as imparting the techniques for utilizing the flowing cherry blossoms. After all, he had assured the world government of his integrity. Although his breach of contract as a pirate bore little consequence, he still valued his reputation. Should this young one falter at sea immediately after his guarantee, Os would find himself in an awkward predicament. Is there no regard for dignity? Just 3 days after liberating the flamingo, a monumental piece of news, propelled by some enigmatic force, swiftly traversed the globe. Extra! Extra! The rising pirate star! The night demon! Recently, at the Sabaody archipelago, it engaged in a legendary battle against the infamous Great Pirate, a former crew member of the Pirate King, the Next Generation King, Black Gun, and was forced to retreat. From the bustling marketplaces where newsboys cried their wares to the countless seagulls soaring above the ocean, all tirelessly endeavored to convey this information to the world. On a deserted island, one of the protagonists of the report, Os, had just concluded his training in developing the capabilities of the instantaneous fruit. Beep beep beep. Click. Moshi moshi, is there a problem? Little 7. As Os munched on his food, he glanced at the adorable telephone bug that had taken on the features of a young girl, inquiring. Before him, the telephone bug's appearance shifted continuously, now with black hair, now with white. Lord Os, the report you awaited has been released. Indeed, your gallantry remains as striking as ever. Lord Os. Do you require us to assist you? The conversation veered off course. Sometimes, a clingy little maid proved to be a vexation. Os was uncertain if others experienced such annoyance, but he certainly had. In the realm of tender affection and the tomb of heroes, he graciously declined the service request from the two and hung up the telephone bug. Speaking of which, it had been many days since he last perused the news. Back at the Sabaody archipelago, he did not need to procure it himself. Sammy would naturally send someone to prepare everything. Now, however, he found himself in need of acquiring it. So where might there be a delivering seagull? As Os raised his head and gazed skyward, it seemed as though the heavens had anticipated his need, or perhaps it was the unique ability of a messenger seagull. Whenever someone on the ocean desired to purchase a newspaper, these birds always appeared promptly with the desired newsprint. Just then, a seagull swept across the sky. Noticing the desolate island where, typically, no one would appear to buy newspapers, save for the occasional passing ship. Thus, the seagull, merely fulfilling its duty, intended to fly around briefly before moving on. Yet, it curiously discovered a person on the ground waving at it. A customer indeed? The seagull descended, ready to complete another transaction, but as it approached from a height of 100 meters, it suddenly halted, as if it had made a startling realization. Meanwhile, Os felt fortunate upon seeing the messenger seagull. It was as if a pillow had arrived just when he had dozed off. However, just as he was about to request a newspaper, the seagull refused to descend any further. Instead, after recognizing his face, it squawked several times, conveying a message along the lines of, "You are on the blacklist." With that, it pivoted and flew away. Os, with his arm still raised to signal his presence, felt his limbs freeze mid-air. He exhaled slowly, his expression darkening, and muttered about the seagull's lack of appreciation. Fixating on the retreating bird, a thought flickered in Os's mind. And in an instant, he found himself a kilometer above. This scene startled the messenger seagull so profoundly that it briefly forgot how to fly, plummeting straight down until Os caught hold of its tail. "Really? Just because I once forgot my money and got a freebie, you blacklist me? Besides, I did pay just with your money." He resolved to inform Morgans that if he dared to blacklist him again, he would strip every feather from him. "I spare your life as a bird." After once again using the money from the seagull's pocket to purchase a newspaper, Os released the frightened bird and teleported back to the deserted island. As he munched on a meat bone, Os unfolded the newspaper. And the first thing that caught his eye was a striking photograph, one capturing him during an encounter with Doflamingo in the red light district, likely taken by the seagull without his notice. The event was described as a clash, but in truth, it was a crushing defeat. The scene was chaotic, filled with black and red lightning flashing everywhere, making it impossible to discern the source of each strike. A classic opening image, with the narrative entirely fabricated. Following their meeting, neither side yielded, leading to a fierce clash of powers. The ensuing turmoil left everyone reeling, culminating in a brawl where, after his subordinates were nearly annihilated, he ultimately covered Doflamingo's escape. How had my subordinates become the ones slaughtered? It seems that even minimal material can conjure a story. OSS held no particular objections to this alteration, as it bore no impact on him. However, the formidable figures of the sea who also perused this newspaper held a markedly different perspective. Unbeknownst to them, this was merely a marketing ploy orchestrated by OSS in collaboration with the world government. Consequently, upon encountering this article, they swiftly etched the name of Doflamingo into their memories. This individual is indeed a noteworthy character. Although he fled in disgrace, it is essential to consider the caliber of his adversary. OSS has now ascended to the ranks of legendary figures upon the seas, regarded as one of the foremost luminaries in the world of pirates. He invaded the Navy headquarters, unleashed chaos in Lodetown, and faced off against 3 admirals single-handedly. For a young man to escape from his clutches is no ordinary feat. None would belittle such an achievement, but rather, they would regard it with awe. It parallels the survival of Crocodile from Whitebeard and Moria's evasion from Kaido, both of which drew the proactive interest of the world government, illustrating a similar principle. Among the denizens of the sea, several men particularly invested in OSS's exploits scrutinized this report with meticulous attention, including Shanks, Buggy, and Mihawk, each exhibiting a distinct reaction. Chapter 53, The Rising Young Eagle. Although the organization known as the Seven Warlords of the Sea has yet to be officially announced by the world government, preparations have long been underway to suppress the increasingly formidable forces of this vast ocean. Naturally, they spare no effort in bolstering the reputation of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Even the pirates of the New World have come to recognize the name of Don Quixote Doflamingo. In the East Blue, on an unnamed island within a bustling tavern, a red-haired man donning a straw hat was engrossed in his meal, pondering where to recruit crew members. Amidst his contemplations, the voices of several burly men at a nearby table discussing current events piqued his interest. "Have you seen the recent news?" one inquired. "I have. That big shot, Black Gunnis. Can you believe a young man managed to escape from him? Who is us? Is he famous?" A simple-minded man asked, clearly unaware of the notorious figure, which only served to heighten the intrigue of the burly man beside him. He had encountered the legendary swordsman in Lodetown and, after that life-altering experience, had become a fervent admirer of Us. "You don't know? Let me enlighten you. Black Gunnis was originally a crew member of the pirate King Roger. He was truly a force to be reckoned with." Shanks adjusted his straw hat, initially intrigued by the mention of Us, but as the tale unfolded, his expression turned increasingly perplexed. The tale of a single man battling all the admirals of the Navy, entrusted with significant responsibilities by the Pirate King, seemed exaggerated. While he was aware of some truths regarding Us, the narrative grew more outlandish by the moment. According to rumors, Black Gun harbors a deeply hidden secret. Do you know why he is called Black Gun? The burly man asked gravely. Is it because his gun is particularly black? A simpleton speculated. To which the burly man shot him an incredulous glare and continued, it is said that while he typically showcases his prowess with blades and fists, his true strength lies in the gun strapped to his back. You know that monster Kuzan from the Navy, right? The one who can hold his own against the others? Rumor has it that his current injuries, particularly his leg, were inflicted by us, who shot him. If he hadn't managed to evade further, it would have likely been severed. The surrounding men, though somewhat dim-witted, nodded in agreement, and one finally asked, so, is this good or bad in the reports? He is a protector, so he should be good, right? Shanks grimaced as he could no longer contain himself and reluctantly purchased a newspaper. After scrutinizing it closely, a grave realization washed over him, echoing the sentiments of many across the sea. Don Quixote da Flamingo is indeed a formidable individual. As a close friend who once spent many years aboard the same ship as Oars, Shanks is undoubtedly one of the few who truly comprehends Oars' formidable strength, having experienced his overwhelming might on more than one occasion. It is precisely this understanding that makes Shanks acutely aware of the astonishing feat accomplished by a young individual who managed to escape unscathed from Oars' relentless pursuit. At least, Shanks reflects upon himself, if Oars were resolutely intent on eliminating him, unless hindered by the likes of Vice Captain Rayleigh, survival would be an impossibility. Don Quixote da Flamingo? A formidable adversary of the new era. Perhaps he shall have the opportunity to engage him in combat one day. Shanks resolves that once he has honed his strength to its fullest potential, he will seek out da Flamingo for a confrontation, to ascertain who is more deserving of the title of king in this new age. Indeed, he no longer harbors any illusions regarding the title of the next generation's king. For Captain Roger has asserted that Oars belongs to the old era, and in this new age, he cannot fathom the existence of such a monstrous individual. In a certain obscure town in the East Blue, the future great pirate Buggy, armed with his fragmented abilities and a solid foundation established aboard Roger's ship, currently revels in his low-tier dominance. At this moment, he notices a familiar name in the newspapers, Oars. Upon seeing this endearing name, Buggy is momentarily moved. But a closer examination of the content leaves him astounded. Nanny! With his mouth agape and tongue extended, his body instantaneously shatters into fragments. A young man can contend with Oars and then retreat safely. No. It cannot be, this is surely a deliberate fabrication. Does he not fear Oars' wrath? How audacious it is to pen such nonsense. Ironically, amidst the vast ocean, the only one remaining lucid is Buggy. Perhaps it is due to the protective care he received since childhood that Buggy possesses a clearer understanding of Oars than most. In Buggy's eyes, Oars is nearly an invincible entity in the world. While he might entertain the notion of battling figures from the previous generation, such as Whitebeard or the Golden Lion, he can still believe in the possibility of facing Oars. Yet, to assert that there exists someone of the younger generation who can withstand Oars without external interference is simply implausible. Hey! You bastard! How dare you belittle my dear friend Buggy? You fool! Buggy is quite furious now. Hey! You little ones, shoot down every seagull carrying news that you see. Yes. Captain Buggy. In a certain region of the Grand Line's first half, a young man clad in black and wielding a dark blade sits in a solitary boat, his sharp gaze narrowed, radiating intense battle intent. The Sabaody Archipelago, huh? You slipped away in Lode Town, but this time, you shall not escape. Upon a solitary boat, a young man wielding a dark blade deftly navigates the waters, momentarily setting aside his newspaper. With resolute strength, he propels himself forward with remarkable speed. This individual is none other than one of the most renowned newcomers upon the vast sea, destined to become the world's foremost swordsman. He is the youthful incarnation of the founder of a new school of swordsmanship, the small blade style, succeeding the esteemed traditions of the one-sword style, two-sword style, and three-sword style. His name is Jorakarl Mihawk. Upon witnessing Os wield his sword, Ace, to unleash a formidable slash that cleaves the heavens, he comprehends that this may very well be his next formidable rival on the path of swordsmanship. As a celebrated swordsman, the heir to the legacies of Roger and Rayleigh, He firmly believes that by conquering Os in the art of the sword, he will take an unprecedented step closer to attaining the title of the world's greatest swordsman. After experiencing your swordsmanship, I am certain that I shall gain invaluable insights. I eagerly anticipate our encounter, Model OS. Chapter 54, Just because I wield a sword. Does it necessarily make me a swordsman? When the young man with a large sword stood before him, Os acknowledged that he felt a twinge of intrigue. Although he had heard of Mihawk, who, in his youth, akin to Roronoa Zoro, relished the challenge of confronting various swordmasters in pursuit of becoming the world's greatest swordsman, he had not anticipated that this fellow would seek him out so swiftly. Rewind the clock 3 days, upon his arrival, the young man discovered that Os was absent and subsequently lingered at the entrance of the red light district for 3 days and nights. Eventually, a staff member, unable to contain their curiosity, approached him to inquire about his purpose, thus revealing that he had come to challenge Lord Os. When Sammy learned of this, she too dismissed it with indifference. After all, Lord Os's reputation resounded across the seas. If every Tom, Dick, and Harry who sought to challenge him were taken seriously, it would be an incessant source of annoyance. Thus, the future world's greatest swordsman, the warlord, and the Emperor's father, Dracul Mihawk, could only crouch like a guardian deity at the entrance of the red light district, his keen, eagle-like eyes scanning the passers-by with greater vigilance than a security guard awaiting food delivery, fearful of inadvertently overlooking his intended target. Little did he know, a figure transcending space had quietly appeared at the bathing center in the red light district. After several days of honing his fruit abilities and living on a deserted island, Os, weary from his travels, was met with astonished and anxious reception from the bathing center manager. He shed his garments and entered the hot springs, beginning what little time he had to indulge in leisure. Knock, knock, come in. Sammy arrived promptly with a bevy of beautiful attendants and an abundance of delectable cuisine, orchestrating an instant array of services. Os reclined languidly upon the soft cushions, casually discussing recent happenings at sea when he heard unexpected news. You mean Mihawk has been waiting for me outside the red light district for several days? His expression turned peculiar as he pondered this revelation for a moment before a smile crept onto his lips. Well then, let us meet. Upon witnessing the very person he had been waiting for several days, who had apparently been indulging in the red light district for quite some time, Mihawk's eyelids involuntarily fluttered. Yet he still raised his black sword. Yoru Doret Os. Accept my challenge. A challenge? Why? To defeat you. I am destined to become the world's greatest swordsman. It must be said that the youthful Mihawk, even then, lacked the composure of the seasoned artist he would become 2 decades later. His fervor rivaled that of Zoro. This reminded Os of the times aboard the Roger ship when Shanks frequently sought him out for challenges. However, Os, being an old salt devoid of dreams, could hardly empathize with such passionate aspirants, particularly since no one was vying for the title of the world's greatest sharpshooter alongside him. On the contrary, he still felt a slight headache. Having triumphed, the title of the world's foremost swordsman would inevitably rest upon his brow, and he was prepared to embrace various challenges. Engaging in rigged matches was not in his nature. After all, he was Oscar, the undefeated god of war. As for genuine defeat, Oscar had never entertained such a notion. That word did not exist in his vocabulary. However, regarding Mihawk's challenges, it was not that he shunned combat, rather, he felt he was not a swordsman, and thus, fighting him seemed trivial. Upon hearing this, the young eagle-eye felt a sting to his intellect, as if the sharp essence of his swordsmanship might burst forth from his very gaze. He had fought fiercely against 3 formidable naval monsters, and to claim he was not a swordsman? Who declared that wielding a sword necessitated being a swordsman? Just because one could cook did not mean one must be a chef. Mihawk found himself at a loss for words, silenced by Oscar's retort. After a prolonged silence, seemingly resigned to the fact that Oscar would not engage, Mihawk's expression darkened, his youthful face edged with disappointment as he prepared to depart this sorrowful place. Yet, a single remark from Oscar piqued his interest once more. I would accept, but I have a condition: if you should lose. Oscar rose to his feet. Having just recalled the mention of a chef, an idea sparked within him. He would undoubtedly venture out to sea in the future. Even if he did not establish a pirate crew, he yearned to witness grand spectacles. It would be unwise to journey alone. For the occasional roasted fish or meat on a deserted island could not sustain him indefinitely. Moreover, companionship would alleviate the tedium of solitude. If he were to bring along a girl from the red light district, she would be a distraction and a liability. Thus, he required a reliable, capable companion, one who could cook, possessed years of solo sailing experience, and never lost their way. Who might that be? A puzzling riddle indeed. Upon hearing the word condition, the youth bearing the black blade halted, slowly turning his head to fixate on Oscar with a piercing gaze, as though he had heard a jest. The determination and battle spirit within his eagle-like eyes shone with intensity. Feel free to propose any condition. Should I fall to your blade, then? He pointed to his chest and declared gravely, "You may take my life, it matters not." This display caused Oscar's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. How fervent! What use would I have for your life? I merely require your company for a few years at sea, along with your culinary skills. The young Mihawk pondered for but a moment before readily assenting, "Very well, but after defeating you, I shall continue my search for the next challenger." Oscar smiled as he approached Mihawk. "Then you may have to wait several years." "Are you implying that I must grow for several years before I can defeat you?" "Not at all. After a few years, when I am in a better mood, I shall naturally allow you to leave." Mihawk remained silent, resolutely gripping the hilt of his sword. What an arrogant man he is naturally. The two could not commence their duel on the islands of Sabaody. However, with a mere thought, the space around Oz began to warp. This Mihawk sensed the anomaly and felt reassured, realizing it was merely the manifestation of Oz's devil fruit abilities. Having previously prioritized the development of Haki, he had somewhat neglected the refinement of his fruit powers. Nevertheless, following intense training, Oz had devised several practical techniques, such as teleporting others and relocating distant objects in an instant comparable to the combination of Kamui and Flying Thunder God. After several swift teleports in mid-air, the two soon found themselves on an island densely blanketed by primordial forests, their figures materializing beside a clearing. Mihawk narrowed his hawk-like eyes, poised to step forward, only to find an unusual sensation beneath his feet. Something felt sticky? Ha ha ha, my apologies. It's my first time teleporting someone. And it seems I brought you to a rather sticky situation, Oz quipped with a mischievous grin. Chapter 55, Why don't you call out the name of your technique? Mihawk. With a grim expression, Mihawk's gaze sharpened as he swiftly drew the sword from his back, executing a horizontal slash towards us. A wicked grin played on Us's lips as he stood his ground, allowing the blade to graze past him without leaving a single trace of blood. Hey! I truly did not intend for this. Is it really necessary to be so furious? Your expression hardly suggests an accident. Put. Ha ha ha, is it that obvious? As Mihawk engaged him in conversation while subtly shifting his footing to rid himself of the debris clinging to his shoes, Us could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Teasing the young Hawkeye truly evoked a thrill rivaling that of playfully tormenting a youthful Shanks. Noticing Us's unabashed laughter, Mihawk tightened his grip on the sword, pouring even more intent into his strike. However, this time, Us did not evade using his intangibility. Instead, he drew his sword, Ace, from his waist to directly parry this lethal blow. The Supreme Great Blade, 12 Techniques Ace? Mihawk recognized the weapon. The rumors, could they indeed be true? Once belonging to the Pirate King, Roger, this blade had been passed down to his worthy successor, Don Quixote Us. Yet, the reality was that Us merely inherited it as a keepsake to care for his family. The decision to replace his former blade stemmed solely from Ace's superior sharpness and sturdiness. In terms of strength, it offered no significant advantage. Both wielders of black blades stood firmly on opposite sides of the clearing. Since we are to duel in swordsmanship, I shall refrain from utilizing my devil fruit powers, otherwise, you would not accept the outcome. With a calm demeanor, Us gradually enveloped his sword in Haki. The young Hawkeye, refusing to yield, positioned his black blade, Knight, before him, its edge glinting with a chilling brilliance. His voice was sharp and resolute. Without your devil fruit abilities, can you still evade my blade? My knight has been honed through the blood of countless opponents and is now extraordinarily sharp. My ace is no less formidable. Both combatants, infused with rich Haki, regarded one another with solemnity. Us could sense that the young Mihawk possessed considerable strength, especially since he was now 19, comparable in age to Zoro. who had trained for 2 years. There was no reason for him to be inferior. In a contest of combat awareness, haki, and swordsmanship, Ossi found himself evenly matched against the youthful Hawkeye while strictly adhering to swordplay in dual-colored haki. Exhaling slowly, Ossi gripped ace with one hand. The haki that had previously enveloped the blade began to flow like water, radiant and vivid as cherry blossoms in bloom. Yet, the path carved by the blade bore the weight of an abyssal darkness. One sword style, Sakura bloom, black light. Above ace, the flowing armament color danced. Yet it was a jet-black sword aura that was unleashed. The colossal sword energy, spanning dozens of meters, tore through the air, cleaving the earth asunder. Mihawk furrowed his brow, yet exhibited no sign of panic. With both hands gripping his sword, he gradually raised it above his head, then swung it down fiercely before him. In an instant, an immense verdant sword aura erupted skyward, appearing even larger than the ominous crimson-black energy. The two sword energies collided with remarkable swiftness, intertwining in a fierce struggle. Despite the emerald aura being sharper and more formidable, the disparity in their haki caused the flowing armament color to continuously dissipate the opposing force. With each strike, the contest remained evenly matched. However, at that moment, Ossi was preoccupied with a significant realization. Observing Mihawk silently preparing for another assault. Exuding an icy demeanor that epitomized a master, Ossi felt a surge of irritation. His expression darkened. "Why did you remain silent after your previous strike? It felt as if I had unleashed a grand technique, only to be effortlessly countered by your mere basic attack. Do you truly think I am oblivious? That last sword energy was undeniably your full strength. If I ever announce the name of my technique again, I must be a fool." Feeling a sense of being outmaneuvered, Ossi's mood soured instantaneously, and his initial intent to provoke the eagle-eyed swordsman diminished considerably. A terrifying crimson glint flickered in his eyes as he brandished his blade, resolved to hold nothing back. It was time for a lesson, Mihawk. Observing the transformation in Ossi, Mihawk found himself bewildered. What has happened? Yet, true to his nature, he did not inquire about the sudden escalation in hostility. Instead, he raised his sword and engaged in a fierce counterattack against Ossi. Clang! The two blades met with a resounding impact, sending shockwaves that fractured the surrounding earth. In this duel of titans, sword energies frequently erupted forth, felling trees with clean breaks, while any unfortunate creatures caught in the fray were swiftly dispatched. Even the humble earthworms were cleaved in twain by the sheer force of their clash. The display of such overwhelming power was astonishing. After several exchanges, Mihawk's hand, which gripped the sword, trembled slightly. Had he known, he would have opted for long-range sword energies. Under the influence of monstrous strength, Ossi's swordsmanship transcended mere technique. It was akin to wielding a cudgel with brute force. They continued to clash, alternating between unleashing sword energies and engaging in close combat swordplay, their blades rising and falling in relentless succession, from the southernmost point of the island to the northernmost, leaving not a single intact stone in their wake. For 3 days and nights, the battle raged on without a victor. How infuriating! Why is this eagle-eyed swordsman's technique so unwavering? No matter how fiercely I strike, I cannot find an opening. Ossi frowned as he observed Mihawk, slightly panting yet maintaining a spirited resolve, a true testament to his status as the future world's greatest swordsman. Such a talent, combined with the swordsmanship learned from Captain Roger and Uncle Rayleigh, resulted in a stalemate. Although Mihawk is a few years older, it sufficiently attests to the formidable prowess of the world's greatest swordsman. At the very least, in terms of swordsmanship, his innate ability is indeed on par with that of Ossi. Gradually, Ossi lost his patience. He was prepared to resort to underhanded tactics. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying aura surged forth, and streams of black-red lightning flickered from Ace's blade. The overwhelming presence was a stark contrast to before. Ossi instinctively wanted to utter the words divine avoidance, but upon realizing his impulse, he stifled it. In that fleeting moment, his hawk-like eyes narrowed, and a sense of danger surged within him. This was that technique from Logtown? Chapter 56, in this tumultuous era, have you forgotten me? This sensation feels all too familiar. The dark crimson lightning evokes an involuntary shudder. Mihawk, do you not revel in the guise of a basic attack? Then, why not test your mettle against my own? The subtle mockery in the ordinary tone genuinely perplexed Mihawk. What does it mean to feign a basic attack? He regarded himself merely as a pure swordsman, lacking in eloquence. To him, this was the essence of normalcy. After all, which earnest swordsman would divert their energy from honing their skills to indulge in ostentatious nomenclature? As he beheld the figure of Os, radiating an intense and profound dark crimson glow, Mihawk's long-honed instincts began to sound a frantic alarm, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. This was. A sinister smile crept upon Os's lips as he unleashed an astonishing force, propelling himself forward. In an instant, the ground beneath him collapsed under the impact. Clang ace. Entwined in dark crimson lightning, charged towards Mihawk with a force reminiscent of a cataclysmic event. Mihawk too sidestepped, his body sinking slightly, delivering a powerful slash aimed at Os. Yet, the outcome was far from satisfactory. With a sudden hiss, vibrant red splattered across his entire field of vision. Unbeknownst to him, the black blade, Knight, spiraled into the air, embedding itself into the ground after several rotations, its hilt quivering as if to attest to the immense power it had just endured. Why not evade? Os, with a somewhat displeased expression, gazed at the resolute young man before him. During their recent clash, after sending Knight flying, Os had actually withheld his full strength. After all, he had no intention of slaying Mihawk. Yet this young man seemed to have deliberately collided with the residual force of his blade. Evade? Mihawk staggered a few steps, unable to maintain his footing as he knelt upon the ground, feeling the blood steadily seeping from his chest. However, his expression bore no trace of pain, only an unwavering resolve. In his eagle-like gaze, there existed an unyielding spirit that appeared to know not the meaning of fear. I am destined to become the world's greatest swordsman. How could I falter before the blade of another? Even yours, Dr. Os, shall not deter me. Yet, despite the eloquent bravado, defeat remained defeat. In the face of Os's full-on assault, be it in will, swordsmanship, or sheer strength, Mihawk found himself utterly outmatched, rendering his defeat an inevitable conclusion. Over the years, he had felt countless renowned swordsmen, but upon encountering this man, Dr. Os, he finally comprehended the vastness of this world. Such a monster truly existed within it. In the aftermath of the battle, at the top floor of a bar in the red light district of the Sabaody archipelago. Was your final move called divine evasion? Upon the luxurious and supple sofa, the battle-worn Mihawk sat bare-chested, as several female doctors from the red light district diligently wrapped his upper body in vast bandages. Yet, he appeared utterly indifferent to the alluring presence of these women, choosing instead to focus intently on the figure of Os, as if he were the epitome of beauty. Os, however, remained blissfully unaware, indulging in the soothing ministrations of a young maid to alleviate the tension in his combat-weary muscles. Upon hearing Mihawk's inquiry, Os finally opened his eyes, meeting the fierce gaze akin to that of a hawk. No, that was merely a casual strike of mine, he retorted, rolling his eyes defiantly. Mihawk fell silent, unwilling to engage in a trivial exchange with Os, yet he could not shake the feeling that this maneuver bore an uncanny resemblance to the one from Lowtown. The suffocating sensation suggesting that no one could withstand such a blow. That black and red lightning, was it your devil fruit ability? He inquired. Would you like to know? Os replied with a mischievous grin. Then beg me. Seeing Os's smug demeanor, even the typically composed Mihawk felt a vain throb on his forehead. As the hawk-eyed swordsman closed his eyes in irritation, Os ceased his teasing. All right, such a petty attitude. This is a manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. Enveloping the sword. Since I've claimed not to utilize my devil fruit ability, it is impossible for me to employ it. Upon hearing this, Mihawk, who had just shut his eyes, finally reopened them. Os stifled a laugh, thinking how delightfully prideful he was. Nevertheless, Mihawk disregarded Os's expression, his fighting spirit undiminished. He solemnly addressed Os, one day, I shall grow strong enough to unravel that technique, but until then allow me to accompany you, Os. In response, Os simply smiled and nodded. Very well. I believe in your potential. Os had a certain understanding of the man known as Hawkeye Mihawk. Observing Mihawk's resolute demeanor, albeit still somewhat youthful, Os recognized that this phase in his life had yet to be marred by profound betrayal or the Navy's wrath. As mentioned by Oda in SBS Volume 108. In the future, he would likely choose to conceal himself under the name of Buggy, seeking a tranquil haven free from disturbance. Perhaps for this very reason, he had not reached a state of loneliness or distrust in humanity. In a way, he had inadvertently rescued Mihawk. Though unaware. The debt owed by Dracula Mihawk was undoubtedly far greater than that owed to Don Quixote da Flamingo, thus. It would seem that a lifetime would be required to repay it. Observing the enigmatic expression on Os's face, Mihawk, who was savoring a glass of red wine, felt a sudden stiffness in his demeanor and a heaviness in his eyelids, as if sensing that the other was contemplating something rather ominous. Such a powerful yet peculiar individual. In the days that followed, Os refrained from causing any further disturbances, for there were no grand spectacles worthy of his attention. Instead, he spent the majority of his time training and battling alongside Mihawk on the desolate island, indulging in the pleasures of the red light district. Gradually, the once solitary future world's greatest swordsman began to embrace this lifestyle. Even if each challenge ended in defeat, his progress was remarkable. Thus, 2 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. In the absence of Os, numerous events unfolded upon the restless seas that would never know peace. On a shattered, unrecognizable island, amidst the flattened peaks, two figures took their positions, one seated and the other standing. "It is nearly time, Mihawk," remarked the tall, handsome youth with flowing hair, now 3 meters tall and 17 years of age, as he looked at the young man in the white shirt who was sheathing his sword. "Ah, indeed," Mihawk replied. "Then let us set sail and witness this era that is beginning to spiral out of control. It is bound to be intriguing," Os declared, a wicked smile gracing his lips, causing Mihawk to break into a cold sweat. One could only wonder if this world had become more entertaining and whether it had forgotten the remnants of my bygone era. Chapter 57, A Glimpse of the New Era. Welcome back, Lord Os. Mr. Mihawk. As they traversed the bustling streets of the red light district, the girls along the way were undeniably exhilarated by the presence of the two men. The fervor, particularly towards Os, bordered on adulation. Thanks to their formidable reputations, Sammy had thrived in the underworld, garnering a reputation that approached that of a king. The businesses within the red light district ranked among the top 2 globally, rivaling the scale of operations in the New World South Joy Street, with daily earnings measured in billions. Thus, the two men were not merely guardians to the ladies but also symbols of fortune. Who could resist such a lure? Os led the way, greeting the beautiful girls with a warm smile, occasionally playfully gesturing or ruffling their hair. His handsome features radiated kindness, enchanting both young maidens and mature women alike. In contrast, Mihawk maintained a more aloof demeanor, arms crossed, trailing behind Os, wholly undistracted from his unwavering pursuit of the swordsmanship. Notably, as they reached the heart of the red light district, they encountered a lovely young woman cradling an infant. Her presence in this central area, coupled with the baby, revealed her identity unmistakably. "Long time no see, Os-san, Mihawk-san." Ruju greeted gently, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Os. "Ah? Is that not Mrs. Ruju?" Since Os had brought Ruju back to the Sabaody archipelago, she had settled down peacefully. For Os, the expenses of a pregnant woman were but a trifle, and he was more than generous, after all. That singular ace was worth no less than 1 billion berries. Over a year ago, Ruju had successfully given birth to Captain Roger's son, Ace. On the day of the birth, Os had even made a special trip back from a deserted island. He recalled how Ruju had wanted Ace to recognize him as a godfather, which had startled Os, prompting him to quickly decline. The thought of being on par with Captain Roger was overwhelming. If that were the case, how would he face Uncle Rayleigh in the future? Would he call Rayleigh brother? And what about having Ace call him brother? It felt rather peculiar. Captain Roger, at such an advanced age, had only just become a father, leading to a rather unusual generational mix. After much contemplation, it seemed wiser to simply have Ace address him as Mr. Os. "Are you taking little Ace out to bask in the sun? What a lively little fellow he is, truly a chip off the old block of Captain Roger." Perhaps innately perceptive, Ace reached out his arms as Os and Mihawk approached. Os scooped the son of Captain Roger into his embrace, weighing the child. Upon noticing Mihawk's detached demeanor, a smirk played at the corners of his mouth. "Hey, Hawk, would you like to hold the baby?" "Eh?" As Mihawk heard these words, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his stern countenance. Soon after, he observed Ossi handing the child into his arms. Wait, what? He exclaimed. His expression grave and somewhat flustered, yet he cradled Ace with both hands. Ossi couldn't help but laugh heartily, indeed. He found greater amusement in teasing Mihawk than in Ace himself. Ah, alright, Ossi chuckled as he returned Ace to Lujo's embrace. We have come back this time to embark on a sea voyage. We may not return for quite some time. Should anything arise, please seek out Sammy or contact me via the snail phone, Mrs. Lujo. With a playful tug on Ace's cheek, Ossi waved his farewell. The two ascended towards the central area, swiftly arriving at Sammy's office. Oh dear, Lord Ossi and Mr. Mihawk, why did you not inform us of your return? I shall have someone prepare. Sammy greeted them warmly, a reception to which they were already accustomed. They settled on the sofa, Ossi reclining with his legs crossed, while Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi promptly served orange juice and red wine. Now, Sammy, Mihawk and I are preparing to set sail. Please assist us with the preparations. Ossi casually remarked. The two little maids nestled in his lap, while Mihawk silently savored his wine, as this voyage had been pre-arranged between them. In fact, Ossi had meticulously planned the timeline and route during his leisure over the past 2 years. Naturally, Sammy had been well prepared, supplies and all necessary items were already arranged. Lord Ossi. The two young maids chimed in. Indeed, everything is sufficiently prepared. Clothing, food, approximately 10 billion in cash, packed into several crates. Oh really? That seems quite thorough. Ossi replied. Might we bring Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi along? Yes, Lord Ossi, we can massage, serve meals, bathe. Warm blankets that one tea do, this isn't child's play. The sea is perilous, and I cannot guarantee your safety, even my own. Ah, how could that be? As the group engaged in light-hearted banter, the previously quiet Xiaoying, who had been sipping wine, initially remained calm. However, as the conversation progressed, his brow furrowed with increasing frustration, until he could no longer hold back. Hey, aren't you all overlooking something? We need a ship to set sail. Upon hearing this, Ossi paused, as if suddenly recalling something, and clapped his hands. Oh right. I've been so accustomed to teleporting that I almost forgot that we actually need a boat to depart. However, Sammy, unfazed, responded, actually, I've already considered that matter for you, Ossi. At this moment, a voice, laden with age and wisdom, interjected, accompanied by the appearance of a somewhat disheveled figure at the door. Ossi had sensed this presence long before, so he bore no confusion. Instead, greeting the newcomer with a smile, Sussy, my old friend, Rayleigh. Pluto, Silbaz Rayleigh. The renowned swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, gazed at him with sharp eyes. Upon encountering this legendary great swordsman, Little Eagle felt the urge to draw his sword once more, yet he understood the gravity of the occasion and restrained himself. Over the past 2 years, Rayleigh had also resided for an extended period in the Sabaody archipelago, frequently visiting under the guise of Us, partaking in drinks. The two had met on multiple occasions, but each time Rayleigh had merely touched upon the subject, never engaging Mihawk in a serious duel. Given Us's level of skill, Little Eagle was still too inexperienced to contend with Rayleigh, who was at the peak of his powers. Upon seeing Rayleigh's arrival and recalling the previous conversation, Us raised an eyebrow in curiosity and decided to utilize his foresight to glimpse a preview of what was to come, which left him somewhat astonished. Uncle Rayleigh, you actually... Wait, Us, employing observation haki in such a manner will strip life of its joy. Rayleigh chuckled, surprising us. Go forth, Us. Represent our old cohort and explore this era, taking the Aro Jackson with you. Chapter 58, The Ambitions of the Matron, the Birth of the World King. With us in the year 1500 of the Sea-Round calendar. At the port of the Chambord Islands, a colossal ship, long cloaked in dust, was polished anew and now rested alongside the shore. Ah, how nostalgic it is. The Aro Jackson. Us ascended to the deck, gazing upon the various installations, and those days felt as if they were just yesterday. There was no sense of reluctance or farewell. After all, with Us's swiftness, he could return at a moment's notice should anything arise. Only Rayleigh, watching the grand vessel sail away, felt tears welling in his eyes. Meanwhile, among the crowd witnessing this scene near the port, several unusual figures were intermingled. For Sammy, Rayleigh, and others, Us's voyage was merely a minor episode in the tapestry of life, for they understood Us well. However, to the outside world, Us was far more than just a simple name. He was a symbol of an era. Before the birth of the new king, He was regarded by the overwhelming majority as the man most likely to ascend to the throne, Black Gun, Dodoruus. At the naval headquarters, Marineford. Beep beep beep. Report to headquarters. An urgent incident has occurred. A voice, rapid in its delivery, emerged from the transponder snail on the other end. Upon hearing this urgent report, the operator furrowed his brow, his expression tense. Please proceed. The report continued, this morning, Black Gun, a set sail accompanied by Hawkeye, my hawk. The operator was momentarily at a loss for words. Ossi's frequent appearances in the red light district of the Chambord Islands were hardly a secret, after all. In a place bustling with people, this piece of information had long been known to the world government. Moreover, the addition of Dracul Myhawk, a mere novice, was not particularly alarming for the Navy. However, the next words from the intelligence officer left him frozen in place, his pupils trembling. Cold sweat pouring forth, the two are aboard the R.O. Jackson, the original ship of the Pirate King, Gol D. Roger. All signs indicate that this is not a mere brief excursion. What? Thus, the news of Black Gun, Ossi's return to the sea spread like wildfire among the world's numerous powerful factions, instantly capturing their keen attention. This was precisely why Oss had chosen not to embark discreetly. He intended to declare to the world that, unlike other members of the Roger Pirates, he had not yet retired. In light of this, the naval headquarters convened an emergency meeting. According to reliable information, today, Black Gun and Hawkeye were aboard the R.O. Jackson, preparing to once again become active upon the seas. We must be prepared. Sengoku, now presiding over many affairs within the Navy, addressed the gathered admirals with gravity. Ha, Sengoku. If you had issued the order, I would have already gone to the Chambord Islands to capture that brat. Why all this trouble? Crack, crack. Kapu. With a carefree demeanor, spoke as he munched on rice crackers. Shut your mouth, Kapu. Sengoku roared, his fury ignited by the nonchalance of the old fool. The order to refrain from engaging with Oz is a command from the world government. Indeed, it was not only Sengoku who felt the weight of this situation. Many others in attendance displayed reactions even more exaggerated than his. Boom, clatter, clatter. A wave of sulphurous heat mingled with a biting cold swept through the office, and a most unpleasant expression appeared on the faces of the two vice-admirals. Upon hearing the name Oz, even Kuzan, who was typically more easygoing, exhibited an attitude not much better than Sakazuki's. One could hardly doubt that if Oz were to suddenly appear before them, these two might disregard military discipline and act impulsively. Their intense reactions were not unwarranted. For Oz had proven to be exceedingly brazen. He had audaciously beaten Sakazuki, the staunchest and most vehemently anti-pirate officer, to a pulp at Navy headquarters. As for Kuzan, well, that was a matter well understood by those in the know. In contrast, Borisolino displayed a more subdued reaction upon hearing the name, merely breaking into a light sweat on his brow. Given his more cautious nature and the fact that he had sustained the least injury among the trio, he simply remarked, "Oh my, is that monstrous Oz stirring trouble on the seas again? Kuzan, Sakazuki, temper yourselves. This is not the time for reckless behavior." Observing the two struggling to contain their emotions, Sengoku felt a headache brewing but maintained his serious demeanor. Our immediate priority is to execute the world government's command to implement the Demon Slayer order against Ohara. You two, refrain from causing further disturbances at this moment. Hearing this, the two, who had been on the verge of explosive reactions, finally quieted, their faces now somber. In the New World, Totland Sea area, Whole Cake Island. This realm resembled a fairy tale kingdom, with trees laden with candy, rivers of chocolate, and flowers, and trees that danced and sang. Here reigned one of the sovereigns of the New World, a born monster and former member of the Rocks Pirates, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. Within her castle, a figure dashed swiftly into the opulent chamber, appearing frantic. Mom, there's new intelligence on Black Gun, Oz. He has set sail." Upon hearing this report, the plump matron, who had been engrossed in her confections, finally lifted her gaze. Beside her, a tall man clad in a massive scarf that concealed his face and mouth, who was busy delivering food, also looked on with a grave expression. The once enchanting Big Mom had long since lost the allure of her youth. Years of indulging in sweets and childbirth had transformed her figure, leaving her with a shape that, while not yet resembling the rotundity she would later achieve, had already drastically changed. Upon hearing the news, she momentarily stood in stunned silence, her eyes widening with terror as they fixated on the messenger, the young Hamets. She lost all interest in the cake at her lips. Once she confirmed that she had not misheard, an exuberant smile broke across her face, radiating unparalleled excitement and desire. "Ah, has that rascal Austin finally come of age? How splendid!" Witnessing this spectacle, Katakuri's expression darkened, for he understood precisely what Big Mom yearned for. "Mother. Regarding the black gun Austin, we..." Yet, should she command them to bring Austin forth, it would be an utterly impossible task. He was acutely aware that even his most esteemed mastery of observation haki might pale in comparison to that legendary individual, naturally endowed with such abilities. "Ah. I am indeed aware that Austin is not someone you can contend with. However, we can certainly relay the message to him. I firmly believe he will be intrigued." The world's strongest woman, Charlotte Linlin, raised her arms high, her eyes gleaming with madness and excitement. "If he consents to inherit our combined Conqueror's haki, my extraordinary steel-skin talent coupled with his innate brute strength and observation haki would produce a child destined to surpass Roger, Whitebeard, and even Rox. A being powerful enough to dominate the world, the mightiest monster." Chapter 59, Daily Life on the Oro Jackson in summary. Any power well acquainted with the currents of the sea had already received word of us departure, each response varying greatly. Some, like the Navy, appeared to brace themselves for an impending threat, while others, such as Whitebeard, regarded the young crew of Roger's ship with indifference. Meanwhile, the Oro Jackson became the epicenter of myriad discussions as us engaged in the simple act of fishing, an endeavor he had not indulged in for quite some time, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Perched at the edge of the Oro Jackson, Us wielded an exquisite fishing rod, patiently casting his line. Despite 2 hours having elapsed without a single catch, his endeavor transcended mere fishing. It was a form of cultivation. It is widely acknowledged that the advanced application of observation haki, which allows one to foresee the future, necessitates a tranquil state of mind. In honing his patience and will, Us relentlessly sought to enhance his ability to predict future events, progressing from the initial moment of awakening to nearly a minute of foresight, a testament to his persistent efforts. This meditative practice not only nurtured his spirit but also contributed, albeit slightly, to the growth of his Conqueror's haki. Elsewhere, Mihawk, having just completed his sword practice, approached with a towel draped around his neck, wiping the sweat from his brow. Though he did not comprehend Us' unwavering determination to reach Ohara, he recognized that the two of them alone could not navigate the ship there in a short span of time. With his expression remaining stoic, Mihawk glanced at Us, who was lost in concentration by the water, and settled into a deck chair, crossing his legs. Observing the seemingly unconcerned Us, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was not one prone to verbosity, yet something about Us invariably provoked his irritation. "Isn't your plan to head to Ohara first? Yet here we are, struggling with navigation, steering, map reading, even cooking. When will we ever?" The cold-eyed hawk felt a rising frustration as he watched Us in serene meditation, the symbol of his vexation surfacing on his forehead. Just as he felt compelled to draw his blade. "Worry not, my hawk." Us slowly opened his eyes, stretched languidly, and leapt down to stand before the seated swordsman with an easy demeanor. "Isn't sailing merely about reaching our destination? You guide the way." As he spoke, Us gently lifted one foot and set it down. Buzz, Mihawk suddenly sensed something amiss. The surroundings appeared unchanged, the sea still stretching endlessly. Yet an unshakable feeling of difference lingered in the air. "I'll utilize instant transmission to expedite our journey and simultaneously hone my fruits abilities. We'll arrive in no time." Us gestured an affirmative OK sign. As the vast ocean offered no points of reference beyond the water itself, the experience was not particularly pronounced. However, from an aerial perspective, the Oro Jackson appeared as a ghostly vessel, gliding across the sea with an eerie swiftness. Just moments ago, Mihawk, who had been somewhat maternal, finally acknowledged that OS had some utility, and thus decided to disregard him. Instead, he handed OS a compass. A collection of eternal pointers meticulously gathered by Sammy according to the navigational chart you had designated. "Simply follow the direction of the pointer," he instructed. Understanding his task, OS nodded appreciatively. Mihawk then retreated to the storeroom to procure some vegetables and meat, making his way to the kitchen to commence meal preparation. Observing this scene, OS followed him inside. Aren't you supposed to be steering the ship? Why are you in the kitchen? My hawk questioned. Only to see Os emerging from the refrigerator with a glass of orange juice, smiling. What does it matter? My observation haki extends over a vast expanse of 10,000 meters, it is inconsequential where I am on the ship. Upon hearing this, my hawk chose to ignore him, focusing on his own culinary endeavors while Os watched with keen interest. In mere seconds, my hawk skillfully peeled a potato with a knife, his fluid motions showcasing not only his swordsmanship but also his culinary prowess. Os's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had always either cooked meat on a deserted island or indulged in lavish feasts at the red light district. Each time he wished to observe my hawk's cooking, he had been met with dismissive pride. Now, he was finally witnessing it. As the meal was served, Os eagerly sampled the dish, and stars seemed to twinkle in his eyes. At that moment, he comprehended just how astute his decision had been to coax the little eagle aboard. The flavor was no less exquisite than that of the gourmet chefs he had previously engaged in the red light district. Here was a man, the world's mightiest swordsman, who navigated with unerring precision, a chef of unparalleled skill, yet devoid of lascivious tendencies. What a marvel! A high-caliber version of Masanori and Lusoran combined. A single crew member with quadruple the value. After devouring the last morsel, Os reclined contentedly in his chair, only to find my hawk elegantly dabbing his lips with a napkin, his gaze fixed coldly upon him. Why are you staring at me, little eagle? Perhaps due to the incessant calling of this moniker, my hawk had grown accustomed to it. He simply replied, since I prepared the meal, it is only fitting that you handle the dishes. A sense of satisfaction swelled within my hawk. The feeling of being burdened had begun the moment they set sail. Regardless of the gravity of the task, he had to shoulder the responsibility, while Os merely observed. It was high time for the slothful king to contribute. Oh, very well, Os acquiesced. What else could Us possibly agree to so readily? My hawk mused, a slight smirk gracing his lips. He intended to remind him of the essential techniques for washing dishes, the necessary precautions to take while scrubbing. However, as he began to speak, he noticed Us gently raising his hand, followed by the sound of a snap of his fingers. To his astonishment, the chaotic remnants of their meal vanished entirely, leaving behind only a few impeccably polished plates on the table, as if they had just been retrieved from the cupboard. What precautions? Was it merely to teleport these items outside the ship? With another snap of his fingers, the clean plates reappeared neatly arranged within the cupboard. Little eagle, why have you fallen silent? Is it that you are naturally reticent? Let us engage in a duel. Chapter 60, The Unyielding Ability, The Malevolent Us. Pray tell, what prompted you to designate Ohara as the first stop? The ship was in disarray, and after an intense duel lasting a couple of hours, my hawk finally felt a sense of relief. It was only after Us restored everything with a mere snap of his fingers that he remembered to inquire. The reason? Leaning against the ship's edge, Us gazed into the distance, the refreshing sea breeze tousling his hair. In the far reaches of his vision, a small dot was rapidly enlarging at an exaggerated pace. Naturally, it was because if we delayed any longer, we might miss it. Traveling, after all, should involve making memorable stops. Miss it? My hawk was perplexed. An island of such magnitude would not simply vanish. With the speed of teleportation, traversing from the Grand Line to Ohara would scarcely consume any time. Any pirates encountered along the way, intent on hijacking, either failed to keep up with the speed of teleportation or were swiftly dispatched by my hawk's blade. As the ship approached, the Oro Jackson gradually came to a halt by a cliff that lacked a dock. Us and my hawk teleported to this island of knowledge. True to the tales, the trees were indeed colossal beyond belief. In the distance, Us beheld the giant tree at the heart of the island, so immense that it seemed to block out the sun. It was said to harbor all the books in the world. He wondered if it contained the type of book he sought. What? My hawk, confused, furrowed his brow at Us's remark. Just that kind. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Witnessing the puzzled expression of this straightforward boy, Us recalled that my hawk had little interest in women. The pair opted not to teleport directly into the tree, while such a method was convenient, It deprived us of the experience of travel he cherished, one that involved witnessing everything firsthand rather than hastily arriving and rushing off to the next destination. Had he chosen that path, Us was confident he could visit every island in the world in just a few months. However, he had no desire for such a militaristic approach to exploration. Emerging from the forest at the cliff's edge, the two were unperturbed by the prospect of losing their way. Their observation skills aided them, but more importantly, the trees were so vast that they could simply follow their line of sight. Yet, as they journeyed, Us's keen senses detected the presence of several small figures, particularly one that piqued his interest. Mihawk noticed his sudden change in direction but refrained from questioning, merely raising an eyebrow as he followed suit. They soon arrived at the other side of the forest, where a commotion was unfolding. Look, look! It's that monster! Everyone! Attack her with tomatoes! Ha ha ha! The malice of children is often innate, perhaps it is for amusement, or perhaps it is the allure of conformity. Clearly, the little girl, reclusive and fond of reading, was the easiest target for bullying, having grown up without parents. As the tomato splattered onto her head, although it did not inflict much pain, the ensuing cleanup proved to be quite a hassle. At that moment, her primary concern was to return home and wash away the tomato juice, perhaps requiring a generous amount of soap. She wondered if her aunt would scold her for this. However, the situation was far from over. A group of children in the distance seemed intent on pursuing her. Reluctantly, she resorted to her previously effective ability, often labeled as monstrous, in an attempt to frighten away the gathering children. Regrettably, this tactic had been employed too many times, and many of the children had grown immune to her intimidation. After all, how powerful could the abilities of a girl who could barely fill her stomach truly be? Just as she embraced her head with her hands, bracing herself for the torment, and prepared to retreat to the library to read, the anticipated scene failed to materialize. What was happening? She lifted her gaze to behold an imposing figure standing before her, gripping the collars of the very children who frequently bullied her, their heads swollen with lumps. Who is he? Is he protecting me, much like Saul did? You ugly little brats, how dare you come out to bully others? Truly, mischief is often wrought by the unattractive. One of them received a hefty thump on their already swollen head, and then they fled in tears. Mihawk observed the aftermath of the bullying with a mix of satisfaction and bemusement at Os's antics, finding him lacking in any semblance of a strong presence. Despite witnessing the events unfold, he too held disdain for the ugly children. Os, on the other hand, felt quite exhilarated. After all, since the age of 6, he had been the king of the children on Drum Island. Under his reign, the dynamic had always been that he bullied others. Never had he encountered a scenario where children turned against one another. Hey, Nico Robin, where are you off to? Os called out as he watched the foul children scamper away, turning his attention to Robin, who was also preparing to flee. She stood frozen in place, struck by surprise. Did this person just call her name? Indeed, he was addressing her. Come on, take us to explore this island. If I'm in a good mood, I might reward you later, Os said with a smile. However, despite his considerable charm, this time he faced a setback. The traumatized Robin harbored no trust for strangers and hastily turned towards the town. TSK. What a conundrum you are, Os muttered, somewhat exasperated. After spending considerable time among the girls in the red light district, he had assumed his charisma was maximized. Then, he spoke softly, "Don't move, Nico Robin." As his crisp voice resonated, a peculiar scene unfolded. The frail little girl, who had been sprinting forward, suddenly appeared as if ensnared by an enchantment. Unable to move an inch, her expression frozen in a moment of panic. This is... Mihawk furrowed his brow. For it was his first encounter with this ability of OSS. Was it a newly developed power from his fruit? Os gazed at the immobilized little Robin, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips as if a thought had crossed his mind. He advanced towards her, observing the trembling pupils of the young girl. With an air of malevolence, Os extended his wicked hand towards the precious book she clutched tightly. Hey, little Robin, should you dare to flee, I shall incinerate your book. His eyes glinted with malice as he extracted the cherished tome from her embrace, its contents inscrutable to him. It was no surprise. Considering he had been raised by pirates and had never set foot in a school, being able to decipher the words on a newspaper was a remarkable feat for him. By the standards of this world, Os was, in fact, one among the many illiterates. True to his prediction, upon hearing Os's sinister threat, little Robin did not attempt to escape once he released his hold on her. Instead, she regarded the handsome yet wicked adult before her with fear and trembling in her eyes. Please, do not burn my book. Chapter 61, The Demon Slayer Order approaches. Let us make a greeting. Why bring this little sprite along? Do you intend for her to board the ship? Coldly observing the path ahead, the tearful yet resolute little Robin, Mihawk could no longer suppress his curiosity and voiced his thoughts. He was indifferent to the matter, as he was merely a companion of Os, with no authority in the decision-making process. Ha! How could you think that? I have no habit of caring for others while traveling. I didn't even bring my beloved little 6 and 7 aboard. I merely thought that since we've come this far, we ought to meet the protagonist of this incident. Incident? Mihawk frowned. Indeed, it pertains to recent events. And you shall soon find out, Os teased. In his perspective, the terror of the so-called Demon Slayer Order was merely a threat to ordinary nations and isolated strong individuals. For him and Mihawk, it posed no danger whatsoever. As they followed little Robin, who remained focused on the path ahead, oblivious to their conversation. Os initially assumed she would lead them to explore the town. However, with a sweep of his observation haki across a vast range, he discerned something peculiar. She is guiding us to a rather strange place, he noted, while Mihawk, walking alongside, turned his gaze to the surroundings, remaining alert and observant. Os nodded, hands in pockets. Disregarding little Robin's thoughts, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. This Robin, just a bit of teasing, and she becomes so vigilant. Directly leading us to seek out her guardians. This little one, does she think she can escape so easily? Perhaps sensing Os's gaze? Little Robin hastily made her way toward a cliff, disregarding Os's unusual ability, and sprinted toward the precipice. Of course, she had no intention of jumping off. Saul! She cried out, her tiny figure racing forward, not pausing to ponder why the two behind her did not intervene. It seems I've been mistaken for a villain, Os mused. Stroking his chin, then turning to Mihawk. Hey, little eagle, do I really look like a bad person? To this, Mihawk chose to remain silent, instead drawing his black blade. His keen eyes fixed on the cliff ahead. As the ground trembled slightly, a colossal shadow loomed above them, an enormous giant, towering several dozen meters high. The former Navy giant, Vice Admiral Saul. With a robust upper body and slender legs, this giant exhibited a rather unbalanced proportion, yet he was also young Robin's best friend. What has happened, Robin? He inquired, lifting the crying little Robin into his hands, his small eyes filled with great confusion. It was only then that he noticed the two figures following Robin. Upon seeing one of them, a wave of familiarity washed over him. You must have mistaken me for someone else, right? How could this be? It cannot possibly be wrong. The expression of sheer astonishment flickered in his eyes, and his massive form involuntarily took 2 steps back. That figure, armed with a sword and a gun, was an indelible presence in the memory of any naval officer. But hadn't he long since vanished from the seas? Gazing at the giant's look of bewilderment and disbelief, Os smiled and simply offered a greeting. It had indeed been a considerable time since he had encountered a giant. The last occasion was during his visit to Elbaf with Captain Roger. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Os found himself, unbeknownst to him, perched in the palm of Saul's hand, hands tucked into his pockets, observing him with keen interest. Even though Os appeared diminutive against the towering figure that stood several dozen meters tall, Saul dared not make any sudden movements. Although he had never witnessed firsthand the prowess of this legendary next-generation king, he was acutely aware of the formidable strength of his dear friend, Kuzan, whose power was akin to that of a monstrous being, utterly unmatched. The presence before him, however, was far more terrifying than Kuzan, 2 years prior. He had visited Kuzan during his recovery from a fractured leg, a monstrous entity who had taken a full month to regain the ability to walk normally. Observing Robin, who stood frozen in place, Saul felt a wave of trepidation towards Os, who occupied his palm. His countenance darkened, infused with a plea, "Please do not harm Robin. She is truly a kind-hearted child. If she has offended you in any way, then take my life instead and spare hers." Saul's voice trembled with emotion. Witnessing the profound bond between the two, Os wore an unusual expression, his eyes twitching slightly. It seemed that his arrival was akin to a harbinger of doom. Could it be that his infamy had spread across the seas? Hey! I ask you all, can you not comprehend human speech, or do you suffer from paranoia? I merely came for a journey. Is it not entirely normal to have a local guide? Ultimately, OS recognized the extent of his fearsome reputation that had burgeoned over the past 2 years, leaving him somewhat disheartened as he departed the forest. Having finally encountered a character from the original narrative, he was left with the image of a strange uncle. This experience also successfully stripped OS of the filter he had regarding the members of the protagonist group. In truth, they were not vastly different from many others in One Piece. Feeling a sense of boredom, OS took Little Eagle and meandered across Ohara Island, savoring the local delicacies. Visiting the great tree at the center of the island, and most importantly, capturing numerous photographs with his transponder snail. Gazing at the myriad photographs in his hands, OS gazed approvingly, noting the diverse collection before him. Among them were images such as a young eagle perched comfortably in a massive tree engrossed in a book. A candid shot of OS with Mihawk draped over his shoulder, and a breathtaking panoramic view of Ohara captured from a height of 1,000 meters. Throughout this journey, even when Mihawk occasionally exhibited reluctance, he nonetheless acquiesced, accompanying OS to explore all the noteworthy locales of Ohara. Truly embodying the notion of being critical in words yet loyal in action. However, OS did not expose him. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips as he observed Mihawk, who had just claimed to be unhungry, now savoring the local delicacies of Ohara. "What are you looking at?" the young eagle inquired, narrowing his eyes in response. "Oh, nothing. I merely wish to mention that our time in Ohara is drawing to a close, as some old friends are approaching across the sea." OS chuckled lightly. Within his extended perception, it was effortless to discern the multitude of warships, armed with formidable swords and cannons, slicing through the waves towards Ohara. Yet, concerning the impending onslaught heralded by the infamous Demon Order, neither OS nor Mihawk felt any trepidation. "Well, it has been quite a while since we last met. Come on, Mihawk, let us go extend our greetings." Chapter 62, The Prominent Figures Appearing in Ohara? On the island of Knowledge, Ohara, several dozen kilometers off the coastline. The waves surged rhythmically, accompanied by the assembly of soldiers on deck, as cannonballs were meticulously loaded. At the edge of the shore, countless locals preparing to set sail, along with some outsiders visiting for various reasons, gazed in bewilderment at the colossal fleet approaching from afar. Was that the Navy? The array of warships adorned with the seagull flag was unmistakable, as numerous vessels cut through the waves, encircling Ohara with an imposing presence. Cannons were meticulously calibrated, aiming towards the homeland of Ohara from a distance. Upon the deck stood numerous high-ranking officers rarely seen in the West Sea, among whom were 2 notably tall men, one with curly hair and sunglasses, and the other, robust and wearing a hat. On the opposite side, a man clad in a gray and white striped cloak held a peculiar golden transponder snail, exuding an air of arrogance as he appeared to be orchestrating military maneuvers. If a knowledgeable individual were to glimpse this golden transponder snail, they would undoubtedly be astounded. It represented the final line of defense of the world government being crossed, with no possibility for de-escalation. A signal was being sent that the true overlord of these seas was poised to unleash absolute sanctions, the Demon Slayer Order. Typically comprising over 10 warships and elite combat forces led by 5 vice-admirals, this order initiated indiscriminate destruction upon the designated area. The atmosphere, thick with the stench of gunpowder, finally stirred the populace on the coast into alarm. "Wait, why do I feel like the Navy is heading towards Ohara?" one muttered nervously. "Could it be that a notorious pirate has come here? What kind of pirate would warrant such a grand display? The Pirate King, perhaps?" The crowd engaged in panicked speculation, unaware that indeed, a true pirate worthy of such an extensive display was leisurely seated on the cliffs, sipping orange juice through a straw. Reflecting on history, OS, the pirate, mused that after the conclusion of the Demon Slayer Order, the emergence of 3 great admirals would soon follow. Beside OS, the fair-skinned and handsome Mihawk, clad in a vibrant red floral shirt, stood with arms crossed, his gaze blandly directed toward the distant fleet. He then turned his attention to OS, observing his nonchalance, seemingly anticipating the events to unfold, and calmly inquired, "Is such a massive navy truly here for the 2 of us?" It was no wonder Mihawk harbored such thoughts, having spent a few days on this island. He was acutely aware that it was merely an ordinary isle in the West Sea, devoid of any formidable users of Haki. How could it possibly incite such a large-scale punitive expedition against them? With these thoughts, he slowly drew the exquisite longsword Black Blade Knight, seemingly ready to strike first, preparing to unleash a 100-meter sword wave as a welcoming gift for the Navy. It is evident that, were it not for the intervention of formidable beings, my hawk would possess the capability to cleave through a naval warship with a single stroke, achieving a flawless cut without any creases. No matter the grandeur of the fleet, it would be futile. In the presence of such true strength, the numerical superiority of basic combatants becomes irrelevant. Only the 5 commanding vice-admirals would stand a chance of surviving beneath his blade. Ha! What credentials do we possess? Well, it seems we indeed have some degree of qualification. However, this demon-slaying order was certainly not issued on our behalf. And the world government must recognize that such an order is utterly laughable in my context. To truly contend with Oz, they would need to dispatch several peak combatants for a surprise assault. A large-scale naval encirclement? To Oz, that would be akin to presenting a multitude of live targets. Their actual intention is to obliterate O'Hara. You have seen the tomes nestled within the immense tree of O'Hara, have you not? This island, renowned as the Island of Knowledge, is home to numerous scholars delving into a segment of history. History? A narrative so shrouded by the world government that they would go so far as to erase an entire nation to conceal this forbidden history. Upon hearing this, a grave expression surfaced on my hawk's face, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead, realizing the depth of the entanglement. Would you like to hear more? I can share a brief overview with you. Oz smiled, glancing at the small eagle beside him. Never mind. It feels like something that could lead to considerable trouble if known, and besides, I have little interest in the annals of the past. The aloof swordsman, the small eagle, declined Oz's request for disclosure. Oz did not press the matter further, instead continuing to observe this apocalyptic scene, striving to touch that unbearable weight without the strength to match it. Whether it is termed an ideal or a reckless pursuit, it matters not. Oz lacks the saintly heart to concern himself with it. On board the naval warship, before numerous sailors, a tall figure stood at the bow, clad in a black naval coat. His expression obscured by sunglasses, the naval vice-admiral Kuzan. He listened to the hushed whispers of the sailors behind him, gazing silently at the coastline. Are we truly to engage in indiscriminate bombardment? There are many civilians on shore. Silence. That is an order. Yet, no matter how one views it, this is excessive. Despite considerable skepticism among the Navy personnel, the CP organization, the lapdogs of the world government, would show no mercy. Under the impetus of orders, rounds of cannon fire erupted, unleashing indiscriminate bombardment across the entirety of O'Hara. In an instant, chaos ensued. Boom! The smoke of explosions and the wails of the civilians became the predominant themes of this once beautiful island. A hell on earth? Whether local inhabitants or unsuspecting tourists, all fell victim to the merciless barrage. They gazed in disbelief at the Navy, which the world recognized as justice, slaughtering the populace at this very moment. Soon, individuals from several warships began to disembark, fervently pursuing scholars amidst the panicked crowd. Amidst the throngs of panicked individuals fleeing in terror, 2 figures emerged, standing out like cranes among a flock of chickens. They strolled leisurely, their demeanor starkly contrasting with the surrounding wails and chaos, as if they existed on an entirely different plane. OS had no desire to conceal his identity. Within this vast ocean, there was nothing that necessitated his retreat. Any falling shells or errant bullets, along with explosions and shrapnel, vanished without a trace upon nearing his vicinity of 10 meters. Eventually, the two found themselves atop a towering edifice, recording the entirety of this cataclysm with their communication device. The uniqueness of their presence swiftly captured the attention of the Navy and the CP organization. However, as they encircled the building and beheld the figure who waved at them with a smile, they were rendered motionless, mouths agape, unable to utter a sound. Their firearms trembled and clattered to the ground, and they dared not reach down to retrieve them. How could this be possible? After a prolonged silence, one soldier shakily retrieved the communication device. Nearly shrieking in terror, reporting to Commander, "We have encountered an unmanageable individual." "Marine, what are you talking about?" What formidable figure dares to obstruct the world government's extermination order? Came the stern voice from the other end, laced with skepticism. It's him. The Marine, overwhelmed with emotion, could not contain his tears and snot, his pupils quivering uncontrollably. It's Black Gun, OS. Chapter 63, Do Not Move, Kuzan. Upon hearing this news, the naval officer across the way momentarily gasped, his breath caught in his throat. After a brief pause, his eyes became bloodshot, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "Hey, Marine, are you certain you saw correctly? This is no joke." However, before he could hear the report, the anxious expression on the telephone bug's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a serene smile, with crimson light gleaming in its eyes. This transformation sent shivers down the naval officer's spine, and horror flooded his gaze. At this moment, in the towering building, OS was observing the telephone bug he had just seized with great interest. Nestled in this fortress impervious to the chaos of cannon fire, OS casually leaned on the railing, exuding an aura of nonchalance. Below, the encircling Navy and CP agents dared not make a move. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the Navy, as they faced a man notorious for having obliterated half of Marine Ford, a ruthless fiend whom even the highest echelons of the Naval Command could not contend with. The members of the CP organization, directly subordinate to the world government, were equally apprehensive, as they recalled a directive from their superiors said to originate from the highest authority: if you encounter .OS during your mission, cease all actions and await further orders before proceeding. Meanwhile, on the other end of the telephone bug, the naval officer's tension was palpable, perhaps even surpassing that of his subordinates. As he hesitated to hang up and report to his superiors, a gentle voice emerged from the device. "Moshi Moshi, is this a naval officer? Please connect me to Kuzan. Just tell him an old friend is looking for him. If you dare to hang up, you'll be in trouble, for I have memorized your facial features." Upon hearing this, the naval officer's face drained of color, feeling as though he were a mute suffering bitterly. His superiors had made it explicitly clear, without orders, the Navy was prohibited from engaging with OS. Should OS choose to strike the Navy, he knew not what might happen to him. But the world government and Marine Ford would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Cursed fate! Why was he so unfortunate? With little choice, he dashed away toward the warship that had just docked, carefully cradling the smiling telephone bug in his hand. The officers stationed near the ship, eager to inquire about his frantic approach, found themselves ignored as he sprinted past them onto the vessel. On the deck, Kuzan had just prepared to disembark when he noticed an officer rushing toward him. What was this fellow's name again? It seemed to be Dick. Upon closer inspection, he noticed Dick was clutching a telephone bug. Unbeknownst to him, Dick was also experiencing the misfortunes of life. For it seemed that the more one feared something, the more it would come to pass. After the incident of the invasion of the Navy headquarters by OS, upon seeing that striking visage on the news, he came to a profound realization of the horrifying nature of his actions. That notorious figure, the Black Gun OS, was someone he had actively led to Marine Ford. If the Marshal and the Admirals were to discover this, they would undoubtedly send him to a military tribunal. No, he would likely face immediate execution. Thus, he confided in no one about this matter, even going to great lengths to silence the Marines who had glimpsed OS's face that day. He had hoped that this affair would quietly fade away, and even entertained thoughts of reaping some accolades, but to his dismay he found himself entangled once more with this formidable deity. At present, all he desired was to deliver the communication device and distance himself from these perilous individuals of great stature. Unfortunately, fate was not in his favor. Just as he was about to reach Kuzan and place down the device, two figures emerged slowly from the void. One of these figures, with a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, patted Dick on the shoulder and, observing his astonished expression, remarked languidly, "Thank you, Colonel Dick, for so thoughtfully guiding my way once again." Dick felt as though he might shatter, as if he could see the bleakness of his future unfolding before him. At this moment, the arrival of OS and his companion left more than just Dick in a state of shock. Observing the tall, striking figure clad in black military attire, bearing weapons and exuding an air of confidence, Kuzan stood speechless for an instant, his expression hardening abruptly. His fists clenched. How could this be possible? Intelligence indicated that the black gun had only recently departed the Shambati archipelago. How could they appear in the West Blue? In contrast to Kuzan, the other naval officers, who were a beat behind in their reactions, displayed expressions of disbelief. Just days prior, during a meeting, they had analyzed the traces of the black gun. All attention was irresistibly drawn to the young man with flowing black hair. In the face of the numerous naval officers present, OS merely offered a smile. Yet, Kuzan felt no admiration for that seemingly ever-composed smile. Instead, a chilling aura began to envelop him, as ice began to form on his very being. "You are still so full of vitality, Kuzan," OS remarked, as if oblivious to the palpable killing intent radiating from Kuzan. He greeted him as one might an old friend long missed. Meanwhile, the rear admiral and brigadier generals witnessing this scene gritted their teeth, braving the icy tension as they approached the oncoming storm that was Kuzan. "This cannot happen, Vice Admiral Kuzan. The orders from the world government have explicitly stated that we must not engage with the Black Gun OS without authorization." In response, Kuzan merely lowered his expressionless face, the lenses of his sunglasses slowly frosting over, as he regarded the many colleagues attempting to restrain him. He spoke slowly. "No orders to engage? Isn't the Demon Slayer order a command? After all, Mata OS is also on O'Hara Island, isn't? Upon hearing these words, several naval officers were momentarily taken aback. "Thus, I am merely executing orders, my esteemed colleagues." In that very instant, a flurry of explosive ice flowers erupted from beneath Aosi's feet, though, predictably, they failed to make contact. Aosi's figure vanished in the blink of an eye, while Mihawk, not accompanying him in this sudden displacement, swiftly evaded the attack with the aid of his observation haki, finding his footing on another part of the deck. "Hey, Kuzan. Long time no see. Is this how you greet someone? Do not forget. Aosi, what I harbor for you is nothing but an unending desire to kill." Aosi's lips curled into a smirk, and before one could discern how, he had inexplicably appeared behind Kuzan. This scene was instantaneously perceived by Kuzan's observation haki, and he quickly gathered a dense layer of armament haki in his hands, preparing to counterattack. However, at that moment, a faint whisper reached his ears. And then an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. His body seemed to be frozen in place, rendering him momentarily incapable of movement. "Do not move, Kuzan." Chapter 64, Escalation of Events. Report to the Five Elders. "Do not move, Kuzan." As these words resonated, a chilling stillness enveloped the air, freezing the figure that had intended to turn and strike. Upon the deck, numerous naval officers gazed in astonishment at the once mighty monster of a vice admiral now rendered immobile before the young officer, whose demeanor exuded calmness. "What peculiar ability is this?" "No, it is not complete stasis. Vice Admiral Kuzan is indeed in motion." Among the naval ranks, there are those adept in observation haki, and under their meticulous scrutiny, they discerned an oddity. It was a pair of keen eyes that first unraveled the riddle. Mihawk, arms crossed, observed as OS had utilized this technique for the second time, finally grasping its essence. Was he moving the enemy's body back to its previous state, creating an effect akin to suspension? "Hey, there is no need to explain the skill to our own," he quipped. "Even if I don't say anything, the opponent will soon catch on. The method to counter it is quite straightforward." With a swift motion, a formidable punch broke through the constraints, hurtling directly towards OS's face, only to be effortlessly intercepted by the similarly armored strength of the Vice Admiral. To counter the powers of the fruit, an excess of haki is required. However, even with the ability to counter, it would still bear some influence. The two engaged once more, their powerful haki colliding and generating a wave of force that threatened to collapse the entire deck, which began to sag under the pressure. Mihawk nimbly leapt to the shore, where OS's figure materialized beside him. Amidst the swirling dust, a menacing silhouette flickered, the reflection of a chilling white light glimmering in his sunglasses. A voice, icy and laced with malice, echoed forth, "Tor OS, according to headquarters orders, I am not permitted to engage you. Blame your presence on this island destined for destruction." OS merely shrugged, an air of disdain apparent in his gaze. "I had no intention of inciting war, I merely came to extend a greeting. Otherwise, do you truly believe this so-called demon slaughter order would leave any Navy personnel alive?" Upon hearing this, Kuzan felt as though he had been deeply insulted. OS seemed to possess an innate talent. Anyone he sought to provoke, no matter how gentle or amiable their nature, would inevitably harbor murderous thoughts. Then, come and test your mettle. For the past 2 years, I have been tirelessly striving to defeat you. An intense cold and piercing chill rapidly emanated from his being, as an ice blade forged from concentrated haki gripped firmly in his hand. To confront you, I have poured my very essence into training my haki alongside Mr. Garp. Long ago, following the grueling battle that nearly severed his leg, Kuzan pondered extensively on how to vanquish a monster like OS. And Garp's decisive blow that had pushed OS back at Marineford had ignited a spark of inspiration within him. The fruit abilities can only serve as a supplementary measure against O's. In a true confrontation, the might of haki must prevail. Surrender now, Don Toros. With a resounding clash, the formidable armament haki enveloped the ice blade, and Kuzan, amidst the pervasive ice and snow, moved with an ethereal speed, engaging in battle with the equally extraordinary O's. In terms of mastery over armament haki, the two were nearly evenly matched. Kuzan has indeed made remarkable progress. It was evident that Kuzan's haki proficiency had improved significantly since 2 years ago, and his ability to combine it with his fruit powers rendered him an even more formidable adversary, a fact that even his opponent couldn't help but silently commend. However, this so-called difficulty was merely a challenge for the youthful O's of 2 years prior. Since you exhibit such enthusiasm, allow me to indulge a little as well. O shook his head in resignation, and in the next instant, a terrifying aura enveloped half of O'Hara Island, with dark red lightning crackling and reaching skyward. Witnessing this scene, my hawk broke into a cold sweat, his expression grave. Is he truly going to employ that technique? Meanwhile, the other naval commanders, witnessing the tension between the two, inwardly lamented. What was once a plan to eradicate the demons had now transformed into an actual demon hunt. Yet, as members of the Marine headquarters, they showed no signs of retreating in the face of such a formidable foe, wrapping their weapons and fists with armament haki, prepared to support Rear Admiral Kuzan as best they could. Just as someone was about to charge forward, suddenly, an exaggerated emerald green sword aura, spanning 100 meters, shot past them, separating the battlefield of the two. A figure, aloof and proud, emerged from within, causing several cloaked naval commanders to pale, cold sweat beading on their brows as they turned to look. What kind of eyes were those? Like a top predator soaring through the skies? Those hawk-like eyes held no trace of emotion, making one feel as though they faced a cold, unsheathed blade. The ornate, chaotic blade of a black knife adorned with intricate designs lay before him, its cold gleam harmonizing with an air of nobility, preserving its aesthetic allure. While the haughty tone seemed to be an inherent trait, pitiful weaklings, if you wish to involve yourselves in this battle, you must first survive beneath my blade. Who can explain the exaggerated sword aura on the coastline? Out at sea, within the battleship, Sakazuki gazed solemnly at the towering emerald sword aura rising from the shore, inquiring of his distant subordinate. The aide, who had just received the news while on the transponder snail, suddenly turned pale, drenched in cold sweat, rushing towards Sakazuki to report, Rear Admiral Sakazuki. The front line has received the latest intelligence. The figure appearing on the shore is Black Gun, O's. What did you say? Boom. Before he could finish his second utterance, the moment Sakazuki heard the name OSS, his reaction mirrored that of Kuzan's. After a brief moment of bewilderment, he immediately realized that he could finally utilize the pretext of the Demon Slayer order to eradicate this heinous pirate once and for all. In an instant, he transformed into an elemental being, his form morphing into a volcanic projectile of terrifying explosive power, hurtling towards the shore, leaving behind only a bewildered subordinate and a group of equally perplexed soldiers. Simultaneously, the news of this seismic event reached the equally stunned commander of the Demon Slayer Order, Spandane. Once he regained his composure, his eyes widened in shock as he turned to the subordinate who had just reported, who is currently engaged in battle with the Navy on the shore. It is Black Gun, OSS. Nah. Nanny. Upon hearing this name, he was so overwhelmed that he collapsed to the ground, mouth agape, his eyes reflecting an uncontrollable mixture of fear and disbelief. As the individual initially tasked with gathering intelligence on OSS for the 5 Elder Stars, he was undoubtedly the most informed regarding OSS's capabilities and the Elder Stars' stance. Thus, he fully comprehended the perilous implications of OSS's emergence under the Demon Slayer Order. No. This exceeds my capacity for control. Struggling to suppress his panic, he hastily retrieved the most meticulously maintained and precious snail phone from his pocket. Beep beep beep. Click. The phone connected, revealing a stern visage marked by a scar and adorned with a bushy beard, who, exuding an air of authority, inquired, "What has transpired, Spandane?" Chapter 65, Fist Bone Galaxy Impact. In the West Sea, at O'Hara, along the coastline. As far as the eye could see, the vast ocean, spanning thousands of meters, had been entirely frozen into ice. A biting cold wind intertwined with an overwhelming presence, seemingly suppressing Oster momentarily. In such extreme temperatures, the effects on the body were profound, and Oster's close combat with Kuzan in this environment revealed the monstrous nature of his physique. It sent shivers down my spine. Let us finish this swiftly, not only for your enjoyment, Kuzan, but also as a test of the 2 years of training. Oster shook his arm. His previously nonchalant gaze now sharpened. His entire being was suffused with Conqueror's haki, crackling like lightning in the sky, gradually coiling around the edge of his fist. He glanced toward Mihawk, who was effortlessly handling multiple opponents. "Oi, little eagle, step back a bit." With remarkable agility, Mihawk had just dispatched another Navy Rear Admiral. Upon hearing Oster's words, he turned with a hint of surprise, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. "Are you really going to use that move? Is it necessary to create such a commotion right after setting sail?" "Yes, it has been a long time since I emerged from seclusion." "Consider this a small greeting to the new era," Oster replied, a smirk curving his lips as the dark red lightning in his hand intensified. The conversation between the two bewildered not only Kuzan, who had just been forced back by Oster, but also the officers engaged in a fierce battle. Before they could react, Mihawk, who had just demonstrated his prowess, chose not to linger in combat. A massive emerald sword aura surged forth, pushing back numerous Navy officers before swiftly retreating inland. Before they could intercept, an overwhelming sense of pressure surged through their minds. This spine-tingling sensation, it felt deadly. What was happening? They turned to the center of the battlefield, where the already formidable figure was now erupting with dark red lightning once more. No, it was no longer merely lightning. To describe it accurately, it resembled a thunderstorm. In the face of this unabashed display of Conqueror's haki, several moisture-laden brigadiers and rear admirals were left in agony. Half kneeling on the ground, only managing to avoid disgrace by propping themselves with their swords. Those at the periphery of the battlefield fared no better, not to mention Kuzan, who was now the primary target, feeling the pressure multiply like a mountain. Beneath his sunglasses, Kuzan's eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. "How could you possibly possess that technique, Oster?" Oster did not respond to the question. Instead, his gaze blazed with crimson light. His smile tinged with a hint of cruelty. "I'm sorry, Kuzan, but this time you cannot escape." The next generation king, enveloped in a swirling tempest of black and red lightning, gradually condensed this energy into his fist. Ultimately, after reaching the pinnacle of compression, it transformed into a dazzling sphere of crimson light, reminiscent of a laser emitted by the formidable Bartholomew Kuma. This radiance outshone even the brightest daylight, illuminating the entire coastline. In an instant, that terrifying light and figure vanished. The commanders, feeling an inexplicable lightness, suddenly regained their footing, bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings. Only Kuzan remained drenched in a cold sweat, his mouth agape as he stared blankly at the sky. Noticing his reaction, the other commanders followed suit. But this fleeting glance nearly sent their hearts into a state of panic. What is this? The sun? The brilliant red glow, suspended high above in the atmosphere, descended towards the earth like a harbinger of doom, akin to a fallen sun. The sheer magnitude and velocity of the descent left no room for escape, especially as the foresight had already unraveled their movements. Having been pursued by the old man Garp since childhood, they had witnessed this technique countless times. How could they possibly fail to learn it? Previously, the Conqueror's haki had felt too immature, but now it was different. Kuzan, the nearly adult OS, even without the powers of a devil fruit or the extraordinary enhancement of Observation Haki, had firmly crossed the threshold into the realm of the emperors. It could be said that he had truly begun to reach the pinnacle of combat prowess in the world. What a terrifying man! Gazing at the radiant source above, and taking advantage of the commander's momentary submission to the Conqueror's haki, Mihawk had already retreated a kilometer from the heart of the battlefield. His brow beaded with sweat as he couldn't help but commend the spectacle. Even though this was not his first encounter, it remained an astonishing sight. Fist of the Galaxy impact. The crimson cross of light struck the ground, and after a brief silence, the immense aftershock, akin to a blazing sun, radiated outward. What tremendous power is this? In the face of such a human-scale nuclear explosion, the Earth was effortlessly torn apart as if it were mere paper. Though not as devastating as Garp's full-power island-destroying strike, the land within a radius of several thousand meters had already been shattered to pieces. Enormous clouds of dust ascended into the atmosphere, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalypse. Whether the inhabitants of O'Hara Island or the Navy and CP personnel still afloat in the sea, all trembled in awe, mouths agape, rendered speechless by the spectacle. It's over, it's over, it's over. At this moment, aboard the warship, witnessing the apocalyptic devastation, Spandam, the once arrogant commander of CP-9, could no longer maintain his composure. He knelt on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face, leaning over the bow of the ship as he observed the exaggerated conflict. Recalling the esteemed order given by the illustrious Gorasi, he could no longer afford to be afraid. He immediately rose to his feet and commanded the personnel nearby, quickly notify the Navy on the warship to approach O'Hara Island at once. By the supreme authority of the world government, we must hasten to prevent the conflict between both parties. Upon hearing this furious declaration, the soldiers, who had been momentarily astonished by the ferocity of the monsters' battle and relieved that their fleet had not been the first to land on the island, turned pale with disbelief. Surely, he couldn't have meant to say that they were to intervene in this war? Just the likes of them? Observing the stunned expressions of his subordinates, Spandine became increasingly frantic. He drew his pistol and aimed it at his own head, disregarding the tears and snot on his face, and shouted, "This is an absolute command. Until we grasp the situation fully, how can we possibly engage in battle with that black gun OS?" Chapter 66, The Worth of the World's Strongest Sniper. What on earth transpired in this scene? Gazing upon the shattered earth, the vast crater spanning a kilometer, and the sight of the seemingly doomed brigadier general, the fragments of the major general, and the countenance of Sakazuki, darkened with dread, was truly alarming. Cough, cough. Amidst the ruins, a vice-admiral lay buried beneath the rubble, emitting feeble coughs of blood. In a hurried attempt, Sakazuki cleared away several piles of debris, only to be astonished to find none other than Kuzan, the first to land on the island, lying there. The copious amount of blood in his pallid visage revealed the extent of the grievous injuries he had endured. Several kilometers away, the precise and resolute OS appeared beside my hawk. "Is your current strength sufficient to instantly shatter a vice-admiral?" My hawk's keen, hawk-like gaze had already discerned the gravely injured Kuzan. Something felt amiss, as he had previously faced this very attack. Although its power was indeed exaggerated, for someone of the vice-admiral's caliber to suffer such severe injury was plausible, however. Being struck unconscious by a single blow seemed excessive. Upon hearing the inquiry from the small hawk, a look of resignation crossed OS's face. "Once you reach the threshold of Admiral, how could one expect a one-hit knockout? I am not Captain Roger." The root of Kuzan's willingness to absorb all damage lay in his defiance. OS had just distinctly perceived that, despite his ability to foresee the trajectory that Kuzan would evade, this esteemed disciple of Garp showed no inclination to dodge. Instead, he stood firm, preparing to confront OS's descending fist head-on. OS clenched his somewhat rigid and uncooperative hand, chill from the frost, and couldn't help but reflect, there's no such thing as a one-sided crush. It's merely a matter of resolving matters between men with a single blow. Neither OS employed the nauseatingly rapid unlimited teleportation, nor did Kuzan utilize his elemental powers or glacial barriers. These two longtime adversaries chose, at this moment, the most direct and unguarded manner to defeat one another. However, Kuzan overestimated his Haki-imbued fist combined with his devil fruit powers and underestimated OS's astonishing growth rate and mastery of Haki, leading to his downfall from a single powerful strike. If one were to seek a reason for their actions, it was rather simple: to avoid evasion was to be deemed a lesser pirate, or navy. In a truly unrestricted combat scenario, the small locale of O'Hara would not suffice for their duel. It would take 3 days and nights to reach a conclusion. Not long after, Sakazuki transformed into a volcanic eruption of lava. OS initially believed the confrontation would end there, feeling it sufficient, yet how could a debut in this new era conclude prematurely? "Sakazuki, are you searching for me?" As Sakazuki failed to locate the whereabouts of Us and was preparing to carry Kuzan back for treatment, a voice that had haunted his dreams suddenly resonated in his ears. Almost instinctively, he cast the severely injured Kuzan aside, his hands ablaze with molten lava, releasing a torrent of flames. A colossal fist of magma, akin to a volcanic eruption, surged towards the source of the voice, yet regrettably, it struck nothing but air. The searing lava cascaded into the ocean, causing the previously fractured ice floes to completely melt, even inducing local boiling. Such fervor! Boom! A second molten fist was launched, once again missing its target. Do not be so arrogant, Dolturus. The Navy's justice is not something you can toy with at will. The most ruthless of soldiers are often the most easily provoked, and with the seething magma enveloping him, he resembled a person imbued with the powers of the red-hot fruit. Justice? Is the slaughter of innocents also considered justice? It seems there was a refuge ship before my arrival. Oh, it appears you were responsible for its demise, Sakazuki. Upon hearing these words, a fierce rage surged across Sakazuki's naturally stern visage. Silence. What right does a mere pirate have to criticize the justice of the Navy? If scholars were aboard that ship, it would only serve to broaden the scope of this massacre. As a soldier, orders take precedence, and Sakazuki had his own considerations. Unwilling to explain further to us, he was unworthy of such discourse. Observing the communication being refused and Sakazuki entering a frenzy, Us lost his prior amusement in toying with Kuzan, instantly teleporting several hundred meters away. The long black rifle, previously wrapped in bandages at his waist, materialized in his hand. Although the weapon seemed somewhat outdated, it remained usable. He had grown accustomed to fighting with blades and fists, and perhaps the world had forgotten that, despite his prowess in martial arts and swordsmanship, Badasi was, in fact, a sharpshooter. With the sniper rifle gifted by Uncle Tam in hand, a crimson glint ignited in Us's eyes. As the C-prism stone bullets from his pockets swiftly found their way into the chamber, enveloped in flowing armament color and crackling black-red lightning. Just as Us prepared to take aim, a dangerous intuition struck Sakazuki, sending shivers down his spine as he readied to unleash a volcanic eruption of lava. Gazing at Us, who was now poised with his rifle, he felt an absurdity wash over him. Using a gun against him? Was that a sign of contempt? If only Sakazuki had more experience dealing with us, for if Kuzan were still conscious, he would undoubtedly recognize the terrifying nature of the scene unfolding. While Us was formidable with blades and fists, it was with a gun that he truly became a force to be reckoned with. Left shoulder, Us whispered softly, his eyes flashing with crimson light. The C-prism stone bullet, entwined with flowing cherry blossoms and Conqueror's Haki, transformed into a red meteor in an instant, hurtling towards its target. Nani? As Sakazuki felt a few beads of cold sweat emerge, he quickly recognized the terrifying nature of the bullet following the overwhelming aura. With a swift motion, he fired a dark hound, attempting to intercept it. A bewildering scene unfolded. Flesh erupted violently from Sakazuki's left shoulder, the internal tissues struggling to heal under the oppressive force. Was this some kind of jest? The bullet had seemingly vanished in an instant. Pain etched across Sakazuki's face as he decisively cauterized the wound with searing magma to staunch the bleeding. Does he still not comprehend? The cold voice of Os echoed, shifting its position to appear in the distant sky, his eyes emanating a prophetic crimson light, akin to a deity hunting in this world. This is the sheer caliber of the world's foremost marksman. Now, where shall the next strike land? Os pondered, his gaze slowly descending. Well then. Please wait a moment. Chapter 67, The Wrath of the Five Elders and the malicious intent of Os. A piercing cry, filled with unrestrained fury, abruptly pierced the battlefield. What? Sakazuki, already weakened by the sea-stone bullet lodged in his shoulder, felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, with beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. He cast a grim glance towards the ship, where a figure, his eyes bloodshot and voice strained, called out desperately. CP? He recognized the man, a cowardly official of the world government. Yet, astonishingly, this individual dared to risk his life by intruding into the fray against the black gun. This was undoubtedly a signal. What a joke! With so many losses incurred by the Navy, how could they possibly show weakness at such a moment? Fury ignited within Sakazuki, the magma that had begun to simmer now surged forth once more, erupting with terrifying heat. He forcefully tore the flesh from his left shoulder. where the sea stone bullet was embedded, leaving a gory spectacle beneath the insignia of his naval cloak, a crimson stain that was indistinguishable between blood and magma. Meanwhile, Os, hovering in the sky, showed no signs of astonishment at this scene. After all, he had witnessed it unfold in mere moments. Moreover, within his observation haki, he could easily discern Spandam, who was fiercely guarding a serious-looking Den Mushi. In light of the unexpected interruption by CP, Sakazuki was unwilling to grant any leeway, even though Spandam was ostensibly the commander of this operation. I am merely executing the demon extermination order. How long do you intend to act foolishly, Sakazuki? A furious shout emanated from Spandam's direction, yet the authoritative tone and gravitas were clearly not his own. Upon uttering these words, all CP members aboard the ship immediately knelt on one knee, including Spandam, who raised the Den Mushi high above his head. The visage that materialized was none other than one of the highest powers of the world government, Justice Minister Wachali Saint. Such swift action. How could this be? Sakazuki's searing magma gradually subsided. Despite the tumult of anger and humiliation raging within him, he could not afford to reveal a trace of it. Yet, through his clenched jaw and the shadow cast by his hat, one could faintly perceive the eruption of his inner volcano. Ultimately, this was merely a consequence of the Navy's incompetence. What face do you have to declare the continuation of this war? At this moment in Mariewa, the atmosphere of power was palpable, as if it had solidified into a tangible presence. Wachali Saint's gaze was icy. His expression darkened as he rebuked the Navy's thoughtless actions. Such recklessness! Is there no regard for the world government? If the celestial dragons appeared at Ohara, would the Navy also justify exterminating them under the guise of the demon extermination order? You are nothing but dogs of the world government. However, this was not the most infuriating point for the five elders. If the Navy truly possessed such strength to effortlessly eliminate Black Gun, Oz and Ohara, executing the demon, then the five elders would not only refrain from reprimanding but would also facilitate the promotion of Sakazuki and Kuzan to the rank of admiral, a matter entirely unproblematic. However, the crux of the situation lies in the fact that the five representatives of the world's supreme authority were exchanging the recently dispatched intelligence from the CP operatives regarding the battle at Ohara. And their expressions grew increasingly grim as they read. The detailed summary of the battlefield conditions could be encapsulated in a few words: overwhelming force, helplessness, defeat. Amidst Kuzan's severe injuries and unconsciousness, he was shot and had no means to retaliate, yet continued to fight valiantly. Was Sakazuki, this fool, intent on ruining the world government? Listening to the five elders' furious reprimands, and recalling his own resolve to continue fighting to the bitter end, the bloodshot eyes of Sakazuki, obscured by the shadow of his hat, were now on the verge of bursting. A glance around revealed the numerous fallen lower-ranking Navy subordinates and wounded comrades, contrasted starkly with the unscathed CP agents and the commanding presence of the five elders. After a prolonged silence, reason ultimately prevailed. The general, intent on fighting to the death, stood silently. His mere presence was the most eloquent answer. There was no need for further platitudes, five elders, Lord Vachali. At an unknown moment, a towering figure appeared on the deck of the warship, kneeling before the CP agents without hesitation, his eyes ablaze with a crimson light, fixated on the transponder snail before him. Astute as he was, he could not fail to comprehend the public rebuke of Sakazuki by the five elders. It was merely an attempt to find a way out, or rather, to preserve the final shroud of their amicable relations. Had Oz been the one at a disadvantage on the battlefield, the contents of this call would not be a mediation of war but rather a preparation for public execution. The capture of the renowned next-generation king by the world government, followed by a public execution, would undoubtedly serve as a potent sedative for this tumultuous era. Oz. As he observed the slowly opening crimson eyes of the transponder snail, the five elders exchanged glances, each revealing a trace of helplessness. Why, after such a prolonged absence, would you choose this moment to appear in Ohara, where the world government has issued a demon-slaying decree? Helplessness aside, when confronting the principal, the five elders were well-versed in the art of negotiation, their words laced with a firm stance. The recent rebuke of Sakazuki was meant to honor Oz and subtly convey their goodwill, yet when it came to actual dialogue, the five elders would never relent. Why? You ask? Oz stroked his chin and glanced up at the sky a couple of times, clearly pondering the journey ahead, for after the issuance of the demon-slaying order, such sights would be forever lost. Subsequently, he seemed to have recalled something, feigning surprise as he exclaimed, "Could it be that you all believe I am researching the G20 and OS?" But collective roar interrupted what might have been a momentous revelation from OS. At that moment, the faces of the 5 elders were shrouded in shadows and cold sweat. There was no need for research, as they were acutely aware of everything, this insufferable wretch. The CPs present were equally astounded, as if they were on the verge of uncovering some clandestine secret of the 9 clans. Had it been anyone else, the knowledge of such a profound secret would have long since warranted an extermination order from the 5 elders. Yet, it was OS, that troublesome individual. It seems imperative to elevate the priority of the command concerning OS by several levels. It must certainly rank higher than the extermination order. Chapter 68, 4,049,000,000 berries. The power of Black Gun has become even more terrifying. This was the most immediate impression the Gorosei had after receiving first-hand intelligence and footage from the battlefield. Initially, they believed that Oz could remain undisturbed in the Sabaody archipelago for a considerable time, and over the past 2 years, they had almost forgotten this maritime threat. However, they were unprepared for Oz's sudden re-emergence on the world stage, which took them by surprise. Realizing that they were about to enter a phase of negotiation, the Gorosei solemnly commanded Spandam, CP9, withdraw at once. Upon receiving the order, the CP agents felt as if they had been granted a pardon and hastily departed, leaving only Spandam, who, due to his obligation to hold the Den Den Mushi, remained kneeling with a grim expression facing Oz. Oz smiled gently, slowly extending his palm, and the Den Den Mushi promptly appeared in his hand. Only then did Spandam reveal a grateful expression, respectfully vanishing from the warship in a flash. Oz, are you preparing to wage war against the world government? After the unrelated personnel had been dismissed, the financial martial god, Nasilu, coldly inquired, as he was known to be the most ruthless among the Gorosei. In response, Oz merely raised an eyebrow. What leads you to such a conclusion? I have been on the island long before the Navy's arrival. If anyone is to be accused of wanting war, it should be you. But you were fully aware that the buster call would descend upon O'Hara. How could you possibly know that I was aware? Upon hearing this, Nasula found himself momentarily speechless. He could not disclose how Oz obtained the information, as admitting it was a leak from within the world government would only embarrass himself. Enough! It is futile to dwell on what has transpired. At this moment, the environmental martial god, Maz, interjected to steer the conversation. You must understand, Oz. The world government maintains a policy of absolute zero tolerance towards O'Hara. Even with your presence, the outcome of O'Hara's eradication from the map cannot be altered. This was indeed the truth. Although Oz was formidable, he could not contend against the multitude of elites within the world government. While they could not capture Oz, they were certainly capable of executing their will. This was the profound foundation of the world government, which had ruled these seas for 8 centuries. They assumed with pride that Oz's appearance here was to defend O'Hara, leading to an inevitable confrontation with the Navy. Little did they know, Oz had no such inclination. I have never harbored any intention of protecting O'Hara, my esteemed colleagues. Oz shrugged. Often, I am cast as a hypothetical enemy. As if my every action has an ulterior motive, but in reality, many times, I simply act according to my whims. Now, it was the Gorosei's turn to be bewildered. Their eyes revealed astonishment as they furrowed their brows at the Den Den Mushi, as if they had heard something utterly incredulous. There is only one reason to engage in battle with the Navy. Oz's lips curled into a smirk, and that is to declare my return to this era. Madman. This was the first word that sprang to the minds of the 5 elders. They had not anticipated that such a large-scale conflict would erupt merely to announce the return to the sea. However, they also received a signal. The infamous black gun, Ossi, had once again returned to the stage of this vast ocean upon reaching adulthood. The 5 elders felt both pleased and displeased by this development. Their pleasure stemmed from the fact that Ossi was relatively amicable and manageable in the eyes of the world government. Despite his troublesome temperament and erratic behavior, he was certainly preferable to the ruthless pirates who only knew destruction and plunder. Moreover, his overwhelming potential and power would undoubtedly crush the new generation of pirates. After all, in their extensive lifetimes, only a handful of monsters could be compared to Ossi, the most recent of whom had already been vanquished. His name was Rox. On the other hand, their displeasure arose from Ossi's unpredictable nature, which posed a significant threat to the world government. Allowing him to roam the seas could disrupt countless plans. Much like the current Demon Slayer order. We understand your sentiments, Ossi. But you must realize that the Demon Slayer order cannot serve as a tool for your rise to fame. The voice of the martial god of agriculture, St. Peter, was grave. This differs from the assault on the Navy headquarters. The Demon Slayer order is the ultimate deterrent of the world government against the seas. And it is not something that can be easily dismissed for the sake of appearances. Implicitly, Ossi could not rely on undermining the Demon Slayer order to regain his status as a top figure on the seas. This was the world government's bottom line. After pondering for a moment, Ossi ultimately chose to compromise. As the saying goes, if the world government extends him a favor, he would generally reciprocate. To act in contradiction would only breed animosity, jeopardizing his aspirations of becoming the next wielder of the Facefruit power. The recent public reprimand of Sakazuki by the five elders had indeed granted Ossi a degree of respect. He was not one to disregard the times. Since you have all spoken so, I cannot refuse to show respect. Let this matter rest. I have no interest in the O'Haran incident. So please proceed as you see fit. Despite having been severely injured by Ossi and Mihawk, the remaining strength of the Demon Slayer order was more than sufficient to obliterate O'Hara. With a complete CP squadron, several warships, and troops, coupled with the merely wounded Sakazuki, the destruction of O'Hara was inevitable, merely a matter of speed. Perhaps they had not anticipated Ossi's swift acquiescence. The five elders were momentarily taken aback. They had expected that someone as notorious as Ossi would use the Navy's proactive assault as a pretext to impose numerous demands. And they had braced themselves for a degree of concession. However, this time, Oz seems exceptionally accommodating. After much contemplation, the Gorosei resolved to extend an olive branch. In light of this, Oz, let it be known that the world government owes you a favor. As long as it is not excessive, the world government will maintain a cordial stance towards you, for a public dispute would be detrimental to both parties. Thus, what could have escalated into a brutal conflict was, with mere words, deftly averted. Moreover, at Oz's request, the Gorosei granted a trivial favor by issuing a decree of little consequence to them. Effective immediately, the bounty for the wanted criminal Oz would be amended to an astounding 4,490,000,000 berries. Chapter 69. Oh, Os, I found you thus. After a brief pause, the devastation resumed. Sakazuki seemed to unleash all his pent-up rage and frustration upon this island, which existed nowhere in the world. The ignorant islanders, who had thought themselves safe, found themselves plunged into panic once more. A rain of magma projectiles descended from the sky like a volcanic eruption, crashing to the ground and igniting violent explosions and searing heat. No one could survive such a cataclysmic force. After all, not everyone bears the name OS. Why? How could the Navy massacre innocent civilians? Outrageous. I merely came to O'Hara for supplies. I am a noble from the neighboring island, Indifferent to the innocence or guilt of identities, indiscriminate annihilation unfolded. Amidst this apocalyptic scene, two figures passed through, witnessing the land ravaged by hubris, idealism. Occasionally, they recorded events with a den mushi. No one dared to intervene, for OS had assured the Gorosei that this was merely for personal documentation, not to be disclosed. Therefore, whether it was the CP or the Navy, even the falling magma projectiles, all intentionally or unintentionally kept a distance of 10 meters from the two individuals, who carved out a sanctuary amidst this erased territory. This miraculous sight was soon observed by the fleeing populace, their survival instincts heightened. They crowded together, trampling over former friends and family in a desperate bid to squeeze into the safety zone. Witnessing this, neither the Navy nor CP9 dared to advance, standing awkwardly at the periphery and eliminating those who were pushed out. The people, seeing this, became even more resolute in their belief that proximity to these two unknown figures ensured their safety. Hey! I am no savior, OS remarked, raising an eyebrow at the refugees pressing so close that they nearly brushed against him. He was no saint, extending kindness for the sake of insignificant lives or opposing the world government. Their deaths could only be attributed to the audacious scholars, or at worst, the world government, certainly. The blame could not fall upon him, OS. With a sharp snap of his fingers, the cacophony within a 10-meter radius around OS and Mihawk was instantly silenced. The throng of people found themselves abruptly displaced to a distance of 10 meters away. As the Navy and CP reacted, they sprang into action. Yet, when the crowd attempted to surge back into the safety circle, they despairingly discovered that with each approach, they were inexplicably teleported dozens to hundreds of meters away. Nevertheless, some remained unyielding, stubbornly attempting to breach the barrier once more. What an indomitable will to survive! Mihawk observed the scene coldly, unable to suppress a sigh. Yet his naturally aloof disposition prevented him from intervening at that moment. The time has come to embark on our journey. The next arrival at O'Hara will not be for several months, and by then, this place will likely have transformed into a deserted island. OS. Having returned the snail phone to his embrace, sensed something amiss and cast a peculiar glance at Mihawk beside him. It seems that a little spirit has found its way onto our vessel, Little Eagle. An hour earlier, in the forests behind O'Hara, a giant was racing across the earth, his expression wrought with anguish. Occasionally, cannon fire would strike the mountains. Yet it could not impede his stride. In the palm of his hand, a little girl was wailing inconsolably, "Please, Saul, I want to be with my mother." "No, Robin. You must survive. Tell everyone that O'Hara once stood against the world." Saul was determined to fulfill Alvia's last wish, even at the cost of his life. Yet, as he gazed through the towering figure of the giant race, he could see that O'Hara was completely surrounded. Sakazuki, leading the extermination order, would not allow any ship to leave. Initially, relying on Kuzan's confusion and compassion, they had managed to escape under the condition that Sakazuki would not set foot on the island. However, Sakazuki was different, at this moment. His sole desire was to obliterate everything to complete his mission. What to do? What to do? Saul exclaimed, his mouth agape, bewildered as he surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a glimmer of hope beneath a cliff. The Oro Jackson was moored not in the harbor but beneath the precipice. And with OS's vast observation haki covering the area, there was little fear of theft. At that moment, a bold plan began to take shape in Saul's mind. Though fraught with peril, it was their last chance. After all, encountering Black Gun might offer a chance of survival, remaining on the island was tantamount to certain death. Resolute, Saul took a running leap, plunging into the sea below amidst little Robin's cries of alarm. With half his body submerged in the ocean, he placed Robin onto the deck of the Oro Jackson and, with a worried expression, urged, "Robin, quickly hide in the cabin." Hearing this, little Robin cried as she clung to the ship's edge, her face awash with sorrow, "No, don't leave me here." Nevertheless, despite her desperate pleas, Saul steeled his heart, gradually retreating from the Oro Jackson. "Listen well, Robin. The only one who can protect you from the world government and the Navy is Black Gun OS. You must stay on this ship. They will not dare to harm you. You must survive, Robin." And thus, Saul departed, leaving Robin uncertain of his whereabouts. The only action she could take was to heed Saul's final instructions. She stealthily crept into the ship's cabin, finding a wooden barrel to hide within. Her small frame curled up, tears continuing to flow down her cheeks, and as she cried, she eventually succumbed to sleep within. Uncertain of how long it had been, a sudden sound of footsteps roused her from her thoughts, causing her heart to race with anxiety as she dared not to move. The footsteps seemed alarmingly close, and she could faintly hear snippets of conversation. "Next stop, let us pay a visit to the old man. After all these years apart, it's time to return to the old home in the new world. Do we need to traverse the upside-down mountain in Fishman Island? No. We've just come from the Sabaody archipelago, and returning for a coating would be far too troublesome. Perhaps we should simply cross through the calm belt. Or if there's a shorter route, we could fly the ship over the red soil continent." The conversation lingered for a moment, followed by the sounds of a door opening and closing. Little Robin assumed the two had departed and exhaled slowly, her heart finally at ease. Yet, in the next instant, the lid above her was abruptly lifted. A mischievous, charming face appeared overhead, startling little Robin to the point of paling, nearly causing her to faint. "Just kidding. I've found you." Chapter 70, A Contract of Surrender? Perhaps not so bad aboard the R.O. Jackson. In O'Hara, OS looked at the timid little Robin before him, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He was certain that this encounter would leave an indelible psychological scar on the child. In the kitchen, Robin stood quaking with fear while OS, seated casually with one leg crossed over the other, sipped orange juice through a straw, his interest piqued. Beside him, Mihawk stood upright, his hawk-like gaze coldly fixed on the frightened girl. What to do? Should they cast her off the ship? Mihawk felt no particular attachment to Robin. In his eyes, she was no different from the inhabitants of the island. His hesitation to dismiss her immediately stemmed solely from OS, who seemed to harbor a peculiar interest in the child. To throw her overboard it wasn't entirely out of the question. OS deliberately elongated his words, feigning contemplation, which sent Robin into a deeper panic. Memories of Saul's sacrifice rushed back to her, alongside her mother's wishes, the devastation of O'Hara, and her own primal instinct to survive. Please, I beg you, do not cast me off this ship. I will do anything, just spare my life. Robin cried, tears welling in her eyes as she faced the towering youth, her mouth agape in desperation. I want to live. Anything? OS's interest was piqued by her declaration. Had she simply stood there in tears? He might have genuinely considered returning her to O'Hara, curious to see if the world truly adhered to the notion of a destined protagonist. Without Admiral Akiji, could Robin survive? However, since she had uttered such words, OS was not the sort to be devoid of compassion. Moreover, he had just conceived an intriguing idea. With a flicker of thought, paper and pen materialized in his hands, and he swiftly began to inscribe his thoughts. Mihawk, arms crossed, cast a curious glance at the unfolding scene. Yet when he discerned the content of OS's writing, a brief look of astonishment crossed his face. The words inscribed read contract, but as he meticulously read further, he began to realize the true nature of the document, a contract of servitude. Didn't you say you would do anything to survive? OS grinned as he extended the paper towards her, fingers intertwined atop his crossed leg, eagerly awaiting her reaction. As expected, Robin took the paper in a daze. But her complexion paled dramatically after a thorough reading. The gist of the contract was as follows: Daughter OS would save Nico Robin's life amidst the destruction of O'Hara. And upon her reaching adulthood, her life would belong to OS whenever he desired. OSS is remarkably impartial, exhibiting no signs of preferential treatment. In this regard, Robin is quite akin to Sammy, Doflamingo, Mihawk, and even the future crocodile. The debts of gratitude for saving one's life, sparing one's life, and providing protection. Such kindness must be repaid over a lifetime. While OSS may harbor suspicions of taking advantage of the situation, he is undoubtedly fair and just. At this moment, young Robin has already achieved considerable success in archaeology and possesses a love for reading, making it impossible for her to misunderstand the contents of the agreement. It is precisely this understanding that induces panic within her, causing her complexion to pale. This essentially implies that she is being sold into slavery to OSS. There is no doubt about it. Clutching the paper, Robin trembles as she sits on the ground, yet finds herself devoid of any choices. She can only bite her lip, holding back tears, as she writes her name on the document. I understand. I will repay your life-saving grace in the future. Robin respectfully returns the agreement to OSS, who casually glances at it, smiles, and then tucks it away into his embrace. Observing OSS's silence, Robin lowers her head and approaches the table, picking up a cloth to begin cleaning the floor, reminiscent of her time at her aunt's house. You needn't do that, Mihawk states coldly, watching Robin scrubbing the floor. OSS is capable of such tasks. Although he is uncertain why OSS has allowed her aboard or how long this little girl will remain, Mihawk, due to his nature, resolves to accept her as part of the crew for the time being. Is there anything I can do? Young Robin timidly gazes at the stoic older brother, seeking a task to provide her with a semblance of security. With the black blade on his back, Mihawk looks down at her, arms crossed, causing Robin to feel flustered. After a moment, he slowly replies, Then, you can be responsible for washing the vegetables. Ha! As Robin follows Mihawk around the kitchen, bustling with activity, OSS watches quietly. Unlike the elegant, fair-skinned, long-legged Robin of the future, young Robin is undeniably dark and thin, hardly fitting the mold of an adorable child. Furthermore, Unlike during her time on Roger's ship, OSS has no intentions of recruiting an intern at this moment, making it clear that Robin cannot stay aboard for long. They will drop her off at a relatively safe town soon. Taking a sip of orange juice, OSS skillfully maneuvers the R.O. Jackson away from the cliff. As they depart, OSS glances back at the cliff's edge, where a large head, impossible to conceal, peeks out. He chuckles and calls out, "Hey! Saul! Don't forget that I, OSS, am protecting Nico Robin. Be sure to send my regards to Uncle Jabba." At that moment, Robin, who was washing vegetables in the kitchen, heard the voice of Ors, and tears streamed down her face. Despite her sobs, she continued to meticulously clean the leaves. Suddenly, a large hand appeared before her, offering a tissue. Robin looked up in bewilderment to see the expressionless young man, Mihawk. "Wipe your tears and snot, or they will drip onto the vegetables," he said, handing her the tissue without a hint of concern. He then turned back to his task, focusing on chopping the vegetables. "See, although he seems aloof, Little Eagle is actually quite kind," Ors remarked, his tall figure now squatting beside her, smiling. Robin nodded slowly, glancing at the somewhat flustered Mihawk. After hearing Ors' words, she watched as Mihawk chased after the swiftly moving Ors, feeling for the first time that perhaps signing that contract of servitude was not such a bad thing after all. Chapter 71, The Cultivation of Kings. Old Kike, the formidable Captain AHS, commanded the R.O. Jackson, as he sat serenely on a deck chair, observing the fleet that encircled O'Hara with an air of nonchalance. At the helm of the ship before him stood Spandam, who gazed intently as the R.O. Jackson approached the perimeter. AHS made no effort to evade or teleport beyond the encirclement. Instead, he wore a congenial smile while regarding Spandam. With a grand gesture, Spandam directed the fleet to part in an orderly fashion, exclaiming, "Mr. AHS, please proceed," with a bow that suggested AHS was his superior. Spandam seemed oblivious to the incredulous looks of his subordinates. Observing Spandam's subservient demeanor, AHS allowed a slight smile to grace his lips as he retrieved a den mushy from his pocket. In an instant, he placed it upon the ship's railing before Spandam, stating, "This is a means to contact me. I trust this won't be our final encounter, Spandam." Spandam, upon witnessing this exchange, hastily tucked the den mushy into his own garments, offering a forced smile as he watched Os's vessel fade from view. Once the ship was gone, his smile vanished, leaving only weariness behind. Both the Gorosei and AHS were formidable figures he could not afford to offend. Despite AHS providing him with the den mushy, it was not an assurance of easy communication in times of need. Its significance was akin to the one bestowed upon him by the Gorosei. As long as AHS maintained a cordial relationship with the world government, this den mushy could be used to summon him, and crucially, he could not afford to show any disdain. It was evident that should a conflict arise between the world government and AHS due to his actions, the Gorosei would undoubtedly seek retribution upon him first. AHS was unique, but he could command as many loyal hounds as he desired. During the Demon Slaughter Order in O'Hara, in Os's hometown, Durasmo's Island in the New World, the elderly Mayor Kike drew on his cigarette, his visage etched with deep lines of age. Within his humble abode, a number of local residents gathered, each bearing an anxious expression as they murmured among themselves. One burly middle-aged man, unable to contain his impatience, approached the old mayor, asking, "Uncle Kike, what should we do?" "Alas, there is little we can do," Kike replied, displaying a weariness that had deepened since Os's departure. His face was a map of wrinkles, and his hair had turned entirely white. In his advanced age, he found himself unable to summon even the most basic level of Haki, even though his previous mastery had been only rudimentary. Witnessing his own decline in strength, Kike lamented that King Corrali would no longer grant tax exemptions to the town. Though they were not a member of the world government, and thus not subject to celestial tributes, the insatiable desires of the nobility could never be satiated. When the venerable Kike returned to his homeland, he was still in the prime of his 40s or 50s, serving as one of the combatants aboard the rock ship. His dual-colored Haki was still formidable enough to command respect, and thus, the king of that time treated him with great deference. To placate him, the king not only arranged for Kike to reside peacefully in a town but also refrained from collecting taxes from it for nearly 2 decades. This leniency allowed Kike to support the gluttonous young Ossi, who was quite the handful. However, the years have taken their toll, and Kike has aged considerably. The new king, Seizing upon this vulnerability, intends to collect the long-ignored taxes all at once, doubling the amount, and supplementing it with other domestic taxes to fund an application for membership in the world government. This would alleviate concerns over powerful pirates like Kike disturbing the peace. Yet, the townsfolk are utterly unable to muster such funds, and they find themselves devoid of options. If there is no solution, then the old man must stake his life in defiance. Despite his age, Kike is not without vigor. Remnants of his youthful physical prowess and battle experience remain, and to subdue him would require the lives of dozens, if not hundreds, of ordinary soldiers. At that moment, a young man named Jesse burst into the scene, brimming with excitement, not even bothering to knock. Grasping a newspaper in his hand, he panted heavily and exclaimed, "Big news, Dad, Grandpa the Mayor." "What is it, Jesse?" Kike inquired, raising his gaze to the young man, who was also the son of a formidable figure and a childhood companion of Ossi. It's news about Ossi." "What?" Upon hearing this, Kike, despite his age, reacted with a speed that belied his years. Snatching the newspaper from Jesse's grasp and scrutinizing it intently. The first photograph on the front page stirred his emotions. Indeed, it was Ossi. That rascal still looked remarkably handsome. Kike chuckled, and the townspeople, hearing a name they had not uttered in ages, gathered around curiously. Black Gun, daughter Ossi, after 2 years of silence, has re-emerged 3 days ago aboard the R.O. Jackson, engaging in fierce conflict with the Navy. Due to the severity of his actions, his bounty has been updated. Black Gun, daughter Ossi, a contender for the highest combat power within the world government, the Navy Admiral's strength, the king of the younger generation. A monster nurtured by Pirate King Roger, poised to dominate the next era. The next generation's king. The new maritime overlord. As the townsfolk absorbed this series of illustrious titles, their eyes gravitated towards the bounty amount displayed, and in an instant, they were struck dumb, mouths agape, their pupils trembling in shock. Only the seasoned-old Kike, having witnessed grand spectacles, could still retain a semblance of composure at this moment, though his face was flushed a deep crimson. He attempted to speak several times, yet no words escaped his lips. Suddenly, he leapt up, soaring 3 feet into the air, exclaiming, "OSS has made it! Ha 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 ha! After years of aspiration, my long-held wish has finally come to fruition." At this moment, old Kike feels as if his life has reached its zenith. Just like the maritime overlords, the Golden Lion and Captain Whitebeard, I have successfully nurtured this formidable force. I always knew that OSS, with his monstrous talent, was destined to soar to great heights, and now, I, old Kike, shall finally be carried along with him. Fear not, everyone. Old Kike is now beaming with joy, as if he has returned to the vigor of his youth. OSS has become the sovereign of the seas. How splendid! The townsfolk, who have watched OSS grow up, are equally exhilarated, their eager eyes fixed upon old Kike. Let us contact OSS immediately, Mayor. Indeed. However, upon hearing this, the once joyous old Kike suddenly appeared as if he had been grasped by the throat, rendered voiceless like a stricken duck. His expression turned bewildered. And after a prolonged pause, he smote his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, "This rascal! I do not possess his contact information." Chapter 72. No, you should disembark. Little Robin, unbeknownst to him, at that moment, OS was being pressed by old Kike to relinquish the title of Forgotten. With a serious demeanor, he reclined in his chair, legs crossed, intently observing the battle unfolding before him, his expression somewhat grave. "Hey, you two, are you masters of card play?" Gazing at his woefully inadequate hand, OS regretted having introduced them to the game of do di ju. After sailing out of the waters surrounding Ohara, boredom prompted OS to retrieve a collection of entertainment items prepared by Sammy, which included a deck of playing cards. With enthusiasm, he summoned Mihawk and Little Robin, and the three gathered around the table. OS provided a brief explanation of the game's rules, and being astute, Mihawk and Little Robin grasped it effortlessly. However, as the game progressed, OS found himself on a losing streak. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he watched Mihawk complete his hand, disbelief evident in his eyes. Again! The new round proved to be far more intense. By the end, OS was left with merely 2 cards, while both Mihawk and Little Robin held just 1 each. As long as one of his cards could triumph over theirs, victory was within reach. With mounting tension and a dry swallow, OS contemplated resorting to trickery. But moments later, Little Eagle. You actually. OS's expression was one of utter astonishment. My hawk. Sitting upright, cast a sidelong glance at him, a slight smirk forming on his lips, eyes gleaming with knowing sharpness. Indeed, OS, you have resorted to trickery after all. How infuriating. Little Robin watched the exchange with confusion, unable to comprehend the peculiar dialogue. Yet, beneath the seemingly simple card game lay a web of cunning. Familiar with OS's tendencies, Myhawk had been on guard from the moment he received his hand. During OS's earlier losing rounds, Myhawk had anticipated the possibility of cheating. And as the final round approached, he sensed OS's intent to deceive. Thus, he resolved to delay playing for at least a minute after OS made his move. As expected, OS's foresight revealed a scenario where Myhawk would refrain from playing, neither admitting to a weak hand nor revealing the strength of his cards. Truly, you can foresee the future. Can you? I can predict your foresight. Feeling flustered, OS declared, I'm done. This is utterly uninteresting. With that, he tossed his cards onto the table, which instantly cleared. All cards vanishing. Observing OS's petulant demeanor, Myhawk was not surprised. He shook his head and proceeded to the ship's edge, facing the sea to practice his swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Little Robin smiled softly, finding OS to be quite an intriguing individual. With his hands resting behind his head, OS, feeling somewhat melancholic, opened one eye upon detecting a prey within the realm of observation. He snapped his fingers, and a delivery seagull materialized in his grasp. The bewildered seagull was equally perplexed, wondering what had transpired. Hadn't he just been soaring through the skies? After a brief moment of confusion, the seagull glanced up at the man holding it. And upon recognizing him, it instinctively sprang into action. With remarkable speed, it retrieved a newspaper from its satchel, extending its wings respectfully as it presented the paper to OS. Caught off guard, OS was taken aback by the seagull's unexpected politeness. Was it customary for delivery seagulls to exhibit such courteous behavior? Feeling a bit embarrassed to snatch it away, his earlier gloom dissipated. Perhaps he would simply pay this time. After all, these birds tirelessly flitted about, selling newspapers. However, before OS could conjure some money from his abode, the seagull raised a wing in a gesture of pause. It then produced a coin from its diminutive wallet, displaying it before the astonished OS and Robin, ensuring they both took note. With utmost seriousness, the seagull returned the coin to its wallet and gestured once more, conveying the message that they had already compensated it, thus allowing it to go free. OS felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he observed the seagull, which was so businesslike and eager to deliver its next newspaper. Had Morgans provided training to every seagull? Each one seemed to recognize its role. The previous warning had evidently been communicated effectively. From now on, he would spare a bird's life whenever he encountered one. Shaking his head, OS reflected on how, with the elevation of his status, the joys of the world had become increasingly scarce, necessitating that he seek them out himself. Little Robin. Read the newspaper with emotion and expression, he instructed. Of course, my lord OS, Robin replied, reclining in his chair with his eyes closed. OS recalled his fondness for audiobooks and live readings from his past life. Nearby, Robin began to read the newspaper aloud with great fervor. A few days ago 4,490,000,000 berries, life and death are irrelevant. The crimes are heinous. OS slowly turned his head to gaze at Robin, who was passionately reading. Why do you emphasize the phrase heinous crimes with such intensity? He inquired. Huh? Robin was perplexed, thinking that OS had wanted her to read with feeling. After all, the words heinous crimes, life and death are irrelevant were boldly printed in red and accented with exclamation marks. Never mind, just continue, OS said, shaking his head as he listened on. Notorious pirate Gold Lion has escaped from Impel Down, so that rascal has finally broken free? At last, OS recalled that he once had a comrade in arms, though he found it peculiar that it took until the year 1500 for him to emerge. It might be an opportunity to seek out this old fellow for a conversation. With OS's abilities enhancing their journey, the vessel sailed swiftly, soon reaching the edge of the Western Sea. Here lay a quaint little town that appeared quite prosperous. OS and Myhawk disembarked, followed closely by a small figure, barely reaching OS's knee. Well, let's buy some snacks. Eating proper meals every day can become rather tiresome. OS mused, hands tucked into his pockets, gazing up at the sky. If you don't want to eat, then don't, Mihawk retorted sharply, making his way towards the market stalls selling meat and vegetables. Hey! Is eating not permissible? OS replied with mild exasperation, promptly teleporting to catch up. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, snapped his fingers, and conjured a bag of berries, tossing it to Robin. Little Robin, visibly thrilled, believed she had finally found her purpose. Her face flushed with excitement. Is there anything you need me to buy, Master OS? Ah, no need, OS replied, raising an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth curling into a gentle smile, yet his words conveyed an icy chill to Robin. This is your severance pay, you may disembark in this town. Chapter 73, Setting a Small Goal, Mastering the Entire Underworld. It's been a while since I last played, so I promised my fans an update, Redworm. Is it truly acceptable? She has placed herself on this island. The evening breeze gently caresses, and the hem of Mihawk's white shirt flutters softly as he drifts further from the coastline, where he can faintly discern a dark figure still fervently waving goodbye. Are you quite concerned about that little one? OS, munching on chips, teased as he observed Mihawk's silhouette facing the shore. Mihawk remained silent, offering no response, merely striding towards the stern of the ship with his sword in hand. OS's voice echoed behind him, I left her a lifecard, and with my observation haki, I scanned the area. There aren't any notorious gangs in this town, and one must trust in her ability to struggle for survival, Little Eagle. Without turning back, Mihawk quickened his pace only after OS had finished speaking. You truly are stubborn, Mihawk, OS chuckled softly. Life aboard the R.O. Jackson had not changed significantly due to the presence or absence of Little Robin. After finishing his meal, OS slumped in his chair, rubbing his belly, when suddenly he recalled something and picked up his notebook. Ah, Little Eagle, remember not to discard the O'Hara pointer, it may still prove useful. Upon hearing this, Mihawk furrowed his brow, seemingly puzzled. Although he hadn't yet discarded the pointer, O'Hara had been obliterated, so what purpose would a pointer to a deserted island serve? OS propped his legs up on the now pristine dining table. I'll return home for a few months, then venture to O'Hara again. A few intriguing individuals are bound to appear there. I've already informed Sammy to send some of her subordinates to guard O'Hara. It's not easy to gather two individuals I wish to find. Mihawk listened intently, refraining from inquiring about the reasons or the identities of those individuals, for they were men he respected. As long as it was a place OS desired to visit, he would accompany him anywhere, even to Mariewa. You may decide on such matters. However, I am more curious to know if there exists a swordsman in the New World who surpasses you. Mihawk's keen gaze fixed on OS. He had heard rumors of the New World long before, but until he encountered OS, he had believed he had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship while wandering the paradise and the four seas. It was only upon witnessing OS's prowess that he realized the world was far broader than he had ever imagined. If there were swordsmen stronger than OS, life ahead promised not to be dull. In response to Mihawk's remark, OS stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, in the New World, there are certainly swordsmen who might be deemed great masters, but if you're asking if any are stronger than me, there might truly be very few. In OS's mind, if one were to consider the swordsmen in this world who might surpass him in skill while still retaining their strength, it would likely amount to only a handful, such as Rayleigh and the Saint of Garin. The Golden Lion, it seems, has seen better days. With his head embedded in his ship's helm and his sword bound to his foot, his swordsmanship, if it remains at all, might only be half of what it once was. As for the other formidable beings in the New World, most do not appear to be swordsmen at all. It can be asserted that the young eagle, now in his 20s, possesses such exceptional talent in swordsmanship that he is on the brink of joining the ranks of elite swordsmen, perhaps only needing to awaken the Conqueror's haki and refine his skills further. When discussing the New World, OS's mind teems with ideas. Or perhaps it has long harbored the seeds of such thoughts. Ah, Little Eagle, I have had a notion for quite a while, he said, leaning forward with his elbow resting on the table, capturing Mihawk's attention once more as he savored his wine. What is it? Mihawk inquired. I wish to control the entire underworld, OS expressed, showing little interest in the four emperors. The notion of dividing the New World and ruling over a territory does not suit OS's character. Upholding Captain Roger's legacy and utilizing his formidable strength to maintain balance across the seas is already a task undertaken by Shanks. OS's involvement would merely be an embellishment. Though he possesses the talent and strength, OS has no desire to become the next rocks of the New World, commanding the lifeblood of global trade and economics. The true puppet master of the underworld. Such influence would rival that of the world government, allowing him to indulge in excess while maintaining an air of sophistication. OS is quite pleased with his plan. Upon hearing OS's ambitions, Mihawk could not help but break into a cold sweat. Should OS pursue this path, he would undoubtedly face the pressure of the entire world. It is not fear that grips him, but rather a sense of astonishment at OS's extravagant ideas, which he seems to perceive all too casually. OS chuckles, unperturbed. What does it matter? Do you doubt my strength? Besides, there's no need to rally an army to seize the world. He clenched his fist, dark red lightning crackling ominously. As long as I can subdue the leaders of the underworld, who could possibly escape my grasp? A subtle, menacing smile crept across the king's lips, his gaze becoming somewhat fearsome, a hint of crimson glinting in his eyes. I refuse to believe that anyone in this world can evade my control. Mihawk harbored no doubts regarding this assertion, for he understood that if OS truly sought someone, it is highly improbable that anyone could evade capture. Unless one were to reside on a remote, desolate island, entirely cut off from the outside world, once OS establishes his intelligence network. Supplemented by the powers of Observation Haki and the ability to move instantaneously over vast distances. Even those hiding in the depths of the ocean would find themselves unearthed by OS's swift capabilities. OSS possesses a profound belief in his own strength, just as he holds faith in the power of his abilities. Mihawk placed his goblet upon the table, casting a knowing smile at OSS. Surely, along this journey, one must encounter numerous formidable swordsmen. Perhaps it is the design of fate, or perhaps history tends to repeat itself, in the exchange of mere words. A momentous decision that would dictate the future of the world was made with laughter by these two formidable men, reminiscent of the former master of the R.O. Jackson. Upon reflection, OSS realized that the reasons he had once joined Roger's crew were not entirely fabricated. Indeed, he possessed the qualifications to create upheaval in the world. Crucially, this did not contradict Captain Roger's will. The one who inherits Roger's legacy sails freely, pursuing his dreams, while what concern does it hold for OSS? The one who commands the world? Chapter 74, The Growth History of Young OS. Two ambitious young men, still in the early stages of their journey, navigated their vessel through the calm belt adjacent to the West Sea, setting forth towards a new world. Indeed, the calm belt was devoid of wind. This marked OS's inaugural experience in the calm belt. Having previously traveled with Roger, he had ventured to nearly every corner of the world, from paradises to the New World. However, the tranquil expanse that isolates the seas from the New World was rarely traversed by the R.O. Jackson due to its lack of advanced energy propulsion. Most of their passages were through Fishman Island and Twin Gorges. Furthermore, Amazon Lily seemed to lie within the calm belt. While steering the R.O. Jackson halfway through the calm belt, OS suddenly recalled this detail. It was akin to a real-life kingdom of women. He had heard that Uncle Rayleigh had visited there. After all, it wouldn't hurt to take a detour on the way to meet the old man. And perhaps a visit to Amazon Lily would be delightful, given that they were out at sea for leisure. With this thought in mind, OS inquired about the direction to Amazon Lily from Mihawk but was promptly rebuked. Are you a fool? Amazon Lily is located in the calm belt of the South Sea, while we are currently in the calm belt of the West Sea. Not to mention the considerable distance across a vast red earth continent. Mihawk sighed deeply, feeling a headache coming on. Hearing this, OS, disheartened, relinquished the idea, deciding to postpone the visit. Besides, it seemed that the Empress had not yet been abducted. Reclining in his chair, OS perused his notebook, which chronicled events he remembered happening in various years. As he flipped through the pages, he exuded a tangible aura of Conqueror's Haki, causing the Sea Kings that attempted to attack the R.O. Jackson to faint before they could even approach. Mihawk stood at the bow of the ship, unleashing a formidable green sword aura that cleaved the incapacitated Sea Kings in twain, their bodies neatly severed. Some were sliced to clear the path, while others were selected by the Little Eagle for food reserves. As the R.O. Jackson boldly advanced, an immense black shadow unexpectedly emerged from the depths of the sea. Ah, a colossal Sea King? Os's leisurely perusal of his notebook momentarily halted as he anticipated the encounter and slowly turned his head. There before him was a monstrous creature with the head of a tiger and the body of a fish, now breaching the surface. Its predatory gaze fixated on this intruder in its territory. It was enormous, perhaps dozens of Oro Jacksons in size, and Os certainly believed its pupils were larger than his. Yet it was still within the range of his observation haki. What a magnificent fish! However, today was not a day for fishing. A calm expression adorned Os's face. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not mind assuming the role of a master fish tamer. However, the prospect of returning home soon brought him delight. He had no desire to engage in a game of chase with such a colossal creature. After all, the ability to teleport the Oro Jackson several thousand meters rendered any pursuit insignificant. Thus, he declared, "Begone." With a fierce gaze, Os summoned the power of Conqueror's Haki, transforming it into a bolt of lightning that surged across the ocean towards the gargantuan sea beast. The creature, struck by the crimson lightning, displayed an almost human-like fear. Its eyes, the size of houses, quivering violently. It began to retreat slowly, then executed a swift dive into the depths. Its movements stirring up enormous waves that nearly capsized the Oro Jackson. Fortunately, Os teleported the ship into the sky, narrowly escaping the colossal whirlpool. It seemed the Navy's warships were quite astute, equipped with sea floor stones and stealth radars. Nevertheless, while the Navy had technology, they were not without brute strength. Os decided to charge forward with his Conqueror's Haki. Hooray, almost home! He thought joyfully as he reclined in his chair, reminiscing about the days before he joined the Roger Pirates. What's this? Where did this little brat come from? I have no time to care for you, he mused. I'll keep you for one night, and once I find your wretched parents, off you'll go. He scolded, no smiling. I am a fearsome pirate. A trifling matter of feeding you milk. Ouch. Let go. Are you a monster? A child has turned my arm red? Hey! How do you know what's in the birthday gift box? He demanded. Tell me clearly. Well, little one, you shall undoubtedly become the most formidable creature in the world, just like the captains I followed in my youth. Let me tell you, when they made their move. In the future, you will be my grandson. Carry my name, Dolter. The future monster, Dolter Os. When Os was very young, Old Keek transitioned from piracy to become a caregiver. Os often listened to his complaints and advice. Os, when you become a great pirate, do not forget your grandfather. In my youth, I too harbored dreams of becoming a maritime overlord. Alas, I lack the conditions you possess. Little Os listened to these familiar words, unable to refute them. With Old Keek's talent, even with rigorous training and learning Haki aboard a ship, he could only hope to contend with mid-ranking officers at his peak, serving as an ordinary combatant on rock ship. In truth, after a lifetime of effort, he would not reach the starting point of his obedient grandson. If memory served correctly, Os seemed capable of defeating a Navy captain by the age of 12 or 13. It is not surprising that Old Keek entrusted his aspirations to Os, for his own body had proven to be uncooperative. Moreover, nurturing a maritime overlord surely offers more satisfaction than merely being one himself. Due to Os's prodigious talents, even the simple act of eating presented a monumental challenge. Despite accumulating a modest fortune in his youth, Old Keek was compelled to seek additional means of income, collecting subsidies from the townsfolk. The residents, aware that their freedom from noble oppression was largely due to Old Keek's efforts, willingly contributed to the upbringing of the boy. Even when their children were bullied by Os, as long as it was not excessively severe, they turned a blind eye. Thus, Os essentially grew up nourished by the generosity of the community. In his childhood, he would occasionally venture into the mountains to hunt fierce beasts, providing feasts for the entire town. Upon his return, he harbored thoughts of gratitude. What should he do? Perhaps he could conquer a nation for amusement? After all, those nobles are nothing but inept gluttons, and does it truly matter who occupies the throne? Furthermore, the world government still owes him a personal favor. Chapter 75 How wonderful it is to be properly dressed. On the shores of Dalamos Island, the once tranquil atmosphere of the seaside town has vanished, with every household securely shuttered. Outside the town, the kingdom's regular army, led by several nobles, approaches slowly. Though they would crumble at the sight of pirates from the New World, fleeing 3 miles at the mere sight of a pirate flag, they transform into warriors, brandishing weapons against the defenseless citizens. Do you dare to evade taxes? With a single stroke, I shall shatter your spirit of independence. In his youth, Old Keek was confident he could navigate through this rabble with ease, but now age has rendered him feeble, unable even to muster his former bravado. Hey, old man! Surrender at once! The leading noble squints, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. My lord, His Majesty the King demands we resolve this matter swiftly. The dignitaries from the world government will arrive shortly. Another noble approaches and whispers in the elder's ear. I understand. The old noble adjusts his collar. Then, let the entire army advance. As soon as the command was issued, a cloud of dust suddenly billows from the front of the ranks, causing the noble to furrow his brow. What is happening? But no one responds. In the midst of the dust, a frail figure emerges. Dragging the lifeless body of a soldier, swaying into view, it is none other than Old Keek. Where did this old fool come from? He is like a toothless old man trying to show off. He must be courting death. The noble gazes at the feeble figure as if examining a corpse. At such an age, what fantasies do you still harbor? He immediately gives the order for all soldiers to advance with their weapons toward the elderly figure. He is merely an old pirate. The king is far too cautious. Recalling the king's instructions before his departure, the noble cannot help but chuckle at the absurdity. The world government has discovered certain irregularities in this town. Further intelligence gathering may be necessary. Absurd! If they capture this town, they would amass sufficient funds to join the world government, ensuring the longevity of their rule. The old noble gazes at the town, still possessing a semblance of prosperity, and calculates how much wealth he can siphon off. Meanwhile, the muscular soldiers march toward Old Keek, intensifying his anxiety. Behind him, a group of young townsfolk gather, trembling at the thought of confronting them with their machetes and makeshift weapons. Victory seems utterly unattainable. Damn it! The petty are thriving. Old Keek grits his teeth, observing the so-called elite soldiers encircling him. Such scoundrels won't stand a chance against even the smallest of pirate crews on the high seas. Truly, it is the case of a tiger fallen to the plains, bullied by dogs. If OS were here, how could you wretched insects revel in such delight? Have you been so frightened that you are babbling nonsense? You old fool, I shall. Thud, thud, thud. Yet the threatening words had yet to be uttered, as the once fierce soldiers began to collapse in droves. The old noble's words became lodged in his throat, abruptly ceasing, his expression freezing in shock. What? With the last whisper before consciousness faded, the commanding old noble also fell to the ground. This peculiar scene left the resolute Old Keek momentarily stunned. But his worldly experience quickly prompted him to scan his surroundings with a reddening face. Hey! You little rascal! Is it you? However, no matter how much Old Keek looked around, he could not find the figure he had yearned for day and night. Little did he know, this very rascal he longed for was miles away over the ocean. Timing, as they say, is everything. OS witnessed all that transpired on the island, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Amazon Lily was not situated on the southern coast, otherwise, the old man and the neighbors would indeed have faced dire consequences. Your mastery of Conqueror's Haki is becoming increasingly refined, OS. Observing the Conqueror's lightning that struck down a group of foes from a kilometer away, my hawk genuinely praised him. Yet, OS hardly absorbed the compliment, a few dark lines appearing on his face. If anything, you are the one who is refined. Searching high and low yielded no results, until a local resident informed Old Keek of a red ship appearing along the coastline. A red ship? After a brief moment of contemplation, Old Keek immediately dashed toward the shore. Indeed, there it was, with its distinctive prow and mermaid emblem. Hey! Old man! On the bow, OS waved at the leaping figure on the shore, and in the blink of an eye, the Oro Jackson had teleported to the dock. It truly is OS. After many years, I can hardly recognize him. Hey, Jesse, is this still the same OS? He must be over 3 meters tall now. The residents erupted in unprecedented joy and excitement at OS's arrival. Only Old Keek, who had been bouncing about, suddenly found himself motionless, gazing intently at that spirited figure. This aura, it truly resembles. Not in appearance, but in the pure essence of a formidable individual. Reminiscent of the man he once followed. The towering figure, now standing beside Old Kickett, evoked a surreal sensation. Yet, gazing upon the face reminiscent of the impish boy from his memories. "What's the matter, old man? Don't you recognize me? The naughty boy." As he gazed down at Oz, who had crouched to meet his gaze, Old Kick had meticulously planned what he would say upon their meeting. For instance, "Why did you run off with Roger, you little rascal? Do you not realize that he is my nemesis? Ha ha, look at you now. Having made quite a name for yourself, having thoroughly trounced the navy and established yourself as a maritime sovereign. It has been so long since you last visited this old man, you have truly forgotten your roots." Yet, when he finally beheld us smiling before him, the boy he had nurtured through thick and thin, tears involuntarily welled in his eyes. Ultimately, all he could utter was, "It seems you've dressed well and grown quite robust. Truly splendid." Chapter 76, The Coup d'etat then. "Let us take down this island," Os spoke with a calmness so profound that it seemed as trivial as dining or drinking. Yet, this utterance sent a wave of surrealism through the townsfolk. They gazed at the boy they had watched grow from childhood. Now a figure capable of effortlessly determining the fate of a nation, and they felt a stirring in their hearts, a sensation that made their scalps tingle. Among them, several girls who had grown up alongside Os whispered among themselves, captivated by his striking handsomeness and towering presence, their hearts fluttering with excitement. "To be honest, I always thought Os was incredibly handsome when we were young," one girl remarked. Yuli, do you not recall the time you gifted Os a handkerchief? Only for him to use it as toilet paper when he ran out?" The townsfolk engaged in animated conversation, but Old Kike furrowed his brow. Expressing his concern, "You should be aware, you little rascal, that the king of this nation has contacted the world government. You may be young and unaware, but the world government has deep roots. Even the formidable Captain Rocks fell before them. They have an 800-year legacy, a colossal entity indeed. Os, heed my advice and do not act impulsively." Observing Old Kike's earnest analysis, seemingly fearful that Os might commit a foolish act, Os chuckled lightly, "Fear not, old man. While the world government is indeed powerful, I am not foolish enough to confront them head-on. Should I choose to leave, there is no place in this world that can confine me. Moreover, the world government owes me a favor. A mere small nation in the New World is unlikely to concern them." Old Kike was taken aback by Os's words. Stunned by the notion that the world government owed him a favor. Though he understood that Os must be quite strong now, he lacked a clear sense of just how powerful he had become. Was he comparable to the former captains? Yet, even so, that would not be enough to withstand the onslaught of the world government's knights. "Well, you shall see tomorrow. The day is drawing to a close. Let us rest for now," Os said with a shrug. Upon hearing this, the townsfolk, though filled with excitement and curiosity, displayed their discernment and gradually dispersed. Old Kike led Os and Mihawk toward his home. Along the way, Old Kike discreetly glanced at the slender yet strikingly handsome figure of the stoic young man bearing a large sword. Unable to contain his curiosity, he gently patted Os's thigh and quietly inquired, "Is this your recruited crew member?" "Crew member?" Os paused, stroking his chin. "Not quite. As I have yet to formally announce the establishment of my pirate crew. He is more like a companion. By the way, he is also quite the swordsman." "Oh, I see now. Just like Captain Shiki, is it?" At this remark, Old Kike, who had initially harbored doubts about the delicate-looking young man, suddenly felt reassured. How could someone capable of wielding such exaggerated sword energy be anything less than formidable? Fortunately, she is not an odd daughter-in-law. If she were a character akin to Captain Shiki, then appointing Osprey as the vice-captain might be somewhat justifiable. Having been a potential admirer of Osprey since childhood, he evidently held Osprey in high esteem, viewing him as the next Rocks. Thus, when he first laid eyes on the note revealing that Osprey had been taken by Roger, he nearly lost his breath in exasperation. From that moment on, he developed a habit akin to Osprey's, frequently perusing newspapers to monitor the movements of the Roger pirates. always on the lookout for any reports or bounties concerning Osprey. Heaven knows how elated he was when he learned of Roger's capture 2 years ago. He thought that Osprey would finally return. Little did he know, 2 years passed without a whisper of news, prompting his incessant lamentations that Osprey had forgotten his roots. Impudent lad, how long do you intend to stay upon your return? Old Kike, stooping slightly and with hands clasped behind his back, cast a sidelong glance at Osprey. Seemingly inquiring casually, yet his grip was firm. Perhaps a few months, but I have matters to attend to thereafter. Is that so, busy? Are we? It is indeed better to be occupied, Old Kike nodded knowingly, having never anticipated that Osprey would linger at home for long. Considering he was a figure of great renown upon the seas, destined to roam the waters with audacity. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Osprey's busyness was not as he presumed, seizing territories and recruiting subordinates, aside from confronting the navy. Osprey was engaged in none of the serious endeavors of a grand pirate. The following morning, Old Kike, brimming with vitality, donned a new set of garments, attire he once wore in his youth as a combatant, now somewhat oversized. Osprey, in his room, caught sight of this and stifled a chuckle. Once he had dressed, he appeared in the courtyard. Was it truly necessary to make such a grand occasion over something trivial? Impudent lad! This marks my first expedition since my retirement. Do as you please, it is but a fleeting moment. Osprey shrugged and strolled toward the kitchen, where Mihawk had already prepared the meal. Outside the courtyard, many residents had gathered at the entrance. Old Kike, brimming with enthusiasm, swung open the door. The humble townsfolk, well aware of their impending endeavor, could not help but express their concern. Is it truly safe, Mayor? That is the royal army and the world government. Ha ha ha. There is no cause for alarm. Old Kike laughed heartily. Osprey is indeed formidable. Have we received no word yet? Inside the resplendent palace, a gathering of nobles and dignitaries whispered amongst themselves. Upon the elevated platform sat a young man adorned with a crown, inquiring of his guards. There has been no news. The venerable Count Hyuk has been unreachable since last night's operation. Outrageous! Upon hearing these words, the king furrowed his brow and exclaimed. The esteemed officials of the world government are due to arrive shortly, yet the promised celestial gold remains unassembled. If necessary, we shall impose further hardship upon the residents surrounding the royal city. Suddenly, a voice of urgency echoed from outside the palace. Report. Enemies are approaching. What? Startled by this frantic announcement, the young king immediately rose from his seat, descended the steps, and inquired of the soldier. What did you just say? However, as the soldier raised his head to respond, his eyes widened in shock, and he found himself unable to utter a single word. Following the soldier's gaze, which was filled with panic and disbelief, the king turned around, only to be met with a sudden jolt of terror. A dark figure was lounging upon his throne, casually crossing one leg over the other, resting a hand on its chin, while the other hand formed a gun-like gesture. Pointing at his head, accompanied by a playful smirk and the sound effect, bang. Chapter 77, Indulgence Requires Power. Who are you? Gazing at the man seated upon the throne, the young king found himself momentarily stripped of his indignation and skepticism, uttering a question almost unconsciously. Yet, no one responded. The tall youth, reclining with a nonchalant ease, playfully pointed his finger at the king's head. Bang! Before the terrified assembly of nobles, as if granting a show of courtesy. Their sovereign's head tilted and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless and devoid of wounds or blood. Bang! The brief silence shattered once more as a corpulent middle-aged noble inexplicably fell. Thus commenced the slaughter. Once preoccupied with lineage and appearance, the nobles disregarded whether they trampled their kin or friends, hastening toward the palace exit, stepping over bodies with reckless abandon. The man perched atop the throne, akin to a child brandishing a toy gun, lightly tapped his finger ahead. Perhaps accustomed to a life of luxury, feeding off the populace. The nobles found themselves unable to escape the palace swiftly. One by one, they fell, their forms becoming mere stepping stones for their compatriots. Dismissing the slow pace of a handgun, the man on the throne, grinning, lifted both middle fingers in a salutation of mockery. The sound effects quickened, tat-tat-tat-tat. Like a stunt performer, the ground soon lay strewn with bodies, some succumbing to despair. A beautiful noblewoman, her voice strained, yelled toward that figure, "Do not be so arrogant. You dare to slaughter nobles without fear of the world's government's wrath? You filthy peasant, merely fortunate enough to possess a devil fruit. Observing his dark, unknown military attire, adorned with blades and firearms, she dismissed him as a mere brigand, one she would typically disdain and have her guards eliminate on sight. His ability to incapacitate others, in her view, stemmed solely from some devil fruit power, returning to exact vengeance on those of innate nobility who had once bullied him. Such a person was troublesome. But once the world government's elite arrived, he would be but a lowly wretch. However, it is worth noting that her frantic and furious outburst remarkably caught the attention of the man on the throne. OSS's focus quickly shifted to the hysterical figure before him. A peasant, indeed. It seemed he had grown accustomed to being above others. OSS reflected on his attire, deeming it rather stylish. Perhaps her words had an effect, as he suddenly felt disinclined to grant them a swift end. Instead, they would experience the torment they had once inflicted. With a light chuckle, OS glanced as if a more amusing idea had crossed his mind, extending his hand to snap his fingers gently. In an instant, whether it be the ministers attempting to flee the palace or the nobles in a state of mental collapse, all became as statues, frozen in place. The pig-slaughtering feast had come to an end, and the bullets of Observation Haki internal destruction teleportation had ceased fire. The forthcoming spectacle was the aristocratic rendition of the descendants of Don Quixote. What a wicked sense of humor! Coldly observing the nobles bound to the city walls, powerless in their fury or humbly pleading for their lives, Mihawk expressed his bewilderment. There was little worth concerning oneself with. Little Eagle. The seasoned kike, accustomed to grand scenes, imitated OS in his address, failing to notice the dark line etched across Mihawk's face. Their fate had been sealed long ago, stemming from their oppressive actions against the townsfolk and their extravagant indulgences from years past. Extravagance, you say? The resigned little eagle tugged at the corner of his mouth, contemplating the term as he glanced at OS, who was watching the spectacle. Perhaps sensing this gaze, OS turned, his eyes meeting Mihawk's piercing stare, a light smile playing at his lips. What are you looking at? Surely you don't believe I would advocate for extravagance and continue in such a manner? OS's expression remained indifferent as he surveyed the farce from atop the high walls. While the populace's rebellion against tyranny was indeed heartening, it was merely that, nothing more. Perhaps their demise was justified. Yet that was not the true reason for their deaths. On the other side of the walls, a general was preparing to rescue the nobles from the residence. Yet upon catching sight of OS, he dared not make a move. The real reason for their demise was simply their lack of strength. At the edge of the walls, several figures clad in suits approached briskly. A few nobles, already dazed from the flames, ignited with an overwhelming desire to survive upon seeing these figures. Hey! Esteemed members of the world government! There's a riot of commoners. Hurry, save us. We'll pay any price. Let go of your hands, don't touch this lady's dress. You vile rabble, swine! They gazed at the cloaked figures with hope, yearning for them to eliminate the commoners and escort them back to the palace to resume discussions on joining the Federation. Even if it meant begging, they were determined to secure their position in the Federation and gain the protection of the world government. However, their hopes were dashed once more as the so-called dignitaries from the world government seemed indifferent to their plight, instead bypassing the rioters and continuing forward, ultimately stepping onto the walls with an air of nonchalance. Their expressions were a blend of panic and caution, as the leader, sweating profusely, began to speak. There must be some misunderstanding, Mr. OSI. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, OSI, who was engrossed in observing the fallen noblewoman's interaction with the commoners, raised his hand to interrupt him. I am aware. Out of respect for the 5 elders, I shall not hold this against you. With no intention of engaging in further discourse with these insignificant minions, OSI promptly dialed Spandon's communicator. Such a trivial matter hardly warranted the attention of the highest echelons of the world government. Given Spandon's stature and influence within the organization, he was more than capable of handling it. Amidst the anxious gazes of the world government's subordinates, the voice of the superior slowly emanated from the communicator, lacking its usual authority and arrogance. Moses, it's Lord OSI. What can I do for you? Chapter 78, The Elder Who Was Lifted. Unable to restrain his smirk upon hearing this greeting imbued with sycophantic tones, OS felt a surge of delight. Did I disturb you by calling out of the blue? How could that possibly be the case? Such a prominent figure as yourself reaching out to me is nothing short of an honor. The visage of the telephone bug. Spandane was a masterful portrayal of obsequiousness, and it was evident that he possessed the ambition to ascend the ranks. It was no wonder the elders held him in high regard. However, Os did not seek him out merely to receive flattery. He had heard such sentiments echoed countless times from the courtesans in the red light district. My reason for contacting you today involves two matters. The first is to arrange for a new set of kings and nobles for the kingdom of Dularmos, along with an application to join the World Government Alliance. By the way, this does not involve any heavenly gold. Upon hearing Os's words, Spandane raised his eyebrows and felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had initially feared it was something serious, but it turned out to be merely a change of kings. Wait a moment. Spandane's eyes widened dramatically as if they might pop out of the telephone bug. His mouth agape for quite some time before he finally regained his composure and spoke with a mix of reverence and anxiety. This matter, Mr. Os, surely falls beyond my purview. It must be reported to the highest authorities of the world government. Spandane wore a smile, yet internally he was engulfed in astonishment. While the other aspects were secondary, the fact that the legendary Black Gun Os was now to become a king of an allied nation was truly staggering. Could the round table of the world government really accommodate such a formidable presence? No. Os waved his hand dismissively and directed the telephone bug towards the elder kike beside him, who appeared quite bewildered and unsure of Os's intentions. The individual who is truly to become king is this esteemed gentleman beside me. Before Spandane could react, Elder Kike was taken aback, quickly retreating and repeatedly exclaiming, "How can this position be bestowed upon me, an old man?" Os found the elder's reaction amusing but chose not to press further. Instead, he addressed the telephone bug. "The new king of Dularmos shall be my most esteemed kike, the great pirate, and a member of the Rocks Pirates, Doratol Kike." Os proudly introduced the elder's title, momentarily rendering Spandane speechless. Though not as incredulous as Os himself, the new king's three titles seemed to outshine one another. Especially the last one, which belonged to the former era's uncrowned king, a peerless warrior who had withstood the combined might of the world government, the navy, and the pirate king. If that is the case, I can take the liberty of drafting an application. However, it will ultimately require the approval of the esteemed elders. Spandane's voice dwindled to a whisper, and Os understood the underlying implication that the forthcoming steps were beyond the authority of someone like him. A mere pawn in the grand scheme of power. If it were to be due to the identity of Old Kike, or perhaps a reluctance to engage with Oth, I hope Oth would not regard him as a mere outlet for frustration. Spandane expressed his difficulty in navigating the tensions between Oth and the five elders. However, Oth appeared quite confident, smiling as he spoke. "You need not worry about that. When you submit the application, simply convey one message for me." Spandane swallowed hard. "Directly inform them that the world government owes me a favor, which I would like to call in at this moment." He had faith that the five elders could not possibly refuse. Duramos was situated in the New World Sea, and amidst the backdrop of the Great Pirate Era. The world government's influence was virtually non-existent. The notion of protection was utterly implausible. There was no need to pay tribute or seek refuge, essentially. All that was required was the title of a member state of the world government. The true protection lay in Oth's renowned reputation that echoed across the seas. As for the reason? Oth mused it was simply for the sake of amusement. Not only would he be able to attend the world conferences with legitimacy, but he and the old man, one a remnant of Roger's crew, the other of Rock's, would be escorted by the Navy to participate in these gatherings. Just imagining that scene brought a smile to Oth's face. Furthermore, there was the prospect of establishing a legacy of peace for the old man and the townsfolk. At least for the next 2 decades, those who had cared for Oth would undoubtedly be secure. The village's stray dogs could even join the royal patrols, receiving their share of royal sustenance, thus honoring generations of guardianship over the town. What is this called? It is aptly described as one person's ascent leading to the elevation of all. Miraculously, Duramos, having endured a profound political upheaval, stabilized swiftly. This was largely attributable to Oth's intimidating presence and the staggering bounty numbers that left many in awe. Did one not observe how even the representatives of the world government left with their tails between their legs? Oh dear, it is just a matter of ascension. How much longer must you dawdle, old man? Within the royal palace, old Kike persistently deflected the notion of kingship, citing his unsuitability and age. The townsfolk's pleas fell on deaf ears, driving them to desperation. If you do not become king, how can we be nobles? You see. I believe this position should be reserved for Oth. At my age, it is hardly fitting. Old man, I have no time to be king. I am destined to conquer the seas. Oth jested, urging old Kike, you occupy the position for now, and when I find the time, I shall take it up. Moreover, he suggested, you could select a companion from across the nation, eliminating the need for secrecy. True to his understanding of old Kike, these words clearly swayed him. If it were for the sake of building a legacy for Oth, perhaps he could be persuaded to try it out. Certainly not for the sake of finding a companion. Embracing such thoughts, he found himself somewhat wavering. However, he still feigned reluctance, expressing a hint of embarrassment. Oh dear! What a fuss! Ultimately, Osna could no longer contain his impatience. With a snap of his fingers, old Kike's attire was instantly transformed into that befitting a king. And he appeared atop the throne in an instant. Os and Mihawk, standing beside the throne, exchanged amused glances as they observed the residents clumsily paying their respects. You all! Oh dear, at my age, you truly have put me through a trial. Old Kike struggled to suppress the smile that threatened to break free. Glancing at Os, who was dutifully safeguarding him, feeling a surge of gratitude. At last, he mused, he had indeed been elevated. Thus thought the king, old Kike. Chapter 79, As long as I desire, none shall survive within the opulent and expansive palace. The usually disheveled old Kike had surprisingly donned a pair of spectacles. His countenance now imbued with solemnity as he scrutinized the report in his grasp. Quite the distinguished appearance, indeed, old man. Upon hearing the voice, Kike lifted his gaze to behold a young man clad in a deep crimson suit, draped in a black overcoat. Standing over 3 meters tall, with long, powerful legs and a physique that was robust yet perfectly proportioned, complemented by his flowing black hair and a chiseled visage, he was more than merely handsome. This young man now occupied a chair by the desk, casually nibbling on a piece of royal fruit. Observing Os's attire brought a flicker of amusement to Kike's otherwise stern expression. That new outfit suits you well, you rascal. It's about time you changed your style. Os nonchalantly picked up a document from the desk, where he noted various matters concerning taxation and public order. Hey, old man, you were made king to enjoy life. Not to wear yourself down. Regardless of how lax your governance may be, it is undoubtedly better than enduring the oppression of the previous monarch. The people will be grateful. While that is indeed true, after easing the tension in his aching shoulders, Kike descended from his throne. To be candid, he was not particularly inclined to manage affairs. After all, his approach to reviewing documents was rather haphazard. For instance, during the recent transition of power, when a group of commoners rioted. Kike's response to the report was simply, damn them. Furthermore, with the increasing number of young citizens from various kingdoms taking to the seas as pirates, he remarked, good for them. Just remind them to visit home more often. Such peculiar responses often left his subordinates bewildered, compelled to act according to his whims. Come. Let us take a stroll outside, I rather prefer a life of freedom. The elder and the youth sat beside the garden's table and chairs. So? You must have experienced that, right? Kike seemed to ponder something, leaning forward with his hands resting on the table's edge, gazing at Os, who was meditating with his eyes closed. What? Os opened his eyes, somewhat perplexed. You know, that black and red lightning. Striking down with a thunderous crash, Kike struggled to articulate his thoughts, yet the memories of those cataclysmic battles from his youth remained vivid. As a mere observer, he recalled how the mightiest warriors wielded such power that the residual force alone could send him flying. Ah, you mean that? Os was more than willing to satisfy the old man's curiosity, for after all, his greatest aspiration in life had been to become a grand pirate like Whitebeard and his ilk. Now, through Os's unique approach, that dream had been somewhat realized. And thus he was curious about everything. Os gradually extended his hand, forming a fist, and an overwhelming aura of devastation began to emanate. Kike's pupils instantly quivered, his body involuntarily trembling with excitement. Indeed, that's the very essence. It sends shivers through one's bones. Subsequently, Os's formidable aura began to coalesce, slowly concentrating in his hand. where a dense mass of black and crimson lightning was compressed within his fist. Old Kike, feeling the weight of this overwhelming presence, found himself slightly short of breath. Yet, gazing upon Os, who exuded an air of sovereign dominance, he could not help but applaud in admiration. What tremendous power! Tell me, Os, do you believe you could stand against Whitebeard, Edward Newgate? Old Kike inquired eagerly. The sensation that Os imparted was indeed powerful. He had experienced a similar intensity from Whitebeard in his youth. Amusingly, he could scarcely discern who was stronger. Akin to the comparison between a 1,000-ton boulder and a 10,000-ton boulder, both far beyond human capability to lift, the disparity too vast. However, Old Kike's question momentarily stumped Os. He stroked his chin in contemplation. In terms of sheer physical prowess, I must concede that I fall short. I have witnessed Whitebeard's monstrous strength, his devil fruit abilities, and his Conqueror's Haki, which are nearly on par with Captain Roger. Alas, I am still quite young. This admission brought a flicker of disappointment to Old Kike. Yet it was tempered by a sense of understanding and reassurance. After all, Os was still in his youth, and such growth was inevitable. Yet, Os's subsequent words rekindled Old Kike's spirits. However, this is merely a matter of numerical disparity. If we were to engage in unrestricted combat upon the seas, I am confident that not a single member of the Whitebeard pirates would survive. Not even the fishmen. Os's nonchalant tone resonated in Old Kike's ears like thunder. And he instinctively harbored no doubts, for Os had already made a name for himself at the Navy headquarters during his adolescent years. His heart swelled with pride. If even such a monster could not contend with Os, the brash youth would likely remain safe in the future. He would no longer have to anxiously peruse the newspapers, dreading reports concerning Os. After this exchange, Os and Mihawk spent several months residing on Drum Island, enjoying the company of Old Kike and taking a well-deserved respite. During this period, Os managed to obtain Morgans's contact information through a news-seeking seagull. As the snail phone connected, a vividly animated bird face appeared on the screen, greeted by a smiling visage. Greetings for the first time, Mr. Os of Black Gun. This is Morgans from the World Economic Journal. Os recognized him instantly, having been featured in the newspaper for many years. He regarded the awkwardly smiling, perspiring snail phone with a calm demeanor, well aware that half of his current notoriety was, in fact, a product of Morgans's embellishments. While much of it was rooted in truth, he had not formally consented to such glorification. Ah. Ha ha ha. On another note, what brings such a distinguished figure as yourself to seek me out? Morgans hastily diverted the topic, recalling how, in his quest for sensationalism, he had lost track of the numerous articles he had fabricated over the years. Now, faced with the subject of his own creations, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Today, I am reaching out to you primarily regarding two matters. With a straw casually held between his lips as he sipped orange juice, Os spoke nonchalantly. Firstly, the kingdom of Duramos, situated in the New World, shall henceforth be under my protection. Please help me announce this. Anyone daring to launch an attack, be they formidable pirates or allied nations, should prepare for complete annihilation. This is straightforward. Black Gun, Os has his own territory, and this is indeed significant news for us. Morgan smirked with ulterior motives, already ready with his headlines, titled, Shocking. The legendary pirate begins the battle for territory in the New World. What are the intentions of the man with a bounty of 4 billion? All who come shall be slain. The New World's newly appointed sovereign declares his dominance. Chapter 80, Announcement of the Underworld, the King's Arrival. Second update, observing Morgan's inability to conceal his discomfort, Os raised an eyebrow, sensing an underlying discord, yet chose to remain silent. He had little faith that this individual would dare to defy him, otherwise, he would discreetly follow the messenger seagull to the headquarters and eliminate him with a single shot. Noticing Morgan still lost in thought, Os continued to speak slowly. As for the second matter, I wish to dominate the entire underworld. Would you care to join me, esteemed News King Morgans? Upon hearing these words, Morgan's previously pleasant expression froze in an instant. He scrutinized Os' demeanor, realizing that the latter merely regarded him with a calm gaze, devoid of any ominous threats. All he could discern was a slight smirk in eyes that seemed to pierce through the very soul. Ah. Ha ha ha. A figure of your stature is intrigued by our humble enterprises? The underworld is no mere trifle, Morgans. As a ruler of the underworld, well-versed in various industries and possessing a godlike overview of the vast maritime dealings, OS was acutely aware of the lucrative sectors: entertainment, gambling, funerary services, special provisions, transportation, public opinion, lending, warehousing, arms, and brokerage. This colossal cake encompassed the world's most profitable industries. While it may not challenge the supremacy of the elite, it could undoubtedly destabilize the foundational balance of this realm. Consider this: surely, you do not believe you can hide behind that flock of birds for eternity? OS words seemed inherently persuasive, leaving Morgans momentarily speechless, yet he remained unperturbed, confident in his clandestine methods even if it meant relocating his base to an airship. Nani? A bead of cold sweat trickled from his feathers, slowly cascading to the ground, as a humanized avian visage contorted into an unflattering expression. How could you possibly know? You are in the intelligence business, so you should be well acquainted with me, Morgans, thus, there is no need for extensive introduction. OS eyes, ablaze with crimson light, bore into the telephone bug before him, emanating an intangible sense of oppression. I will always find you, whether in the skies, beneath the sea, or below ground. Should you choose to join me now, I will refrain from interfering with your affairs. On the contrary, I can offer you protection and divulge world-shattering secrets. However, OS gaze sharpened, if I must exert considerable effort to locate you, the consequences will be beyond your imagination. Though left unspoken, the silence carried the gravitas of a looming threat. Morgan ceased to smile, succumbing to a contemplative silence. He found himself unable to counter. The more he understood OS capabilities, the more he recognized the terrifying power at play. While his own clandestine publication was already quite nefarious, it paled in comparison to the magnitude of OS influence. As long as one harbors the desire to disseminate news and expand their business, it is impossible to evade the inexorable phenomenon of instantaneous global shifts, where the sights and sounds can effortlessly encompass thousands or even hundreds of thousands of meters. As a premier intelligence operative, he has witnessed numerous monsters upon the vast ocean. Yet even those creatures would regard Black Gun for OS as a formidable beast. Notably, he had long anticipated the arrival of such a day. The plethora of intelligence indicates that whether it is the burgeoning business of Mommy, Sammy's red light district or the emergence of new intermediaries in the underground world, such as Joker, there exists a subtle shadow of this individual behind it all. Just because others fail to perceive it does not mean he is oblivious. These actions unequivocally reveal one truth: Lord OS is genuinely intent on infiltrating the immense realm of underground interests. Moreover, he does not seek mere participation. He aims to exert control. He intends to leverage his unparalleled strength and inscrutable abilities to forcibly consolidate the fragmented underground market under a single authority, one that none can oppose nor dare to challenge. It is likely that even the world government would have to turn a blind eye. This is the inevitable trend. Certainly not a trivial matter that can be evaded. After a moment's contemplation, Morgans ultimately conceded defeat. To resist would require leverage he clearly lacked. As his trump card was insufficient to sway OS, a titan who had already left the world government reeling. Given this, I am willing to align myself under your banner. OS, my lord. Had the opponent been a pirate of the ilk of Big Mom or Whitebeard, Morgans would have dismissed them entirely. However, the individual before him is different. The unparalleled nature of his abilities and the terrifying potential he possesses transcend mere matters of power. Do not fret, Morgans, OS reassured, seemingly pleased by the recognition. I generally do not interfere with your affairs. Whatever news you wish to propagate is of no concern to me. As long as you disseminate the information I desire, you will have fulfilled your mission. Moreover, I can divulge a few secrets. One cannot help but marvel at a man who instills such trepidation in the world government. How is it that he possesses knowledge of such startling secrets? This is merely a fragment. How many more mysteries has this man uncovered with his prowess? What has that scoundrel Roger unearthed? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Morgan's brow, as he felt both exhilarated and intrigued. Surely, following a king of the underground world would unveil a trove of untold headlines. Unbeknownst to him, the initial hesitations he harbored evaporated, replaced by an eager immersion into the monumental revelations that may soon come to light. Of course, OS held no particular regard for their notions of loyalty. After all, He did not possess the keen insight of a Reiterfield to delve into the hearts of men. His reliance rested solely upon his formidable strength, rather than the fickle nature of human allegiance. Furthermore, do not forget to convey my message to the leaders of the other factions in the underground world. It would be preferable for them to surrender promptly. Seeking them out one by one and coercing them into submission is indeed a waste of valuable time. At the conclusion of the conversation, OS smiled and added, particularly regarding the recently risen figure of Stussy from the Joy Street. Should she be amenable? I could arrange for her to collaborate with Sammy on this venture. However, if she declines. OS's smile broadened, revealing a hint of menace. In that case, I shall no longer concern myself with the opinions of the world government's CP agency, and ultimately, it would necessitate that Vegapunk personally engage her in discussion. Chapter 81, Farewell and Departure from Ohara. After imparting his instructions to Morgans, OS did not dwell on the matter any longer. For he believed that defiance was an impossibility as long as the so-called rulers of the underground world wished to survive. Having subdued Morgans and acquired unfettered access to global intelligence, instantaneous teleportation, and unyielding dominance, he had transformed into a complete eraser of humanity. Reunion days are destined to conclude. A truth that Old Kike fully comprehended. At the port of the Duramos coastline, a magnificent crimson vessel was presently anchored. Old Kike gazed up at the ship. Shaking his head in annoyance, Roger's possessions were indeed a source of misfortune. Nearby, OS, clad in a dark red suit and draped in a black coat, had just concluded a call. Cargo after cargo was being loaded onto the ship, with Old Kike personally supervising the process when suddenly, a shadow enveloped his vicinity. Is it time to depart once more? Without turning around, Old Kike clasped his hands behind his back, his face obscured by the shadow, and hoarsely inquired. Indeed. Time is rather pressing, it is best to set sail within half a day. OS nodded in agreement. My hawk remained silent, having already boarded the R.O. Jackson and begun to account for the supplies. When will you return to visit once you are less occupied? You are the prince of this nation, this will be your legacy. Hearing this, OS could not suppress a chuckle. It was merely intended as a means for the old man to enjoy his retirement. He had little interest in a small kingdom. After all, even the likes of Crocodile and Doflamingo aspired to conquer vast nations such as Alabasta and Dressrosa. Why would OS set his sights on a mere island nation? Ah. Do ensure you take good care of it, old man, do not fall ill too easily. Perhaps sensing the underlying tone in OS's words, Old Kike suddenly burst into laughter. Of course. I am counting on your return to provide for my retirement. That is reassuring. Well then, I shall take my leave. OS crouched down and embraced Old Kike's shoulders, provoking a wave of disdain from the old man, who scolded him for being sentimental and urged him to set sail without further delay, lest he disrupt his mood. What are you hugging for? Off you go. You are already a sovereign of the seas, yet you behave like a child. The people under your command will surely find it amusing. Watching OS's retreating figure as he boarded the ship, Old Kike remained silent. The vessel soon set sail, gliding slowly away from the port. This serious expression persisted until the R.O. Jackson nearly vanished from view, at which point he could no longer contain his emotions and murmured, "Come back often, OS." As soon as these words left his lips, a distant voice echoed from the horizon, "I certainly will. Take care, old man. Ha 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 ha." Within the realm of observation, witnessing Old Kike's somewhat embarrassed yet irate reprimand towards the impudent youth brought great joy to OS. Observing the joyful demeanor of Us, my hawk savored a sip of his red wine and remarked, "If you wish to catch up, it would be prudent to arrive before noon today. None can ascertain when they shall depart." All right, I understand. I shall leave at once, Us replied, snapping his fingers as the eternal pointer materialized in his hand. The individuals he was about to meet were two characters whose significant roles emerged later in the narrative. Us harbored in anticipation for this encounter. One was Monkey D. Dragon, the son of Monkey D. Garp, the father of Monkey D. Luffy, and the future leader of the Revolutionary Army, with whom Us had shared a brief acquaintance in Log Town. The other was Dr. Vegapunk, a scientist whose intellect transcended centuries of global technology, rumored to be the true possessor of the brain fruit, akin to a pirate version of Einstein. As for Dragon, Us found little intrigue. He was merely a young idealist aspiring to overthrow tyranny, a notion frequently encountered throughout history. Yet, such ambitions often faltered within the cyclical patterns of time. In this world, strength ultimately reigns supreme. Us believed that as long as formidable forces maintained their monopolistic power, true equality would remain an elusive dream. Transitory control over regions would never endure. Nonetheless, Dragon's aspirations were of little concern to us, who preferred to remain detached from such matters. However, Dragon's subordinate captivated Us's interest. This figure was none other than the flamboyant Ivankov, the Okama king. Even if Us could not personally acquire him, he was determined to harness Ivankov's abilities for his own advantage. Not only could Ivankov perform surgeries on pirates and those who dared to offend him, but he also provided a continuous stream of technicians to the red light district, significantly reducing labor costs. Moreover, it was imperative to ensure that his underworld queen, Little Sand, did not transform into a brutish figure due to Ivankov's influence. Us's curiosity regarding Vegapunk stemmed purely from a desire to witness his high-tech creations. If he could fortuitously enhance his weaponry in the process, it would be all the better. The prospect of the intriguing events ahead prompted Us to squint his eyes and flash a gentle smile, his gaze drifting towards the side where the young eagle practiced swordplay. Perhaps it was best to refrain. Surely, he would be relentlessly pursued to the ends of the earth by that proud individual. Should he find himself transformed into a delicate, alluring woman, only to miss the opportunity to engage with the world's greatest swordsman, it would certainly not end well for Ivankov. Even if Us were her closest companion, she would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. What are you gazing at? Mihawk, possessing the keen intuition of a swordsman, directed a piercing glance towards Us, sensing something amiss. It's nothing, merely contemplating that perhaps we shall soon have an additional companion. Is that so? Mihawk redirected his focus back to his sword, continuing to unleash his sword energy towards the sea. A series of fish corpses, neatly bisected, floated upon the water's surface. He remained indifferent to whatever individuals Os might bring aboard, as long as it did not hinder his sword practice. Moreover, it was evident that no matter the caliber of the person, they could not evade the whims of Os. Thus far, everything Os endeavored had proven successful, with nary a misstep. As for the methods employed, the new crew member could only rely on his own fortune. Therefore, let us set sail at full speed towards the West Sea. The new world shall soon return. Like a phantom vessel, the Aro Jackson glided across the sea in broad daylight, exuding a formidable presence as it traversed the doldrums, heading towards O'Hara. In just an hour or two, a nebulous black dot appeared along the coastline of the O'Hara waters, ghostly in its demeanor. Chapter 82, Childhood Memories, The White Trampoline, 4th Update, West Sea, O'Hara. Once a lush and vibrant forest island, it has now been reduced to ruins. The towering trees that symbolized knowledge have fallen. The world government's order to eradicate demons has long since retreated, and this place should have become desolate. Yet, at this moment, several colossal ships are anchored nearby. A few giants are wielding nets, retrieving something from a lake. Books, still remarkably preserved despite being soaked, are being packed and transported in batches. At this time, a figure with an exaggeratedly large head is peering from behind a rock, tongue lolling out. Behind him stands a long-haired man draped in a dark green cloak, holding a bouquet of flowers. You haven't changed a bit, have you, with that head? It's been a while, Vegapunk. The scientist, Vegapunk, slowly turns his head at the mention of his name, relieved to see Dragon. It's you, Dragon. What brings you here? Well, I have some connections with Uncle Clover, but I don't know why there are still people monitoring around O'Hara. Is it safe? Dragon, ever vigilant, has already noticed the presence of those lurking near O'Hara. He remains discreet, yet the silhouettes of the giants cannot be concealed. They have likely alerted certain individuals. Are they from the world government? Vegapunk asks, concern etching his features. If so, these invaluable books could be exposed. But Dragon shakes his head. It doesn't appear to be them. They seem more like lackeys sent by certain forces at sea, lacking any semblance of a regular army. Is that so? Dragon glances towards the giants retrieving the books. You seem quite concerned about those giants. Indeed, these are precious books. They must not be taken away. They're not thieves. I've investigated, and they are. As they converse while walking, Dragon suddenly halts, gazing intently towards the distant sea. What's happening, dragon? Vegapunk, bewildered by his sudden reaction, inquires hastily. Yet dragon does not respond, gritting his teeth, his expression darkening, his eyes fixed on a black dot beyond the coastline. As the ominous ship approaches, a cold sweat trickles down dragon's brow. How can this be? Is that surveillance team left by that individual? Indeed. It is I who left them. With a grin, OS, clutching a dragon claw imbued with armament haki, applies a gentle yet forceful pressure, causing the claw capable of shredding steel and splitting the earth to be forcibly subdued. Is this how you greet someone, dragon? How rude of you. Draped in a dark crimson suit and a black trench coat, with weapons strapped to his waist, OS stood before the anxious dragon, his expression unwavering. Nearby, Vegapunk had already retreated to a safe distance, unable to endure the aftermath of such a confrontation. Fortunately, Dragon's strike was merely an instinctive reaction. Devoid of intent to engage further with OS, and the armament color around his hands swiftly faded. OS, too, relaxed his grip. After all, he perceived Dragon's claw punches, centered around sheer strength, as lacking even half of his own formidable power. Had Dragon dared to confront him without the armament color? OS was confident he could easily crush his palm into a debilitating fracture. Black Gun Daughter OS, why are you here? Dragon inquired, his face etched with concern. Yet, OS offered no response, instead pivoting to appear beside the concealed Vegapunk, scrutinizing his head with an inquisitive grip on his chin. Goodness! How can a head grow so large? OS murmured, astonished at the size, pondering how many brains it must house to reach such dimensions. No wonder such a vast container is necessary for storage. Black Gun OS. Vegapunk stammered, glancing up at OS, who was inspecting his head through his small glasses. A hint of helplessness in his eyes, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Do not be alarmed, I am not here to harm you. Perhaps sensing the palpable tension between them, OS attempted to explain, but as he raised his head, words faltered on his lips. Ah. So O'Hara has a female giant as well? It has been ages since I last saw one. His gaze drifted to the distant giants, among whom stood a strikingly attractive female giant. The last time he encountered her was during his childhood visit to Elbaf with Captain Roger and others. Back then, he had frolicked on trampolines with Buggy and Shanks, during a time of Na'vi protection. In stark contrast to Vegapunk and Dragon, he was evidently far more intrigued by news of the giants and Uncle Jabba. In an instant, OS materialized before the female giant, greeting them with a beaming smile. Yet the trio was taken aback. Particularly, Heldin reacted instinctively with a punch, but as her fist neared OS, it halted abruptly, as if striking an impenetrable wall. A mere meter from him. Is this how you all greet one another? Their startled reactions were understandable, the sudden appearance of a figure, akin to a tiny insect, incited an instinctual defensive response from the warriors. Stop. He is not our enemy. Perhaps due to his meticulous nature. Gers recognized OS's silhouette and urgently called for Heldin to cease her movement. However, Heldin found herself at a loss for words, even if she had remained silent. She was utterly immobilized. At the moment of her punch, OS had already ensnared her entirely with his immobilizing ability. Without exceptional haki. Unless one possessed overwhelming physical strength far beyond OS's, even the might of the giant race would be rendered impotent in the face of his spatial powers. Are you Mr. OS? The giantess Gertz recognized Oz with great delight and exclaimed, Oh? Uncle Jabba has spoken of me? Oz, intrigued, promptly lifted the constraints placed by Heldin and inquired of Gertz. Indeed, Mr. Jabba often regales us with tales of his seafaring adventures. Gertz replied with a smile. However, it was evident that Oz was no longer attentive to Uncle Jabba's recent circumstances. As Gertz narrated, Oz hovered in the air, his gaze fixated on a large, swaying white trampoline that was even larger than himself. After all, he was merely a young man on the cusp of adulthood, brimming with vigor. And this was quite the test of his composure. Chapter 83, The Wealthy OS, Who Does Not Value Money Thanks to Uncle Jabba's Connections in Elbaf. Coupled with OS's own formidable strength and status, the giants displayed no hostility. In fact, they warmly invited OS to visit Elbaf again in the future. OS readily accepted, promising to return, though not immediately, as he had numerous responsibilities to attend to. under the peculiar gaze of Dragon and Bartholomew Kuma from a distance. OS quickly bonded with the giants. Due to OS's exceptional emotional intelligence and eloquence, Gers soon found herself engrossed in conversation with him, and before long, this unrestrained warrior embraced OS tightly, her head momentarily lost in a euphoric abyss, nearly leaving her breathless. OS could have resisted, but why would he? However, the giants were on a mission, so OS did not linger. He bid farewell, assuring Sorrow that there was no need to worry about Robin, she was thriving. After exchanging pleasantries with the giants, OS turned and returned to Dragon and Kuma's side, where a stern youth bearing a black blade stood beside them. My apologies, Little Eagle. I just teleported here and forgot to bring you on the ship, OS remarked. Mihawk merely crossed his arms, silently closing his eyes, indifferent to the oversight. As they strolled across the now desolate land of Ohara, OS and Mihawk's imposing presence prompted Dragon to break the silence. So, what brings someone of your caliber to seek us out? He inquired, his expression grave as he scrutinized OS. It's merely a trivial matter. OS replied as they reached a flat area amidst the ruins of Ohara. A massive rock materialized behind him, and he sat upon it with a light-hearted smile. I've heard that one of your subordinates possesses rather intriguing abilities. Are you referring to? Indeed, the Okama King, Ivankov. Upon hearing OS's words, Dragon's demeanor shifted, his emotions visibly heightened. Ivankov is my comrade, I will never surrender him to you. As Dragon's arm became enveloped in haki and swirling winds erupted around him, Mihawk unsheathed his sword, ready to unleash a deadly wave of sword energy at the slightest provocation. There's no need for such tension, OS said calmly, raising a hand to ease the atmosphere. I never suggested taking him away, I merely wished to clarify a few matters. Perhaps sensing OS's genuine lack of hostility or noticing Kuma's subtle signals, Dragon ultimately relented, allowing his power to dissipate gradually. I'm not some nefarious pirate. There's no need to be so apprehensive. While I possess the confidence to overpower you, it remains unnecessary, and I do not wish to create enemies out of thin air. With that, OS smiled and lightly snapped his fingers. Before the eyes of several individuals, a multitude of treasure chests appeared, densely packed with at least dozens. All in an open state. Within them lay stacks of berries, dazzling and nearly blinding. Observing the nonchalant posture of OS, Dragon's heart raced. And exchanging a glance with the tongue-lolling Vegapunk beside him, he stepped forward. From one of the chests, he casually extracted a bundle of berries. Each emblazoned with the highest denomination, pristine and exuding the scent of freshly printed ink. Although the aroma was somewhat pungent, to Dragon, it was sweeter than any delicacy. How desperately impoverished the revolutionary army was. Meanwhile, Vegapunk's eyes gleamed with excitement, although he had the liberty to allocate and research funds under the auspices of the world government. It was still constrained. Were it not for Dragon's dire financial situation, he would prefer not to labor in the shadows for the world government. After all, what scientist would disdain funding? Without financial resources as a foundation, even the most brilliant mind is rendered impotent. A skilled artisan cannot craft without materials. I, OS, lack nothing but money. Observing the gleam in their eyes, OS smirked, crossing his legs, as a thick stack of cash materialized in his hand, which he carelessly tossed into the air, allowing the wind to whisk it away without a hint of regret. This spectacle made Dragon's blood boil with envy. Damn it! That handful could have easily been worth hundreds of thousands of berries. He immediately employed his abilities to summon the scattered berries back with a gust of wind. OS, however, remained unfazed. After all, he wielded dominion over the world's entertainment, gambling, funerary services, specialized services, transportation, public opinion, lending, storage, arms, and brokerage. Subsequently, one would marvel at how money seemingly transformed into an almost infinite figure. Though he did not yet control the entirety of the underworld. With the industries and assets managed by Morgans, Sabo, Doflamingo, and others, OS had already ascended to the status of a trillionaire, if not more. And once the remaining factions capitulated, this figure would multiply exponentially. With the power of the entire underworld at his command. The notion of running out of money was utterly absurd. Acknowledging your poverty, consider these treasure chests an investment of mine. Upon hearing this, before Dragon could display any sign of joy, OS, still reclining nonchalantly, continued with an air of indifference towards money, but I do have conditions. With a snap of his fingers, the dozens of chests instantaneously closed, their locks snapping tight. There is, of course, no such thing as a free lunch. If there were, it would surely be laced with poison. Dragon appeared to anticipate this. Patiently awaiting OS's next statement, I want Ivankov to refrain from performing any gender reassignment surgeries on anyone without my permission, and to unconditionally assist with surgeries for those I designate. Upon hearing this condition, Dragon was momentarily taken aback. Not that he found it unacceptable, rather, it was surprisingly acceptable. Is that all? He is currently taken aback. The seemingly inconspicuous ability of Ivankov has surprisingly attracted such substantial investments for their self-reliant army. I can certainly speak on behalf of Ivankov. Long hastily replied, clearly anxious that OS might have second thoughts. Not only can they secure funding, but establishing a connection with such a formidable individual would undoubtedly yield infinite benefits for the future development of their self-reliant army. Do not rejoice too soon. OS narrowed his eyes. Of course, should I discover that he has secretly performed surgeries for others, the consequences would be dire, and disbandment would be the least of his troubles. Meanwhile, Bijapunk, who had witnessed the entire exchange, stuck out his tongue, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. Long is indeed still young. With the economic lifeline grasped firmly in someone else's hands, indulging in immediate gains may lead to substantial losses in the future. Chapter 84, The Newly Appointed Supreme Being, the Seraphim OS. After all, he possesses the most formidable intellect. Perceiving not only the intricacies of scientific advancement but also the subtleties of human relationships and the dynamics of vested interests with remarkable clarity. Nevertheless, he must concede that the allure of wealth is indeed difficult to resist, particularly when it emanates from those of great power. Even Dr. Vegapunk himself has been ensnared by the world government through such means, has he not? Indeed, Vegapunk's suspicions are not without merit. If the Revolutionary Army, or even the future iterations of it, finds its military expenditures in various budgets under the dominion of OS, the sovereign of the underworld, while lacking the strength to challenge him, the implications become quite intriguing. One must ponder, is this revolutionary force truly the army of Dragon, or is it, in fact, OS's revolutionary army? Crucially, OS currently maintains a cordial relationship with the world government, even standing as a potential heir to the throne of one of its member states. This enigmatic puppeteer, uninterested in vying for global supremacy, appears to bet on both sides. Will the long-established world government be toppled by a rising contender? Or will a nascent force dismantle the decaying regime? The uncertainty is palpable. Regardless, it seems unlikely that he will incur losses. After addressing the issue with Dragon, OS's gaze shifted back to the side to Dr. Vegapunk. So Dr. Vegapunk, do you find yourself in need of financial support? Vegapunk hesitated, for although OS's smile seemed benign, it instilled within him a disquieting sense of foreboding, reminiscent of a Faustian bargain. The level of discomfort he felt surpassed even that which he had experienced with the agents of the world government. It warrants careful consideration, I suppose. Unlimited funding, you say? As long as I can utilize some for my research, rest assured, the world government will remain oblivious. OS coaxed gently, fully aware of the profound implications of boundless resources for a scientist. To illustrate, it is akin to placing a lifelong bachelor into a complimentary red light district. Once presented with such opportunities, one cannot easily withdraw without exhausting themselves in pursuit of gratification. Indeed. After a moment of indecision, Vegapunk succumbed to temptation. In a fleeting instant, he even contemplated betraying the world government to align himself with OS. For the funds that the world government amassed primarily serve the expenditures of the celestial dragons and the navy. Though substantial, the resources allocated for scientific research are not inexhaustible. OS, on the other hand, possessed wealth so vast that it rendered money inconsequential, employing means of profit at sea that rivaled those of the world government. He was, indeed, the ideal benefactor of every researcher's dreams. OS's initial assignment to Vegapunk was to assist in modifying the black firearm he possessed, not in the direction of laser weaponry, but rather to enhance user comfort and extend its range, all while disregarding recoil. To speak candidly, there should not exist a weapon that can withstand the might of OS. Even if one were to wield a naval cannon, OS's formidable strength would surely dominate the muzzle. As for the ongoing funding for Vegapunk, OS will periodically dispatch individuals to deliver the necessary resources. With such substantial financial backing, should any remarkable technological advancements arise? Vegapunk has pledged that OS will undoubtedly be among the foremost users, rivaling even the world government. For instance, Mr. OS. There exists a research project that may pique your interest. What? OS, observing Vegapunk retrieve his firearm, felt a surge of curiosity at the unexpected inquiry. This is merely a preliminary concept of mine, a minor breakthrough in cloning technology. Ever since the creation of Stussy, Vegapunk has relentlessly pursued a more perfected cloning technique, aiming to inherit the original's powers, supplemented by certain unique racial traits, along with the burgeoning research on devil fruit abilities. If you are willing, the blood cultivated from you might very well become the pinnacle of this technology. Upon hearing this, OS instantly comprehended the implications, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. The Seraphim OS? To inherit OS's current talents and devil fruit abilities, combined with the advantages of the Lunarian race? It could be said that with OS's innate gifts, augmented by the Lunarian's formidable regenerative and defensive capabilities, he would truly possess no weaknesses. A youthful appearance at 10 years old rivaling that of a general? He feared that in the future, he might be outshone by such a creation. Never mind. He despised the idea of anyone bearing his handsome visage, parading upon the seas in arrogance. It felt far too awkward. This matter could be postponed. Let me first witness your successful results. Consequently, OS opted to sidestep the topic for the moment. Vegapunk understood. As it was only natural for one to harbor skepticism towards research not yet yielding results. The progression of events unfolded even more smoothly than OS had anticipated. Perhaps due to the generous funding or the vast disparity in strength. Everything appeared remarkably harmonious. Observing Dragon, Vegapunk, and his subordinates tallying the berries, Mihawk, disinterested in such matters, turned to OS and inquired, "So, where do we go next?" Well, OS pondered, extracting a transponder snail from his pocket and dialing a number. It would depend on whether Morgans would disappoint this new master. Click. How have things progressed with the matters I entrusted to you, Morgans? Lord OS. Are you referring to the other figures from the underworld, or all of them? Here's the situation: several underworld titans have agreed to submit, including Yumut and others. However, there are a few who have declined, declaring that OS is of no consequence. Their reluctance stems from the involvement of true heavyweights. They dare not offend those individuals. Oh? OS inquired with keen interest. Heavyweights, you say? Who are they? Morgan's spirits lifted considerably upon hearing OS's inquiry, a wicked smile spreading across his avian visage. Finally, he posed the question, ha ha ha. The mere recollection of the disparagement he faced during his phone call, where some scorned him for being OS's lackey and accused him of regressing, ignited a wave of indignation within him. Yet, the intensity of that ire was now matched by an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Those provincial simpletons could never hope to rival someone engaged in the realm of intelligence such as himself. The true terror of OS was beyond the comprehension of that insular cadre of rodents, who merely scuttled around their own territories. Certainly, some of those lesser beings could be dealt with by Morgan and his compatriots, but there were many challenges that eluded resolution, an abundance of them indeed. Especially concerning the formidable figure emerging as a potential sovereign in the New World, the former captain of the Rocks Pirates, Charlotte Lin. Chapter 85, The Plan to Capture Crocodile Roar? The world's strongest woman? Upon hearing this familiar name, OS felt a twinge of surprise, which quickly gave way to a sense of normalcy. In his youth, he had often encountered the striking beauty aboard the Rocks ship in the newspapers, though he had heard whispers that she had begun to gain weight in recent years. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. OS had never been one to scrub pots and pans. He preferred to claim things as his own. Had this been the youthful version of Lingling prior to her joining Rocks, OS might have felt a flicker of interest, but now, his heart stirred not at all. It seemed that in the world of anime from his past life, the old lady had a penchant for mingling with the denizens of the underworld. He hadn't anticipated such inclinations to manifest so early. Well then, I shall document what cannot be resolved, and I will take action. Certainly, Lord OS. I shall promptly send you the intelligence on those individuals. Morgans, with a mischievous grin, had intertwined much personal agenda within the information. Some of it contravened OS's recruitment, while other bits served as obstacles in his business ventures. OS was well aware of the bird's untrustworthiness, yet he found himself disinterested in such matters. As long as the creature remained generally loyal, it would be advantageous for OS to have his troubles alleviated. Regarding the second matter, the intelligence you requested on Crocodile has been located. He is currently situated in Alabasta. Alabasta, you say? After being defeated by Whitebeard, it seems to have veered off course, remarked OS. Understood, thank you for your efforts. It is my honor to serve Lord OS, came the reply with a click. OS returned the transponder snail to his pocket, loosening the button of his suit at the neck as he turned to Mihawk. We have much to attend to. Mihawk nodded. Admitting that he too was intrigued by the prospect of new companions, the Oro Jackson felt rather desolate. Previously, Little Robin had brightened the ship, but now it was just he and OS spending their days aboard, which had grown rather tedious. The eternal pointer for Alabasta should be on the ship, OS remarked, glancing at Mihawk. His keen observation skills allowed him to manipulate objects aboard with ease, yet the pointers, all bearing similar designs, were indistinguishable to him. Mihawk nodded slightly. In the future, we shall inscribe the name of each island upon the pointers. While both possessed the innate ability of Observation Haki, OS's approach differed from that of Princess Otoheim and Lady Redfield. He did not emphasize the psychological or spiritual aspects. If their innate Haki pertained to mental realms, OS's was rooted in the physical. He possessed an inherent precision, a fine-tuned sensitivity. Even if a letter were inscribed upon the handle of a pointer in the ship as hold, OS could swiftly extract it from the pile. Thus, with this fine attention to detail, even perceiving wind directions from a distance of 10,000 meters, OS could become a world-class marksman without relying on the powers of a devil fruit, the greatest sharpshooter in the world. Then, let us set sail for Alabasta. Paradise, Alabasta, Rain Banquet. In the cacophonous atmosphere of the casino, a multitude of gamblers congregated, some exulting while others lamented, with a few losing their composure and contemplating violence. Amidst this turmoil, a striking figure sat back, savoring a cigar, her eyes disdainfully surveying the patrons through the haze of smoke. Such a physique is still too fragile. Extending her delicate hand, a swirling miniature sandstorm gradually took shape, sweeping outward, and in an instant, a desiccated corpse lay sprawled on the ground, instantly silencing all those harboring ulterior motives. That woman. She must be a user of a nature-type devil fruit. Indeed, the bounty on her head is reportedly outrageous. It appears the intelligence was accurate. After being defeated by the legendary Whitebeard, she has come to this humble locale? Crocodile, too, sensed the myriad gazes directed her way, but she chose to disregard them, merely snorting disdainfully before retreating to her office. Recently, she had received intelligence regarding a group of individuals active upon the seas, one of whom possessed the ability to change gender. If she could transform into a man, surely she would become even stronger. As she contemplated her next voyage to seek out this so-called self-brave army, two unexpected guests intruded upon her newly established casino. Good day, esteemed guest. What would you like to play? Well, what do you have here? This is my first time in such a place, inquired a man clad in a dark red suit, donning sunglasses and a voluminous black trench coat. Behind him trailed another man in a white shirt, also wearing sunglasses, who was visibly twitching at the corners of his mouth. What a bizarre attire. Yet, it must be said, amidst the throngs encountered along the way, none were recognizable. Having been taken by Vegapunk for modifications, he bore no signature black gun. The young man, resplendent in his luxurious dark red suit with a sword at his waist and a grand black coat draped over his shoulders, appeared less a pirate and more akin to a gang lord, impeccably dressed. Meanwhile, Mihawk, despite carrying a cross, exuded an innate aristocratic air and demeanor, utterly unassociated with the image of pillaging pirates. Upon encountering such uniquely styled individuals, the casino manager greeted them with utmost respect, treating them as if they were deities, while inwardly reveling in delight. Judging by their attire and demeanor, they seemed affluent yet inexperienced newcomers, a rare find indeed. Observing the calm and gentle smile on OS's face, it seemed almost inscribed with the words, Navi, wealthy, come quickly. Following the casino staff deeper into the establishment, the first order of business was to exchange for chips. After listening to the manager's explanation, OS slowly reached into his pocket and produced a 100,000 berries banknote. The casino manager's expression instantly shifted. A cascade of black lines appearing on his forehead. What is this? So, it turns out he's a pauper? Dressed rather ostentatiously, Oz felt no discomfort. Instead, he casually settled at a humble gambling table. So, what are the rules? With the server's explanation, Oz quickly grasped a unique variation of the game. 10 cards were drawn at random and then dealt 5 to each of 2 players. Each player would select 1 card to compare, and in the event of a tie, they would draw another card from the remaining 4. The stakes were high and the winner took all. Oz positioned himself at the table, his fingers interlaced before him, while the keen-eyed little eagle stood behind, intently observing the game. Now, let us begin. I happen to have a bit of experience with card games, Oz remarked with a cheerful smile. Chapter 86, Clockter, allow me to play with you, Black Gun. Upon hearing these words, both the casino staff and the seasoned gamblers who had frequented the establishment for years could not help but smirk inwardly. Before the game commenced, everyone harbors a fantasy that Lady Luck will smile upon them. After all, when they first entered the realm of gambling, they too were brimming with confidence, much like OS, and often found themselves winning several hands in a row. Upon experiencing such an exhilarating and seemingly effortless way to earn money, they soon regarded mundane employment as utterly uninspiring. Even with the understanding that 9 out of 10 gamblers lose, they still clung to the hope that they would be the exception. In their eyes, OS was merely another naive newcomer. Despite his apparent wealth, they were convinced that it wouldn't be long before he wagered away his entire fortune. As the opponents took their seats at the card table, the first game commenced. Each player received 5 cards, and without a moment's hesitation, OS flipped over 1 card at random, a 6. Unsurprisingly, in an effort to lure the unsuspecting prey, his opponent boldly revealed a small 4. 100,000 berries, 200,000 berries. Congratulations, sir, it seems fortune favors you today, purred a sultry waitress, her enticing figure swaying as she playfully speared fruit with a fork and fed it to OS, a gesture that undoubtedly served to elevate his spirits. OS grinned widely. Indeed, my luck has always been exceptional. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a handful of berries, appearing to be in the range of several million, and with a hearty laugh, stuffed them into the depths of the waitress's neckline. Delighted by OS's generosity, she became even more attentive, showering him with compliments. Perhaps taken aback by OS's lavishness, the casino manager stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Whispering to his subordinates, arrange for him to play at a larger table, a few sweet victories will ensnare him. Watching his underlings nod in understanding, the manager wore an expression of cunning delight. Once a staggering debt was incurred, whether one was a wealthy merchant or a noble, escaping the clutches of the casino would be impossible. Before long, OS's laughter rang out, urging, hurry up. I've consulted with someone. Today my luck is extraordinarily good, it's a guaranteed win. Very well, sir, we shall prepare the next game for you immediately. Laugh while you can, soon enough you'll have ample reason to weep. In the subsequent rounds, the process unfolded similarly to the first. Sometimes the score was 8-1, other times 5-4. Regardless of the margin, OS continued to win unfalteringly. Starting with 100,000 berries, he quickly amassed a staggering total of 496 million berries. This remarkable sum prompted the casino manager to take a calculated risk, pushing the stakes high, as the next round's double leverage was where the real trap lay. Should OS falter, he would not only have to forfeit his previous winnings but also contribute an additional 400 million berries from his own pocket. The pre-arranged cards were soon inserted, and swiftly, both parties had their 5 cards dealt. The man seated opposite OS, exuding an air of confidence, unveiled the second card from his right, a jack. 11 points. Witnessing this scene, the onlooking gamblers felt a wave of anxiety for OS. They relished the spectacle of others' losses but savored even more the thrill of an extraordinary comeback. As the saying goes, in a game of Russian roulette with but a single bullet, everyone wishes to witness your demise, yet if 5 bullets are loaded, all will desire your survival. Yet, in the face of this scenario, OS remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and collected. Behind his sunglasses, a flicker of crimson light flashed momentarily across his face. Your future holds no promise of victory. Subsequently, OS extended his hand and gently lifted the central card, a king. 13 points. The second highest card after the Joker. How could this be possible? A high card placed deliberately in the least expected position for inspection? A bead of cold sweat trickled down, and the manager's eyelids twitched nervously. 496 million Bailey, quadrupled. Over 1.6 billion. If he were to incur such a loss, selling his entire family would not suffice. Just as he clenched his teeth, preparing to command his subordinates to seal the venue and compel OS to continue gambling, the sound of polished shoes suddenly echoed from above. How could this be? The manager trembled, attempting to speak. "Boss, grant me a chance." Silence. A gust of wind and sand descended from the upper floor, coalescing into a fierce whirlwind before the manager, revealing a striking woman. With a cigar clenched between her teeth, she exuded an aura of authority, embodying the essence of a powerful figure. A scar on her face, far from detracting from her beauty, only enhanced her presence. While her sleek black hair cascaded down her back, draped in a long black coat over her elegant dress. With an air of disdain for incompetence, she admonished. "You couldn't even discern that you were being played, how much more are you willing to lose?" The manager attempted to explain, but upon meeting Crocodile's gaze, he instantly fell silent. Ignoring this incompetent subordinate, Crocodile sauntered over to OS, her demeanor serious, the dark lines on her face accentuating her authority. "Will you grant me a favor? Simply take your winnings and leave. I guarantee, in the name of Rain Banquet, that there will be no grievances or trouble." The surrounding crowd, initially expecting this formidable female pirate to resort to violence, was taken aback to witness her concede. What? Are you truly sending your guests away? Or is it that you cannot afford the losses? OSS's ambition extends far beyond the mere accumulation of a paltry sum of a few billion. Upon hearing Crocodile's words, he was naturally dismissive. "I am not driven by avarice, my singular goal remains steadfast." At this statement, a displeased expression crossed Crocodile's face, manifesting his anger. However, he was no longer the naive youth he once was. Since his confrontation with Whitebeard, he had come to comprehend the astonishing combat prowess of the world's apex predators. Moreover, with his acumen, it was impossible for him to be unaware of the true nature of the individual before him. Engaging in battle was certainly an option. Yet he knew he would not emerge victorious. At present, he yearned to swiftly undergo a transformation and securely locate the fabled ancient weapon, thereby establishing a nation that would grant him peace and stability, free from the influence of any external powers. Thus, he opted for patience. But this did not imply a lack of means for retaliation. "Very well, if you wish to play, then I shall join you in this game, the legendary pirate. The king of an era, Black Gun, OSS. Chapter 87, let us make it big, 16 billion. You see, I'm in a hurry, what? I thought it was someone important, but it turns out to be OS, the infamous Black Gun." Indeed, it was him. Suddenly, a profound silence enveloped the previously raucous casino, transforming it into a library of tranquility. In the next heartbeat, the lively atmosphere resumed. "Hey, are you joking? Just a moment ago, Crocodile mentioned, could it be a that? Don't OS. Even in the paradise of revelry." There were those in the know who could not possibly remain unaware of that legendary name. Those who heard it wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Several timid souls were already in tears, trembling, with one collapsing to the ground in shock. The informants and undercover agents mingling within the crowd were now quaking, hastily dialing their superiors. Beep beep beep. Reporting a significant event. It concerns the legendary pirate with a bounty of 4 billion. Countless patrons fled in panic, while a few audacious souls chose to remain, hearts pounding, and some even dared to approach and beseech to become underlings. Only to be thwarted by Mihawk, who brandished his sword with authority. Once his identity was revealed, OS exhibited little reaction, leisurely turning his gaze towards Crocodile, who, as anticipated, wore a grim expression, cigar in mouth, boldly seating himself opposite OS at the gambling table. "Since you are in the mood, allow me to join you in this game." The surrounding gamblers, witnessing the two formidable figures take their seats, felt a mixture of tension and excitement. "Black Gun. I never expected a man like you to be drawn to such games." Crocodile's long, pale legs almost drew OS's attention away, threatening to undermine his composure. Fortunately, OS remained resolute. I find all intriguing matters fascinating, including, but not limited to, games. A glint of mischief flickered in OS's eyes as he slowly smiled at the imposing woman before him. Since we are to gamble, why not go all in? With a click and a chime whoosh. Though instinctively recognizing the challenge posed by his opponent, Sha had never known the meaning of surrender. Upon hearing OS's words, he took his time, lighting another cigar with his lighter, exhaling a plume of smoke, his demeanor perfectly composed. As the smoke wafted through the air, it drifted towards the little eagle, who raised an eyebrow, slicing through the air with his hand, letting the smoke dance away with the currents. No sword style, dispersing fragrance, through the curling smoke, OS discerned an unwavering bravado etched upon Crocodile's face. So what are the stakes? She did not wish to attract trouble, yet that did not imply she feared it. She had never been intimidated by the likes of Whitebeard. So why would she be daunted by the likes of OS? Unbeknownst to her, it was precisely this stubbornness and aura of a formidable figure that drew OS's attention even more. If she were to simply acquiesce, OS could indulge in the pleasures of the red light district for a lifetime, with the likes of Sammy, Xiaolu, and Xiaoqi treating him as their king, obeying him without question. It is only when one encounters a woman like Xiao that life becomes infused with a touch of amusement, does it not? Perhaps this is the essence of a man's desire to conquer. Since I have managed to double my winnings to 1.6 billion berries with you, let us continue to double it further to 3.2 billion? Crocodile's expression darkened slightly. Although it was not impossible for her to gather such a sum with her entire fortune, it would certainly be a significant strain. No. Observing the bewildered expression on Xiao's face, OS gently shook his head, the amusement in his eyes unmistakable. After all, it was rare to encounter someone who piqued my interest. A mere double would not suffice, at the very least, it should be this amount. He extended his right hand, raising a single finger. 10 times? Xiao's expression grew serious. 160 billion berries. Should she lose, how long would it take to recover that in Alabasta? 5 years? 10 years? She was a business genius, possessing exceptional means of making money, and her intellect was among the finest in the pirate realm. Otherwise, she would not have been able to lend a substantial sum to Buggy to start a business, nor would she have had her bounty increased due to her leadership skills. Thus, from her perspective, this gamble seemed exceedingly unfavorable. Despite her confidence in winning, what if she were to lose? Conversely, even if she won, such a colossal sum would likely provoke OS's ire if he were reluctant to pay. Having stayed in Alabasta for so long, her sources of information had become outdated. She did not believe that OS would possess the audacity to wager over 100 billion for a mere card game. Just as she was about to refuse, she noticed a flicker of disdain and mockery in OS's eyes as he heard her words. 10 times? Are you joking? What I propose is 100 times. 160 billion berries. OS's seemingly insane declaration startled Xiao into restlessness before anyone else could react. Merely hearing that figure sent her head spinning. Her eyes filled with blood vessels, narrowly avoiding biting down on her cigar. Impossible. That number was simply too outrageous, utterly inconceivable. Even someone of your stature could not possibly produce such an amount so readily. 160 billion berries could drain the finances of some medium-sized nations. It was enough to last decades. How do you know I cannot? Suddenly, a voice interrupted Xiao's exhilarated thoughts. OSS reached into his pocket and slowly extracted a piece of paper. Certification of membership in the world government. Certification. The Doder royal family is the sole royal lineage of the Duramos kingdom. This is, indeed. OSS brandished the old man's assets before the young Xia, as if what he held was merely an ordinary belly. Shall I wager an entire nation on this? Surely, that suffices. Even if it is just taxation, 100 years of it would certainly suffice. At this point, seemingly fearing that the young Xia might doubt him, OSS drew forth from his dimensional pocket one document after another: bank certificates, proof of ownership for his enterprises. Do not underestimate me. I could produce not just 160 billion, but even 16 trillion if necessary. Although he did not possess such wealth at this moment, he was confident that it would come to him in due time. The magnitude of the underworld rendered even a trillion a feasible prospect. Thus, It all depended on whether you dared to engage. OSS observed Shah like a predator eyeing its prey, causing the young man to break into a cold sweat, his eyes ablaze with crimson intensity. Clock Doll Chapter 88, the most extravagant showdown in the world, Black Emperor vs. Sand Alligator in the midst of the rain banquet. Countless gamblers fixated their fervent gaze upon the stacks of paper that OS held casually in his hands, a staggering sum of 16 billion. Merely hearing that figure instilled a sense of unreality within them. Yet, no one dared to act impulsively, they merely stared at the gambling table, their scalps tingling as they witnessed this unprecedented spectacle of high stakes. However, Crocodile's reaction was undeniably one of disappointment. With her silver teeth clenched tightly, she lowered her elegantly crossed leg, her expression overshadowed by an unprecedented darkness. This amount, how could she possibly wager against it? Even though she had confidence in her ability to win against OS at the table, she knew with certainty that this money was beyond her reach. 16 billion was a sum worth killing for. In the cruel depths of the ocean, it was not uncommon for the strong to determine life and death. Even she, at times, resorted to ruthless measures in her endeavors. Not to mention, she was not guaranteed victory, even if she believed the chances of losing were minuscule. A defeat could very well burden her with a lifetime of unpayable debt. Ha! His eyes narrowed slightly, observing the increasingly agitated Sand, who had crossed her arms beneath her chin. Are you worried that I might default on my debts due to my strength? Or perhaps, after a brief pause, OS's expression shifted to one of incredulity, followed by a mocking smile that seemed to pierce the heart. You are afraid, aren't you? Before Sand could respond, OS snapped his fingers. Little eagle. Upon hearing this, my hawk, with a resigned look, retrieved a den mushi from his pocket. After a brief awakening process, the snail focused its gaze on the gambling table, capturing the images of both participants. This is. Sand stared in astonishment. A den mushi. Broadcasting live to the entire world. At that moment, within the headquarters of the World Economic News, a humanoid bird darted among the operators, urgently coordinating arrangements. A look of excitement gracing its face. A major news event. A major news event. The world's most extravagant gambling live broadcast. Lord OS truly did not deceive me, this den mushi is indeed invaluable. Though the news tycoon Morgans had yet to fully saturate the market with his business. Over the years, he had managed to install projection screens for the den mushi in numerous countries and regions, including several large nations. Hey! Look at the screen in the center of the square. Is that for real? It seems like. Report. Lord Buggy. Regarding that live broadcast of Lord OS, it's not just in the newspapers. Shanks, look, isn't that the friend you mentioned? Is that the kid from Roger's ship? Marco. Oh my, he has really grown into quite the strapping young lad, hasn't he, OS? Ah ha 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 ha. Burp. What is this? Enough with these childish games, let us engage in battle. Black firearms. Following the transmission of the footage. Even in regions where the World Economic Journal has yet to establish its presence, upon hearing the news of Ossi, they swiftly sought means to witness this live broadcast. Thus, the forthcoming wager shall be witnessed by the entire world, you can rest assured of that, little Shah. No longer able to care about the nickname that Ossi had acquired. Crocodile was now staring in horror at that snail phone. She had concealed herself here, and while it was not a secret, her low profile was intended to pursue the legendary ancient weapon. Now, she had gained notoriety before the entire world. Reflecting on this, a swirl of quicksand began to gather in her hand. Do not move, little Shah. The quicksand that had flown out gradually halted in mid-air before returning to Crocodile's side. Ossi calmly remarked, in the upcoming game, no one is permitted to withdraw midway. At that moment, all those watching the livestream heard a voiceover commentary. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Economic News Journal, presenting the grandest gamble of the century. First, on the left side of the screen. Once active in the Grand Line. Having battled the Devil's Descendant, Douglas Barrett, and narrowly losing to one of the world's dominators, the notorious pirate, Sir Crocodile. Oh! Little Shah. With her fiery temperament and attire, combined with the fierce gaze directed at the snail phone while biting on a cigar, instantly captivated a multitude of men from the seas. Next, on the right side of the screen, you may be familiar with this figure. That's right. The legendary pirate. A crew member of the Pirate King. Single-handedly battling the entire Marine headquarters, with a bounty of 4,490,000,000 berries, the new maritime overlord. At the tender age of 17, possessing absolute dominion over the seas, the next generation's king. Black Emperor, Lord Ossi. Upon hearing this evidently lengthy introduction, those less acquainted with Ossi gained a clear understanding. Particularly the title of Black Emperor, which alone conveyed an overwhelming sense of pressure and suffocation. Old Kike, watching the livestream, was flushed with excitement, shaking the shoulder of a nearby guard. "Did you see that? That's my grandson. Ha ha ha." The ensuing confrontation between the two parties would be a duel with the largest stakes in history. The wager was a brief silence that seemed to resonate with the hearts of every citizen. 160 billion berries. The announcer's enthusiastic shout echoed from the snail phone. "Nanny! 160 billion? How many zeros is that? Is this for real?" Such a sum of berries could surely form a mountain. The scene now shifts to the two individuals on the stage. Positioned on the right, OS appears effortlessly at ease, seemingly unfazed by the gaze of the world or the exorbitant stakes at play. He merely observes the petite figure across from him, the one who has been propped up for display. Indeed, his decision has proven astute, for someone as proud as she. Uttering words of reluctance or inability to wager before the eyes of the world is undoubtedly more excruciating than any act of violence. Whether it be the pressure of public opinion or OS's mocking demeanor, Xiaoxia now feels a tension coursing through her body, her face flushed with emotion, while a tumult brews within her chest. After what feels like an eternity, she finally ignites a cigar, her youthful visage returning to an expression of detached disdain. Exhaling a plume of smoke, her piercing gaze cuts through the haze as she fixes her eyes on OS. "Though I am uncertain of your motives. Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? Come, let us wager, OS." Chapter 89, Unable to repay? Then let a lifetime serve as repayment. Is this what it means to be among the world's elite? 16 billion, and not a hint of anxiety. Indeed. Who could possibly exhaust such an inexhaustible fortune? Let the games begin. Lord S exudes such charisma. In the East Sea, in an obscure little town. Within a building, a group of individuals adorned in circus attire sits in rapt attention, gazing at the images projected by a communication insect. At the forefront stands a clown. His lips curled in a jubilant smile, brimming with excitement. "Hey! You lot! Pay attention as my esteemed friend magnificently claims victory in this monumental gamble. Ha ha ha! Yes! Captain Buggy!" The pirate lackeys below echo his enthusiasm, mouths agape in fervent admiration. Even if they are oblivious to the reasons behind Captain Buggy's unwavering belief that the Black Emperor will prevail. As for Buggy himself, he feels a mix of envy and joy. Truly, us is remarkable, that is a staggering sum of 16 billion berries, more extravagant than Captain John's treasure. He seems to have already decided that us will emerge victorious. The possibility of us losing does not even cross Buggy's mind. How could that man ever face defeat? In every aspect, he is the strongest. In the North Sea, at the residence of the Don Quixote family. Say, Da Flamingo. Should Lord S falter, this debt would surely involve us as well. On a lavish sofa, a tall, robust youth draped in a pink feathered cloak lounges with one leg crossed over the other. A mischievous grin adorning his face as he fixates on the live broadcast before him. Despite the anxious concerns voiced by those nearby, his expression remains unperturbed. He. It seems you still fail to grasp the essence of this affair, Toribol. With a sinister smile, he transforms back into that audacious figure, his voice brimming with arrogance. "If that scoundrel crocodile dares to win, we shall eliminate him on behalf of Lordus. It would be killing two birds with one stone." "No? He. Now then. Let the cards be dealt." Before the watchful eyes of the world, a wager exceeding 100 billion commences. Little Shah, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, glances grimly at the equally tense dealer. To ensure fairness, a freshly unsealed deck of cards is selected at random by Little Shah and us, each choosing 5 cards, face down, their surfaces impeccably smooth. rendering any attempt to discern their nature via observation utterly futile. With gentlemanly grace, Us allows Crocodile to select first, wearing a calm and confident smile. Observing Us's composed demeanor. Little Shah also makes his choice without hesitation, seemingly randomly selecting 5 cards. Such subtle maneuvers abound. In the realm of acute observation, Us effortlessly perceives that among these seemingly new cards, 5 exhibit peculiarities, as if they are tainted with something akin to a grit. It is so subtle that even when rubbed between one's fingers, it may go unnoticed. Yet, compared to other brands that are excessively pristine, these 5 cards are as conspicuous in Oth's observation as a candle in the night. A special mark, perhaps? Such a childish method of cheating. At this moment, Crocodile gazed calmly into Oth's eyes, still believing that victory was within her grasp. She no longer harbored any illusions of actually acquiring that vast sum of money. Merely sending Oth, this harbinger of misfortune, away was the best outcome she could envision. So, the largest of the kings is already in her possession. What will you do now, daughter Oth? With a sigh, under the scrutiny of her world-weary gaze, Oth casually selected 5 cards from the deck. There was no pause, no hesitation, he placed them face down before him without a second thought. So then, who will emerge as the ultimate victor in this upcoming game? The promotional narration struck at just the right moment. Its fervent tone seemingly seizing the hearts of every spectator, who collectively held their breath, their eyes fixed on the table before them. After the conclusion of this round, I shall not take your money, I only require you to leave Alabasta. Little Sandy's expression turned grave, as if she were delivering an ultimatum. That simply will not do. I, Oth, am a man of my word. Moreover, why do you speak as if you have already won? Little Sandy's forehead creased with several lines of frustration. He was indeed a formidable opponent, and she might have to retreat from Alabasta after all. This is of your own making. As both players simultaneously unveiled their cards, the camera closely tracked the unfolding scene. Little Sandy was about to speak. To declare the outcome, I have won, you know, Little Sandy. Upon hearing this teasing remark, Little Sandy's eyes widened in shock as she glanced towards the table. The card that had just been marked as a king now appeared to be. How could this be possible? Crocodile's cigar fell to the ground, his expression one of utter horror and disbelief. A 3? Looking up once more, Oth cheerfully lifted the card in front of him, flipping it over to reveal its face to Little Sandy on the screen. Prominently displaying a jester adorned with a crown, the king, all-encompassing. As Oth revealed his hidden card, a brief silence enveloped the crowd, both present and those watching the live stream from around the globe, before erupting into an intense fervor. 16 billion. Black Emperor, Oth has undoubtedly become the wealthiest man upon the seas. You ignorant lot, that is a figure befitting a figure of one piece. A mere 16 billion berries. The world was ablaze with excitement, fervently witnessing this grandest of gambling spectacles, and Oth, propelled by this wave of public sentiment, ascended to the pinnacle of renown upon the seas. The most handsome man in the world. The richest man in the world. The most formidable man of the younger generation. The uncrowned king who reigns over the sea. Unlike the fervor of the outside world and the delight of Os, at this moment, the young lady was filled with disbelief. Her delicate face etched with horror. That card, should it not be in my possession? Thus, does this mean that from this instant onward, she bears a debt of 16 billion berries? What a jest! How could one possibly repay such an amount? Her silver teeth nearly ground to dust. Yet even amidst her profound frustration, words eluded her. What could she say? That the great king ought to have been hers? That would merely be an admission of her own folly. Regardless, it was a path leading to despair. Just as her reason teetered on the brink of collapse, Os's face bore a gentle smile, and his words fell like the final straw upon a drowning crocodile. What's the matter? Unable to pay? No worries. You only need to spend a lifetime repaying it. Chapter 90, I have successfully tamed Little Shah. See Tower Stone version Spirit Ball, what a jest. Perhaps it was due to Os's words, or perhaps the staggering figure of 16 billion weighed heavily upon her. She would not allow the latter half of her life to be consumed by some trivial debt. Sandstorm. With a violent motion, she overturned the table. And a swirling tempest of sand rapidly formed, obscuring everything in its path. To the outside world, It appeared as though a sudden wave of yellow sand had enveloped the screen, followed by an abrupt blackout. The report concluded here. For further details, please refer to the World Economic News. Let us set aside the repercussions upon the sea caused by this incident. At this moment, within the rain banquet, the sky was filled with a fierce sandstorm, engulfing the entire structure, reducing it to fragments and dust. The surrounding residents fled in disarray, while some unfortunate souls, drawn by curiosity, found themselves caught in the swirling vortex, along with buildings, homes, and roads. In Alabasta, while many resources were scarce, one thing was certainly abundant: yellow sand. On the outskirts of the town, numerous individuals raced toward the horizon. Yet, many, believing themselves to be in a safe zone, turned back to glance, only to behold a colossal sandstorm, towering almost to the heavens. With just a single glance, people resumed their frantic flight to the periphery. Goodness, how exaggerated! If one were to be caught in that, survival would be utterly impossible. Clang boom! Suddenly, with a sound akin to a blade tearing through the air, a massive emerald-green sword aura shot forth from the heart of the sandstorm. Its sharpness was such that it cleaved both earth and skyscrapers with immaculate precision. A path was forcefully carved from the swirling chaos, revealing a young swordsman of noble bearing. Such an attack, however, would hardly be sufficient to vanquish that man. With that thought, he cast no further glance behind and leisurely made his way to the outskirts, for Os had once proclaimed that if a confrontation were to occur, it would be he who would engage personally. At this moment, at the center of the sandstorm, amidst the ruins of the rain banquet, perhaps due to being in the eye of the storm, the impact of the tempest here was not as severe. So, are you preparing to default on your debt, little Shah? Os glanced towards the opposite side, where Crocodile was enshrouded in yellow sand, her gaze icy as she fixed her stare upon Os. The grand cloak she once wore had mysteriously vanished, leaving her alluring and elongated form juxtaposed against the calamity of the swirling sandstorm, creating an oddly striking contrast. You were actually aiming for me from the very beginning, weren't you? Little Shah's words struck true, her anger unabated. Clever as she was, she could hardly be oblivious to the current predicament. Yet, even if she were unable to overcome this detestable foe before her, she refused to concede without a fight. At the very least, she would make an attempt, for someone of her caliber could not be easily subdued, not even by the likes of Whitebeard. Truly a person of acknowledged intelligence, I shall speak plainly. The fierce sand swirling around him caused Os's cloak to sway continuously, yet his figure remained steadfast. A calm smile graced his face as he extended a hand, intending to make me his. Just as the words were on the verge of escaping my lips, an unforeseen thrust of sand surged from the tempest, aiming directly at Os's waist. In the next moment, a peculiar scene unfolded before little Shah, prompting her to swiftly glance around. For that sand blade had failed to draw a single drop of blood, striking only an ephemeral shadow. Not even allowing a sentence to be completed? You are indeed unlike other pirates. His figure materialized 5 meters away from little Shah, Os maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. You are worthy of boarding my ship. Come, little Shah, let us explore the pinnacle of this world together. Os's own words stirred a fervor within him. Had he been addressing a common pirate or a hot-headed fool, perhaps he would have swayed them. Yet, regrettably, the sand crocodile was neither of those. Reincarnation, erosion. Possessing the audacity to confront Whitebeard and yet not having been claimed as a daughter, she was unwilling to remain beneath anyone. Alas! It seems I must take you back to settle debts. Debts are debts, and now it is time to collect. Os was adamant about his justified cause. As he faced the transformed world of sand and dust, a crimson light ignited in Os's eyes. He gradually held his breath, and with a resounding clang, the glossy black armor of Haki enveloped his entire being, flowing like a garment, allowing him to navigate the desert with ease. Haki, you say? But surely, there will come a time when your strength wanes, confronted by this endless sea of yellow sand. Echoes of voices surrounded him, dripping with temptation and confidence, as if attempting to undermine Os's resolve. However, Os was no novice in dealing with nature-type adversaries. He would not falter before a broad-spectrum natural assault. He quietly attuned himself to the shifting winds and sands, slowly drawing forth the long blade at his waist, black and crimson streams swirling around it, condensing into a fierce black-red lightning that ravaged the surroundings, momentarily halting the world itself. You must understand, with sufficiently powerful haki, even elemental transformations. Just as his words lingered in the air, a figure adorned with swirling cherry blossoms and the might of Conqueror's haki abruptly appeared at the edge of the sandstorm. Maintaining a poised stance with the blade, droplets of blood trickling from its tip. In an instant, the blood vanished, the sword returning to its sheath. A blood-stained silhouette knelt before him, its back turned. I've caught you. Perhaps to prevent this individual from merging back into the storm, transforming into sand and slipping away? Ossi's haki-imbued hand seized her slender neck, lifting her effortlessly from the ground. You scoundrel! Xiaoxia's mouth bled, her face contorted in pain and distress. Still trying to maintain her defiance, reminiscent of Blackbeard's grip on the Empress. Yet, in the next moment, an overwhelming weakness coursed through her body. You are far too unruly. Perhaps you should calm down. With a snap of his fingers, Ossi conjured a sea stone bracelet that encircled Xiaoxia's ankle. Though he could not directly touch the sea stone, his teleportation ability allowed him to manipulate the spatial positioning of all sea stones within his observation range. Thus, the sea stone posed no hindrance to him. Rendered powerless and grasped by the neck, suspended in midair by Ossi, Xiaoxia's face soon flushed crimson. It seems she exerted herself rather excessively. Well then. Let us return and set sail together. Ossi secured her firmly, hoisting her over his shoulder, and with the defenseless Xiaoxia in tow, his figure swiftly vanished from sight. Chapter 91, I shall become the most free and joyous person in the world. Ossi squatted there, observing the motionless Xiaoxia lounging on the deck chair, and prodded her face. Move a little, have a bite to eat, you wouldn't want to starve aboard the R.O. Jackson, would you? With a snap of his fingers, a plate of seafood fried rice materialized on the table before them. Ossi continued to gaze at her, and she responded with a face full of disdain. Ossi, Xiaoxia, perhaps her hunger had become unbearable, or perhaps she could no longer withstand Ossi's relentless teasing. With great effort, she finally spoke. You bastard, I can't even lift my hand, how am I supposed to eat? Upon hearing this, Ossi's eyes brightened. Oh. I forgot. Now if I release you, can you promise to keep quiet? Xiaoxia resignedly nodded. Ossi, skeptical not out of fear but rather concerned that this person might go berserk and damage the R.O. Jackson, hesitated. A flash of red light flickered in his eyes. After confirming her compliance, he nodded and snapped his fingers. The black bracelet of sea prison stone around Xiaoxia's ankle vanished in an instant. As expected, she exhibited no unusual behavior. She simply picked up a spoon and began to eat in silence. Ossi's, fingers interlaced beneath his chin, observed her with keen interest and gently prompted, So? How about joining us? I understand your thoughts. Upon realizing that you cannot ascend to power through your own strength, you became disheartened and sought to establish a utopia. A sanctuary free from any external threats. Hence you are searching for that, aren't you? Ossi smiled warmly, resting his chin on his hand. Oblivious to the stunned expression on Xiaoxia's face. Indeed, that is it, the ancient weapon, Pluton. How do you know about that? Crocodile set down his spoon. His gaze dark and his voice cold. Well, it may be due to my foresight abilities, Ossi replied nonchalantly. Foresight? Crocodile repeated incredulously, and even my hawk, who approached with a bottle of red wine, paused in surprise. Both men looked at Ossi with cold sweat beading on their brows. What other hidden abilities does this monster possess? I can assure you, Alabasta indeed harbors great secrets, however you will never find the ancient weapon there. So you might as well give up. Upon hearing this, the last vestige of Xiaoxia's defenses crumbled. So it was after meticulously plotting for over a decade. She had ultimately engaged in a fruitless endeavor? Slowly lowering her head, shadows obscured her face, hiding her expression and demeanor. Is this truly all there is to the notorious pirate, Crocodile? Resorting to external powers for hope? Ossi's provocative words shattered Xiaoxia's composure in an instant. Just as she was about to act out of anger, an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over her, causing her to collapse onto the lounge chair. In the blink of an eye, Ossi appeared behind her, looking down from his elevated stance at her fallen visage, ambitious, capable, resembling a reliable figure akin to a young eagle. Yet, as she laid there, her body powerless and her face flushed, allowing herself to be at his mercy, Ossi felt a peculiar sense of achievement. However, Upon recalling his appearance post-transformation and contrasting it with her current alluring and beautiful form, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of strangeness. If you have any ambitions you wish to fulfill, this may prove to be an excellent opportunity for you. The mere mention of my name, Black Gun, carries far more weight than any empty title like King of the Underworld, unbeknownst to him, who had been elected a new title by his subordinates. OS remained confident in his former name. Whenever you decide you no longer wish to stay, I can promise you a place in a world government as a member for your retirement. Upon hearing such captivating and alluring words, Little Shah maintained her composure. Unaffected by the grand illusions OS painted, and coldly gazed at him, softly inquiring, "Are you implying that you will never lose, Doltor OS? Even in the face of Whitebeard, the world government, or any other formidable entity, you will never concede?" "Of course not," OS replied, noticing her sudden seriousness. He shifted his posture and returned to his original seat. "Is that so?" Little Shah slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, perhaps sensing the potential for greatness in OS. Or maybe it was her innate desire for stability as a woman, or possibly the acceptance of her inescapable fate, laden with insurmountable debt. "If you ever find yourself defeated, I shall be the first to end you." All right. OS could easily discern her prideful agreement. With a snap of his fingers, the Black Sea Stone bracelet vanished completely. Crocodile stretched his limbs, observing OS lounging in the chair, sipping juice, which momentarily revealed his true nature, causing a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was he always like this? Little Shah glanced at the young eagle nearby, who had just drawn his sword, preparing to practice swordsmanship with the Sea King. As for the young eagle, he seemed entirely unfazed by the oddities surrounding him. It was simply a matter of getting used to it. Little Shah, observing the increasingly bizarre individuals around her, began to question whether she had boarded the wrong ship. Ultimately, she decided to explore the vessel of the Pirate King, the Oro Jackson. She scrutinized this ship that had traversed the world and reached the final island, Raftel. Her gaze filled with inexplicable wonder. "It's a remarkably beautiful ship, isn't it?" Unbeknownst to her, OS had approached her side, towering over her by several heads, compelling Little Shah to look up at him. "Soon, we shall embark on this ship and explore the wonders of the world." Observing the nostalgic expression on OS's face, Crocodile inquired, almost as if compelled by fate, "What is your dream, OS?" OS paused, taken aback by the question. "A dream, you say? In the past, I might have deceived others by claiming I wished to turn the world upside down. However, to be honest, that does not align with my true nature. I am not inclined to disrupt the world aimlessly, as I find such endeavors to be laborious and thankless. Even if one day I were to create chaos, it would surely be for a reason, perhaps for amusement. My dream is to become the most free and joyful person in this world. Whether it be through indulgence or frivolous pursuits, none of that matters. My life does not require the judgments of insignificant beings. For this world is inherently one of the survival of the fittest. To be the most free and joyful." Crocodile recognized that while the concept may sound simple, achieving it is a Herculean task for the average individual. Without the might of the strongest power or the greatest authority, the so-called joy and freedom are but ephemeral illusions. Such ambition you possess, my friend. Chapter 92, Breaching Defense, a Bride Price for OS? Then, let us embark. At the dining table, the crew of OS, who had yet to establish their pirate alliance, convened a small meeting while partaking in their meal. OS, with resolute determination, banged his fist on the table. Ever since we set sail, it seems you've been restless," Mihawk remarked with a resigned tone, slicing his steak and delivering it to his mouth. "Is war all you can think about? Have you made no preparations at all?" A scarred forehead marked the young Shasha, who still found the situation absurd. "What preparations are necessary? We can simply charge in." At that moment, OS, his forehead equally adorned with a scar, wore a grim expression as he replied, 2 hours prior, aboard the Oro Jackson, which was gently departing Alabasta, Shasha, the strategist of OS's crew, had taken a moment to assess the extent of their influence and the military force at their disposal, drafting some suggestions for their forthcoming actions. While she wrote fervently, OS was engrossed in a free newspaper. It had been obtained through dubious means, and now that it was part of their enterprise, there was no need for further payment. After all, even the seagulls paid their respects to Os before taking flight, ensuring that news was delivered promptly. Hey, boss. You ought to have some plans of your own. The scale of the underworld is beyond your imagination. Shasha, with a cigar in her mouth and a serious demeanor, scrutinized the idler. You can make decisions on your own. I have complete faith in you. Os nodded dismissively, as he had indeed brought Crocodile aboard for her intellect and prowess, with a touch of charm. With someone else worrying, he could comfortably remain aloof. Speaking of which, Morgans had unilaterally bestowed a buff upon him without his consent. Black Emperor? That sounds somewhat impressive, Os mused. Still preoccupied with the matter of titles. Shia, filled with frustration, exclaimed, Os. You fool! However, before she could unleash her fury, the sound of a den mushy interrupted the tense atmosphere. Mihawk, holding his knife and fork, Crocodile, ready to express his irritation with the plans, and Os. Still perusing the newspaper, all turned their attention to the den mushy on the table. Beep beep beep. Just moments ago, it had been used to contact Morgans. And now it was ringing again. What does she want from me? A flash of red light illuminated the scene as Os, akin to a VIP preview, raised an eyebrow and answered the call. Instantly, a visage with fiery red lips and long lashes materialized on the den mushy. Cloaked in a crimson cape, a smiling voice, laced with a hint of arrogance, echoed, Maha 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 Sassy Don, Os. In the New World, within the Torrent Sea at the Land of Nations, a colossal figure shrouded in shadow sat upon an immense throne, saliva dripping onto the ground with a corrosive sound, as a pair of terrifying eyes fixated on the den mushy in her grasp. Indeed, the last time we met was alongside Captain Roger. Charlotte Linlin. Ha 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 ha. Gazing at the telephone snail, with its composed smile and eyes shimmering with a crimson hue, Big Mom let out a peculiar laugh. I am delighted you still remember me, Os. That little rascal with the power of observation Haki aboard Roger's ship has now become a significant figure influencing the world. Roar. You are not here merely to reminisce, are you? After all, our relationship consists solely of enmity forged in battle. Os observed the familiar figure of Big Mom on the other end of the phone, feeling a sense of oddity. Although he had prepared for a visit to the world government regarding matters of the underworld, he had yet to take any action, so why was she reaching out? Could it be that the leaders of the underworld sought her assistance? Curiosity enveloped Os and his companions as they regarded the telephone snail. This person, who subtly exhibited the potential to become one of the overlords of the New World, had contacted them for a specific purpose. Ha 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 ha. Perhaps our past grievances, stemming from Roger's influence, have created some tension between us, yet they are merely the frictions of historical narratives. In truth, we bear no significant animosity towards one another. Big Mom maintained a relatively calm tone, reminiscing about events from the time when Os was still an intern. Indeed, this was a truthful recollection. It was Os's first and only encounter with Big Mom, who was then young and strikingly beautiful. At that time, the Roger pirates were tirelessly traversing the New World in pursuit of historical texts, and the crucial piece in Big Mom's possession was undeniably vital. Thus, the Roger crew covertly obtained a copy before hastily departing. It was during this period that the formidable young Os captured the attention of Charlotte Linlin. Despite being merely a teenager, he managed to engage in a fierce contest with Katakuri, showcasing a level of observation Haki that instilled in Katakuri a sense of despair, as he realized that Os could foresee a future far beyond his own. That is, what I can see of the future is far more distant than yours. Os defeats Katakuri with his unique technique. The combination of terrifying strength and a clearer vision of the future rendered Katakuri's advantages null. At that time, Os, who had yet to awaken his devil fruit abilities, could only fight a retreating battle, ending in a rather disheveled manner. Though there was little animosity, recent events had reignited tensions. Os drained his glass of orange juice and remarked casually, while he had once held a fondness for the youthful version of Linlin, a figure reminiscent of a half-giant, her formidable prowess and striking appearance made her almost a female counterpart to an adult Os. However, this did not imply that he would abandon his aspirations or goals for the sake of a childhood infatuation, especially knowing full well the complexities that accompanied an aged Big Mom. You must have received the message, regarding those minions of the underground world who are under your command. My ambition is to regulate the entirety of the underworld, and this alone creates an irreconcilable conflict between us. Is this merely a trivial matter? This straightforward response momentarily left OS bewildered. For a territorial overlord like Charlotte Linlin, such a substantial pie of interests could hardly be considered insignificant. OS instinctively sensed that something was amiss. However, Charlotte Linlin's subsequent statement shattered OS's composure completely. As long as you are willing to bear a child with me, OS, I can bestow upon you the entirety of the underground world's shares as a dowry. Chapter 93, The Tea Party Welcoming Ossi. What? Upon hearing those words, even Ossi, who usually presented a facade of calm and mirth, could no longer maintain his composure. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his piercing gaze fixated on the phone bug with its fiery red lips, his teeth clenched tightly. Meanwhile, Big Mom, seemingly oblivious to Ossi's unusual demeanor, continued to bask in her own delight, her mind evidently conjuring an image of a young boy with pink hair, unabashedly unleashing his Conqueror's haki. Envisioning a scene where he would propel her to the throne of the Pirate King. The child inheriting both our talents will undoubtedly become an even more monstrous existence than you, Ossi. The power to dominate the world lies right before us. With a sense of self-importance, Big Mom cast an expectant glance at the unenthusiastic Ossi, completely unaware of the turmoil brewing within him. Had he been in his 20s or 30s, he might have entertained the thought, but now, as a mere egg-laying machine, Charlotte Lingling's physique had begun to falter. Though not as exaggerated as it would be in her 50s or 60s, her beauty was a distant memory, and Ossi considered himself too discerning to be tempted. And what on earth is a bride price? Does she perceive Ossi as some breeding machine? With a growing sense of dread, Ossi's expression turned icy as he retorted, "Then you'd best wait for me in the land of nations, Charlotte Lingling. I'm coming for you right now." If you can come to an understanding, that would indeed be the best outcome. Before Big Mom could finish her sentence, Ossi abruptly hung up the phone bug, narrowly avoiding shattering its shell due to his barely controlled strength. What, are you suggesting that you should agree to her? Mihawk maintained his usual composure, seemingly oblivious to Ossi's dark expression, speaking with a hint of amusement, as if he were genuinely willing to support Ossi. In contrast, Little Sand, cigar in mouth, wore a look of disdain on his youthful face. "Well, I have no objections, if that's what you wish." Ossi. Bang! What are you two playing at? In an instant, an expensive dining table was reduced to dust by Ossi's blow, his face a mask of terrifying rage as he shouted. Mihawk expertly steadied a plate to prevent the steak from falling, unperturbed by Ossi's reaction. While Little Sand raised several question marks on his forehead. "Hey, you wouldn't be considering an immediate declaration of war, would you? Isn't that to be expected? It sounds easy, yet even a solo attack requires extensive preparation for the aftermath of war and territorial acquisition, which cannot be arranged with mere words. Such matters are never straightforward." Disregarding the furious expression of Little Shah, the extravagant and carefree Ossi, wielding the meticulously prepared eternal pointer of the world, propelled the Aro Jackson forward with an uncanny swiftness under the full activation of his abilities. Truly, there is nothing to be done about this fellow. Ah! How splendid! Children, prepare for the tea party. We are to welcome our new guest, the Blue Black Emperor, Ossi. After hanging up the phone, Big Mom joyfully indulged in 2 more servings of cream puffs before issuing instructions for the preparations. Noticing their mother in such high spirits, her children breathed a sigh of relief. Ultimately, it was Charlotte Katakuri, the crowning achievement of the Charlotte family, who stepped forward first. Though he sensed something amiss, he refrained from voicing his concerns, simply assuring her that everything would be arranged. "Rest assured, Mother, we will ensure this tea party goes smoothly." Big Mom looked down at Katakuri's composed demeanor and nodded in reassurance. "By the way, gather all our partners from the underworld, Katakuri. This is a promise I made to Ossi." Katakuri readily agreed. At present, the dealings between the Big Mom pirates and the underworld were still in their infancy, far from the robust connections established 2 decades hence. Thus, parting with a modest cake did not evoke much regret. After giving her brief instructions, Big Mom returned to her delight in sweet indulgences. Meanwhile, in the New World, the newly ascendant sovereign, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, convening such a significant tea party, could hardly maintain complete secrecy. Among the myriad of homies and the diverse inhabitants of Whole Cake Island, countless individuals of mixed origins were present. Among them lay an unknown number of spies infiltrating from various factions. Upon discovering the precise details, these informants, without exception, were fervently relaying the latest intelligence to their superiors. The meeting of these two natural-born titans inevitably drew the attention of numerous forces, all speculating on the potential conspiracy brewing between these two individuals. In the naval conference room, Branagh was affixing the bounty posters of the two formidable sea overlords onto the board, briefing his colleagues on their profiles. Admiral Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, casting a grim glance at the two figures depicted on the wanted posters. Hearing Sengoku's furious voice, Branagh sifted through the latest intelligence. According to recent reports, Charlotte Linlin has invited the Black Emperor, Ossi, to Whole Cake Island, seemingly for, He paused momentarily before continuing, seemingly to conceive a child. Nanny. Before anyone could respond, the reactions of the two vice-admirals were the most pronounced. That fellow Doflamingo Ossi, it seems, will never find peace. Kuzan spoke softly, his expression grave. The progeny born of the two monstrous shall undoubtedly emerge as the gravest threat to justice, and must be extinguished in their infancy. The voice, cold and unyielding, belonged to Sakazuki. He would show no mercy, even to an infant of such vile lineage. Yet at that moment, a long and somewhat irritating voice interjected, that of Borsellino, who, while trimming his nails, pouted and remarked, two monsters of the seas, indeed. However, the orders from the world government do not permit the initiation of hostilities. The room fell into a profound silence upon hearing his words. And the marshal then reminded everyone, this is indeed the case, and the measures taken by the world government are support. To my knowledge, a specialized team is already prepared to retrieve that immensely talented child from Charlotte Linlin, to present him to the highest authorities. Chapter 94, Katakuri, am I to be called Father Oz? Indeed. For this child, whose potential may one day surpass that of rocks. Even the colossal entity that is the world government cannot help but harbor covetous thoughts. Although he is currently not even a mere embryo. The audacity of such a notion is striking. Should Oz become aware of it, he would undoubtedly reach out personally to interrogate the highest authorities regarding the true meaning of this command. It is not merely the world government and the navy involved. Oh dear, that old Hagen Oz? What an intriguing combination indeed. Within the stronghold of Onigashima, the formidable Kaido, who has yet to attain his eventual terrifying physique, is presently enjoying a drink while listening to his subordinate's report. How could we possibly resist joining in on such revelry? It is the perfect opportunity to confront that scoundrel Oz. What was his title again? The King of the Generations? Without my consent. What right does he have to claim kingship? Standing nearby, arms crossed, and clad entirely in armor, the seemingly composed Katakuri interjects, Boss Kaido. Should Big Mom and Oz truly form an alliance, your reckless approach may result in a joint assault from the two. Upon hearing this, Kaido's demeanor shifts not to restraint, but rather to one of madness and eagerness. If they can manage it, let them try. Let us see if they can bring me down. His boisterous roar echoes defiantly, disregarding his subordinate's cautions, as a azure dragon ascends into the clouds, vanishing above the waters surrounding Onigashima. Meanwhile, if the ambitious figures upon the sea and the world government observe O's meeting with Charlotte Linlin with a watchful eye, the leaders of the underworld and the new world feel as though they have been betrayed. How can this be? Just as they were preparing to rely on the former captain of the Rocks Pirates, one of the dominators of the sea, Big Mom, to withstand the pressure from the Black Emperor Oz, they suddenly find themselves on the outside as the two forge a familial bond. Hey! Katakuri! We are strategic partners of the Big Mom Pirates. Indeed. A significant portion of your funding, intelligence, and equipment has come from our support. They shout, brandishing their firearms, their faces twisted with rage. Yet, they stand before a monster from the New World, the second in command of a dominant pirate crew, Charlotte Katakuri. This is all Mama's command. Without engaging in further discourse with these unsavory merchants, Katakuri's eyes blaze with a fierce red light as he strides forward through the hail of gunfire. Impervious to the bullet's force, despite not being a Logia-type devil fruit user. With a single shot for each, Katakuri, armed with a formidable soil dragon spear, commenced a ruthless slaughter among the merchants. Even the billion-dollar bounty hunters hired as bodyguards were reduced to mere victims before him. It wasn't until he had felled them all that Katakuri dragged their unconscious forms back to present to his mother. Towering at 5 meters. With a cold demeanor and striking appearance, Katakuri was deemed the epitome of masculinity, undoubtedly enhancing his allure. Outside the cake castle, countless local residents observed Katakuri wielding his long spear, dragging a procession of incapacitated individuals toward the castle. Truly, he is my most prized child, Katakuri. Delighted by his efficiency, Big Mom commanded her homies to apprehend those who had instigated discord between her and Oars. Perhaps due to the exuberance on Big Mom's face. Or perhaps because those with advanced observation haki possess an innate and potent intuition, Katakuri, though not extensively acquainted with Oars, felt that he did not seem like someone who would agree to Big Mom's desire for progeny. After careful consideration, Katakuri tentatively inquired, "Mother, how did Oars respond to you at that time?" Upon hearing this, Big Mom's pupil shifted slightly, and she fixed her gaze on Katakuri with a hint of dissatisfaction. Katakuri. You ought to refer to him as father, don't you think? Katakuri was momentarily flabbergasted. If he recalled correctly, Oars was nearly a decade younger than himself. Katakuri's face froze, his eyelids twitching violently. However, in Big Mom's perspective, the generational gap could easily be bridged by strength. Especially in the case of Oars, whose innate prowess surpassed even her own. At least in Charlotte Linlein's view, she could never have matched Oars at 17. It was more likely she would have been subjugated by him, akin to how she had been with Rox. Thus, if Oars were willing to ally with her, he could indeed assume the title of father through their shared role in procreation. Perhaps a fitting moniker could be Big Dad? Katakuri fell silent. Fortunately, Big Mom did not press the issue, recognizing that her second son was genuinely considering the welfare of the pirate crew. She then divulged that Oars had been utterly entranced the first time they met many years ago. Ah, yes, I later learned that Oars, that little brat, had grown up following my reports. We belong to the same kind, after all. Oars has admired me since childhood. That's why he rushed to find me right after hanging up the phone. As a faded white moonlight. Big Mom evidently remained unaware of the extent of Oars' obsession with beauty and his cleanliness, mistakenly believing he was still the same youth from years past. Hearing these words, Katakuri lowered his head in contemplation, unaware that Us harbored such a past. If that were the case, he felt a sense of relief, given the pre-existing emotional foundation. It would be inappropriate for Katakuri to voice any further objections. If the intention was to strengthen the Big Mom pirates and herald the birth of that monstrous brother, then as the epitome of a son and brother, what would it matter if he referred to us as father? After all, the man's strength was indisputable. And as a true man, Katakuri was willing to acknowledge such a figure. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, Us, who had been inexplicably thrust into the role of a father, was maneuvering the ship across the red line, having already shown sufficient deference to the world government and the esteemed Imsama by not flying directly above Mariewa. Little did he know, a nefarious group of 5 elderly gentlemen had already set their sights on the child who had yet to exist.